You broke this heart of stone. I always hoped that I would find you. Now emptiness is gone, and the winds of change have almost blown through. You're right where you belong. So grateful you're beside me, always and forever. Just you and me from the stars. Always and forever. You'll always be forever in my heart. You're the better part of me, one that I can always cling to. Was blind but now I see. You made a way for all we've been through. I'm right where I belong. So thankful you're beside me, always and forever. Just you and me from the stars. Always and forever. You'll always be forever in my You broke this heart of stone. I always knew that I would find you. You're right where you belong. So grateful you're beside me, always and forever. Just you and me from the stars. Always and forever. You'll always be forever in my
Who's that come walking by? Now that's unexpected. Jump in and take a ride. Now you won't be unaffected. We're going up now. So keep it on the floor. That's right. Gotta be up till you take no more. I'll make it worth your while. You're not alone in this one. We're going up in style. Now we never stop for no one. We're going up. Let me tell you. Just keep it on the floor. That's right. Gotta be up till you take no more. Now we really feel it. Yes, we really know it. I got to really hold it. Whoa. We're gonna get. Who am I? This dude can't fly. Who am I? And who cares why? Keep it going up now. And do what you do. That's right. Keeping it up, wanna do some more. satisfaction. And when the night is done, you like that interaction. We're going up now. Just keep it on the floor. That's right. Gotta be up till you take no more. We're gonna get down, down. We're gonna get down. It's your satisfaction. Everybody just wants you there. Give them some attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare. Come on down, let's pay the fare. 1, 2, 3, 4. It's your satisfaction. Everybody just wants you there. Give them some attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare. It's your satisfaction. Everybody just wants you there. Give them some attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare. We're gonna get down, down. We're gonna get down. We're gonna get down. I wanna go. We're gonna get down. It's your satisfaction. Everybody just wants you there. Give them some attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare. It's your satisfaction. Everybody just wants you there. Give them some attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare. We're gonna get down. We're gonna get down.
the street, people pass you by. You don't meet their eye, you don't care. And out in the night, you see a light. From the cafes, there's more singing than despair. Hold me tightly before the night swallows the sun. And I'm done. Too drunk to sit. They're talking shit of what's been before. And the dancing girls, they twist and twirl. They sweat like beads of pearls, scattered before swine. Hold me tightly before the night swallows the sun. And I'm done. Well, hold me tightly before the night swallows the sun. And I'm done. Oh, I'm feeling good. I'm feeling, oh, I'm feeling.
DreamLeague Season 22 is brought to you in part by Intel Arc, Acer Predator, DHL, Monster Energy, 1xBet, and the United States Air Force.
Good morning and a warm welcome to everyone tuning in to the very first show here of DreamLeague Season 22. We're in for a wild ride over the next 2 weeks. We have the best Dota coming your way. We're going to spoil you absolutely rotten with top tier Dota 2 and of course top tier coverage as you're used to here from DreamLeague. So let's get started with the first day. A little bit of an update, if you will, a little bit of a patch here for DreamLeague. We have a revamped studio, but some things just don't change. Like Jenkins. Hey Jenkins, how you doing?
Hello.
Back again.
Good to be here. I can't believe they hired us again. They hired me again. I can't believe they hired you.
Aw.
Not these other goons sitting on the couch, which we'll get to eventually. But I'm glad to be here. What's very exciting about this tournament for me is that this is kind of the replacement DPC to me. You know, the end goal of this is a big bajillion-dollar tournament.
Bajillion.
I like to see these tournaments because you know the teams are going to take it real seriously. There's something at the end of the line, Lacoste.
Yeah, absolutely. The more money, the more teams get involved. But it's good to be back in Sweden. So many memories. Always, been here so many times. You can actually say that you lived in Sweden. But it's all about Dota. And you know that feeling when the tournament ends? It's one of the worst feelings for me personally. It's like, what am I gonna do now? Well, you don't have to worry. For next 2 weeks, it's gonna be a banger.
Yeah, we're going to be here. It's going to be good. And I think, actually, Suns fan, is this the first time that you are on the pre-show, like the first show of the day
That
at
is
the Dream League?
correct. Typically, I don't wake up in the morning. I'm an afternoon, well, let's be real, early evening sleeper. So things are changing this year for Dream League. Thank you, Shiver, so very much.
Yeah, how are you doing this lovely morning then?
I'm very good. As you can see, I dressed up special for the occasion.
I can see.
My special Suns hoodie, Suns shirt. It's good luck. It's good luck for Dota.
Yeah, and I think we're gonna have a lot of good luck. We're gonna have a lot of good Dota, that's for sure. Good people as well, and I think we're gonna start things off. I mean, Jenkins already mentioned it's for a lot of teams. This is like the replacement DPC, as in this is what you're playing for, and to be able to have everything really easily manageable. We have the ESL Pro Tour system, and with that come the ESL Pro Tour points. Earlier already in this season, in Season 2, there has been Dream League Season 21, and there has been ESL 1 Kuala Lumpur, and that is how the teams have been able to earn points thus far, Lacoste. And but the differences are quite big, actually, with the top dog sitting at 4K points, but PSG Quest 100 points. Harley Jenkins?
Not bad for PSG Quest. Hopefully they can get some points coming in at some point.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Can
Yeah,
I
go
just
ahead.
make a suggestion?
Yes.
Can we call this EPT?
Ept?
And then when they're doing really poorly, we call them inept? Is that okay with everyone?
I know Lacoste's microphone is not working, but he is proud. He's beaming on the inside.
Yeah, I think the teams will be very pleased with that. We're calling them inept. That's
Players are
very
too
good.
spoiled these days. You need to...
Speaking of inept, here's
No. These are all the teams that are here, that are virtually here anyway, here in Europe, playing for the big bucks, but also the big points. 16 teams, Suns fan. 16 teams. Which one stands out to you? Which one are you keeping your closest eye on?
Well, it's not bet boom because every time I think they're going to win, they lose.
Okay.
And then every time I think they're going to lose, they win. So I'm just going to be very apathetic towards them, even though I
Okay.
think they're a very exciting lineup.
Yep.
But I'm actually most excited for every team because
Okay.
every
Wow.
team has a chance to do well in this tournament. I mean, Falcons is probably the one that everybody's going to be looking at because they crushed everybody.
Yeah.
But I think people are going to start catching on to what they're doing, and hopefully it'll be a little more competitive because the last grand finals was a 3-0 mega stomp.
Are they, though?
Shellacking.
because I feel like that's a lot of that is the Amar factor, and he just like blackmails teams. You know, he's just like, I play 5 heroes, you have to ban all of them, but you can't. Even if
the
it's
strat is to ban 0 of them.
people have tried that too. That doesn't work either. It seems like Amar finally has a whole like S tier roster around him. I think they probably have the highest average MMR out of any roster in Dota. Which having that around a player who's
Hello, Lacoste.
Test.
so toxic.
Testing the microphone 1, 2.
There he
Yep.
is.
Welcome.
What did you do to that microphone?
Yeah.
I
It
don't know.
wasn't working?
It's probably my back, the way I've been sitting, and I also twisted my back.
lean
I twisted,
forward, please.
lean forward.
Lean forward.
There we go.
Good.
All right, well, we saw the 16 teams that are participating here, and they are, of course, participating for large chunks of cash and points. Here is everything that is on the line. Now, you might notice, if you are very, very watchful, and you remember seeing the prize pool, for example, for previous Dream League or ESL 1 Kuala Lumpur, you see that there's just a little bit more points on the line, and that is because towards the end of this season, we'll just give a little bit more points every time. So 40 to 100 points for the winner, Lacoste. a lot?
Quite a lot of points, similar to DPC. You know, as we started to ramp up, we did give more points to the teams, which I think it matters. You know, it also brings more out of the teams because it matters more. And I feel like this new system as a replacement for DPC, like we need something like that in Dota.
Yeah, we do. And we are also making sure that the viewer is not forgotten, as we just try to make have as many games as possible in the next 2 weeks. So we got 2 group stages and a playoff bracket after that, starting off with 16 teams, cutting it down to half, and then again cutting it down another half with the playoff with the final 4 teams. And basically every single day we'll have a game showing right here. And well, actually, unless there's potentially some tiebreakers here and there. And we're gonna segue into the groups, because Group A, Jenkins, is would you call this group the Group of Death? Do you have a Group of Death in your mind?
I mean, with Falcons, Azure, and Gaiman, probably.
Yeah.
Like, you have to call. I mean, Azure, they just got Bach on the scene, and he got top 4 immediately on his very first tournament. That's a very impressive game. It has won pretty much everything in the previous Dota year. BetBoom just did top 3 at the BetBoom tournament. So yeah, this group is gonna be a rough one, but very fun to watch.
Very fun to watch. I think also goes Sunsfan for Group B, as it might not be considered the Group of Death, but this one seems like it will be highly competitive.
Yeah, Liquid. I mean, Tundra's been playing really well as well. Team Spirit there. I want to talk about Group A just real quick.
Okay, you go for it.
You did not mention a very important team. Is G2XIG, Korean Barbecue, in charge of that lineup. Surely he will have a huge impact. I literally can't name one player on that roster, but I'm sure I'll learn it by the time I cast their games.
I'm sure you will.
Yeah, absolutely.
Group A is gone. Yeah, let's talk about Group A again.
Group A, you know, in the more serious matter, I feel like this group just has so many teams that could take it home. I'm gonna say like 99% is gonna be a team from Group A, because in Group B, you have Team Liquid, guaranteed second place anyway.
Yeah.
Then you have, some of the teams. Extreme Gaming had a lot of faith in them during BetBoom Dacha, but because they did really well in the groups and just bombed out completely.
Ooh, a doorbell or a virtual fireplace bell. Hey, Owen, how you doing?
Hello. Yes, I'm doing great. How are you guys doing?
I'm doing pretty good over here. How are you involved here today? What are you gonna do?
Oh, well, I'm going to be over on the B stream. Of course, you guys and girls are going to have some great fun on the main stream, I'm sure. But there's so much Dota going on. It's a group stage, of course. There's 4 streams. I hope that people at home have got themselves 4 monitors ready, or if they don't, get your mobile phone devices out, anything you can, get all the streams open, because pretty much every stream is going to have a banging game on today, all at the same time. So a lot of things to watch, a lot of things to keep up with.
How are you gonna watch all 4 games at the same time?
I won't, because it will probably negatively impair my casting, because I will be casting on the B stream, so I won't be able to watch them. So I hope the viewers can, sort of pick up the slack for me, and they make sure that they do watch them all.
OD Pixel,
I'll have to check the VODs after.
who will be your partner in crime today? Who will be casting with you on the duo today?
Well, today, especially seeing as we're covering OG versus G2IG first, and of course OG's got our resident British player, Ari, I brought in T-Governor.
Nice.
So we're going to have the Governor with us today for the first 2 series. We're doing OG versus G2IG, and the one after it's Secret versus XG. So some pretty good games to start this whole Dream League season off with.
What about later on? Who are you going to be casting with, considering that our boy Fog did manage to break some bones snowboarding yesterday?
He did.
Really?
Unfortunately, shout out to him.
He's fragile.
Yeah, poor lad. Unfortunately, Fox won't be with me, but I believe at the moment we've got a Trent lined up. So Trent will be joining the microphone with me tomorrow. So whilst Fogs will be missed, we've not slipped with the standard. We've made sure we've got some 2 lovely lads in with me for the games we're going to be covering.
Am I allowed to ask one question?
Yeah, of course.
Oh, and very important question. This will be the theme of the tournament. What is the team that you're looking forward to watching the most, and why is it G2XIG, because of Korean Barbecue's great influence on that organization?
I mean, honestly, unironically, I would have said them anyway, because I think they're going to be really good. Of course, a little bit because of KBBQ, sort of leading the team, but they generally are a very fun team to watch. We saw them do, I know it was a bit ago, but back in ESL1 Kuala Lumpur, when they're out on the stage, they turned up with this roster. They really impressed, and they've stuck with it. They're ready to turn up these lands. They did really well, I believe, in the recent qualifiers. I think they obviously made it here, and I believe they also made it to ESL1 Birmingham. So the lineup is really good. I think they got a lot of potential, and I believe in the group they're in. I think the only team that I would consider maybe going to get a spot above them was Falcons. So I think Falcons is going to be at the top. I think they will end up second in their group. So I think they are going to be super.
Oh, and has anybody ever told you have a great head of hair?
I do. I need to kind of go to the hairdressers, though. It's getting a bit too much.
No, just
I
enjoy
don't
it.
mind it.
Enjoy it.
It's a bit of a hassle.
Yeah, enjoy it. It's not going to last for long.
Thank you. Yeah. Give it a few years.
They say
Cheerio,
that
yeah.
it runs in the family, genetics.
What, just hair?
I mean,
Genetics do
my
run in the
dad
family.
does have hair literally down to his hips. He has got it goes all the way down.
Yeah, but is it on his head?
Yes, it's still on his head. Yes.
Important information. All right, let's take a look at your schedule then
No,
today,
it
Owen,
comes
and
out of his
maybe
nipples.
not
Anyway.
just your schedule, but like the entire Ember stream schedule. If you could take us through that'd be lovely as we see it appear on our
Oh yeah.
screens.
So we're starting up for the first two series. We've got OG versus G2IG and Team Secret versus Extreme Gaming. I said both of those are going to be really good. I think the first one's going to be a bit of a challenge for OG, but it's going to be exciting to see because OG is obviously turning up with Tomato. So we'll see how he's able to do. And then kind of the similar sort of story really with the second series. I think Secret is going to maybe struggle a bit against Extreme Gaming. Extreme Gaming, they look super hot right now. But one thing for sure, it's going to be a great series. Secret, even when they struggle at the start, I feel they always give us some really good kind of 50 to 60 minute games sometimes against the tougher opponents. So both of those are going to be bangers. And then the last two, I believe that will be covered by Ares and Fear. So you'll have a great cast of duo for those two. Azure versus Gaming. Same to be said, it's gaming turning up. As you guys were saying, this Dream League, the points, the money, it matters. So gaming's going to be playing up top form. We'll see if Azure can tackle them in that sort of manner. And then Tundra versus Extreme Gaming. The second time we'll see Extreme Gaming on the stream. I think Extreme Gaming is going to be walking away with the 2 wins from this stream. But maybe Tundra, right, they just picked up a new general manager Zai. We'll see if that does anything for the squad and maybe is able to sort of step them up and allow them to take down XG.
Yeah, could all happen. You'll have to tune into all the other streams for that. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. Owen, good luck on your game. Of course, if you want to catch Owen and T-Gov, make sure to head over to ESL _ Dota 2 Ember. We have 4 streams going on at the same time today, as you are now seeing the schedule of the Storm stream, Lacoste. And out of all these 4 series, which one pops up instantly? Or is it gonna be G2IG?
Yeah, I'm not gonna span it, but
I'm so sick of this bit already.
Team Falcons against Azure Ray. I think Azure Ray during Bet Boom Dacha, they had a great run, but Team Falcons, they just look like a team to be defeated. And let's see if Bach and the company are gonna be able to do it at the start of the tournament, because they look almost undefeatable, especially in the grand finals.
I would say Shopify Aurora, because no one believes in these two teams, and they're here to prove people right or wrong, depending on the results.
Yeah, 50-50.
That's right.
50-50 with that. Also, Team Secret and Shopify, same story there at the end of the day. Yeah. Let's take a look at our 4th stream, which is Earth here, Jenkins, and which one is for you the standout?
I mean, Bet Boom VP is a regional matchup. Anytime that happens, especially in the Eastern Europe region, you end up with these incredibly long, like 70-minute games. I think VP in Bet Boom Dacha was in like the 2 or 3 longest games of the tournament. So anytime I see VP, and I think it's because they struggle to close out a game when they're winning, but they're all really individually good at Dota. So I kind of hope for them that they can close out games, but I hope for me that they can't, because I want to see a 70-minute game.
How many times, Suns fan,
Yes.
do you think you can? You'll be using the 1-win team name in a way where you don't just indicate their team name,
I mean, call them 1 loss?
or that, or let's see if they can get 1 win, or it's.
That feels more of a Lacoste thing.
Yeah, it
But
really
how
does.
many times? Like,
Especially in BO2, 1 win, that's enough for them.
I would.
We can't overdo it. Like, you already started. It's day 1.
I would say it's the most low-hanging fruit on the tree of Lacoste jokes. That's why I'm like, Lacoste is above that.
But I will go for any. I have lowbrow humor down to your knees.
like Owen's
We'll see how
stats
it
here.
goes. We'll see. Depends on how degenerate I get as the event goes on. You know, I mean, if I start out looking like this,
I was gonna say it gets more degenerate.
yeah, it's
You have the hoodie on today.
anything's possible. It's cold. What do you want from me?
But it's not that.
Not that cold.
Outside.
Oh, outside, yes. But in the studio,
I'm
it's
still
actually
recovering
quite-
from being
quite
outside.
warm. Quite warm.
You've been outside for like 30 seconds
Have to
until
defrost.
taxi picked you up.
Yeah, it was rough.
It was rough. We also have a full schedule of games for us today. But before we go over that, I actually just want to highlight an aspect of the show, and I might be definitely making it a little bit more difficult for production right here because it's not in the script. But I want to highlight the PogChamp Pandas. Fantastic! Whoop, 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 whoop. Woo!
I'm glad you peeled the Band-Aid off that we can just segue to the band at any point.
At any point, here I did it. All right.
Right.
So in case people forgot, we got Bob, we got Thomas, we got Jens Bob on the guitar and the keys, Thomas in the middle, Jens on the drums. You can follow them also at Instagram, PogChamp Pandas, and they got a fresh suit as well, fresh haircuts as well. Do they have fresh microphones? They don't really have a microphone, so they'll just make hand moves. It is so good to have you all back. This is a new guitar. New guitar. Oh,
Can I
nice
just do one thing for old time's sake?
Yeah.
I know production's gonna make. Can you guys play SpongeBob real quick? That was for the good old days. That was for
All
the
right,
good old
it's
days.
so good to have you all back. Can't wait for the show. We're gonna move onwards to some Dota 2 as well because you guys are gonna prepare for casting, and we're gonna move to our first series of the day, which is Bet Boom versus Gaming Gladiators. Gaming Gladiators, we are joined by our technical analyst, BSJ. It's you! Oh, that's me. It's you. How you doing?
I'm good. How about you?
I'm doing great. This is a good day to have some Dota 2 to watch, and it's a great studio to do it in, great people to do it with. What more can I ask for?
Absolutely. As also a new patch came out right before the tournament. Maybe it wasn't the largest one, but I think it has a lot of indication on what we're going to see today, especially in this first series. I wanted, as a carry player, to really fixate on the carry meta and the items and how they influenced it. So we're going to be paying attention to Nightfall, Duratio, the tempo of the game we're going to be seeing today. So I have some notes on the patch for you guys.
I have to interrupt you. This is a mouse.
That is an epic mouse. I didn't even notice it.
I got so distracted. Can I show it? It's a mouse. It's a little rug. I am so sorry to interrupt you.
No. These are the important things.
It's a mouse carpet.
It's a mouse carpet.
I don't have a follow-up to that one. But yeah, so what I wanted to focus on from the new patch is the item changes.
Yeah.
As if we pull up the new patch, it's the fact that if you scroll all the way down, it's pretty much all item changes. Like, yeah, there's some heroes in there, but the ones I really wanted to highlight are the Mage Slayer nerfs, the Diffusal nerfs. So tempo of the game's probably going to slow down a little bit. We see Manta Style getting buffed. We see Orchid, the one tempo item in the game that actually got buffed. So Manta being the best item for carries against the Orchid. So what that means for me when I was looking at the Radiance buff, when I'm looking at the Vlad's, the Veil, and the Shiva's nerf is carries are going to have more space. They're going to have more time to farm. And so when we look at the hero pools for Duratio as well as Nightfall coming from the previous patch that will carry over, we're maybe not going to see as much Slark, as much Faceless Void, but what we're likely going to see is the Medusas with the Mantas, the Terrorblades, the Naga Sirens, the Alchemists, that Duratio special already before this patch with the Manta Radiance build, and I just think we're going to see a lot of creep hitting into timings and around the big fights 20-25 minutes in, because all these heroes are like 2-3 items that they get really fast.
But does it also mean that the games are going to be a little longer, you think? Because it does stretch the carry timings out a little bit?
A lot of these heroes, they also stall the game. The ones I'm kind of eyeing. So if you think of like Naga, you think of Terrorblade. Yeah, so I wouldn't be surprised if we start seeing a resurgence of like the 4 positions also building scaling items like we did before, like with the Willows, with the Midas Ags. It's probably not going to be Midas, but we might see a lot of the Hoodwinks with Maelstroms and such like this, so they can also scale.
Yep, absolutely. I mean, the average game time in Bet Boom Dacha was 40 minutes, and now with everything that Brian added, like with all these new things in the C patch, I think the games are going to be even longer. There's not going to be push. I was expecting some kind of a change towards, Glyph, maybe reducing some of that so that games are not as long, but here we are.
Here we are indeed, as we are focusing on our first matchup. So as said, Bedboom Game Gladiators, we already highlighted the carries a little bit, but I want to highlight, in regards to Bedboom, their offlaner, because they have had an event with Miero so far, but it's obviously a little bit of a change, a little bit of an adaptation. And I'm curious, Jenkins, how you feel that Bedboom is doing now that they have made some changes.
I mean, I personally think Miro slots in perfectly. In a lot of the games that I saw during the Bedboom tournament, he was playing like off-lane Dragon Knight, going for, you know, some Manta-style Aghanim Scepter build, top net worth, like really letting the entire game be on his shoulders. And that says a lot when you also have Nightfall on your team, who a lot of people are talking about as potentially the best carry in the world, unless you're talking Yotaro at DI. Like, Nightfall is considered the best carry, and then you have an offlaner who's stepping in and then carrying the game anyway. That's very impressive.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Miero, you know, when he first was revealed as a player, Pure was regarded as the best player pretty much on the team, but, you know, he slotted in perfectly. He doesn't take that much farm from the team, and it does allow Nightfall to shine.
Yeah, that seems like the one thing that they really definitely needed. Then we got, of course, Gaming Gladiators on the other side. They didn't change anything, Brian, but they didn't really continue on where they left off.
Yeah, they come off of one of their worst performances in the last year or so in the Bedboom Dota tournament. When I'm looking at Gaming Gladiators, my concern is Ace. I'm just wondering what heroes he's going to play, because most notably the Lone Druid, one of his most picked heroes from the last month as well, got, I'd say, gutted. I'd say one of the few heroes that got the nerf hammer pretty hard. And so
Thank you, Ice Frog.
Yes, thank you. And then we see like the Vlads. What are the aura items he's going to buy? Because Ace has always been the guy that's responsible for like the 2 auras or like the 2 small items. Like, we think of Manta-style Dragon Knight for Miero. I'm thinking, like, is it going to be Greaves? Is it going to be the Shiva's Rush that got nerfed?
Yeah.
What is Ace going to do that allows Gaimin to ball up behind Quinn like they always try to do?
I like that you mentioned Ace too, because I feel like, and I feel like I can say this because they won every tournament last year, you know, he has been having some rough games, at least in the Bedboom tournament. Like, Ace is usually considered to be a very consistent player, but there were a lot of games where he was dying, going back into lane, dying again, to the point where like the game is ruined for him. And a lot of the time he is the top net worth player, and it doesn't seem like him. And it's like after the Smurf nerf, where all the lumps of coal were handed out, it makes me question, is it because he can't do the duo queue stuff that he was doing before, that he's not playing as much? Like, where does this come from? But I really hope, and I have confidence that he can recover and that Gaming can recover, because they've done it before. They've done it time and time again.
I do have one comment to make as well regarding their performance at ESL Kuala Lumpur. They came second, which is fantastic. It's really good. But they did come off a reverse sweep Lacoste, and that obviously brings with it some... I mean, that hurts, you know? And I don't know how much of that hurt can transfer to... Because before that, they didn't lose a single grand finals.
Yeah, they're the team that I think right now having a little bit of a rough time, but they also showed that they can come back from pretty much everything throughout 2023. They were mostly coming from the upper bracket, so they didn't know, like, oh, what's happening in this lower bracket. But they're going to need to do that, because the competition right now is pretty damn hard. You see all these Chinese teams doing really hot, and one thing I noticed about them, especially lately, is that Quinn is still popping off. You know, he's on his signature Pango, big meme, but, you know, he's playing it really well. Same goes for the position 4. Tofu really shining in most of these fights. Ace is the one who's not having the greatest time, but it comes down to a patch, some of the heroes that he can't get to play.
Yeah, I'd be very curious to hear what their tournament goals are, but also how they deal with being seen as the top dog basically all the time. Let's hear it from Celery and Tofu.
It definitely gets harder when you are the one team people want to beat. So at some point, we play anything once and everyone plays it. And somehow I feel like this is still an effect right now when we try some build or like something, and then we check some other games and now everyone has these builds.
We are striving to become first, but I would say the mutual goal right now is just to play well and become better as team.
Yeah, and they have been playing well the entire year of 2023. They, of course, aim to continue that momentum. Yes, okay, BB Dash tournament for them was not ending where they wanted to, but at the same time, they had a lower bracket with all the top 4 teams of 2023, and only a couple could move forward. So,
unlucky.
It happens that way sometimes, and I think we are definitely going to see them on top. And I actually, Brian, would say we're going to see them in the top 4 this time around as well.
Well, yeah. If anything, Gaiman's the one that, just like Liquid, if they manage to squeak through the upper bracket or make it to the second groups, even if they're the 4th place team, I haven't counted them out yet. A lot of times, the first group stage will indicate largely who's going to be placing well later in the tournament. But for these 2 teams particularly, I don't take that. I take it with a grain of salt.
Yeah.
The biggest thing about Gaiman Gladiators for me is no matter what they place in this tournament, what they do today, just like Celery said, we're going to see other teams copy it because it is a new patch. And yeah, teams have been scrimming, but they've only had limited exposure to one another. And so I'm expecting myself to take notes and all the other people watching as well.
I agree. I just want to, not to be like a, Game and Gladiator simp here, but they did. Did you see the game where they got, or the series where they got eliminated? Like the very first game, they got last pick snipered by Liquid, and it was the most one-sided mid lane I've ever seen from Quinn, where it's like, it was just, the game was over. Like they could have called GG at like 11 minutes, and then it almost felt like the best of 3 started with the next 2 games, but then they won one, they lost one.
Yeah.
So it kind of feels like if you're counting Game and Gladiators out of this tournament, like you've not been watching the past year. Like this team, like Brian said, I think they'll just do okay in both group stage, and then they'll make the grand finals and win the whole thing.
Absolutely, but there was an interview during BetBoom Dacha, and they asked Gaming Gladiators, like, what's your win percentage against BetBoom? What do you think? And they're like, 35, 40%, whatever. It's 15%. It's actually lower than 15 in 2023 because they are their kryptonite. BetBoom, they know how to manage.
That's a good point.
They know how to manage gaming.
But how important is a first series? Like, you want to learn. We heard it plenty of times before, Brian. You learn most from losses.
True, so why not just lose? I mean, maybe that's Gaiman Gladiators' plan coming in today. I think the reason why they're kryptonite is the fact that Gaiman does rely heavily on Quinn's momentum and the laning stage prowess that like Tofu and Ace have. Like usually the space that they make combined with Duracchio's aggressive playstyle, and I feel like BetBoom is one of the few teams that they heavily emphasize the laning phase and their just individual skill as a whole. So they kind of shut down that aspect of Gaiman Gladiators' game plan, which I think hands Gaiman Gladiators like half of their wins. I wouldn't say for like free, but the game feels pretty over at like 15 minutes.
All right, well, I'm very curious about who's going to come out ahead. I feel like we don't really know because it is a fresh patch, 7.35C. I'm going to say it right here.
We had this discussion at the airport. What are we going to call the patch? 7.35?
It's a 50-50.
Are you a 3-5 or a 35 person?
3-5, dude. Who says 35? He's sick.
The majority of people. I literally had
51%. 51%.
51% to 49%.
You did a tweet poll.
Insta poll.
Did we win, Shiver?
The 51% was for 35C.
That's because you asked on Instagram. If you asked on Twitter or X, a reasonable platform like that, it would have been like at least like 60-40.
I will say everybody that voted 35C did not message me at all. However, everybody that voted 35C messaged me with an exact description as to why it should be 3-5.
Brian, can we
Men of culture.
we get a North American corner going over here. You guys can tune out or whatever.
Yeah.
If we let the Europeans decide, what would happen is it'd be 7,35.
Yeah.
That's what they would decide. So we can't let them do this.
They're going to be measuring in meters and kilograms before we know it.
Well, I'm Canadian, so I do that anyway.
Okay, well,
All right.
You lose.
When you guys are on the same page, come back, okay? You guys saw the timer. That means the draft of game number 1 is around the corner. So let's get into it. It is BetBoom Gaming Gladiators, game 1 of DreamLeague Season 22.
Gaming Gladiators.
There it is. Accompanied by the PogChamp Pandas, we're diving right into it. We got ourselves BetBoom on the Radiant side, Gaming Gladiators on the Dire side. First pick going the way of BetBoom. And I mean, are we expecting a lot of surprises in the ban phase so far? I mean, is this are we going to be wowed here, Brian?
Not particularly. I think that I was looking at the heroes these teams have both been picking. Like Magnus was one of Gaiman's most picked heroes in the previous patch, and he went untouched. So it makes sense if we think the game's going to slow down a bit as well. Magnus loves that as an offlaner. We see a lot of teams prioritizing like the DKs from the last patch, where it's an offlaner, Timbersaw that hits a lot of creeps. And so maybe Gaiman's like idea going into the new patch might be less of a ball up strategy. Maybe like what enabled that from last patch was Celery was playing Chen, he was playing Enigma, buying the auras himself. So like we're already seeing the Chen get banned out by actually his own team, but
Okay, Gaiman, they're banning out Lion. There was a game where BetBoom managed to drop down game into the lower bracket of BetBoom Dacha. One of the best, if not like the best performance of Lion of all time, I would say. Save, now also known as Shave, considering that he has shaved his head. He's just an insane player. Like his positioning in the team fights, like, you know, a lot of people will talk about Kaka as the best Lion player, but after seeing what Save did throughout this tournament and, you know, some tournaments before, I'm gonna say that he is the best Lion player in the world at the moment.
I could see Shave going back to the Pugna now that Lion is out, and Pugna's win rate looks fairly good on the 7.35 patch.
yeah, I hear Lacoste praising Save. I just think of this guy as he just sucks. Like he plays Pugna, he plays Lion. Like this is his hero pool. So like that's all I can think of when
I saw it coming immediately.
Same. But didn't Lion get nerfed in 7.35?
The shard, I think the slow on his mana drain and then the magic resistance on his shard, so he can't literally sit there with impunity with like 3 Wraith Bats. But I think the hero in theory is still strong. If you're stuck running away from him, you have no mana, you're getting slowed, so still a super obnoxious hero. I'm actually super shocked they picked DK into Timbersaw. I think Timbersaw is one of the few heroes that counters DK conceptually, because DK is all about the slow. Once he gets like the 18 plus ags and basically canceling your blink consistently with the Manta illusions, doing the damage over time. So any heroes that can get up in his face with innate mobility and also Timbersaw's pure damage able to shred through him, kind of surprised there.
We've seen a lot of, you know, thinking how to itemize against Mage Slayer, because Dragonite, that's pretty much his core item, and I still think it's going to be, because it's great against Timbersaw, reducing his spell damage outcome, so that's always great, and one of the reasons why we see this Blink Dagger on Timbersaw, because he blinks in, he gets on top of you before he gets hit by a Mage Slayer, and then deals all this pure damage, manages to reset, get another round of spells. So a lot of the times you'll see, you know, who wants to go in first. Mage Slayer, an item that did get nerfed, but I still think this is a very strong item.
Yeah, I think if you're a DK in a game, like whenever you have these two heroes against each other, there's a between like the 7 and 15 minute mark. It's kind of like DK will sit in a lane, push the lane out, push the tower with his ult, maybe with a couple of heroes behind him. You just sit a Timber in front of him in the lane, and DK can't do what he wants to do. But that's where the other heroes come in my opinion, where if BetBoom can get a Pugna, if they can get a hero that can shred through the Timber in a DK stun, then all of a sudden DK with the Mage Slayer that you mentioned, Lacoste, does actually look like somewhat of a Timber counter. But it is an item thing for sure. Like if Timber has more items, he makes the DK look like paper.
Yeah, it's more like the mid to late game, DK doesn't want to go BKB, and he plays on the fact that he keeps his distance from you. So it's not that I actually think DK used to be unplayable against Timber at every stage of the game, but nowadays, because of the Mage Slayer timing,
there's timings. Yeah.
There's timings that you have on DK, but it's like in the late game you are technically already addressed. So,
and this is the big hero in the last like month and a half for me. That's Crystal Maiden in the safe lane. Like this hero is just very good against all of these heroes who want to put the pressure. You bring a couple of mangoes. We've seen it being super popular against the Primal Beast at BetBoom Dacha, where you're trying to go in, he stops you immediately. And another hero with a lot of magic damage that Timbersaw is afraid of before he gets that Eternal Shroud. This is another one. This could also be like their off-lane duo. This could be the safe lane duo for Gaming Gladiators. They're not revealing anything. You have Phantom, you have Leash Mechanic against Timbersaw, you have another layer of stun. So very good pickup here.
This is one of the most annoying heroes to play against this Timber, even without the DK. Grimstroke putting the bug on Timber when he throws out the Chakram, he's literally disarmed. You can't hit the bug. Like
help team.
It's just you're constantly silenced, and then you're draining all of your mana because your Chakram is out. It feels pretty rough.
So if I see DK, I like the idea of just saying we're going to shut this guy down. Toronto Tokyo, one of his signature 5 positions with the Undying, setting up against the melee offlaner.
I like that he scales when he plays Undying. Like, you always see him building the aura items like he's an offlaner. He sits in lanes with max decay and pushes them out, and it's like, if they go on him and kill him, so what? He's a position 5, he doesn't really care about his life too much. He always gets very farmed.
Where's your stats at, Dragonite? You're playing against Timbersaw and Dying, you're not gonna have any strength left. You're gonna feel like a normal hero. And I did compare Save to Kaka playing this Lion, but why not just pick Shadow Shaman? This support duo has always been like one of my favorite ones. Not the strongest one, I would say, in the previous patches, but having Tombstone, having Shadow Shaman wards, maybe he picks up the shard from a Tormi, and that also means there's going to be a lot of damage on the ground, something that you need to focus.
A lot of stuff to hit.
Yeah.
The big thing is the 5 and the 3 are often the roles that provide you with some sort of push, and Shaman now alleviates the problem that their other 2 heroes had as well, and no stuns. So their lineup on Bet Boom is rounded out really nicely in terms of what they need, like just the stuns, the push, team fight.
I will say, with you guys saying that the Orchid is pretty strong,
Oh, absolutely.
and now I see Brute Mother versus the Shadow Shaman, I just feel so bad for Shadow Shaman
This
because
is a
you're
really
just
good
dead.
pick.
I don't know if you guys experienced this in your pubs, but playing against Broodmother with Bloodthorn as like first item, good luck. Like you can't defend yourself. Even as a core, if you don't have any Dispel mechanic, BKB, Manta style, whatever, you're just gonna straight up die.
I think GG has to be a bit concerned about the Naga counterpick though. Like I think Naga, the Manta Orchid getting buffed, super good for her as well. Hard lane counter and game counter to Brood. So I think
How's DK versus Naga?
it's like, okay, it's pretty good, like at the end of the day, but I think because you have the Hex burst damage, you have the Timber Saw to address the DK, like it's not Naga's job. I think the carry's job in this game is going to be to survive this lane and make it so the supports don't have to go to the Brute's half of the map, because as Shiver said, that's about Shadow Shaman's worst nightmare is to go there. So maybe this is like a preemptive illusion killer on the side of Gaming Gladiators, because you do have the suck.
Yeah.
But also the ward shard that allows you to target all illusions at the same time. I would still pick it, personally, the Naga, but we'll see what they go for.
It is a lot of push coming out from Gaming Gladiators. We did say, Bet Boom, they have Shaman, they still have to pick another hero, but not going to be an easy one. They have a little bit of flexibility coming out from this Timber Saw because you do have GPK who does play Timber, and you also have Miro who plays the same hero, so if they decide to put this Dragonite, it's the same thing with Dragonite, but he can fulfill the other role as well. He can play 1, 2, 3, while Timber can play 2, 3.
I'm interested to see what game and like which player they're last picking for. I mean, I guess DK. I mean, Duraccio, I suppose, is their last pick. So he's gonna have a pretty free matchup.
DK safe lane isn't crazy either, so
it
since
isn't,
they have 10th pick.
but it's in a Timber and.
Well, the Timber's they're gonna reveal where the Timber is, right? Because the Timber could be mid.
It could be mid, yeah, it could be mid.
Oh, Sven makes sense. The cleave. I don't love Sven as much against Timber, but once again, or against DK. But once again, like they have the answers for DK with the Timber Saw and the Shadow Shaman Hex. I guess my concern about Sven though is he doesn't build a natural dispel. Like I like Manta Carriers against Brood because of the Bloodthorn timing.
Yeah.
That is just absolutely absurd with that 50 damage bonus on the creeps. But
You're playing around having like just more items than the Brood, so you can man up on her.
Yeah.
Your laning is good and post lane.
Your laning is good until Broodmother gets level 6, then you probably want to just go to jungle and try to farm up there. Because Sven is one of the fastest farmers in the game, and it does allow him to, stay on top of the net worth, and they can put a lot of pressure. Because if you have like super farm Timber Saw, you have Sven, you have Shaman Undying with 1 item, you're going to be ready to fight and take some towers.
he gives him some backline jumper too. Somebody needs to kill this Pugna and Grimstroke.
Yeah, and everybody's going for the items. 5 seconds remaining. Build into like a blink
Is
dagger.
the Ags an automatic dispel? Like,
Yeah,
I think that comes as
it's a
part
soft
of the
dispel.
Okay, so it gets rid of the Grimstroke.
Grimstroke, Pugna, the Cryptify, yeah.
Yeah, so okay, that makes it even better, yeah.
Now going into the final bans here for the squads. We got quite a bit of bonus time left still for Gaming Gladiators. If they wanted to use it, they can. What is their main thing that they should still try to get here in their last pick? What boxes do they need to tick? Like, do they need tempo? Do they need to be able to maybe delay the game a little bit for Brood, or does Brood have a decent lane anyway?
I think it's a matter of they need a guy to walk around in the early game, because even though DK in theory takes towers, he usually likes to just sit in his lane. So if they're gonna give like if this is DK safe lane, you
and
go
so
for
does Brood.
Yeah, so like you need a core that moves. I don't care what role
some
it is.
Ember Spirit type hero.
Yes.
I don't think that one's good.
Yeah.
But they need something that's like that.
Somebody that the Pugna and Grim can comfortably just walk around the map with, while Brood and DK hit their creeps.
Yeah,
on
they
their
can
respective
then
parts of
show
the map.
up to those lanes and get kills. with
Easy
the
Legion
tree.
commander.
Honestly, yeah, wouldn't. I mean, other than the fact that I feel like Legion against Timber is rough, something like that.
Is it crazy to see the Quinn Batrider? I've been seeing a lot of Bat core prop up in my pubs, so like I like Bat Rider a lot against the BetBoom team's
And they
lineup.
have absolute last pick too, so he's going to see the entire draft before picking the Bat.
There's just not too many carries that do this job, so maybe Alchemist if they want to go the tempo route. Because
Yeah, I think that's a good call.
Oh, that's rough though. That's really dangerous. Then you have 3 cores that are all countered by Timber. If Timber has a good game, it's just GG.
Yeah, but I think you want to have something that can farm up and put up with the pressure that BetBoom wants to put on Gaimin early on. Because a lot of the times with BetBoom Dacha, you've seen Alchemist as a response to Sven, where you feel like, okay, we also need a hero that can flash farm, somebody that can come online as fast as possible.
Yeah, because you either go for like, if you pick a hero like Alk, your supports have nothing to do until 15 minutes. But what I do like about Alk is he can just go like Radiance Blink and be that guy in the carry role. But yeah, they even go for the Huskar ban, some like cheese, and pick Mars. Okay, so they're gonna put the Timber mid.
Okay, Dyrachyo has actually been playing carry Broodmother in his pubs.
Oh.
He has a 20% win rate with it, which is
nice.
Obviously awful, but it's Dyrachyo. I don't think he cares
He does not.
about having a 20% win rate. This guy has no fear whatsoever.
Well, that kind of opens up the possibilities for potentially an offlaner that could wreck Sven. Because if you guys are saying it's so important for Sven to do well, then that might not even be the case if he's not laning against the Broodmother. As the Mars gets picked up, so that's a Timber mid.
Yeah.
Probably.
But Sven plus Undying, it's a strong lane. Something that BetBoom is always good is coming out of the laning stage like 10 minutes into the game. They really know how to farm. And a lot of the times you'll see them pick these strong laners. One of the reasons why we see Undying paired up with Medusa for BetBoom. So I'm not too worried about them. Gaimin,
Templar
we'll
Assassin.
pick up DA, something, you know, Tempo Assassin,
Tempo
as we could
Assassin.
call
Is
it.
that so it is a carry DK, offlane Brood, and mid TA.
This is a lot of sitting in lanes and farming.
It is.
The only concern. Maybe Gaimin has just clocked that that's what this patch is about. You were saying, Brian, earlier that you think there's going to be a lot more just like stalling the game going on.
The way that DK plays is that this hero buys Manta's second item and you never see him again. Like, you just never see the real DK ever again. And I've noticed that the way people are dealing with it is they're either finding an immense amount of catch or they are basically matching that type of play with heroes that also rapidly clear waves. So when I look at BetBoom's lineup, I'm thinking none of these heroes can match that aspect of the game. So it's going to be all about them setting the tempo for the game, just forcing objectives around like Roche with the wards off cooldown. They have the team fight forcing with the Mars. Basically, Gaimin wants to sit back doing nothing while BetBoom wants to force the tempo.
Yeah, and I like what BetBoom drafted for themselves because I feel that this type of a draft where you're going in for objectives, going for the like second Roche most importantly, is going to be the big one because I don't see a hero that's going to play with Templar Assassin. This is mid TA. She doesn't really utilize. She doesn't blink in immediately, use it as Grimstroke. Neither does Pugna, so I would maybe prefer if this Dragonite was played from the mid lane so you can get like a Blink Dagger as your second item so you have someone to utilize the Grimstroke.
He might just do that anyways,
As a
knowing
safe laner?
Dyrachyo. Yeah,
Okay, yeah.
that might be the adjustment they've made.
I think in this game there's a lot of pressure on Quinn on the TA. He's got a good matchup against the Timber. I feel like he's got a fairly good game matchup, like against Mars. There's not much damage over time to peel through the refraction. Sven as well. This is one of the highest win rate heroes in the game versus Sven because you can just blink out when he initiates. Like, he's all about bursting you in a few hits. TA obviously has refraction. But if his game goes poorly...
What could cause his game to go poorly here if you say that he has a good matchup other than...
Supports just pressuring him, supports ganking him. If the side lanes on BetBoom win, then it frees up the supports to go mid and just destroy Quinn. So yeah, all eyes on the mid lane for me, which usually is how it is when you have GPK versus Quinn in the mid lane.
That is very true. And then also with that, I guess all eyes on the support duos that will come to bail those cores in the mid lane out. We're going to find out though. First game of the day coming your way here together with the PogChamp Pandas and Southbound and Cinderin.
Sunsfan here with Cinderin. We have game number 1 of Dream League. Back at it again. BetBoom versus Gaimin Gladiators. Cinderin fresh off of a nice flight that you just took. Welcome to Sweden.
Yes, it's good to be back. And what a game to come back to. I think this is probably a couple of pieces here that I was not expecting to see in game number 1 of the tournament. So this is cool stuff. Gaming Gladiators are throwing some stuff at us here. They're playing their Brood. They're playing a carry Dragon Knight and Duracho. BetBooms looks a little bit more standard from what we saw from them in Dacha, right? But for gaming, I don't know if they, they haven't been doing their best lately, which is
the battle begins.
Is not getting first or second every time. Right. They're still playing really well, but perhaps they have a little bit of a. They need to find a new identity a little bit in their games, perhaps. That's not to say that they're playing stuff here that they never do, but this does seem a little bit. Would you agree this feels a little bit more like something gaming would have picked, perhaps half a year to a year ago?
Yeah, I think they're trying to go back to their roots, not picking Pango literally every single game. That's because it's been banned finally. Yeah. But when you play it that often, it feels like it disrupts your flow when it finally gets taken out of the pool. So at the BetBoom Dacha Dubai tournament, Gaimin did struggle literally once the bans started coming for Pango.
Right. They were 5-0 with it, I think, and then they just never got it again.
Yeah.
Also, an interesting stat line from that tournament, I do believe. I think Gaming Gladiators had the highest average kill participation on their players, which tells you something about their playstyle, right? They should be grouping up a little bit more than other teams if everybody has high kill participation. And by extension, perhaps that was one of their problems there, was that the enemy teams were just outplaying them with numbers in the sense that they weren't taking the fights where Gaimin were making big group ups, but rather just playing the map better. And if you think about how Gaimin's lineup looks here, it seems to try to address that problem, right? That's what the panel were talking about. These are very self-sufficient cores. They're just going to sit and farm a lot. And you might not have to group up as much as maybe you've been doing recently. So,
and there's another stat from that tournament that Gaimin did quite well in. On average, they had the most hair of any team at that tourney as well. I'm not sure if you knew that.
Did they change that for this tournament? Or they?
No, I think they're still number 1.
Okay, they're sticking with that one. Yeah, that's
a lot of flowing locks and whatnot.
Did Ace have the same color as well? I noticed his hair was.
What color was it here? It was pink in
oh,
Dubai.
okay. Yeah, I think it's just fading a little bit.
Okay, yeah, faded pink. Then. Yeah, sure. As yeah, we get to see Toronto Tokyo playing his Undying, which is, I mean, it has to be his favorite, as First Blood will go to the likes of Celery, who gets the kill onto Miero. That's a bit of a surprising turn of events.
Yeah, not really a kill I would expect to see this early. Pugna can be a very strong position 5 early on, but with just constant harassment. But Dragon Knight doesn't really offer the most in terms of damage output from the carry position. But just the one Dragon Tail from Duracho and a couple of hits was enough. Miero was pressured enough already, and it'll be a nice start for them here, especially considering the CS already well in BetBoom's favor in these side lanes. The Sven with the 13 for 4. Surprisingly for me as well, Timber with a little bit of a lead over Quinn in mid. Maybe that is how this goes in level 1 and 2, and then eventually you get more points in refraction and it gets harder for the Timber to deny you, but yeah,
I think this is par for the course for every BetBoom game that I cast. They win the laning stage, and it's all about will they throw later on. As the Water Rune is taken by GPK on the one side. Who got it here?
To go to Toronto Tokyo, so.
Okay. Oh, the perfect hero to get the Lotus.
Yep.
This is, as I was saying earlier, Toronto Tokyo. I feel like he's the one person I think of now with Undying, because he gets like 10,000 HP late game scenarios. He always buys like ridiculous items that you question, like an Ags over something that's more utility, but he makes it work.
Yeah, guess who used to play mid, guys?
Yeah, exactly.
They always have a tell, don't they? They never really lose it when.
That is
when
true.
You've been a core player and you transition to a position 5, there's always that little bit of.
What do you think of this patch so far? I mean, not the letter patch, but since you and I haven't cast in a while.
You just mean 35 in general?
Yeah.
I think for the most part, it's pretty all right. I think there's maybe some, it's kind of hard to talk about this patch and not talk about like the glaringly overpowered items that were addressed in the last patch, such as Mage Slayer, right? There's been like a handful of items that got too good. I would say Mage Slayer, and for the first time in 200 years, Vladimir's was probably too good. and that was strictly as an item that wasn't upgraded, right? When it was popular the last time was when it was building into Helm of the Overlord, and then that was changed. And but they tweaked the numbers in this patch. It's worse as an aura, equally good for yourself. Nice pressure on to save here from Duracho, and Celery once again has the salve, so we'll be able to stabilize.
And we're actually seeing a Pugna pick, as we'll talk about in just a moment. Inkswell does connect onto Nightfall. We'll be able to walk away, though. But we're seeing a Pugna pick that isn't like a necessarily... Typically, we talk about him in the Butler status, where he's giving mana to somebody. That's not really the case here. There's no true mana battery here that can take good use. I mean, everybody would love it, but it's not like there's a Storm or something.
Yeah, I think Pugna still has some very powerful utility here. I guess at some point Sven is going to start solving it, but we've seen a lot of Svens starting to grab the Aghanim Scepter as a popular build now.
Yeah.
It doesn't necessarily work against Pugna. It only works if you stun after Decrep, right? But if you Decrep after, you have a layer of protection against this carry. I would say in general, Pugna just a solid laner, and I think the way Gaming Gladiators play Dota, it just really fits their style. It's a great group up hero. It's great for getting that. You know, a lot of Gaimin's games are like historically 20 to 25 minutes, right? That's where you're like, okay, Gaimin are well ahead. And this, if you are picking a support that is meant to dominate and take towers, the short list for Celery is Chen, Enchantress, and Pugna, and they banned Chen themselves, which I found a little bit interesting in this one. But I guess, obviously, just by nature of the pick order, that was what was going to happen.
And of course, with this letter patch coming out, some of the heroes have been nerfed, and people, you know, even the players themselves don't really know how big an impact that has had.
It's definitely going to be interesting to see throughout these 2 weeks what they're going to figure out, because as is the case with all of these letter patches, there will always be something new that rises to prominence.
All right, what's your big, bold prediction on this patch?
Do you want a hero that's going to be good?
Doesn't matter. Hero, item, something you're going to eat later, whatever.
Oh.
Get real bold with
Do you want a real bold prediction on what food I'm going to have?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know. I don't know what I feel like. Shen and I just arrived. I'm just getting accustomed to the totally different climate from Denmark. Bold prediction. I was not ready for this. I
like throwing you for a loop. So
yeah, I don't think we're gonna see that big changes in terms of itemization.
Wow, that's really bold. Thank you.
Yeah, but now that you're making me, okay, what's gonna be a big pick? I'll give you a hero.
Okay.
With the nerf to Mage Slayer, we're going to see more. How bold do you want it?
All right, thanks for joining us, everybody.
Pudge Core.
Wow.
Because he sucks against Mage Slayer.
Okay. I'd like to see that.
There you go. That
sounds like fun. Appreciate you finally answering the question about 3 minutes after I've asked it. Par for the course for you, as we might see a gank here, Toronto, Tokyo, and save.
I'm
Quinn,
really sorry I took a long time during that pause. It was very important.
It's more just the idea. It's the principle that it takes you this long.
That you need to think about a question.
I mean, that was too long, though. Let's be real. We need to bring a timer around, like one of those like those minute glasses in the board games. Just carry that around constantly, and that's. You know, I'm gonna start doing that.
Maybe you should do that for your lifestyle. You know, just carry it around all the time. You're like, okay, I need to decide what I'm gonna order today for food, and then you flick it around, and then that's your timer. And if you run out of time, you get no food.
Okay, that's not okay. As GPK, you can see. In terms of net worth, actually pretty even though he had the CS advantage early on against Quinn. As it's a pretty slow game, but I think the panel kind of illustrated this would be the case until these supports get their levels.
Yeah.
Save is level 6, for example, or a little more levels for the Nether Blast on the side of Gaimin.
It also means that stacking should be something quite important in this game for both teams, right? You've got Sven, you've got TA, and when you have very static lanes where not too much is happening, we say that, there's a little bit of
Grouping
rotation.
up onto Ace. Inkswell will give him the exit. Very exciting. About 10 damage was done here. Make sure to write about that on Twitter. Highlight that play. Clip it. Clip it and ship it.
But yeah, a lot of the times this is what happens in games with static lanes, especially in this patch, is the supports are stacking a lot. So both teams have great heroes for farming those stacks, and if nothing else is happening, that is where you can start getting yourselves a little bit more of an edge over the opposing team. So look forward to seeing whether it's going to be Quinn or Nightfall getting the better exchange there. I'm assuming they will be giving them all the stacks. Technically, Timber can also farm stacks, but I think it's probably better to really try to ramp up your Sven here so he stands a chance. Because honestly, as far as I'm concerned, this is not a good Sven game. Like, I actually don't think the hero is good against almost anyone. They picked it specifically against Brood because it can stand in lane, which is the one good aspect. But I think he's not particularly great against Dragon Knight as far as I'm concerned. He's very bad against TA. That was the last pick. You're playing against a Grimstroke that can get the shard to dispel your stun. We talked about Decrepify. I think Nightfall runs the risk in this game of getting kited mega hard if he isn't far ahead on net worth. So you really got to make sure to bring him into the game, or if this slow pace continues, I actually just really like what Gaimin are proposing.
I think that just comes down to how BetBoom drafts. They draft the lanes, which is why they win so often, because they win the laning stage. But you can see right now, Gaimin
they're
have a 1K lead.
For me, this is a draw, basically. But
even if it's a draw, that's bad.
That's good. That's good enough for Gaimin. I think that's what they need, because their lineup just needs time for all of these three. Essentially, you have a true tri-core here, right? When Brood is your offlaner and for the opposing team, it's Mars. The scaling potential here, as well as the way that the heroes interact, I would say, just in general, Gaimin Gliders have really good matchups later down the line. So they get through the lanes clearly. BetBoom haven't really shut down either of the cores to any extent. And the supports in Gaimin Gliders don't really need that much gold to be effective. I think Pugna with just good positioning can do a lot this game. Grimstroke, you need the shard. I don't think you need anything else. I look over the BetBoom side, I think their supports are the ones that are going to need items way more. I think playing Shadow Shaman here with no items is going to be horrible. He's going to get run down by any of the cores and get two-shot. The Undying can't really stand his ground against the massive minus armor of TA and just hard single target damage that they're offering in this game. So, yeah, it's a curious game. Like, it's 1 kill 9 minutes in, and it still feels like Gaimin got everything they wanted.
Yeah. But BetBoom haven't grouped up yet. We'll see with that first team fight.
And that the Shadow Shaman level 6 has got to be what starts it, right? Like, you want to have the Serpent Wards and go to a tower.
Yep, I would assume so. I do want to have a very important discussion about our favorite skill that has been nerfed by Valve over and over and over again.
Reactive armor.
It is Grab Ally, of course. The shard. I know that we're 6 minutes away from this possibility, but the issue is Toronto Tokyo does not buy it ever, unless it drops.
Yeah.
It has fallen so far.
And then he still doesn't buy it.
Okay, fair. That's technically true. But this thing is not that bad, is it? Just because you get stunned if you don't come out on time, just time it. Just time it, man. It's the big deal.
I think the problem with it a lot of the time is the way you use Tombstone is... It's very lineup specific. I think in this game it's not good, because I feel like you're not very likely to be in the right position to use it as a save. I think against certain other lineups it can be really good. Like, let's say you're playing as Legion Commander, for example, right? Like, just straightforward, you just hard counter some sort of interaction in the game. Here you could take someone into the Tombstone when they get Dragon-tailed, but it's not getting me the same, like, okay, we countered something, right? Because you always need to compare it to, you can use 1,400 gold on getting half of an aura item on Undying. He's very good at carrying aura.
Or part of an Ags if you're Toronto Tokyo.
Sure, or you can start scaling. And most of the time, Undying uses Tombstone in a different way, right? You need to be able to justify using Tombstone defensively rather than placing it as part of a play.
Right.
So in order for that to be the case, it needs to be a true, like, very powerful counter to something, or otherwise you're just ending up not using your Tombstone the way you're intending to, right? Mostly, Undying will use it as part of an initiation. You'll just place it down so you start spawning zombies and playing zone control. But if you need to keep it for a save, you don't really know where your hero is going to get jumped necessarily, so then you have to wait.
Okay, incorrect. It's a good shard. Okay. Still. You'll see. That's my big, bold prediction. It will come back in this tournament.
You think people are going to start prioritizing?
That's right. Maybe not 15-minute priority like before.
I actually think my Pudge is more likely, and that's saying something.
This could just be wishful thinking as well. It's
from both of us, but
true.
Okay, if you could choose, if we get more Grab Ally and more Pudge, what do you choose?
Okay, I'd choose Pudge still, probably.
That's right. That makes it a better, bold prediction because it's one that makes us happier.
I mean, both are very happy, though. You know, it's fine.
I don't care that much about Grab Ally.
That's blasphemy. GPK picks up a Blink Dagger. This is something that he does from time to time, going for the very early blink. So that would indicate to me, the plebeian here, that they're going to get more aggressive now with that purchase. The question is, does Miero opt to not go blink right away? Looks like he's queuing it up right now.
Yeah. Well, they are going to immediately smoke with this Blink Dagger purchase, so they're going to try to make use of it, and they will obviously run into a well-prepared Gaming
Game. Uh-oh, Nightfall. You don't have time to go through the gate now because a dragon has come for you. Inkswell is there just to ensure that he will continue to be stunned. Tombstone is taken out swiftly in Toronto, Tokyo. Nice and meaty and dead. 2 dead for BetBoom as Gaimin shut it down immediately.
There's that patented Gaming Gladiators 5-man group up wraparound onto the gate. They used to do this minute 7. They've got a little bit older. Time comes for us all, so now they do it minute 12, but yeah, the end outcome is what we're used to seeing here. Ironically, Grab Ally would have actually been good there. But it's minute 12, so he couldn't have had it.
Yeah, unfortunate.
Yeah, so that's a big win for Gaming. They get 2 kills to get the tower, and this was also meant to be BetBoom's Blink reveal play, so they also did not get their play going.
Save. Ooh, we'll be able to TP out though.
So here's my concern. You're buying Dagger on Timber and you're buying Dagger on Mars as the first item. These 2 heroes will sacrifice scaling potential to have some sort of burst play now. If you don't find a fight within the next few minutes and actually convert this to something meaningful, it's just a net worth loss. And you're already losing on that front. So I kind of feel like this is an uncomfortable situation for BetBoom as a team because they don't really generally play the game this way, but they feel like they're on a timer. I don't think the late game is theirs necessarily. I don't think their supports are having a good enough game to be like, okay guys, we can compensate for our core's subpar starts by getting some sort of good support play going. Because truth be told, nobody in their team is happy, I think. I don't think anyone got what they wanted out of these first 13 minutes. So.
I mean, to be fair, BetBoom players never really look happy in general. That could just be translated to Dota players in general, probably.
When's the last time you saw them have 0 kills minute 14?
Yeah, it's
they generally win their lanes not only on CS, but also on kill
like
power.
The net worth lead right now is a normal game at the last tournament for BetBoom. If they were in Gaimin's shoes right now.
Yeah.
They were up 4K at this rate very often, but they would like destroy their own lead because of like some Roshan player, something weird. Or they just continue and stomp. But yeah, they typically will not be in the other side of the coin.
I think another problem here is there's going to be an exceptionally challenging moment for the supports coming up now. Pugna level 7 will start pushing the towers together with Brood, and, well, Ace is going to go his standard Brood build. He's not going to go the Orchid, he will just go into carry mode, so he's going to go Echo Saber BKB, and he can effectively just choose a support and kill them.
Yeah.
And they cannot defend themselves whatsoever.
That's the thing about BetBoom's lineup that, or the way that they're itemizing doesn't really make that much sense. I mean, like I said, GPK has bought this Blink first on Timber before, but a lot of times it's with the off lane that can scale a bit. But if you're going to Blink as well on Mars and not going for like some more of a, a catch or damage build, like we've seen them kind of scale into, depending on the player. But Miero's not that type of player, right? He's actually a more traditional off laner. So it is very weird.
Actually, you know what? You wanted a bold prediction? You can have one now.
Okay.
BetBoom will get fewer than 3 kills this game.
Fewer than 3 kills.
That's my prediction now.
Okay. You guys can be very excited to watch that coming up.
I mean, now the stakes are high. If they do well in one team fight, I'm going to look like a clown.
I mean, you look like a clown pretty often.
It's what
I think you've gotten accustomed to it.
It's what good friends tell each other.
That's right.
That's good.
Yeah, good friends tell each other the truth. That is friendship.
That's right. You smell rancid.
Yeah, that
oh, here we go.
Okay, arena initiation from Miero. Do they have the damage with the Whirling Death? Absolutely. Down goes Durachi, already 1/3 the way of proving Cinderin wrong.
This ain't good. I mean, I did say it was a bold prediction.
True. Smell rancid as the tier 1 tower now.
Durachi, you can't do that to me, man. Just a 5-man jump.
It happens.
Yeah.
Miero getting rid of some Spideys. Tier 1 tower still taking damage, but I don't know if they want to commit and maybe wait for this next wave. Quinn and company. This is a very, very strange stalemate. You don't see this very often.
Yeah, it's just super awkward for the Radiant lineup to go for this. They don't have Serpent Wards ready. They kind of already blew their engagement. Sure, you still have a level 2 Tombstone to drop, but I just don't think it's favorable. Even 5v4, I think you could have lost that fight at the tower. So I think good call from BetBoom to not go. Miero,
Yeah, Inkswell is going to eventually stun him. Some damage coming out from Celery and Tofu. Is it enough? No. Mira will walk away. They're trying to bait some TPs, but none came for BetBoom.
Yeah, tried to take advantage of the fact that he threw the spear there all ready for farm, but Bulwark, the 1-point wonder, will keep him alive against TA. Things are probably going to go back to this calm state again, and honestly, I'm looking to Roche, right? That's kind of where either team is going to get a truly significant advantage going into any team fight. The question is if BetBoom can get control of that area in general at any point right now. Oh, Celery will get caught.
Yeah, it's just a support, but at this rate, BetBoom just trying to prove Synderen wrong. That's the most important thing of this game. Hex is there.
All right, that's it.
Burst from GPK. 2 kills.
They're not getting more than this, Shannon. That was the last one.
Well, you said more than 3, right?
I said they're going to get fewer than 3 kills.
Oh, you said fewer than 3.
Yeah, it was very bold.
Okay.
It's just, I've seen this type of game so many times from Gaming where, the lead keeps growing, they take another tower, they get the Roche, and then they just end. But BetBoom found a couple of good moves here to kind of stem the bleeding a little bit, so that's a good look for them. They're starting to stabilize, I would say. Still, the man on your screen is going to be a major concern. Duracho is kind of left completely unchecked on Dragon Knight, so he's just going to be farming a lot. BSJ was talking about the Manta build, which is going to make it even worse to deal with him. And obviously, once he gets to that level 18 and maybe gets the Ags as well, I don't know if the Ags nerfs are that significant this patch that people aren't still going to just go the exact same build on Dragon Knight. It did get a little bit of a tick down in terms of, I believe it was mainly the slow.
Magic resist as well.
And the magic resist, yeah, you lost 5% there.
Can you, okay, this is just off memory. Can you name the original magic resist that it had? I have a number in my mind. I want to see if you can verify it.
What you got from the Ags?
For the Black Dragon.
I think it was 40.
That's correct.
Yeah.
Very good.
Wait, is it correct because you checked or correct because you remember it the same?
That's how I remember it.
Okay, that does not make it correct. So, if anything, it's probably wrong.
It's correct.
Okay.
You can verify it later, of course. There's a tier 2 tower now at half HP in the bot lane. Drums are popped, but there's the fort from BetBoom.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to be mounting a defense for this. They're just trying to buy themselves time to progress, especially on their Sven here, who will be completing the BKB in a moment for Nightfall. And I think it's going to be extremely telling what his next item is here, because I would find this an exceptionally difficult game to itemize on Sven. Are you going to go for the Axe route? Are you going to go Nullifier because you kind of have to against the Pugna? Or are you going to go, I don't know, just some sort of Rost and your ground build with AC so you can tank the Brood and the TA at the same time? Like there's plenty of considerations to be made here. And so far, he's going to split his Echo, I believe.
Yep, smoke from Gaiman. Toronto Tokyo is going to be the one to tank it. Will he get his ult off in time? Nope. He's silenced to start things out and just drops very fast. 4-2 advantage for Game with a 5k lead. A lot of farming going on in this game.
Yep. And this mid-tier 2 tower is gone. And I think Gaiman probably just going to look to Roche after this, right? Now it's daytime. You can make a natural movement down toward bottom. You already have TA traps placed. It's a wonderful place for Brood to play with all the Spideys. So yeah, I would expect them to probably make that as their next play here. You could also keep controlling the enemy triangle and just ramp up even further on the farm and maybe look to the top tier 2, but the amount of time it's going to take you to get there toward that tower with the top wave pushed all the way toward your own one, probably not worth it. So I think start controlling bottom area and look to that Roche would probably be the idea.
You know, I talked about this at the last tournament with Kezu. The fact that when you're Radiant and you're leading, maybe this is one of the reasons that Radiant is favored. You typically will be able to, around this time, take that tier 2 bottom and go for their Tormy. But from the Dire side, you don't really see that very often. It's like much less, as we're going to see. A smoke now from BetBoom.
I think what Dire need to convert on in the same fashion is to get the Roche during daytime, right? Like that's it's not really a fair comparison because, you know, Roche is also top half the time, so it kind of is about the time of day and what lineups you have. But I would say a lot of lineups like to kill Roche 20 to 25, even if they don't have a perfect Roche killing lineup like Huskar or whatever. Or Ursa, of course, which nobody plays.
Of course, great hero. Ace, he's going to pop the smoke. Going to get sheeped into the spear. The Serpent Wards are down as well. GPK comes in. The BKB does not do enough for him. Ace drops to the deck. as Nightfall focusing on the Dragon, and there's the Arena to segregate him from the rest of his team, and he's going to be taken out. So Cinderin is horribly wrong with his horrible bold prediction, just terrible casting as always, as BetBoom double kill for Nightfall, and into the pit they go.
That was effectively the perfect way they could have initiated that. They found the Brood far enough away from the Grim that they didn't have an instant dispel into BKB. If Ace was in range in this situation, I think this would have turned out horrible, but they see him go toward that camp. Here comes the Inkswell, but it's too late. He's already dead when he comes out of it, doesn't get a hit off with the Insatiable Hunger, and Dyrachyo caught in awkward limbo afterwards. Nice Arena coming in from Yarrow to get that extra kill. So very nice timing from BetBoom. Slightly better positioning from Gaming Gladiators, and that could have been a different story. But now, all of a sudden, guess who got the Roche? Now we have ourselves way more of a game than I was expecting 15 minutes in.
Yep.
And BetBoom will... I'm not going to say they're out of the woods yet, because I still think the itemization is going to be really, really crucial. But they at least buy themselves the time to get there. GPK got his Axe leading into that fight, so he's way tankier. Mars is eyeing up a Hex as his next item. That's going to be... It's not like super uncommon, but it is an interesting choice in this game when he could have potentially, you know, focused on some physical auras against the triple physical damage core the enemy team have, but they're not doing that. I think it's probably going to be Undying's job after his wonderful 2 Wraithband build. And Nightfall is considering the Axe, at least. He hasn't committed yet, I think. Oh, he has now. Okay, he does have the point booster. So it will be the Axe.
BetBoom will finally get the tier 1 tower, and see how many towers they can take with this Aegis still intact for Nightfall.
Yep.
I mean, what should be their goal? All of them? Is that realistic?
I don't think so. You're still struggling with just pushing out the lanes, right? As BSJ was talking about, that's going to be a thorn in their side the entire game. There's going to be TA traps, there's going to be Dragon Knight Manta pushing. The supports on the enemy team are really good at pushing waves. Broodmother Spiders can zero commit push. So I think if they can maybe get the top tier 2, I think that's good enough. It's going to be hard to access any of the other towers because of the better terrain advantage Brood has in those areas, and how good TA is going to be there. You can also see the mindset from Gaimin, right? They're not trying to defend it, but they're very well prepared if it comes to invasion of their own triangle. They've got like 4 traps around there. But maybe they won't expect this one, because Nightfall just showed top on his Sven, and he immediately transitioned into a smoke with his team.
Yeah, they're shadowing Ace here. Nightfall actually takes the bounty. Ace might have seen that. Oh. Spear will miss. Literally might have been the bounty rune. Scouting it out there as Ace on the high ground, but there's the Arena on to basically just Tofu. They get the kill, he gets the soulbind out, but the control onto Mr. Quinn is enough. Way too much damage to come through as Dyrachyo now left in a 1v3 scenario. Gets speared to a tree. He's quite tanky, but not enough for this to matter. As triple kill for GPK comes through, and it's a 3-for-1. BetBoom still with the Aegis, and they only lose Undying.
I've got a new bold prediction.
Okay.
BetBoom are going to get more than 10 kills.
Okay. Does Gaimin get more than 5?
Let's see how much power I have if BetBoom just completely crumble.
Yeah, you really do have a caster curse.
Now, you have one with BetBoom. Whenever you believe in them, they fail, and whenever
But it's when I believe in them before the game, or don't believe in them before the game. It's not during the game.
Oh, you don't have any powers?
You have something about in-game calls from you. Just incredible.
Right.
Really impressive. Should use that in
What
Vegas
if I
sometime.
purposefully make really bad predictions to bait?
No, it has to be real. It has to be genuine.
How do you know that it's genuine?
I mean, you know. And I can tell, of course, because we know each other very well.
Okay.
Very good friends.
Yes. And friends tell each other the truth.
That's right.
The lead down to 1K, all of a sudden. The first time BetBoom are looking to potentially close in on an even gold game, but the Tormentor will, of course, slow things down.
Spear connection.
Free Tofu
Find
here.
another support.
Little snack.
Nightfall's coming just to get some XP. I'm sure that's why they waited for him. Very important.
It will actually end up being the mid-tier 2 tower they claim instead of the top tier 2, unless maybe with this glyph, it's not out of the question that Gaimin could try to stall them with some plays here, but doesn't look like they want to take the risk. They're looking for a trade of their own. Celery pushing in top, trying to maybe get some cheeky damage on the tier 2, but he's spotted out immediately.
Yep, good luck running away from Boom Boom time. That Agon himself, okay,
Nice
it's
sound.
not a stun, so...
Oh, great prediction, Shan.
Okay, good luck. Hey, I gave him good luck.
Oh yeah, true. Actually,
It worked. They need to add a stun to the Boom Boom, I think. Very important. Nightfall. going to run into Quinn here relatively soon, but Quinn has the blink. The shard from the Tormy did go to Dyrachyo, so he has that fireball. Tofu already bought his, and Quinn already buying his as well. So 3 on the side of Gaimin, and 0 for BetBoom. 0 shards.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
Which does mean Undying could get it. Whereas if they had 3 shards, he could also get it because he would not have bought it. So
that's right. He can always get it.
How many Gossamer Capes do they have? 1, 2. They have 2. Okay. That is the neutral item against TA.
Oh,
obviously.
yeah.
It is.
No doubt.
It is a very interesting interaction. Okay.
That's a dead Pugna. No Butler action for a little bit. Dead for quite a while. Is that a dieback? That feels pretty long. He didn't. I don't think anybody's bought back this game.
Salary's level 13. Doesn't that seem about right? I think so.
Okay, fair enough. You can see BetBoom amalgamating towards this area right now. They no longer have the Aegis.
And as much as we talked about Gaming Gladiator's perspective of just snowballing this game out of control, we didn't really cover the aspect of, okay, well, what if something goes wrong here, right? Because effectively what was likely to happen was that they would have had a 10k lead now off of their early advantage if they had taken one good fight and got the Roche. That moment at bottom where they end up losing 2 heroes and the Roshan allows BetBoom to start controlling the map in this fashion where you're still going to be struggling a little bit with the wave clear, but you are finding some opportunities to make moves, and even if it's just the supports they kill here and there, at the very least they keep the flow of the game go, oh, this would be a big one.
Oh,
This is
Quinn, he's spotted farming in the jungle. And he is going to be swiftly taken out. Very easy kill for BetBoom, but on the sideline, Toronto Tokyo is taking damage from Ace at the top of the BKB, trying to focus all his efforts onto the Undying, but the mech comes through and Ace forced to TP out. Dyrachyo now trying to finish the job that his support started, but he's going to get speared into the trees, and Toronto Tokyo lives while 3 die for
more
Gaimin.
than 10 kills.
Good lord.
Yeah, I knew it.
He loves this hero, man. I talked about it. He always just putting himself in such good position to just tank all that damage, and they still can't come out with the kill from the Gaimin side.
Gossamer Cape, baby.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
It's a good one.
All the difference. Probably kept him alive, actually.
I would assume so. That was pretty close.
All right, well, time for Gaimin to give up a lane of Rax.
It looks like that might be the case. Serpent wards are placed. There's the fort, though. Counter fort from BetBoom. Oh, we have the initiation. They actually find the spider. Soulbind's not going to do anything. Tofu's forced back. And it's just the 2 supports alive for the time being for Gaimin, which means it will indeed be a full set of racks for BetBoom. Well, the fort comes out. Quinn could try to fight theoretically, but it is 3 versus 5.
Yeah. Celery not nearby there for a Decrepify either after the Svensson came through, just not in position. They were relying on Tofu's Dispel as the only one, and it's just not enough when Ace doesn't have BKB ready. It was on cooldown from the previous fight up top, so they get an extra freebie there and start all of a sudden. I'll say, I mean, sometimes you look at a game and you just have an idea of what's going to happen and it's wrong. I feel like this should just flat out not have happened. I'm curious what the panel are going to have to say afterwards. Whether or not BetBoom win this game, just this span from 15 to 25 minutes, something about it just feels off for me. Like, it feels like peak Gaming Gladiators, this doesn't happen to them, you know what I mean? Like,
Yep, Quinn, they're trying to
seems a little bit
get their lead back here as Nightfall's forced back with that BKB. We'll just try to TP out Toronto Tokyo.
so tense.
He's going to get stunned mid-TP, and I think they finally get the Undying.
Yep.
And they did force the BKB out of Nightfall, so that's something.
Yeah, and they get their triangle back. They need this area. They need to have it all the time. TA wants to play it, of course, and...
What? What?
Oh, he has a BKB
for save.
He is huge. He's 1-0-10. This hero is, I will say, very difficult to not die on in general. It's a very high-risk hero that's very positioning dependent, and a lot of the time will sacrifice itself to set up a good fight condition, but hasn't died. So he's just kept it rolling with the gold, and damn, he has 10,000 net worth minute 31. And I believe...
I'm trying to remember the last time I've seen a BKB. I mean, he's just trying to... Lion was banned, and all it takes is a shard to get a BKB for him.
Yeah.
So this is the way you play Shadow Sham. You buy the entire BKB.
Yeah, it explains why Lion is favored, because he can buy a BKB for 1,400, and this guy buys it for 4K.
Yeah. But your Hex does more damage, right? It amplifies damage.
There are some slight asterisks about the advantages of these items versus each other, of course. Lion has to be sucking to get the BKB effect.
Yep. Lion sucks all the time, though, I'm pretty sure. GPK, he's going to get stunned outright. Mira looking for a good opportunity for an arena. He gets only onto Ace, who pops the BKB, but it kind of segregates the rest of Gaming Gladiators lineup. But the BKB's pop galore for BetBoom, as Ace still stuck inside. They're going to be able to delete the Pugna, but buys back instantly. But now the focus on the Nightfall getting extremely low. The right clicks from Quinn are enough. Down goes Nightfall. Save does pop his BKB. Gets a really long shackle, but it's not really going to matter too much as Dyrachyo now, he's triple teamed right now. Another 1v3 for him. Do they have the damage? But no, the sucky suck from Celery. The Butler keeping him alive. And now the mass TP attempt from BetBoom. They get out with 2, but they lose 3 and Roche eventually.
This is exactly the type of fight I was envisioning 15 minutes ago if Gaimin had this kind of setup for it, right? Where their heroes are in position, they get their stuff off, and they get to just ruin Sven's fight. I think Nightfall got about as much out of that as he could have by just jumping and killing Pugna, because he can't go on anyone else. If he goes on any other target, they just get decrepified, and he couldn't fight the Brood. Brood just has insatiable hunger running, he's just trading. Ace with a very right-click heavy build, right? Harpoon as well as Sanjin Yash, and he has the Vindicator's Axe as well as his neutral item, so it's just too much for Sven to chew through at this point. And again, it makes it debatable, like how good is the Scepter on Sven this game? He does kill the Pugna, which is nice, but perhaps if you had a little bit more staying power, maybe this is different, and you can actually, with an AC instead of that slot, perhaps you can stand better and fight back, or... I don't know if anybody would ever buy Manta against TA on Sven in this situation. I don't know if that would be good.
That would be really weird.
But it just goes to show that it's difficult, right? I'm sure he has no build here that he's like, okay, this is the one I feel great when I have these items. Usually Sven has that build in a game, but yeah, the matchups are rough. And
so far, the team that has been down in net worth is getting the Aegises.
Yep.
Will that continue? Will this trend continue in Dream League?
Are you looking for another bold prediction?
Yeah.
What's Glyph on J? Sorry.
Isn't that the default?
Sorry to call you out.
That's default.
Is it actually?
I think so.
Did I rebind it?
I think I've never used.
Who doesn't have Glyph on J? Aside from me.
Yeah, that's the real question.
All right, that's my bad. My bad. I didn't actually know it was J.
I could be wrong though. I like how any time I say something, you just assume it's right, and it's just coming straight out of my ass.
Where is it? You can see your hotkey for Glyph. I'm looking for it right now.
Wait, actually, I'll look too.
Yeah, I do.
I know I've never changed.
I have it on G. It's G for Glyph.
All right, where is it?
Just like it's J for GIF.
All right, I'm into that actually.
There you go.
I appreciate that. Correct pronunciation. Oh, what do you think of the Roshan's banner? It has been quite underwhelming. The only time I've seen it actually be pretty crazy is when it was Gaben creeps. You know what a Gaben creep is?
Yeah, it's a mega creep with banner.
That's right. And they are absurd.
Very big boy. I think I feel like it's the same when we've asked the pro players, right? They have a hard time placing this item. It's not as in physically putting the flag down.
I think they have issues with that too.
Yeah, maybe, but I think most of the time you just put it in your own base, right? Or close to your own base, so it's hard to kill, and then you either use it... So in this case, for example, Gaming Gladiators could put it in the top lane to offset the fact that they're down the lane, right? Then that is like a 5-minute timing that top lane will do way better in terms of just natural pushing. If you're doing a split push play into the enemy base where you're going to push one side and you want the creeps to put pressure on the other side, you can do that. That's going to be difficult here specifically because they've lost a lane. So they would have to put the banner bottom and then push top. They could do that.
I feel like
most of the time the teams just throw it down.
The times that I've seen it, when you don't have any racks, it does basically nothing, I feel like. But you're down a racks now, so maybe it's worth... I don't know how that combats like the super creeps, for example, but it's an interesting concept. I'm sure they'll iterate a bit as time goes on.
I mean, it's one of those things where if it's clearly underpowered, you can just give it different values, right? The concept could still be interesting. Maybe it could also give the creeps armor and magic resist, you know, just something to...
I mean, do you think that it would it even be OP if it just wasn't killable? Like, would that be overpowered?
Oh, the flag itself?
Yeah. Like, I don't know why that mechanic even exists, you know? Like, what if you're just upgrading your racks, right?
Yeah. Yeah. I could kind of see that. I don't know if you necessarily need to be...
I mean, I think they put it in as like a, you know, they don't want to make it too overpowered or anything, which is understandable.
It's very much early days for that item, I feel like.
We'll talk about it again in a year.
It's going to go two ways. It's either going to get removed, which nothing ever does anymore.
Yep.
Okay. That's untrue. Or I think they're fundamentally going to change. Like, it's not only going to give health and armor. I think it's going to do something else. All right, sorry.
Yeah, maybe it just wins the game for you then.
No, but like, okay, hang on.
Yeah, you better hang on. Dyrachyo, he's a dragon!
He's 3 dragons. Which one is real? Is it the one doing 0 damage or the one doing a lot?
Well,
they may never know because they don't see the real one. This is what Brian said. When Dragon Knight gets Manta, you never see him.
Oh, yeah. That's right.
There it is.
Good old terrain walk. Yep. Backdoor protection's there, though, so Illusion will do a little bit.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
But yeah, the hero has become... It's interesting because the Ags originally, I was like, oh, this is really cool. It's a black dragon. Who doesn't like a black dragon, you know?
Yeah.
But it's turned into
your
like...
favorite unit in Heroes 3?
Maybe.
Did you play that game?
No. I'm just saying, to end this conversation.
You're actually old enough you could have played that game and you didn't.
Are you talking about Heroes of Might and Magic?
Yes.
Oh, I actually knew the name at least, the full name.
Yeah, unlike the other heroes.
Anyway, like I was saying, very important. Split pushing DK. Doesn't feel like DK's identity, you know? It's kind of odd. As we're going to see the high ground attempt for Gaimin. You can see Save is in the top lane, continuing to push the super creeps, so Gaimin are going to have to try to contend with that at some point as Miero jumps in with the arena. They delete Celery. That's the gem on the ground as well. And Dyrachyo is no longer a dragon. He's in human form, which means he's completely worthless. Double kill for GPK. Tofu and company able to get out.
Human Knight just doesn't sound the same, does it?
That's true.
It doesn't even sound like a hero. It sounds like, well, you're just a foot soldier.
You need something attached to the knight, like Omni, for example.
Yeah. Or Knight.
Knight?
He's not even Human Knight. No, he's just Knight, because he lost his dragon form, right?
Yeah, that's true.
Nice engage there from Miero. I love the fact that he pre-popped BKB. He's giving them he's paying them a lot of respect there. He's like, I'm not going to give you any opportunity to catch me with a quick stun when I jump in. He's just playing it safe. And immediately isolates Pugna, which I think is what this is going to be about. Like, that is the hero BetBoom want to jump first every time. Their successful fights have largely been around killing Celery. And I guess it begs the question, is Celery out of position, right? Like, does he need to blast this tower? He doesn't have Aether Lens, right? He's gone for the bongo boots plus Vlad's build on Pugna, which I would say is quite unusual, but obviously you think about what heroes he's playing with, it makes sense. You want Vlad's for your 3 physical cores, you want the bongo boots for yourself and for the spiders, but if you get caught in an arena, the active of the Boots of Bearing is kind of useless, right? It doesn't offer you any protection.
Yeah.
So I don't know if I fully agree with the route he took with his build this game. If he has Aether Lens, he can safely push these towers and these racks if he wants to. And if he doesn't have it, maybe you just have to accept, all right, you're not blasting that tower. It's TA's job, it's Brood's job to chip it down. Dragon Knight, it's not like you're lacking forms of tower damage. That's what you have the most of, so probably needs to stand well back and be ready to decrepify.
Okay, very important update. Grab Ally is now a possibility.
Oh, well, it was a possibility the entire time.
What happens when you...
Oh, you mean he got it? Okay.
Yeah, he got it.
Okay.
What happens when you go in there when it's on the cliff and then you come back out? Do you come down? Like, I wonder. Can we pause the game and ask Toronto Tokyo to try that for us right now? By any chance?
No, when you come out of it on top of a cliff, it's just Arteezy coming out. It's not your hero.
It's just his face plastered all over the place. Okay. Fair enough.
It's just a new model.
By the way, I learned something disturbing at the last tournament. Toronto Tokyo has been to Tokyo, but not Toronto. Isn't that weird?
Wow, that is so disturbing. That's definitely the word I would have used.
Like, it actually just ruins his entire identity for me.
You know a lot about him.
I learned a lot about him, yeah. He's a cool guy, other than not being to Toronto. Okay, anyway, moving on from this very...
when did he go to Tokyo?
I don't know.
It was after he won TI, right?
I don't know.
Maybe he'll go to Toronto after he wins the next one.
Okay, that's fair. He does. That's true. He doesn't have that second TI. That's what you need to go to... You need millions of dollars to go to Toronto. As a refresher is now online for Miero, so double Arena, double Hex, double BKB, and double Soul Ring, probably the most important. As a Butterfly comes out for Ace. I mean, do you, at some point, need to go MKB for Nightfall? I don't even know if you can fit it. It's going to go AC, so...
Yeah, I feel like the AC is just necessary for the team. The question is if he needs to buy it for them, or if they could buy this even on the Mars. Like, I think you need this aura or Undying. Undying is eyeing it up too, actually. So, yeah, they solved it. Okay, Toronto will get the AC, and Nightfall is going Bloodthorn. I think this is the perfect solution.
Okay.
I'm not going to say it's going to entirely solve the problem, but I think it's the best option they have in terms of itemization. So I really like this call. Is MKB or Thorn better? That's the bigger question here, right? Because obviously the True Strike from the Bloodthorn is really good, but you are playing against a lot of problems that could still bail them out. You've got the Grimstroke Shard, you've got Pugna Decrepify, as we've talked about many a time. So maybe the MKB is like a safer bet to just be able to stand and deliver. But at the same time, the silence effect is huge against the enemy supports. Just blasting them immediately with the Thorn will be very nice. How do you think it looks with an inventory with Bloodthorn and Daedalus? How often do you see that, though? That's
yeah, that's true.
It's quite uncommon.
Now that things like Silver Edge just aren't, it's not an item anymore, apparently. I rarely see that.
All right, smoke up time for Bedboom.
Are scanning.
Roche can spawn in 5 seconds, so they want to be ahead of the curve here. Would be quite unlikely for it to spawn during the smoke, but we will know now. It actually will. A very early spawn here.
Roche cannot wait to drop another banner. Very exciting. It might have been placed, it might have not already. We don't know or care, for that matter. Smoke from both sides as the Roche off will be coming. I do not see a Roshan's banner in anyone's inventory, so it was placed and no one noticed.
Arcane Blink coming.
As always. Right, the smoke has already dissipated for Bedboom, so these illusions will scout a couple members out, including the likes of GPK on the cliff. Okay, we can see the super creeps are going to town on the tier 4s, so Gaimin are going to have to defend at some point, surely.
It's such a big luxury they have that it feels like GPK cannot be jumped first, right?
Yeah,
it's like
sure.
so hard for them to kill him, so he can really give all the...
Oh, he's going in really deep. There's the arena number 1 from Miero. The BKB's there as well. They're going to be able to get the Grimshark, but the Suck is keeping him alive as Tofu stays alive as a result. Quinn popping the BKB, trying to do so much damage from the outside of the arena. They lose the Pugna, so both supports now dead for Gaimin. And likely the rest to fall as Dyrachyo gets ripped apart. Double kill for Nightfall. Already one tier 4 is dead in the meantime. So Gaimin lose the fight, they lose a tier 4, and they'll lose Roche, number 3.
That was a pretty good defensive play from the supports of Gaimin, but the positioning in general was just way off, right? The supports are getting jumped together, Pugna keeps Grimstroke alive, and they get some spells off, but where were the cores? Like, they're all the way off to the side. Broodmother never really participated in the fight at all. Gaimin cannot allow their supports to be jumped every single fight, and it feels like that's just been the story of the game, is Celery and Tofu have not got to play nearly as much as they usually do. And just credit to Bedboom for, first of all, identifying that that's what they need to do in every fight, but it's one thing to make the call, it's another one to constantly find the correct initiations in the moves, and they just are. The moment these two supports on the Dire side die, I just feel like everything falls apart, because sure, you've got all this physical damage, but the enemy heroes are quite tanky too at this point, right? Sven with Warcry, you've got Timber we covered. It's the supports are just way too important to be expendable.
Yep, so that will be a lane of racks in the bot, and they have a second set of Serpent Wards if he wants to pop the Refresher Shard. Save was holding on to it. Well, he gets the Hex, and Celery does take a lot of damage, but looks like GPK not able to finish the job. But the tier 3 is dead. He pops Boom Boom time, and Sven just continuing to hit away at that melee. Rex wants to run away now. The Soulbind is there. You can see the reactive armor just so tanky. There's the spear onto Dyrachyo, but pops the BKB. Gets the fireball as well, as looks like Bedboom are now on the retreat. Nightfall with the TP. Toronto Tokyo will attempt to TP in the shadows.
Not.
We'll see if he gets out.
Oh my
he died.
God. Yeah,
the Undying lives again.
Okay, they didn't even lose a hero there. Yeah, that's... Oh boy.
Yep, so 2 lanes of racks, they lose 0 people, and they still have Aegis. And they still have... Wait, did he already use the Refresher? I don't see it on anybody again. He must have. Either way, Bedboom in very good position to win this.
Yeah, and as we talked about earlier, it's the old school Gaming Gladiators lineup that was seemingly infallible half a year to a year ago when they got this kind of an early advantage. They would just coast to a victory. So it's always hard to tell whether Gaming Gladiators are not playing as well as they were back then, or if the other teams have caught up and how much is about the patch. But like, to me, this game felt like a gimme 15 minutes in, just knowing this team's history and how they play. But BetBoom have just found a way. They navigated through the storm when the game was the hardest. They found 2 good moves to buy themselves time, get the gold, get the items, and then get a couple of Roches. And at this point, I think Gaming Gladiators effectively cannot have their supports die again, then it's just over. Like, these 2 heroes have to play very, very well positioned. And you need to find some sort of an angle into the fight where you get the initiation. I would say on Shadow Shaman if you can, right? Save has been completely uncontested in this game almost. Just
how do you deal with a BKB Shadow Shaman?
If you ever see him and you just blink Dragon Tail and blast him with TA, I think that's the entry. Obviously, the
problem is he's in Dragon form usually, so you have time to pop the BKB before the Dragon Tail actually connects. As Miero is there with the Spear initiation. The Arena onto 2, but Dyrachyo is only the one stuck inside. GPK reactive armor continuing to go off. Ace takes a decent amount of damage. They're going to try to reset as eventually the Tombstone is taken out. Miero, there's the refresher. Arena number 2. It's going to be the death of Tofu. He does have his buyback. Both supports have to buy back instantly as Nightfall getting very aggressive. Pops the Satanic, focusing on Quinn right now. Pops the BKB as well. Quinn will be taken out. Celery not able to suck hard enough. As it looks like this will be mega creeps for BetBoom. Nightfall trying to reposition, getting slowed perpetually by this dragon. He might be taken out, but GPK comes in, deletes Celery. And now Gaiman left to defend just the tier 4 and eventual Ancient. As Dyrachyo continuing to just play inside the Ancient. Very normal stuff for the Dragon, but it feels like this will be an inevitable loss for them. They do get saved finally, but it matters not. Their base is being consumed as the Spear there onto Ace. Oh, they have a decent amount of damage with Tofu. Can they actually defend this for now? Mega Creep still not in tow. Still making their way over. And there's the Dragon Tail onto the Sven. Nightfall. It's going to get soulbound, but GPK again deletes yet another support with that Blink Dagger. Really paying off this game as the Ancient is fully exposed. And there's the Chakram into the Stormbolt. Nightfall and company. GG's will come out as BetBoom take game number 1.
Yeah, really, really well played by them, right? If we want to backtrack this game a little bit, they come into the laning stage. We talk about this team generally just winning their lanes, and then it's a matter of can they bring it to the victory, or is something going to go wrong in the mid game? This was a different style of game for BetBoom. They actually didn't really win their laning stage, and things looked quite tight, but they found a couple of good moves into a Gaming Gladiators lineup that I think is very strong at 5-maning at that time in the game, but just massive credit for me, especially to both Miero and Save. I think they did an excellent job at catching out supports. GPK ends the game 15-0 and 10, just,
dirty.
Cruising through it. Just the entire team played a really clean game, in my opinion.
Yeah, let's go to the studio, see what they have to say.
We have to say a lot of things. Thank you so much, Sunsfan and Synderen. Yeah, a lot of things need to be said about this game and the result, of course, as we prepare for a game number 2 to this 2-game series, because we're in group stages, so every team plays 2 games against each other. And the first one here, gentlemen, taken by BetBoom Jenkins over Gaming Gladiators. The start of the game, it did not look like it was going that way.
No, it didn't. Gaiman, they've got these 3 cores that just kind of sit in lanes, win the lanes. They picked for the laning phase. They even put the TA mid against the Timber, which in a side lane, typically that's like a counter pick to the Timber, but GPK did very well at dealing with that, which is great for BetBoom. This allowed him to go 15-0 and whatever, because this is a fairly free Timber game, aside from if the TA has like one item advantage and stomped you in the laning stage.
And have in mind, this was the first pick Timber Zone. 8-pick Timber, which was, I don't think it was addressed enough. They also have Miero, who does play Timbersaw, so you'll have this flexibility, and they showed it relatively late into the draft where this Timbersaw was going to go. They picked Mars on 23, which did allow him. I've been really impressed by Miero, not just today, but ever since he joined the team, he looked really, really impressive at his initiation. This guy is a beast. People talked about him being a downgrade compared to Pure, but he is a beast.
Yeah, he's delivering for sure. Now, during the draft, at some point, we thought that the Brood was a great pick. We're like, wow, if this Brood's going to get items, going to get Bloodthorn, he's going to be killing everyone, Jenkins. Didn't happen.
I didn't say that.
No,
I
you
did
didn't
not
say
say
that.
that. It was probably Brian
That was
over there.
That's a very Brian thing. I feel like I've seen Gaiman fall into this brood trap before with Ace, and I think from what I've heard on the streets, it is an Ace thing. He really enjoys the hero. He asks for it. He'll try it.
Yep.
In a real game, especially against a team at the caliber of BetBoom, you can realize, like, okay, maybe this is more of a last pick hero. But one player I really do want to shout out is Toronto Tokyo on Undying. It's a boring hero. It's not usually the most flashy hero, but he has 3 Wraith Bands. He always finds himself in these like Larry David type situations where he's just in there like, what the hell is he doing there? He's going to get himself killed. And then he mechs himself at like 10% HP. And he baits the most beautiful fight. It lets him survive. He gets into the next fight. He's got an extra item. And it's like, he's a core on this Undying. I honestly think it's worthy of a pretty early ban against this team. They rely on it fairly heavily.
Yeah, and you know, he's not Larry David. He's more George Costanza himself. Save, he's not going in. He's not Kramer jumping into, immediately into a fight. He's keeping the distance, and that's what I love about the player. He knows when to go in, and there was a BKB Shadow Shaman at the end of the game. Like, what are you gonna do? He also is not investing into these like shards. He just wants to have this solid initiation and Save. I would say for a really long time, he's been my favorite top 3 position for.
And the Jerry Seinfeld of that game, definitely Nightfall. he was just kind of there. Like, he doesn't, and this is the nice thing. Once again, I want to go back to what I said pregame, which is a lot of people are talking about Nightfall as arguably the best carry in the world, unless you're talking, maybe Ame's in the list of, we talk about this player. Toro at TI, but Nightfall, like, this is one of the best carries in the world. He didn't have to do squat because the cast aside from him really carried the show.
Great references to to Seinfeld. Lovely show. But there's been of course a lot of things happening in that game, and I love you guys' input on it. But we also have a technical analyst to head over to, and I'm curious to hear what Brian has to say about this game.
Thank you, Shivas. For this game, I've got the Acer Predator head-to-head, and I'd like to highlight the mid laners as GPK with the first overall pick, Timbersaw, against the last overall pick, TA from Quinn. We see the damage taken stat from GPK, 74,000 compared to the 32,000 of Quinn. And what we're seeing during that game is Quinn being unable to output the damage because of the Mars Arena, because of this Timber Ags plus BKB throwing himself into the middle of the fight. That those numbers themselves don't even indicate how much impact they had, because that 32k damage, how much of that is getting sustained off from the Timbersaw, and how many of these heroes that Timbersaw is doing damage to, the DK as you see in this fight, as well as many others, they're getting literally shredded by Timbersaw.
So what was the main thing that Gaming Gladiators could have potentially done to be able to deal with this? Because that seems like a pretty stark difference.
Well, I think what their strategy was that they had the good start where they grouped up early and kind of just swarmed BetBoom with numbers. But as the game goes on, the abilities coming out from BetBoom, like just the Mars Arena plus the reactive armor and the Sven Warcry, is going to naturally negate all of their damage. So I think when they lost momentum in the game for Gaiman, once the fights were fair, basically head-to-head, equal net worths, then I don't think they really had much they could do with the drafts given.
No, that seems like a rough scenario. So it could potentially have all gone wrong already in the draft. And then maybe easy adaptation.
It's tough when you put yourself on a timer, especially in like a new patch, first game of the tournament. There's going to be a little slip up here and there. I mean, it's hard to play a perfect game in Dota. People make you make mistakes, and that's what we saw here.
Yeah, let's see who makes the mistakes in game number 2, because that is where we are heading next. Stay tuned. We'll be ready for more Dota 2 after this.
shot, new kid on the block. Currents running strong like a solar wave. I feel electric. Locked, plugged into the socket. Watch me burning hot, yeah, I radiate. I feel electric. Coursing through my veins like a power surge. Call it misbehaving the way I burn. If you're gonna wait, then you miss your turn. Charged up and ready, I'm going steady with you. Looking like you're blacked out, got that future shot now. Everybody stop, got that future shot now. Future shot, future shot, future shot. Future shot, future shot, future shot. Breathe, feel that energy. You can change the lights from red to green. See, I got what you need. Sparking a connection, go VIP. You feel electric. You feel electric. Looking like you're blacked out, got that future shot now. Everybody stop, got that future shot now. Future shock, the future shock. Once we started, there's no way to stop us. Like a rocket, not for static hearted. Once you got it, you'll go supersonic. You know you want it, you know you want it, you know you want it, you know you want it. Looking like you're blacked out, got that future shot now. Everybody stop, got that future shot now. Looking like you're blacked out, got that future shot now. Everybody stop, got that future shot now.
Dota 2, we're continuing here with DreamLeague Season 22. And we're into game number 2 of Bedboom versus Gaming Gladiators. We're going to jump right in. Thank you so much, PogChamp Pandas. And gentlemen, draft time. Now, Brian, you said that the draft was partially where it went wrong for Gaming Gladiators' previous game. Jenkins even said they got trapped again by a Brute Mother. They just got baited into, oh, let's try it, because on paper it should potentially work. So where do we want to see this go different? Because the bans were all pretty universal going into this one.
Yeah, I'd say that both teams got like pretty meta picks, like the Timbersaw and the DK coming out from the get-go, but I also like the Mars follow-up, like with the last pick from Miero, because these double range cores, the TA and the DK, they're going to be able to output very little damage, but also an item that DK doesn't want to buy is BKB, because he loves having his, like, keeping his range from you, kiting you with the Mage Slayer, the Orchid, the Ags, the free pathing. So I think it's just a matter of Game and has to be a little bit more attentive to, like, how do their heroes scale? Because the games are naturally going to go late. You mentioned the average duration at Bedboom tournament was like 40 minutes. I think it's going to be longer for this event, so that's something that they have to keep their eye on in the draft.
Yeah.
Absolutely, and I like how Bedboom, like their last 2 picks were Sven and Mars, so they figured out like what the potential problems are going to be. They needed to jump these backlines, and we saw Miero multiple times just killing Tofu and Celery over and over again. And you also had, whenever you have like this good front line, you also have protection pretty much for your supports.
And Toronto Tokyo is half the reason I think that Miro was able to get in there and get the backline initiations, because when you have an Undying going in and basically killing himself, it reveals the entire position of the enemy team. So like, jump this guy, like we need to use everything to burst him. All of a sudden, the supports are showing, Tofu and Celery get jumped on. And like Grimstroke plus Pugna, name 2 supports that are more important to jump in the backlines than these 2. Like these are the 2 of the most...
Oracle Dazzle.
Hoodwink Dazzle?
but it's very close. I don't think Hoodwink is more so than...
Silencer.
I don't think so.
Winter Wyvern.
I think Oracle. I think Oracle Wyvern are actually like a little, but maybe S tier. These are like A tier supports to jump on the back.
Shiver.
But previous game.
She's gonna say Ancient Apparition.
Yeah, that as well. But a previous game, actually, Gaming Gladiators is one of the few teams that banned out quite a few support heroes at the start. And I think maybe against Bedboom you kind of have to, but then that means you want to see Undying. Do you want to see Undying banned? Is that what you're aiming here for?
I would say no, even though it's probably one of his best heroes.
Okay.
When Toronto Tokyo switched the position 2 to position 5, he basically played 3 heroes, Clockwork, Undying, and Treant Protector. His hero pool definitely expanded, so I don't think you can just ban him out. It's the style that they play, so they're going to pick something different for it.
I think it's worth trying. Because there's a team in NA Dota called Fart Studios, and
They're really good, yeah.
They're really good, and they had a carry player. The only way they could win lane is if the support was Undying. So if you have a safe lane that's really reliant on this like instant win laner, you can kind of try banning it and seeing like what happens if they don't have, because Undying doesn't just win you the lane; he gives you a free lane as a carry, and that's a pretty good advantage, especially when Toronto Tokyo plays the rest of the game so well as well.
Well, so far we have jumped into the draft, and the bans so far have been exactly the same. Now we did of course switch it about a little bit because Bedboom is on the Dire side this time. They do have first pick on the side of Bedboom, Gaming Gladiators Radiant second pick. So we do have Gaming Gladiators once again with 4 bans. And it is the Timbersaw that is the lesson from last game that they change it up with, and that means that Enigma is still in the pool. That was one that they banned out last time. While Bedboom, they still have Leshrek in the pool. They could opt to ban that one out here too, but maybe now that they are not going for Timbersaw, maybe they're fine with leaving it in, and they're actually going to remove the DK. So both first picks from previous game removed, and that means Enigma first pick for Bedboom. That sets a whole different tone, Brian.
Yeah, a lot of team fight already being represented, but also it does have flex potential. I know Miro is a big Enigma fan, but the fact that it has versatility, I don't know if I would give it to Toronto Tokyo. Last time I saw him play Enigma, it was not the same prowess as Undying. This is just something that you do naturally have less of when somebody's newer to a role, even though Toronto Tokyo has been a 5 for about a year, but still.
He played it during Bedboom Dacha. I think a lot of 5s that did not play this hero kind of needed to play it because coming into that tournament, everybody was talking about Dragonite, everybody was talking about position 5 Enigma. We had an interview with Insania. He's like, nobody wants to give me Enigma. 10 games, didn't get the chance to play it, banned every single game. Very strong laner, and also becomes another core. Brian did mention that we might see, these longer games here at the Dream League because the average game was 40 minutes. So if you have Enigma, scaling, he's gonna get a BKB, he's gonna get a Blink Dagger eventually. And this hero was banned out in the previous one. It was Gaming Gladiators bread and butter in 2023, IO plus Leshrac. But I think the hero's still gonna have the same issues dealing with the Mage Slayer buyer, so that's pretty massive. They got a bit of a buff.
Yeah, they buffed Lesh, they buffed Kaya, they buffed Bloodstone, even though I saw that it was bugged to not be giving you the 3 mana regen that it's supposed to be giving you. But at the end of the day, my question is, why first pick Lesh? Like, what do you guys think?
Because it's Quinn, and they know that they're not going to get it otherwise. I honestly feel like this is one of those picks where it's such a staple for Gaimin, it's such a staple for Quinn that they almost want to just first pick it so that teams start banning it in the first phase. It's like, let's just try to see what happens if we pick this first. If teams counter it, then we'll count it out. Yeah. But I don't know.
They're playing the long game.
Yeah,
they're like in the grand finals. We want to have as little bans, targeted towards the actual draft as possible.
And they'll probably get there. It's Gaimin. I mean, there's 2 group stages in this tournament, right? Like, we're very confident that this is a team that will make it through. So I feel like playing the long game like that is actually not that silly.
Maybe also the nerf to Shiva's Guard because this is the most expensive recipe in the game. 2k gold for just the recipe. It's also another item that deals with Leshrac because his item is pretty much Bloodstone. Kaya, sure, you're going to throw it in there, but I want to see something from the mid lane that builds into potentially a Mage Slayer or a Spirit Vessel. I'm looking at the Invoker, maybe, Spirit Vessel buyer, but definitely Mage Slayer from the off lane. That's what I want to see for Bedboom.
Yeah, they need something, which is a little rough because that means it's not going to be Miro playing Enigma. It would have to be one of the supports, and I feel like Miro Enigma is one of his best heroes. Kaya and Sanj, by the way, got giga buffed in the last patch. It's 100 less gold, 5% more status resist. That's like a lot of status resistance, man.
Yeah, this is also a good hero, a bit of a flex one, because you want to keep Wind Ranger as a potential position 4. for safe to scale if the game goes long, but also another hero from the mid lane that doesn't care about Leshrac slow. You can't really get caught in the stun, and also another hero that can blow up Leshrac. One Shackle into Focus Fire with Maelstrom. It's also another BKB buyer. I like the way they're drafting so far on Bedboom.
You also want to be a hero that's outside of the range of all of Leshrac's spells, right? Not only do you want to do a lot of damage, but being melee range potentially allows him to sustain through it, so Windranger checks that box. It's also a flex that it can be carry. They've run that before for Nightfall. It pairs well with like the melee 5s that are potentially going to be good against the Tiny 4. So like gives them options, right? The Techies is pretty much the only hero I'd say that's locked into the role that it's playing right now.
I do think the Wind-Lesh matchup can go both ways, though. I've seen Lesh tear through the Windrunner, through her Wind Run, just with... if you can stun her and get all the Lesh damage in. I feel like Tiny is like one of the best heroes at doing this. You just do the slow combo, set up for the Lesh stun, let him do all the damage. Tiny's not worried about doing any damage. It can go both ways. We'll see, depending on how Lesh is doing.
Well, there comes the Razor. Gaming Gladiators take that one.
Huh.
Where do you want to see that?
That's almost certainly ace, right? I'm not sure if I want to see it there, but...
Now definitely ace.
This is 2-0.
Whoa!
Yeah, I hate this too.
This is 2-0.
Okay.
Unless this like Lesh is a 5 and there's like some cool, like, gotcha.
I don't know, dude. I think that even still is like...
Is this even a good Razor game? Like, who is he linking? Like,
it's terrible against Enigma. He's got all the summons.
Techies is annoying, the disarm and the slows.
Windranger just runs away. Techies can honestly burst you before you get any like link damage stolen from him.
How often do we have Gaming Gladiators picking a support last? Can there be a curveball possible here? Because
this is a...
I don't know. I mean, the strongness of the reaction you guys had. Gaming Gladiator surely has that same reaction by seeing these 4 heroes.
I'm just worried I have the same reaction as Jenkins. Like, it was like we both reacted the same way.
I will have you know, I was the #1 predictor in the BetBoom tournament.
Okay.
Yeah, but you only were that because you
were going against logic throughout the whole tournament.
No, I was not going against. I was going with my own logic, which turned out to be correct.
Which does go against logic.
Yeah.
To be fair.
You voted for the team that you thought was gonna lose.
No.
Which happened. As in, which didn't happen. As in, they won. So
This is 2-0. Easy 2-0.
Easy 2-0 for BetBoom.
I think surely. I feel like you're undervaluing Gaming Gladiators' potential for having a plan here because
I love the Slardar pick.
Okay.
These are very strong heroes for gaming. Like, this is some potential problems that they throw at the enemy heroes. Because Sven, we talked about his Aghanim Scepter, great against Windranger, whether core, like mid or safe lane. So you have a Dispel mechanic once you pick up that Aghanim Scepter, so that's pretty big. Razor, I feel like it's gonna fill the role, something that Falcons do with the Mars. Just like, all right, here's a Razor. If you don't counter this hero, we're gonna put it in the lane. 30 minutes into the game, the hero does farm quite a lot, so he will have the items, and you also have this tiny Leshrac who can move around the map and buy a little bit more time for Sven.
So it's like, I think the Sven supplements the other 2 cores for gaming really well. Like, both of these heroes just want to run in, tank damage, and let their spells do the job, but then they kind of counter that old idea with the Slardar. I generally lean towards armor countering minus armor, like Sven's Warcry is good against Slardar, but I think when you have the Wind Ranger damage with the Slardar amp, like, I don't know how Razor or Lesh are going to run in. Like, I don't know how... And if those heroes don't run in, they do nothing. Yeah, they don't do anything if they don't run in.
Like, I think without a huge item lead, they all die to that.
Yeah. I'd like to see some, like, Morphlink, potentially, coming out for BetBoom. Great against Razor. You can break the link. You can, turn into Sven. You can turn into Razor. A lot of good heroes that you can target with your ulti. And you also don't care about physical damage coming out from Sven. There's a way to itemize against it with the Revenant's Brooch, of course, but I feel like it could be a really good game for it.
The Conda is also magic damage, so if they wanted to, like, Morphling being a Conda builder.
What Conda damage is it? Magic?
Has he used that one before? That was a good one. I was actually not ready for that one. That's pretty
guys.
That one's been cooking.
Yeah. How long you been saving that one, bro?
Ever since I saw the item.
Good delivery, too. Very good delivery.
All right, let's see if they end up banning the Morphling. We got a Storm removed first, so that does imply that they're expecting this Windranger to go safe lane. at least for now.
They're also covering the bases. This last ban for Gaimin could be the safe laner ban, because GPK throughout Bedboom Dacha, there were a couple of times where he opened up with the Storm Spirit. He really is a main Storm Spirit player, so giving him respect there.
I would love a Quap, to be honest, for GPK. Like, it's good in lane against the Lesh.
Yeah, that'd
good
be
in game against like the Razor kiting and everything. Like Tiny until he gets Blink.
Surely
can't really gank
there
you.
can't be an overall last pick support coming from gaming. We even have the Kunkka banned out by Bedboom, so they know
They
something
think
that we
something's
know.
going on. Yeah.
Yeah. Tiny for tofu, Lesh maybe celery. You know, the unexpected / maybe expected curveball if you're Bedboom.
Okay, yeah, I guess Quap
And then
goes
they
down
can
in
just
value then.
go for something else mid entirely. And it is overall last pick for Gaimin, so they have the pick of the litter. They ban another mid.
They do go for the morph. Yeah, nice call.
Nice call.
Really good against Razor.
All right, let's operate under the assumption this is a Lesh 5 because we'll give Gaimin the respect they deserve.
Thank you.
What is a hero that's really good against
Lesh 5? Any hero?
No, I was thinking how do they counter the morph, because I do feel like it's a fairly free
The
morph.
Quinn OD, you know?
OD sounds, yeah, that's all right.
Gives them some save.
It's a
good
little,
against Wind Ranger.
There's a lot of farming. It's the same issue as last game if they go OD, where it's just heroes that sit in lanes and don't do anything. But it is good for laning.
In
and good for the
1v1
game.
matchups, this game, it's very good.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
that doesn't necessarily how Dota plays out, so...
I still feel this is going to be Lashrak from the mid lane, because we did talk about the Mage Slayer buyers.
We did.
Slardar can buy it. Like, this was his item in the previous patch. I assume you're still going to buy it because you're playing against Lashrak, you're playing against Tiny, and this is also the item that allows you to farm, like getting some mana so you can sprint around the map constantly, using your stuns, using your ulti. It's a very explosive damage on Bedboom. 1 Corrosive Haze, Techies, and also Wind Ranger with the ulti. It's like, even with the
the other disruptor.
Like Sven's Warcry, you're still gonna be suffering from that minus armor. So, Celery, Shadow Demon in the end, not Lashrak 5,
No,
huh?
as far as position 5 last picks go, I do actually think this is a fairly good one, because you get Illusions of the Morphling, which obviously SD, you know, it's a little less good against the Illusion Heroes now because it gives more base damage and less percentage of their damage. Whatever, it's still good against Illusion Heroes. It can purge the Slardar Sprint. It can purge the Windrunners.
Save for the Black Hole.
Yeah.
You can save from the Black Hole. You can save from the Techies when he goes in and tries to put the 3 mines down. Like, it is actually a good last pick. I feel like this is where SD does fit into drafts right now, too, which is why you don't see it picked that much.
I do see a very easy path, though, for Bedboom to counter it, because doesn't Miero just go Blink Dagger and Shadow Demon just has to disrupt himself every time, or
Eventually.
die before he even gets there?
Eventually, but he definitely needs the Mage Slayer
Okay.
on the Slardar.
I just think these are cores on Bedboom that are really hard to blink past and like find the Enigma, find the Techies. Like Wind Ranger Slardar, they're gonna punish the hell out of you if you do that. So I feel like they're playing like a counter initiation game on the side of Gaimin with heroes that want to run in, which kind of like, what's the point of saving a Lesh and a Razor? Like, once they come out half HP, what do they do then?
They're gonna die anyway.
They're gonna run
Yeah.
at the very best.
Yeah.
So I think Gaimin didn't really solve their scaling issue that I had mentioned previously.
I agree.
in Game 1.
The second phase was a bit weird in their draft.
It was. I like Bedboom's draft one more time. I think between 15 and 20 minute mark with the heroes that they have, they take Roche. And this time around, there is no real buff for Lashrak. There's no IO, so he's gonna need to play for himself. I think Tofu needs to move around the map and get stuff done a lot on this Tiny, because it's definitely not gonna be Shadow Demon. A lot in this patch was about stacking, so having Tiny, a position 4 who can stack, and also having a position 5 who can stack a lot. One of the best heroes in the game to stack with Shadow Demon, so be careful for those.
Okay, well, it seems like Game Gladiators, they have a little bit of an uphill battle here in game number 2, but let's see if they can tie the score, or if it will, as my panel predicts, be a 2-0 for Bedboom. Take it away, Puck Jump Pandas.
everybody to game number 2 between BetBoom and Gaming Gladiators. Should be a good one because the last one, BetBoom destroyed Gaming. I don't expect that to happen, but the panel doesn't like their lineup. Sinner, do you agree?
I think, so we were talking about the Mage Slayer nerf, right, in the previous game. You asked for a bold prediction about Pudge.
I didn't say about Pudge.
But let's try again. You asked for a bold prediction, and I was like, we're going to see Pudge because Mage Slayer got nerfed. This is a hero that I think was more likely to happen, which is the Leshrac coming out as a core.
Okay.
I think BetBoom in this game only really... Oh, hang on. Ace might just... He is just on an island here.
He is very dead. Who gets the first blood? It is GPK in the mid lane. That is worst case scenario for Gaming, and the deny of the bounty to add insult to injury.
So 2-1 on the bounty runes, but the first blood for BetBoom, easily a win for them, especially considering it went to GPK's Windranger here. Going to have a great time in lane against the Leshrac already. I think this matchup, we haven't really seen it so much lately because Lesh Core hasn't been played, mainly because of the Mage Slayer. On BetBoom's side, you're probably going to see it be bought by the starter, as the panel said. I think Windranger in this game may be likely to just get a fast defusal. I think some of the matchups here are really, really good for that item. And I want to talk a little bit more about the order in which things happened in the draft as well, actually. So the Windranger comes out, and then Sven gets picked after, which is obviously a very interesting match where Sven gets really good against Windranger when he gets Ags, but until he has Ags, I actually think it's a pretty bad matchup for the Sven. So we're going to have these like phases in the game where Windranger will be good against Sven, then it will go back the other way, and then eventually if Windranger gets big enough, I think she again overtakes that matchup with just raw itemization and having a way of blocking Stormhammer. And I guess we don't need to talk too much about the Enigma 5. It's Toronto, Tokyo. He's going to get some farm. He'll eventually get big items, and there's no counter to Black Hole in this game.
Yep, that's right.
You have Disruption. We can save one guy, but...
Yeah.
Yeah, I think overall, this Leshrac needs to impress me in this game to justify being an overall first pick in a new patch where Mage Slayer got nerfed. This will be a great testing bed to see how good it is.
They're trying to find their Pangolier.
I guess so.
If you can get away with first picking a hero and win, which the panel kind of talked about, and you force the other team to ban it, it just gives you so many advantages, theoretically.
Yeah.
But now people are banning Pango, and it's not going so well. So.
I just don't think Leshrac is it, though. I think Leshrac is really strong together with Io, especially for this team. Gaming Gladiators are the best team in the world at playing that pairing, but...
Yeah, you'd think you'd want like a Io or a Pugna even, something like a Lion. I mean, Lion was probably banned. Something that's a battery.
And I think if you want Io Lesh, you could get them in a later phase together, right? It's not like these heroes are really getting banned much, so... It surprises me even more that they went for the Lesh opener when they could have picked...
Oh, blast off into the bash. Doraccio, Dunzo to Miro's right click.
Yep.
Save, of course. This is his favorite hero, the techies. I think there might not be a better techies in the world, actually. Played it a lot. But yeah, it is interesting that the draft ended up being a last pick support, position 5, which Jenkins talked about. It is a good Shadow Demon game, but I feel like, and correct me if I'm wrong, I feel like most teams, even if you're going to get a really good position 5 pick, that means you're early picking like these cores, like the Lesh, for example.
Yeah.
That can get hard countered.
And I think a lot of the time when it comes to last picking supports, like the times in the past that we've been like, okay, this last pick support was genius, is where it truly, you know, kind of carried the game almost from a support position. You know, an unexpected last pick Chen in a patch where Chen isn't popular. It obviously is now, so it's not a great example for this version, but there's been phases. Okay, Toronto's very dead here.
Yes.
Nice catch there from Tofu. Or it's like, okay, the enemy team just doesn't have anything against the tempo that this hero offers, so they're just going to get run over, or, you know, something like that, where you just throw a curveball or an amazing Winter Wyvern pick or something. But the Shadow Demon is a little bit special in that regard, because yes, the utility here is really good, but I'm just not getting that, like, game-winning vibe from it. You can imagine what it can do, but how to say, the conditions that need to be met for it to have that level of impact is a lot less obvious.
I mean, would you say that being able to, like, first picking the Lesh, more pressure is put on your other cores to maybe overperform, potentially?
Yeah, I would agree with that, especially because Leshrac is such a one-dimensional hero. You can't be like super creative and be like, oh, okay, I'm hard countered by these picks, so I'm just going to go a different item build. Like, what can you do, really, right?
Yeah.
Like, the hero has to run into your face and do damage. It's all it does. So you can't go like utility Lesh or go auras or something. There's no alternative path. The main thing you can do is you can choose your skill build differently. Like, is it an Edict game? Is it a play at range early game with stun plus Lightning Storm? But that's pretty much it. Like, you generally need roughly the same items. And as far as I'm concerned, this is a tough Leshrac game. Wind Ranger eats you a lot of the time. Slardar is actually a pretty tough matchup too, because you really rely on being able to have staying power, and the minus armor just shreds you. There's a lot of burst from the support of techies, which can also be a problem. I don't know. I'm looking to be impressed by Quinn here. I know he's probably the best player in the world on the hero, but I don't think his conditions are that great.
Yeah. We'll see if they're able to surprise you based on your predictions.
Oh yeah,
Gaming will win handily this game.
Quinn's probably going to go 20-0 now.
Yeah, I would imagine.
Oh, now I said it, so he won't.
Nope. It's metagaming yourself now, I feel.
I'm actually playing rock, paper, scissors with myself in prediction.
Yeah, it feels like that is the case, and you're losing no matter what.
Yeah, it's a pretty rigged game.
Ace will be playing the Razor. Hero that has... I feel like Falcons are the main team that's playing this hero, because they can kind of swap it between Malrine and Amar. But what do you think of Razor in this patch? Or forget about the patch, this game.
I think it's decent. I think the lane itself is very straightforward. I think playing against Morphling is very easy, especially with the Enigma pairing and considering the support matchup you have in the Tiny, who cleaves the Eidolons very well. So I think his laning phase will be very good. As far as the matchups later in the game, I don't really know how sold I am. But I mean, if Falcons can first pick this hero and win tournaments, right, then there's probably just something about this hero that I don't fully understand and appreciate. But this doesn't strike me as like, wow, what a great Razor game. You're going to link the enemy carry and just ruin his fight, because Morphling wasn't picked at the time and is one of the better ones against Razor. And the Slardar he's an offlaner. He's going to... Depending on how he itemizes, Link can be good against him, but it won't necessarily be the end-all, be-all of it, because arguably Slardar doesn't need to do that much damage this game. He needs to catch someone, he needs to put Amp on them, ideally get a Mage Slayer and hit the Lesh one time, and then Morphling and Windrainer are going to kill them with the Corrosive.
Mage Slayer, we're going to see a blast off onto 2. TPs are coming in, though. Zeracho pops the War Cry, so it's going to be more than okay. Tofu now, 4 stacks of Shadow Poison on Miero, make it 5. There's the Ava. Zeracho on the other side now, trying to finish the job on this Slardar, but he is so tanky.
Oh, this is
Shadow
bad.
Poison did a lot of damage, but it's not enough for the kill as GPK coming with the Focus Fire. Toronto, Tokyo, nice blocking as well. That's going to lead to a very valuable kill for BetBoom. Disruption onto Miero, but Celery will end up dying one way or another. Blood Grenade slowing him to a crawl, and now Tofu has to try to get out. Nice Avalanche, but he's going to be slowed down with that Sticky Bomb. And one more blast off for the road, and Toronto, Tokyo will take that kill. So a 3-for-0 for BetBoom.
Okay, let's recap what just happened. One team engaged 2v2. The TP support from the enemy position 4 comes in, and then you lose the fight 3-0. That is really rough times for Game, and they spent so many resources on this. And sure, Wind Ranger rotates and Lesh doesn't, so there's a little bit of space given in the mid lane, but easily a mega BetBoom favorite exchange here. And it is concerning because you got to consider if Shadow Demon and Tiny combine their heroes to a move like this and fail, they're going to get out-leveled badly. So now even with the Wisdom Rune and everything, they're horribly far behind the enemy supports, who are now just starting to take over. It's another kill here, going the way of Save this time on the techies.
Will lead to Quinn getting the Invis Rune top, though, so consolation prize for Gaiman, but Miero.
All right, this would be a big one.
Quinn. Split Earth is there. Miero has the sprint, but not fast enough. Quinn will get credit for that one. A much-needed kill for him.
Yeah.
You can see in terms of net worth, I mean, coming out of the laning stage, basically 400 behind GPK on that Windrunner. So, could have been worse for Quinn. I think it did pretty respectable, all things considered.
The bigger concern is probably the guy on your screens right now, right? Like, Zeracho being 6th on net worth as Sven here against the lane matchup that he had is not the best. I'm not going to say Slardar is an easy matchup for Sven, but I think Sven in this lane is probably expected to do a little bit better than this. And that rotation obviously hurt him badly. They were trying to really bring him into the game, and then he just ended up having an even worse exchange than if they have done nothing. So now he's going to be in the jungle and playing catch-up, and as the panel talked about, with the pairings of cores that Gaming Gladiators have, what remains to be seen here is whether they can put any sort of pressure on the map while Sven is farming up. A lot of the time when you play Sven, you know, this guy's just AFK, 20 minutes. He's just getting big, and the other 4 heroes together get the job done. It feels very high risk to do that with Lesh. If it fails once or twice...
Might actually be a really early team fight.
Nice
Blast off just in time for save. Saves himself in this case.
Yep.
And wasted rotation from Gaimin. But they do defend the tier 1 technically. We have top net worth right now for GPK on the Windrunner, and just going to assume that he is going for the Maelstrom eventually. We'll be going for the Dragonlance first.
Dragonlance first. So I was thinking about Diffusal as a good choice this game. I still think it could be a really interesting path to take, but just given the pace these games play and how late game centric the strategies have been, maybe you're right, maybe it's just the Maelstrom. Then the question is, why don't you buy that first before the Dragonlance? I mean, obviously your Universal Heroes, the Dragonlance feels great. It is a very good item.
Oh, Nightfall's already used his waveform. Is Attribute Shifting Splitter that's not going to connect. Do they have the damage? Nice blocking from Duraccio. Nightfall still relatively healthy. Celery though, one more disruption and now they can fully surround and bring down the Morphling. It takes all 5 for Gaimin to do so.
5 heroes in 30 seconds. But they get him, and they make this rotation at a very crucial point. They have the siege creep top, so they will be looking to take the tower, but don't think they were expecting this to take this long. With how slow that play was, their mid tower is in jeopardy now as well, and this is not really a very good trade in my opinion. If you end up trading 1-for-1 towers here, the mid tower, very important. You've already lost your bottom tier 1 as well, considering that's one of the benefits of this 5 Enigma, is when things go well, can offer some map pressure. They will defend mid, but it's taken some hefty damage here. Maybe not all too bad for Gaimin there. It was big to find the morph kill for sure and slow him down a little bit, because he was starting to get a very free time after a bit of a slow start.
Yep, Quinn here to save the day, shadowed by 2 supports. GPK is not stopping with help of the Eidolons to aggro this tower. They will get the tower one way or another. It'll likely just be a deny though, but still positional advantage.
Wonder why they're not just straight up denying it here. Okay,
they're thinking about it. One hit away.
Oh, they want to let the Kobold do it. Oh, come on.
The Kobold got a +6 damage buff.
No, it was +3.
Sorry,
read the
3.
logs.
Yeah, my bad. I just love the Kobolds so much.
They should have probably
I
got
think
+6.
about them every day.
They're still not that great at killing the camps, to be honest, or the creep waves, so maybe they needed more than 3.
Quinn able to clean up nice Eidolons here. Has 4 in Diabolic Edict, so I want to put that to use on this mid tower relatively shortly. And we see the Cobalt Courier combination, unstoppable. Quinn gonna finish off a little stack here in the Ancients.
Yeah. Who was the beneficiary of that stack? Who did the stacking, actually? Probably the Shadow Demon. It is a bit important, though, because if it is Tiny getting some of these stacks off, you can look at a somewhat timely dagger. But yeah, it was mainly SD and Lesh himself. So.
Disruption. Okay, Black Hole comes out from Toronto, Tokyo. The Eidolon's doing quite a bit of damage. He's getting slowed to a crawl, and here comes GPK with a focus fire on the coin. He's getting the backtrack now that the Avalanche was thrown out. The high ground advantage for Gaimin, and I think Betboom will likely just fall away. So no kills in the end with the Black Hole being expended.
But you do see the danger there for Quinn, right? It's like GPK is on top of him with focus fire for 3 seconds, and you actually just full on have to disengage entirely as Lesh. This hero needs to be able to stand its ground, and with this itemization from Quinn right now, he just can't. He has no armor, he has no health. So that's not to say that going Kaya is the wrong path. It just means that the timing that your hero has confidence to go in is going to be delayed. I don't know if there was an alternative. Like, what could you buy? Blade Mail first or something so Wind Ranger can't do that to you? I don't know. It also sounds a bit awkward, but yeah, definitely going to be a delayed online Lesh, so to speak. Sometimes when he's playing with IO, he's crushing the map at this point, right? But right now, not an option. So You will have to go toward that later portion, and then it's really a matter of how much can you withstand this raw single target physical that Boom have.
14-minute rune will be bottom. It's Arcane, which would be great for Quinn, but it looks like it'll just be denied by GPK.
Nice call from here there to deny that instead of trying to take it. Felt like this was definitely coming with the smoke down there. Scan was successful, and it was. They were either going to head down to that south rune or they were going to head into the jungle, and the rune was way more likely in that circumstance.
And GPK, by the way, finished the Dragonlance and is going straight for BKB, so holding off on the damage aspect.
Yeah, kind of interesting. I mean, you need BKB in this game for sure. You're looking at a lot of different stuns. But
by the way, what do you think of the BKB buffs?
Yeah, that one was a bit interesting. I don't know if that was necessary, so to say. I'm not really too surprised that the item got a little bit of love, but I feel like it was still being purchased a good amount and being very effective.
Yeah, I thought it was in a good spot, honestly.
But
Valve has access to many stats that we do not.
They do. That is why certain heroes are not in pro Dota for 5 years at a time.
I mean, I will say there were a couple of team fights at the Bet Boom tournament where a Luna would just destroy somebody from full to zero with BKB on, and maybe that had something to
maybe.
Could have been that. Quinn, Explosive Haze upon him. Toronto Tokyo shadowing, does not have the black hole quite yet. Dyrachyo, though, he's going to get stunned. Focus fires there from GPK. Shackle into the bash. Down goes the Sven instead of the mid laner. Quinn does get away.
I am very surprised Dyrachyo chose to engage there. When Slardar is posturing that offensively onto your Lesh and running at you with Corrosive Haze, he has backup. And Dyrachyo just went in and died for him effectively. I think they could have both lived if they just stunned and ran away. But
Avalanche trying to get that rune was GPK. The Shackle's not going to hit. Yep, nice toss back into the Split Earth. Quinn gets some revenge. The Windrunner does fall.
Looks to be non-stop action. They're looking for Ace here.
Yep, waveform. I don't think that actually fully connected, but he's going to get blast off with a couple of mines being placed, not able to kill them. Nice pick off from Save and company. Quinn trying to keep Nightfall at bay, but we'll be able to waveform away.
Yeah, this is actually extra bad with Lesh TPing up here and expending 2/3 of his mana pool. Now he's a bit more vulnerable, and he might actually be the next target.
Yeah, that's a lot of damage from Miera. You can see Toronto, Tokyo backstabbing. He's got a good opportunity to double Black Hole, but doesn't even need it, in fact, as the rest of Bet Boom clear away any member of Gaimin standing in their way. Now the Tier 1 tower looks to be next. Bet Boom now with a 2K lead.
I think this was a great example of what the panel was talking about with Shadow Demon. You're going to save someone, and then what, right? Like we still have this problem for Gaming Gladiators of the overwhelming single target damage. You're just delaying the inevitable here. You could see Celery was pump faking the disruption. He wants to use it at the right time. The problem is there is no right time. Like, even if they TP in the remaining heroes, the moment Leshrac gets jumped on, he's just dead. Like, you can't protect him with this lineup right now. He needs to be able to protect himself. But you need a lot of net worth on this hero before you can accomplish that against this heavy of a single target physical output. Now this will be Aegis. Interesting choice they put on the Slardar here.
Yeah, that is interesting.
Very much expecting that to go on the Morph and just play aggressive in the fights. But when you think about it, I guess Nightfall feels very safe. Like he won't need a second life, and now Miero can play hyper aggressive and really set them up for success.
Yeah, and GPK will have the
Ace
BKB soon,
again.
so.
He's going to show here. Okay, I actually thought they were going to be ready to make the move.
Thanks for trying to hype that up.
Oh, it was exciting to me.
Top
that's good enough.
Worths.
At the end of the day, Shannon, we are primarily casting for ourselves.
That's true. That is actually true. That is how I approach every day of my life. For me, very narcissistic behavior.
You need that hourglass.
Well, it's a minute glass, technically. Make sure you don't ramble too much.
That is true.
An early Blink Dagger for Nightfall. Or for Dyrachyo, I should say.
Yeah.
Wants to get involved pretty early. I mean, typically you'll see, I feel like, BKB, Ags.
Yeah, Because it's like, part of me really likes the dagger because I think it shows that Gaming Gladiators understand that the way to take fights right now is combining heroes and just getting in there and bursting people and not letting them isolate their Lesh. But at the same time, it also feels very high risk in that, are you going to go dagger and Ags? Because you want the Ags against Windranger, right? If you have dagger and Ags, where's your damage?
Right.
So, oh, he sold it again. Okay.
Okay, classic.
Okay. Yeah, maybe he came to the same conclusion. Maybe his teammates saw it, he bought dagger, and they're like, Dratio, what the fuck are you doing? Sell your dagger.
Yeah, well,
I don't know, I mean...
it worked out last game for BetBoom when they went the early daggers instead of damage.
Yeah, but they didn't do it on their Sven.
No,
right?
that's true.
So,
Arrow,
yeah.
initiation, Tofu is donezo. Avalanche, toss. Yep, see, told you. Easy pick off.
The way you commented that was exactly how you imagined that kill was going to end. Tossing a creep on him was obvious from the first moment they engaged.
That's right.
Radiant structures are fortified.
And Miro, he's going to run right into Quinn. There's the crush initiation. Sticky bombs there. Disruption from Celery. But the blast off to keep him in place. The mines as well. But actually being denied. Nicely done. That'll actually save Quinn's life.
Yep. This Shadow Demon Shard also saving him there. Very, very important to remove that Corrosive Haze onto the Lesh with the Demonic Cleanse. There's something about that name that's just, isn't that kind of weird?
Why?
That combination of words. Demonic Cleanse. It's not, something is demonic, it's not cleansing.
Yeah, I mean, for a demon it is.
No, he's not using it on himself, he's using it on Lesh.
Yeah, well, to some people, goats are demons.
All right. I think we should get the fire Pokemon thing back on Cinder Brew. Like, this spell has bonus effects when you're playing with demons or goats.
That was one of the worst eras of Dota.
Yeah, it was also only 3 days long. So
that was really bad.
I don't know if you can call that an error or someone's fever dream.
That was scarring.
It was a choice.
Radiant.
All right, big wraparound.
Yeah, using the, look at these mines. Yeah. Gaiman cannot enter that area. Of course, they don't know that. This is where the Blink Daggers can get a little scary. He did end up going to the Blink Dagger, by the way.
He bought it again.
Yeah, Dratio uses that God Strength to delete an illusion and the Tier 1 tower. Now they're going to get backstabbed by BetBoom. Mira looking for the opening. Oh, the crush could be there. It's only going to be on one, but it is. Oh, into a beautiful Shackle Shot, but the disruption saving the life so far of Ace, but he has just been way too deep. Focus Fire's there to finish him off. The Aegis already consumed. A save was taking some right clicks from Dratio, but now the focus is on Dratio himself. Tofu going in. There's the black hole onto 2. The perfect timing when the Tiny blinked in. That's going to lead to 3 down for Gaiman. Quinn gets bashed in the middle of his TP into the blast off. Down goes another member. 4 for nothing. And BetBoom crushing Gaiman again.
Yeah, just outplayed, right? What else is there to say? They get illusion baited on the Stormhammer, so Sven burns the entire initiation on nothing. They find a beautiful 2-hero shackle. This is the best possible disruption, by the way. I don't think Celery could have played this fight any better. They mantle off the Corrosive Haze, but he's already too low, so again, same problem. You save the hero, but what's going to happen next? And then Dratio on his secondary engage, after the Windranger illusion, he jumps Techies, doesn't kill him.
Bad timing.
And then that's honestly just kind of unlucky.
It was very unlucky.
If Tofu waited half a second longer, he would have been able to cancel this black hole, but yeah, that was a 1,000-yard stare, if I may say so.
Arrow very deep. Demonic Purge upon him. No cleanse, because that's for allies only.
Why was that? Why was he there?
I don't know.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah, they couldn't communicate, so he didn't realize that his team had already left.
No, his Discord wasn't working, so he tabbed to fix it while he was running into the enemy team.
Okay, that makes sense.
That must be it.
Yep.
There's no other reason he would be here alone.
Absolutely not.
So that's got to be it.
Okay, back to the demonic cleanse discussion.
Oh, man.
Can we milk that one? There we go. That's a nice tooltip. I mean, what else are you going to call it? If you're going to call it cleanse, like, it can't be too positive because it is a demon that's applying it. Like, a demon can cleanse someone, I feel like. Like, it could have positive effects if it wants to. Just usually they don't because they're a demon. Split Earth, on to save. We'll blast off to safety.
Oh, that's close. He had Greaves on cooldown.
He might still be spotted. Tofu. TP. Yep.
Nice.
Avalanche.
Nice find.
Did he even realize that he canceled it, though? Yes. So you don't think a demon can do good things? You can be a
It's
demon.
not what I'm saying. I'm saying this combination of words sounds weird. Demonic cleanse.
Yeah, it's demonic because the person casting it is a demon.
You don't have to explain.
It's demonic.
I get it.
It could be demonic handshake. Like it should just be a regular handshake.
Yeah, that would also sound pretty weird, wouldn't it?
You know, we need an actual handshake spell that's not just the regular high-fiving. That's the next thing for Valve to enter into the game. As Tormi is taken, Toronto Tokyo will get his shard for the Enigma. And now he has a blink, so...
Yeah.
Of course, he'll need a little bit more to be able to ensure that his black holes are uninterrupted, which is the BKB. That'll be the next item.
Man,
not that he's had any issues.
So farmed.
No.
He almost has the combined net worth of the 2 enemy supports. Okay, maybe I'm getting a bit ahead of myself here. Let's. All right, it's not that bad, but
Conda for Nightfall.
Quite far ahead.
One of the few heroes that can buy it appropriately.
It got buffed this patch, didn't it?
Yeah, it does more base damage.
So
I think this hero and Luna are the two that have been spammed at competitive play for Conda purchases, and then of course in pubs, literally every hero, including the ones that don't have a single target spell.
And of course, every Morphling player is so happy to have the new E-Blade that they very unfortunately had to live without for 1 year. Now they get their new E-Blade that's cheaper and has a crit, so...
Oh, that's nice.
All right, I don't know, is it cheaper? No, it costs the same, I guess. Yep. So it's the base spell damage that's increased by 50. That's quite
They're
meaningful.
looking to open things up. Nice blink from Doraccio to keep himself alive. Disruption.
Oh, shackle shot.
Nice shackle, though, as Toronto Tokyo looking for the opening, but he cannot. He's going to get healed on the backside, but we can see the Sven has already died. No black hole to come from Toronto Tokyo, but it is a core for support as the rest of Gaming now on the run. Ace trying to run away, but the last adaptive strike for Nightfall was there. They take out Quinn as well, and it's just the supports for Gaming to get away, and I don't think BetBoom gives a shit.
I hope we get to, if we get a replay of that fight, try to look at Quinn in these fights, like what he can, specifically what he can't do as Lesh. Like, it's kind of pitiful to watch it. Like, no, it's not like something personal against him, like he's playing terribly. It goes to show the weakness of the hero in this game state. The fight starts, and he casts his spells, and he runs away. Because he can't go in. He can't stand his ground at all against these heroes. They're just bullying him out of the fight immediately. He has no armor. He has blood.
Why do you hate him so much?
He has Bloodstone, Kaya, and a point booster. I will question the point booster purchase. I think this has to be a plate mail in this game, personally. I think you have to either go that or Shiva or something. Like, you need to protect yourself.
Yeah,
and
but
not go
nihilism is cool.
Yeah, when you get there.
It's really cool. Imagine being nihilistic with a demonic cleanse on you.
I mean, then the other...
Black hole with Midnight Pulse,
Yep,
and
see you
a
later.
fish is there to take out Doraccio again. You can see his net worth. I mean, Sven is a hero that just has to be, like, towards the top net worth. Has to be.
Yeah.
And that's obviously not the case here. And you can see, I mean, even look at the Enigma. Look at the net worth versus the cores of Gaming. That's crazy.
I think
Toronto
this is
Tokyo's insane.
I think this is the lowest relative net worth I've seen on a Sven this patch in a pro game to the top of the board, right? Like, even in losing game. Oh, no.
When Shackle did not hit, but the focus, he's just dead. Very, very dead. Celery is next as BetBoom playing with their food.
A lot of the time we see Svens in the top 2 even when they're losing, right? But it's just, he is so far behind. Like, it's not even remotely close. And this hero just does not play well from behind. Miero is relentless. Will not quite catch with that Force Staff, but...
is under attack.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Like, Gaimin's lineup really had to get stuff done at the 15 to 20 minute mark with playing around their stuns and around their combos that their lineup inherently has. But once again, one of the primary problems was that their mid hero couldn't perform its function in the game. And there's nobody covering, right? If Lesh has a bad game, who's going to step up to the plate and get the job done? I don't think you have the damage. Sven has to jungle. Razor has kind of inherently the same problem, actually. He needs to be in the face of the enemy team. And, well, if Leshrac can't do it and you're on your own in there, you just become the target instead. You kind of can't You can't like weave in and out and take turns at taking damage for each other or something. It doesn't really work that way. So yeah, for me, just strategically, this game has been extremely difficult for gaming, and they've never really got a foot in the game.
Dire are scanning.
And now they have to fight against the Aegis and Cheese.
Yeah, I would imagine this Enigma BKB is, yeah. I mean, if BetBoom want to wait, they can get BKB in 2 minutes. And then they can just blink Black Hole the Lesh or the Sven and the fight's over. Right? Or the Razor.
Choose.
Even if you disrupt the guy who's Black Hole, they come out of the Black Hole and then they die after. Because the Black Hole will outlast the disruption and it's enough to set up the rest of their combo. You kind of have to play on that, though, I feel. I think you can only use Disruption for Black Hole at this point. You have to save it. And then you need to use Cleanse against the Corrosive Haze. And I guess the ideal fight for Gaming Gladiators is getting Razor caught. I think that's the only recipe for success that I can imagine is he gets jumped first, they counterplay, they get Leshrac into the fight somehow and get it done. But all may well perhaps be able to play nicely around this ward. BetBoom are aware, of course, and will not pursue. And there's no pressure on them. That's the nice thing for BetBoom, right?
The only pressure, if you want to even call it that, is the Aegis timer. You do want to use it in some capacity. But, I mean, we've seen teams just farm, I guess, and control the map, which they could theoretically do.
I don't think their lineup expires. I think, if anything, it almost only gets easier, because Enigma will get bigger. Your Slardar, who has largely just been a setup, will start being able to solo kill supports.
I just thought of the best Arcana for Morphling because he said expired. What if he's Milk? Like instead of what? He's just Milk. Think about how much.
And then when he says, "I drink your milkshake," it's actually cannibalism.
Wait, he says. I forgot he says that.
If he turns into Razor.
And he turns into Razor, he says.
Oh, Razor's in the other team.
Okay. Yeah, fair enough. Very important lore.
Yeah.
Sure that makes sense to somebody at Valve. Smoke from BetBoom, opening onto Tofu. He is Dunzo.
Oh, okay, I don't know if I haven't really heard this talked about much. What do you think about Shield Rune on Morphling?
It doesn't look like he has Shield Rune, yeah.
You max morph into strength, and then you pick it up.
Yeah.
And then you max morph down.
Oh, so you're saying it doesn't work dynamic?
He has more shield than health.
Yeah, okay. It's cool. It's really cool.
Yeah, that's one word for it.
I mean, Morphling has always been this like very abusive hero.
That's very true.
There's a few heroes in Dota that kind of fit that bill, and he's always been one. He's always been the lowest polygon hero in the game as well.
He's great at highlighting stuff that can conceptually be ridiculous, right? Because he can find ways to make it happen.
That's right. So. Ridiculous is the nature of Morphling, which is why the Arcana should be milk.
Because milk is just such a ridiculous drink.
Yeah, he can talk about lactose intolerance when he picks up the cheese. Like, just imagine the possibilities. As Nihilism is now online for Quinn.
It's good you're making your own game so you can bring all these great ideas to life.
You know what's funny? If I made a list, which I'm sure I have, of things that have gotten in the game that I have suggested, it would be very long, as you know.
Yeah,
okay?
They get in the game because you suggested them or despite you suggested?
I don't know.
Have you ever had an original idea in your entire life?
I don't know.
There you go.
That's true. When I owned a team, the greatest team of all time, Digital Chaos, I picked the colors of the Phoenix Suns because just have to go with the flow, you know?
Yep.
Flow, just like water, which can turn into milk. It's also liquid, so just imagine the possibility. Like, imagine how much money Valve could make off of that. Like, it could be a carton of milk. It doesn't have to be just liquid either, right? So many cosmetic ideas. As we continue on with this game, 22k lead for BetBoom. Aegis Cheese still intact. Aegis only for 45 more seconds, so they're not really going to push the envelope, it seems.
Oh, with those two Philosopher's Stones, they're just chilling, you know? Just raking in the golds.
That's one item I was a little surprised they didn't take out a rotation, actually.
Yeah.
I like it, though. I think it's always feels good to get.
Yeah, and it's one of those weird ones where the correlation between... Like, it might not even have the biggest win rate. I think that's why it hasn't been swapped out, because obviously... You know, the item isn't good except for the gold. So if you pick it up and you're in a bad spot in the game, it's not going to give you like, wow, nice, we got a comeback fight because I had a great neutral item that kept me alive, or you know, it's not going to offer you that. But
it feels good because if you die, you're like, oh,
yeah,
might as well continue to get extra gold.
And it's a win more item. So if you're already ahead, then...
Terrific.
Oh. All right. They're grouping up.
Yeah, Gaimin were grouping up, but I don't know what they're trying to get out of this. You can see BetBoom. I mean, the Aegis expired, so maybe they were expecting a fight, which they were kind of right about.
Yeah. They also saw the fact that they have 2 waves right outside the enemy base and nobody was counter-pushing them, right? So it's very likely that Gaimin are going for some sort of Hail Mary play, but yeah, they didn't find anything.
Instead, the lead just continues to grow for the Milkman. 25K for BetBoom. Now the Satanic is there, and yeah, Nightfall.
He's big.
Not going to get much bigger than this, honestly.
He's whole milk at this point.
Oh boy, that's the scariest of them all.
Not a bad idea for an Arcana now that you say. Start out skim milk, and then you gain fat percentage.
When you die, you turn into cottage cheese. What do you think about that?
All right, that might be an original idea, actually. I don't think anybody has ever thought of that before.
Thank you. God, I'm so good.
You're something. Damn, I'm so unique.
Damn, I'm good. When will block of cheese be something that players strive to create?
When it gets changed.
Well, by change, you mean buffed.
What if you can combine it with Roshan's banner?
Cheesy banner? It's like melted cheese dripping off the banner? Well, I'm really hungry, apparently.
I can, yeah.
Really could use a piece of cheese right about now. As BetBoom playing this very methodically, very slow, very disciplined, which is very unlike them, but nothing will change as Dyrachyo tiptoes back to his base. You are not allowed to leave this area.
I'm trying to wrap my head around what Gaming Gladiators can do on their high ground, because they do have some cute plays with toss back. Like, the problem is when the push is going to come, if BetBoom are going to keep playing the map like this, they're waiting for the next Roche. And then the hero high grounding will be Morph. And you can't toss back kill him twice. And if you do toss back and pile on a hero, you're setting yourself up to get Black Hold and Techies comboed. So I think it's very difficult, but it's kind of the only angle I see is Tofu having to come up with some sort of heroic base defense play. Forcing BetBoom out of position, but it might not even become relevant if this fight breaks out.
Dyrachyo, do they go the right way? They spot
the
him
power shot
eventually with the power shot. Yes, they find him. Can they continue to catch up, though? The chase is on. It's apparently Ace is just getting destroyed on the back line. The huge team fight. And the Black Hole came out temporarily. Quinn with the Nihilism. They've already lost 3, but that's 2 buybacks now for Gaimin. As the chase, ultra kill for Nightfall. All right. Very weird fight.
I love that we were just following Sven running around trees while literally the entire world just crumbled around him.
It was very fitting for this game. Very anticlimactic in a way, as now the high ground push is coming for BetBoom.
All right.
Yep, Celery gets his disruption on the Morphling, which is a good hero to get it on, but at this stage of the game, it really doesn't matter what you do. That's one lane. Block to the bottom. Get number 2. And their lead has ballooned to an even greater amount. 37K. Trying to go for the Megas now, I would assume, as 2 members of Gaimin still dead. They have 1 buyback onto the Razor. So once he respawns, he can play with the double life. But Quinn has to be very careful. As Dyrachyo, speaking of being careful, he's spotted out. Gets off the Stormbolt with the BKB, getting slowed by the Scotty, though. Blast off is not going to stun because of the BKB. He's able to get out. Meanwhile, GPK, okay. Somehow, how did he get that kill? GPK, though.
He got conduct forever.
Oh, the adaptive strike was that far. Wow.
Yep.
As Ace is going to get bashed up. Tofu trying to throw Quinn back into the base. He'll do so successfully, but doesn't have one for Ace now. But like I said, he does have his buyback. But this is going to be a 4v5 defense for Gaimin, as BetBoom just clowning on them right now.
Yeah.
Final item for Nightfall as the GGs come out. This was a Gaben-level shellacking, if I do say so myself.
Yeah, they just got run over. Start to finish in this game. You gotta say, if you're gonna be a little bit blunt about it, honestly, a bit of a disappointing showing from Gaming today in this series. I think we were talking about in game 1, they were going a little bit back to their roots with some of their picks, and they were actually in a pretty good position to perhaps take that one after 15 minutes, really building up a lead. They dropped the ball a little bit, and BetBoom kind of crushed them after that. And this game, they just never even came online. I think Gaiman just not in top form, and I don't know where the problem exactly lies right now. I'm not too big of a fan of the way they drafted this game personally, but, you know, it's early times in the tournament. They might be trying to find their footing with some of the new patch aspects, some other heroes they're trying to run here, but yeah, didn't work.
It did not work indeed. Studio, break it down.
Well, I kind of feel, Suns fan, that we already did that. Because if you were to pay attention during the draft, we basically said 2-0 several times. Jenkins, you were the main leader of the 2-0 brigade.
We were the followers, Jenkins.
Yeah.
That's right. No, I think that to me, BetBoom's draft looked cohesive. You know, they had a decent amount of stuns. They had the Morphling counterpick in the later stage of the draft, which was it's an amazing Morphling game. It's almost impossible to burst him. Shiver, you mentioned Gaiman last picked the 5-position SD. I mean, this happens in games where the draft just kind of gets out of control because maybe something in the first phase, like you messed up one of the bans or you had to ban something because the last game it looked too good. So it happens. I'm sure Gaiman's just going to go back to the drawing board. But BetBoom looks like they are still in their form that they were in the previous tournament with BetBoom Dacha, and they did very well in that. I know they're upset that they lost, but I think only because they felt like they were in good enough form that they could have actually won the whole thing.
Yeah, and this Leshrac first pick, I don't know if I like it too much. It was banned in the first game. They probably, you know, scrimmed against Gaming Gladiators. It was always their hero.
Yeah.
But considering that it's still Mage Slayer available in the game, I don't feel like this hero should be viable. Because we've seen, you know, Tundra, when they were playing Pipe plus Freight Pact against Leshrac, because he was popular at the time, you're basically not dealing any damage. And I think the same thing can be said here. There was no Mage Slayer in this game. They still managed to kind of dumpster Gaming Gladiators, but it says a lot about how well and how structured this team is in terms of like just the execution of the draft that they have.
I know the pub win rate of Leshrac is very high right now, and I know a lot of people are going to be looking at that because the patch just dropped, so there isn't any like there's not much
no other
competitive
data to go.
insight. Yeah, it's like it's only been like a couple days, so but with that being said, I remember back in the day where Lesh was getting picked, and you know, Tundra did the whole counterpicking thing in the grand finals of TI. It still looked like an amazing hero in pubs because in a competitive game, you have 5 players that can all build the right items and hit the right timing. So you can get the Mage Slayer and the Pipe at the same time. You can get the Shiva's Guard. Like you can get all these items that counter the Lesh because you have 5 players that actually do it. Whereas in a pub, it's usually going to be one guy that's like, I got to get all these items to counter Lesh. All of a sudden the hero 6 slot, you can't do it. So I do agree. Maybe reconsider the first pick. Maybe second phase.
Because do we even feel, because it was a Lesh first pick, of course, for Gaiman, do we even feel like BetBoom changed their draft because of the Leshrac? Like specifically, did they address it, or did it just happen to be addressed with the item builds that they would have built anyway?
I'd say they addressed it with this Corrosive Haze plus Wind Ranger. We saw this combo popping off, 1 Focus Fire, 1 Corrosive Haze. It's more than enough to bring everybody down. Sure, there is Shadow Demon, but it's also like set up for Slaughter Stun to go in or anything similar. But I feel like Leshrac is just very vulnerable if he doesn't have this IO pairing when he's played alone, where you don't have any kind of real save, you don't have a hero to run with around the map and get stuff done. But I think, you know, it's easy to say, but I think this is about the outdraft.
It did certainly seem like an outdraft, and I believe we are having an interview, and I am going to walk over here because I get the chance to talk to none other than Nightfall. Nightfall, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Ah, great. Oh, now I can see you as well. Hey, how are you doing? Congrats.
I'm doing good since we won 2-0. Yeah.
I have to ask Nightfall because for us, we watched the draft of Game 2, and my whole panel is like 2-0, 2-0, it's over, you know, call it. Did you guys have the same vibe going into that final game?
Yeah, I think game 2 was like super free for us. We had like, I think, way better draft. Like we had the Slayer against Razor, and I had super like free Smurf pick in my life. So I knew like I can really lose this game.
Yeah, and you were correct. It was definitely a little little one-sided there. But a great showing, of course. First game, you guys had a little bit of a break, just over a week, and you didn't manage to take the championship at BB Dasha. And I was wondering what you did in the week since then until now to try to address how things went.
I mean, we didn't really do that much stuff. I think people just went to chill after Bad Boom Dacha. We didn't really scream at all, 0 games literally. But we just talked after Bad Boom Dacha and made some conclusions out of our games against Liquid and Falcon, and just we came to bootcamp I think yesterday, and yeah, just playing Dota.
Now flying
trying
start.
to win.
For sure. I have one final question, because you're coming into DreamLeague and you've played quite a few tournaments over the years. I wonder if you go into a DreamLeague where you're going to play 2 weeks. Do you have any individual goals for yourself when you start a tournament like this?
Individual goal that I put for myself for DreamLeague?
Yeah, or just
I mean,
this event I'm going to try to, I don't know, something that you don't normally do.
I mean, I can't really say. So I mean, I'm just trying to always play my best and just trying to just play good myself. That's the individual goal for kind of every tournament. But there's not really much individuals goals for me for this one. I mean, it's just casually important tournament for us, since it's 4 EPT points, and we don't really want to play quals if it's possible, and yeah, just need to get guess top 4, top 6.
Get the points. Yeah, that's what it's all about. No, fair enough. So the individual goal is play well so you don't have to play in qualifiers. I think that's a very, very fair goal. I also have a technical analyst, and it is BSJ. He'd love to ask you some technical questions.
Sure.
Yeah, I just want to talk to you about the draft Nightfall, because we had the classic situation where in game 1 you won with Sven, and then game 2 you won against Sven. So I was the carry player when it comes to the draft, when it comes to the strategy, when it's a new patch. What's your role in this, and how do you feel going into a new patch, knowing this hero is going to be meta? How much does your knowledge go into this team conversation, all surrounding the new carries in the patch?
I mean, I just know for myself from pubs and just from casual some research Dota True Pro Tracker, I know best carries, and I know what can be good for enemy to ban it and what can be good for myself. For example, I mean, for example, game 1 I knew it's super free game for Sven, but even it wasn't really best lane for us. It's Undying Sven against Brute Pagan or Pugna Grim. It's mech lane, but I just knew it's good for the game. But I mean, I just try to control our self picks for position 1 and give some insights from my side for enemy position 1, which hero I need to ban for carry matchups and stuff like this. I mean, it's kind of casual stuff carry players do, but yeah.
Thank you.
All right, Nightfall, thank you very much for taking the time to talk to us. Of course, you got another series later today, so good luck with that one, and talk to you again some other time.
Okay, thank you guys. Bye.
Thank you. And we are going to move on to our second series of the day. That will happen in Group B in just a little bit, so stay tuned. We'll be watching Tundra and Team Spirit.
Just got the news that you're still in town, looking for a safe place to hide. Well, you better close your window and lock the door, 'cause I'm gonna get you tonight. And I know where you are, so look sharp, 'cause here I come, I'm close, so get ready and watch out. 'Cause here I come. into my private garden. It's my own menagerie. If you're looking for a party, I own everything you see. Heavy is the head that wears the crown. They said it's my time, I'm gonna run this scene. If you don't like the way I rule my empire, you can go ahead and you can kiss my ring. All eyes on me, yeah, when I enter the scene.
Welcome back. Dream League Season 22 continues here with some more Dota 2. And we are going to jump from Group A to Group B. And that means we got Tundra and Team Spirit taking the stage. So let's get started. Yeah, this is a very exciting one for me because I don't know what to expect. I think I know what to expect, but I'm also happy to be proven wrong. But we're talking all about that. We got a little bit of a fresh batch of people as well. Welcome to the panel, Effie.
Hello.
How you doing?
Welcome.
Pretty good, pretty good. It's a new studio. Everything's fresh and exciting, and I can't wait to partake in the Dota.
Yeah, it should be a good time. And Brian, when we're talking about Tundra and Spirit, I wanna just straight up ask them, what's new? What's happening? What's popping?
I decided to lolook through some of the players' pub histories, and the ones that stood out to me were the offlaners, Collapse and Mind Control. They've up a very different approach to the new patch.
What are they sizzling, Brian?
Games of it in the last week, just going Midas Shivas every single game.
Oh,
so we
no,
might
Tundra's won. They've got this.
We might see something like that
dear.
for Mind Control for today. And on the other side, Collapse has a completely opposite. Like, we see Tempo from Shivas, right? He's going to be running at them, fighting on the side of Mind Control. What is Collapse doing? He's playing offlane Mars, shocker, and Night Stalker, going first item Radiance. And he's done it 5 games in a row on those two heroes. So, like, it's not like a one-off trying this sort of deal. So we
Has he been winning?
Yeah, he's won 4 out of 5 of the games that he's done it. So we might be seeing some really weird on the new patch. And I just think, like, this innovation is what I always look for going into a tournament like this, because the meta hasn't fully settled, and I think these offlaners set the tone.
That sounds exciting and scary at the same time, because obviously first day of a tournament, Effie, we're going to see maybe some crazy stuff, but it could also set the tone for the rest of the event if it does work out.
Oh, that's true for sure. I mean, we can look at the last series to talk about that. I think nobody would expect Gaming Gladiators to get 2-0'd so swiftly, outside of Jenkins, of course, who
Naturally,
doesn't get his predictions wrong. Yep. But yeah, a lot of teams could surprise us here, and a lot of teams that were dependent on things that Brian mentioned before, how some players are still doing the Shivas. A lot of players who are used to that aren't doing that anymore. I don't know what we have in store, but I think there's going to be a lot of shenanigans going on. At the bare minimum. I think there are weird heroes that haven't been played yet that might be played, like Drow Ranger, for example. We're going to see a lot of IO. We'll see.
I agree with IO. What do they change about Drow?
I don't necessarily think it's due to changes. I think it's due to everything else getting worse.
I think Shivas was really good against Turk as the plus armor and the slow.
I think also because the healing reduction items were nerfed, maybe it'll play her because she does healing reduction without
she buys Ags, but
without the 2,000 gold recipe items.
We're gonna have to wait and see how those play out, and if we are indeed gonna see some Drow Ranger pop up and IO. We already had an IO ban, of course, so we did see it already, and we're gonna focus our attention a little bit more on Team Spirit, and with that, we're gonna take a look at the U.S. Air Force Wisdom Rune, as Team Spirit. They had a lot of first places last year, of course, most notably TI, Re-Up Masters, and also Dream League there in the middle. But then, Brian, during BB Dasha, they didn't win, which, for them is an underperformance. Yeah.
Usually if the tournament's not in the 10 figures or something, then they don't actually care. No, I feel like with Team Spirit, like, you're naturally going to take a chill pill after such like an exciting and probably stressful run that came towards the end of last year. They opted to not go to ESL Kuala Lumpur, and so I imagine they're going to be slowly building momentum, similar to like the puppy of old, where Secret shows up just in time for TI. So we'll see exactly what happens here.
Yeah, they need to get some points on the board for
Exactly.
being able to even make it to Riyadh next time.
That's the bare minimum threshold that they're going to make sure they meet. And it starts now.
Yeah, so far I think Jenkins said Team Spirit coming in here as the favorite team.
Against Tundra?
Yes.
You probably picked the wrong person to ask. I don't know. I feel like Tundra's got this, dude. Tundra, they're feeling themselves.
What
dude.
have they done that made you so confident for Tundra?
They 3-1 to OG when OG was sick. And OG
You mean ill?
Yeah, I was going to say, if they're ill, that's really not that hard to pull off.
Just a bit mean.
No, they power up when they're sick. It's like
So they're bullies.
Yeah, it's called hormesis. The body goes in a hormetic state, and they power up. Their brains get stronger.
Okay.
But OG just won their series. Spoilers. They 2-0'd. So OG is back with Tomato. So you're talking, how is this team good? This team beat OG 3-1 stomp.
So you're saying that beating OG is enough to feel yourself versus Team Spirit?
No, she just
beating
for some
OG
evidence.
4 weeks ago?
They haven't played. They're primed and ready to go. These players are excited. They're strong. You got Thompson. You got Pure. You got MC. I'm just listing players now, but I'm very excited to see these guys play. They all have something to prove on their own individual level.
And on what Jenkins mentioned, of course, beating OG, which they did for the Birmingham qualifiers, they've been doing very well in all of their qualifier series. We didn't get to see them perform at Boom Dacha, but if you look at their track record, they have so many wins in a row. I think hang on, I'm going to pull it out right here. But I think they've won every single series that they've played, with the exception of OG, which was the last one, which they won 3-1, 2-0. So they have just a long list of green 2-0, 2-0, 2-0, 2-0, 2-0, 2-0 in all of their qualifying games.
Well, I am looking forward to seeing Tundra play because, frankly, I just haven't seen them enough to really have a solid opinion about that. But we're going to see them a little bit more right now as we listen to them talk.
Tundra, a TI-winning organization that seemed to have lost their touch following their incredible TI 2022 run. They spent most of 2023 not achieving what they once could, with consistently mediocre results. Before TI 2023, Tundra picked up Thompson as their new mid laner, while 9 moved to position 4 to replace Soxa. Sadly, it did not work out, and left another disappointing placement for Tundra in the books.
And that is it! The TI 11 winners are eliminated by Entity 2-0!
For ESL 1 Kuala Lumpur, they picked up the ex-TSM roster to compete under the Tundra banner. Well, at least they didn't get last place. With their weird one-event Undying fling dead, Tundra was ready to get back to life. With one of the most exciting and interesting rosters in recent times, Tundra's new team is Pure, one of the best players the CIS region has to offer. Thompson, the one remaining player from Tundra's last DreamLeague run. Mind Control, free from the shackles of Kuroki. 9 class, just being better. And finally, Whitemon, the last man standing from ex-TSM.
Basically, I was kind of left alone in Tundra after TI, and then they decided to build with me, and basically we just started looking for players, and eventually we got this roster together, and I mean, it's been going super well, and I'm really happy with how things are going.
Will this team be the redemption that Mind Control has been looking for? What sort of impact will Pure have? Only time will tell, but what is certain is that this is definitely a team to keep our eye on here at DreamLeague Season 22.
This is also the only team here at DreamLeague Season 22 that does not have a coach. And Brian, how big of an impact do you feel like that will have?
I'm honestly shocked to hear that because there's a lot of youngins on this team, 9 class most notably. I'd never heard of him up until the last couple months.
You never did? You never pubbed with him?
I mean, it's like you know his name, but like you don't know much about him, you know?
Sure.
So it's like, but then you got the veterans. And so I imagine like there's a nice blend of this with Mind Control leadership as well as Thompson, their experience coming into play. So I could see how they're operating without a coach. Maybe now too many voices is bad.
Maybe they have a coach under the radar that's maybe on the tryout that we don't know about, that they haven't announced. We obviously don't know that.
That could be. It's hard to find a really high quality coach who isn't already taken by another team, because I remember Aframush, he is the general manager of Team Falcons, and he was kind of playing that coach role until they found it. So he was always talking to me about how they're vying for certain coaches who are either occupied or on vacation, and I feel like Tundra are probably in the same issue. But with that being said, Zai did just join as general manager, so maybe he could play the pseudo coach role for a while.
That could be. That could be. I wonder if he... Because that would be very short notice as well, right? I don't know how long you need as a coach to really be able to work properly with the team. Or maybe this is the tournament that we'll see how Tundra works. And obviously Zai will see how Tundra works. And based on that, he'll find a fitting coach.
Yeah, I could see that. I mean, I know from Blitz, he speaks about it very openly, podcasts and such. Like, Zai just wanted to be hands off of the game. Like, it's just too stressful. He's a really chill guy. Feels like he did what needed to be done, but he still wants to work. He still wants to be involved in the scene. So I could definitely see him stepping into the coach role. I don't know if he would want to do it permanently. I would say I really doubt it, because then you're a little too involved.
Then you're still so stressed every game.
Yeah, but for one tournament, I could see that. I could definitely see that.
Maybe, even if it's just to learn really how the players are working within themselves. I think maybe that's something you need to know.
Yeah, as a GM, that helps.
Well, he took over like the vibe leadership on Team Liquid. Like, he was making sure that team remained cohesive and mindset was good and all that. So I imagine, if anything, maybe he's not an in-game coach. He might just be somebody that they go to with questions, or give feedback openly. As a
that's enough too. Like, you sometimes just need that third party to like break up the disputes in game and to,
be the referee.
You can vent. The players can vent to this person without like offending each other. You can't just like vent to somebody about how much you don't like.
I really hated laning with you,
It's like he stole my last hit on the range creep. Like, I had that range roll. You can't do that. It's gonna sow the seeds of destruction. But Zai, there's gonna be no seeds sown with him. At least not the destructive kind.
Definitely, as Tundra comes into its own and they find every person for every role, including coach, I don't think Zai will be doing anything related to Dota, because according to what we've heard, he just wanted to get a job and still be involved in esports, but not too involved in esports. But the anecdote that I was telling was basically, you use whatever resources you have on hand, right? When Falcons didn't have AUI as their coach yet, they were using Aframish, who was a good Dota player. And yeah, the team has resources available to it regardless of not having a coach.
For sure. I will say, though, Tundra is the freshest roster on the block, I feel like, in terms of just... I mean, they're all 5 talented players, don't get me wrong, but in terms of time together, it's just very limited. They're pitted against a team that has very much been tried and tested here with Team Spirit. How is it... Like, I'm not going to ask Jacobs this time because I know his opinion, but how is this not going to be an uneven matchup, Brian? Like...
I don't know. I think new patch is my favorite these type of situations because everyone's kind of starting from scratch. And what I like so much about watching Tundra going into this is that you have Pure, who is like successful, but his career's not very long. And then you have players like MC and Thompson, who've had a lot of success in the past, but in the recent past, not so much. So like, how does that play into just really the caliber of Dota that we're going to see from these guys?
Can you give me permission to play devil's advocate to what you just said?
No. We can do it anyway, because that's what you're going to do.
Okay, I think that there's also an argument for Team Spirit always playing the same sort of Dota, like regardless of the patch, that makes them sometimes very strong at the start of a patch. Like if that just happens to be the one where they've collapsed on the Mars, like no matter what the patch, he's going to play that. He'll maybe go for a Radiance because it makes sense on this patch. Like this could be a good patch for them where the patch is their comfort zone, but it was a letter patch, so it's not a huge one.
It's not a huge one. We'll see the impact here as we go into the draft for game number 1 of this 2-game series. We got Team Spirit on the Radiant side, Tundra on the Dire side. First pick going the way of Tundra, I believe. Am I seeing that right? Yes. Great.
10 seconds.
And I'm excited. We do see a little bit of repetitiveness from the previous series, but a couple of deviants as well there. I know you have been a fan of the Batrider, or rather, Brian, it's on your radar because you've been seeing it popping up a lot, and it's first phase ban.
Yeah, I was kind of like took this from Nightfall because he used to talk about pubs this way. I think of Batrider because I've been losing to it. Like, I'm playing pubs, and there's a lot of core Batriders, and they're just owning. So I imagine that's what these players are experiencing, too.
What did they change about him that makes him...
I actually don't think they changed anything. He's just going Mana Boots, Wraith Bands, and Shivas.
Just the Mage Slayer nerf? And among, like, the heroes changing, probably, too?
Yeah, and I think he's also always been good against Timber. So, like, people are going to actually start picking heroes.
Timber's still very good.
So on letter patches, I feel like what happens is the heroes that were already good in a patch, just not the best of the best, who don't get touched, they get pushed up to best. Because, for example, you look at Hoodwink, and she was probably the support of the last patch. And one of the reasons why she was the support of the last patch is because of Mage Slayer, and because she bought it, and how easy the build-up and how comfortable it was for her. And Batrider wasn't a hero that was dependent on that item in any way, and actually got his usefulness reduced by that item. So you already have this hero who was good. Now he's going to be great. Even though he did get slightly nerfed in this patch too. Got minus 50
AoE
radius decrease.
Not like
flame
huge
break.
core nerfs though. Like I feel like if you're core bat rider, you're just about the napalm anyway.
Yeah, you definitely feel it more as a support.
Yeah.
Because that's a good tool. But I think even with that change, he still feels really good as a support too.
Well, Team Spirit got Magnus, so this is gonna be a GG here. Coming up from them. 1-0.
No Radiance, sadly.
Nah, I do genuinely think if you're playing against Team Spirit especially and a mag comes out, you can't leave it uncountered. Like Rubik is a solid counter, you know, anything that can like counter initiate the Magnus as he goes in with the blink skewers, like a line would be good. I'm actually surprised that it's not banned despite the nerfs. We saw it get banned in the previous series, first phase.
Yeah, we'll see what Thunder does against it. They have removed that Hoodwink already. And I don't know, ticking into their bonus time to decide which way they're going to go. One more ban before they get to pick soon again, or will be picked against, rather. Will be banned against and picked against. But they're taking their time. Meaning, it's surprising to me because I feel like Brian the Magnus is not that surprising to see on the side of Team Spirit. You know, that's kind of something you can prepare for, but apparently it didn't go the way they thought.
I think it's just this is the stage of the draft where you now the way that it's set up with the bans being so front heavy on the draft. These are things where if you don't think 6 picks ahead, you might actually forget to ban something relevant. So I think teams generally will be spending a lot more time on these bans, no matter what, if it's expected or not.
So that means also we should be able to learn something extra from the bans that come out right now. What about the puck is like the one thing that they would have considered? Like, wow, let's ban out the puck because 6 steps ahead. What do they want to pick?
It might be the fact that their 2 supports won't have any reliable lockdown. It really could just be that simple.
Yeah, I don't think it's easy for a support like Techies, who even though he does have a stun, he's not able to catch puck. And maybe they do want to be able to counter-initiate something like this Magnus with something that Jenkins brought up, which is the Rubik. And again, Rubik is not one of the better heroes at playing versus puck either.
Or like Avenge. All these like, I guess Rubik has lift, but it's not very long. But a lot of these supports that rely on defending themselves with spells in the backlines, puck's always good against those.
And these 2 heroes are the thing that we were talking about before. When heroes are already good in a patch and they aren't affected by the major changes in items, we can see that here with both Magnus and Techies, who were already finding playtime in the last patch. But now without the Mage Slayer, Techies is going to feel a lot better. And Magnus is a hero people were picking anyway and flexing it to carry.
I was thinking they might do this. You can block the Rubik pick, counter pick, and the Rubik mag lane is one of the easiest lanes in Dota. You've double nuke, you push the lane out, like regardless of how they counter pick you, you're always going to win the lane because you just nuke it in and then pull creep camps. And then best case scenario, you lift into skewer, easy tower skewer.
Any combo with skewers, Jenkins will talk about it all day.
It's the most exciting thing in Dota. The amount of cliffings that you can do. You can cliff 2 people. You skewer one on the cliff, then lift when they go to try to save the guy on the cliff.
They need to pick Tiny, but sadly Tiny's banned actually.
This
and they could have tossed the other guy out.
This is a great strategy.
I like the ET in response to Magnus, or ET in response to any blink buyer in the first place. The Ancestral Spirit can be so disruptive. Like, you get vision of the Initiator where he's hiding, which is incredibly important. But not just that, you can cancel the blink with the Spirit. So I do like that conceptually. And let's say you don't get the vision and you don't manage to find the Magnus or see him. Once the Magnus goes in, you can try to be disruptive with your Echo Stomp. You can counter-initiate with your Splitter.
I will say though, in lane, if this is a 5 ET, which people were playing offlane ET for a while, going for like Mask of Madness and some goofy stuff like that.
Yeah.
If you're a 5 ET, you're getting in there and like punching the Rubik in the mag. That's an easy lift skewer into tower. I know it sounds like a meme, but genuinely, these like bruiser type position 5s, if you're mag, you're like, all right, I'm gonna pull you like 1,000 meters this way.
So I'm actually gonna feed off of your.
Sorry,
I'm gonna actually say feed off of what you're saying is that means the lane equilibrium in that lane is really important. Like the pull camps and like if the ET is able to just stand in front of his tower zoning, that's powerful. But if the lane's near the tower of Rubik and Magnus, Team Spirit, then suddenly the ET is just gonna feed. So I think that top lane is gonna be very volatile based on what pull camps are happening, based on where the lane is sitting.
Maybe some carry that can like push the lane out for Tundra would be good.
Like a Luna?
Yeah, because then they can play the equilibrium game as well. Because Rubik Mag can obviously do it. They just double nuke the wave and it's pushed in. Bounces back to your tower.
Wouldn't you want to move the Elder Titan to the lane where there's no Magnus Rubik and just swap them around?
You could, but I feel like you run into the same issue if you're playing a 4 ET where your first couple waves are right in front of their tower. You're not really hitting anybody, so you're just wasting the first minute and a half of the game, which is when he's arguably the strongest.
I feel like supports like ET that can suffer depending on which lane you put them on. It's just easier to play them on the safe lane too. It feels like as a support you have a more simple job on the safe lane in that you just try to keep the lane close to your tower. You're always de-warding, you're warding, you're moving around, and you're up to shenanigans. You can even try to snipe couriers and whatnot. And it does feel safer for melee supports to play like that from the safe lane in a lot of cases.
I like this because you want a ranged core with ET in lane, but you also don't want ranged cores against mag. It's just really hard for ranged heroes to like stand their ground in fights and right click. So you have a little bit of both. Like Terrorblade's like a melee bruiser that becomes ranged at times. So usually like Troll, Terrorblade are the heroes that come to mind when you think you need a hero like this. So Terrorblade got really buffed. Like, it seems small, but I think it was like strength gains.
Strength gain for a hero that has such terrible HP. It genuinely super impactful. I think his win rate went up by like 2.5% or something, which is insane.
He loves S&Y too, and Manta, so like in a game like this, like S&Y looks really good against Magnus. It got buffed by stash resistance, so they have time to ban out all of Terrorblade's bad carry matchups, the PL, the Naga.
I feel like Manta probably is the choice this game just because Orchid also got buffed, and you're playing into Storm, who I really feel like if you don't go Orchid on Storm in this patch, it's a big grief. I don't think you go Witchblade anymore, but we'll see.
So actually, the Terrorblade change was base strength, so he starts off on lane with more strength, but he is not going to have more strength game throughout the game, but he gets 2 base strength, and the cooldown and reflection went down by 2 seconds, which honestly is no joke, because that was one of his stronger laning tools in the first place. So if you're able to abuse that more on lane, it makes a lot of sense why the hero's win rate would go up.
Even in the game, it's like 100% illusion damage. You just spawn an enemy carry hitting the enemy carry. It does the exact damage they do. It's crazy. Like, you can have 100% uptime on this if you go Octarine Core, offlane Terrorblade. Very strong build.
That's probably what we're going to be seeing here. They actually haven't picked their offlane yet for MC, so who says it has to be a carry Terrorblade?
Right.
And also, when you look at Rubik Grim supports, when Terrorblade has those 2 items and he metas in a fight, these 2 supports get shredded. There's really not that much they can do. And Grimstroke is a little bit different in that later on in the game he can get an Aghanim Scepter, and that can be his mini side quest. He tries to get a Dark Portrait of Terrorblade. But outside of that, these 2 heroes don't have that much of a means to fight back outside of pressuring him on lane. But in team fights, they don't contribute that much in regards to shutting down the Terrorblade or stopping him.
Yeah, they can like gank him with stuns and Orchid from Storm, the follow-up like Inkswell. But if you're in a fight and a TB metas and you're Rubik or Grim, you literally get 2-shot. Like, you just die before you can press any spells. It feels really bad.
So in that sense, I mean, Team Spirit should just be looking to take advantage of this Inkswell and be the ones to jump first, be the ones to jump the Terrorblade.
Constantly gank.
Yeah, make sure he's always in fear of that RP or in fear of the Storm coming in smoked with the Inkswell on him. And it seems like they have to play the very proactive game in terms of the fights that they take and the smokes that they do, whereas Tundra are content to sit back and just farm up on the Terrorblade.
It does feel like a pretty free Storm game, though, for Laurel. Like, they don't really have any lockdown.
There's no good
for him.
lockdown, yeah.
So this could get out of control pretty quickly if like Team Spirit gets a little bit of momentum. The 15-minute mark with the Grimstroke Shard, suddenly it allows Storm Spirit to itemize even more aggressively, where he doesn't need that BKB to purge the single stun that comes off. So I could see this game going both ways.
Well, that's a Night Stalker.
There you go, Brian.
Will it be it's not for the guy that's been building Radiance, though. So, but maybe he's gonna yoink it. You know, maybe it's coming.
But if Night Stalker is off to a good start and he rotates well with those first few darknesses, he is so disruptive to heroes like Storm Spirit that are dependent on their spells. So I hope he doesn't go for the ultra greedy build on this Night Stalker.
Even Mag, it's really annoying to try to blink in and skewer RP when he has the silence AoE. It's instant now. You just press it and Mag can't do shit.
Well, that's your last pick overall. We got ourselves a Yatora Troll.
How is this matchup into Terrorblade, like Troll versus TB?
I'd rather be the Troll, personally.
You'd rather be Troll?
Especially with Mag on your side. I wouldn't be surprised if he goes the Mjolnir build instead of the Battle Fury, because he's already got the cleave built in and low on a little bit of magic damage against Terrorblade high armor. Troll's an interesting hero. Like, I've been having a lot of success with it myself. I've been losing to it a lot in pubs as well from people like Yatoro, so If he gets that Ags at a decent time, purges the Techie's defensive, purges the ET Spirit.
It does well versus Night Stalker in lane too. That's a good lane for Troll.
I think it's a great troll pick, personally. You have a really aggro lane now with this Grim plus this troll, or this Rubik plus this troll, whichever they decide to lane it with. It's like an added lockdown. You can abuse the axes on a melee hero. And Troll, once he gets items, if he gets on top of TB, TB can't fight back that well. I mean, you can say that about Troll versus any hero. If he gets on top of them, melee range, right-clicking them, he will kill them.
Kind of wins any man fight.
But even before Troll was doing better in terms of statistics, Yatoro was playing him and winning games on Troll anyway. So if there's a player that can pull this hero off, it is Yatoro.
Yeah, and the win rate's very good. I remember seeing the win rate on Dota buff go up quite a bit when the patch dropped. Probably because SNY got buffed. Genuinely, that's like all it takes for
And
Troll.
Slark was his worst matchup when he got nerfed. So.
Sure, yeah.
But we've been saying how good Tundra could have prepared for this one. So I am looking for the ways that Tundra is potentially going to be able to take over this game. All eyes on Mind Control?
Yeah, I mean, it's the map control coming out from Mind Control.
From Mind Control.
Yeah, we'll sit there. The Night Stalker vision is going to play a huge part in these fights, because if Troll's allowed to lock down his targets, if Mag's allowed to pick and choose who he skewers, then I think it's going to be easy pickings for Team Spirit. But if they can just walk down lanes with vision from Terrorblade Illusions and the Night Stalker, it's going to be really hard to approach into them, and then, yeah, that's, I think, Tundra's way to win this game.
Yeah, on board with that one.
Yeah,
nodding.
I'll agree with that.
Is it a little bit of an uphill battle, or?
I think it's like a 60-40 draft for me, because they have really good brawl heroes on the side of Tundra, and if they can come out of lanes doing well and farm up on their TB, they'll have a window in the game where it's actually going to be easier to fight on their low cooldowns versus Team Spirit's team fight.
All right, let's find out if they can do it. Will Tundra take game one? Will Spirit take game one? We're finding out, but first, it's the PogChamp Pandas.
Thank you very much. Team Spirit versus Tundra here at DreamLeague. Cinderman is here as well. Forgot to mention you. Sorry about that.
It's a me.
Our first time casting the new look Tundra. Very excited for that. Relatively new lineup overall. Mind Control on the off lane. I love the way that BSJ put it in that video. Released from the shackles of Kuroki. Dude, as you know, I was raffling. I heard that was so good. As we might have a fight early on. Talk about these lineups in just a bit. Collapse. Oh, Shockwave, and that'll be the end of it, it seems. So, some crazy picks. Like, based off all the cast that I had the chance to, well, cast at Dacha Dubai, these heroes from Tundra, most of them were not picked. By most of them, I mean 3 of the 5.
Yeah, so I'm assuming Terrorblade, Night Stalker, and ET you didn't really get to see in a single game even?
Correct. Well, I never saw them, yeah.
Right. Yeah, it's definitely a bit of a curveball. I will say ET is one of Whitemon's best heroes, so I'm curious to see how well he can perform in this lane. I think theoretically speaking, the matchup with Terrorblade is fine for... It's fine for stabilizing Terrorblade's lane, but I don't know if you have exactly that much kill power. I think if Terrorblade kills in lane, it's generally off the back of popping meta and playing with a support that slows, so you can just keep hitting people. But ET has a stun that you then wake up from, so... Don't really know if they can get that much done up here in that sense, but I think it's the big picture you're looking at. You want a support that stabilizes and gets Pure off to a good start, and if he's farmed, he's happy. The Night Stalker Techies is almost a weirder one for me, because technically speaking, we've seen Techies win lanes quite hard in the first few minutes of the lane even, with some very aggressive harassment to blast off. Night Stalker doesn't really offer anything, right? You have a little bit of a slow, bad damage, compared to in the last game where we saw a much, much more powerful kill lane for the Techies. This time around, 9 class might have to take it a little bit easier. So don't expect many kills from Tundra, really.
Okay. You said that last game. That didn't go too well for your predictions.
Not many kills from Tundra last game either.
That is fair. That is technically true, as always. Yeah, should be interesting to see some of these heroes come to light. What's the reason Terrorblade has not been... I mean, this hero I complained about. Like, there was an era where Medusa, Terrorblade were just the only heroes being picked, it felt like. And it's been like 6 months. He's been in the shadows to some respects. We're going to see another Reflect into the meta being popped. Collapse has his Skewer if he needs to get away. Will be taking an Elder Titan with him, but take a little damage as a result of that.
He waited very long to do that. He was trying to bait him and get the Skewer into tower, but eventually has to do it maybe a little bit earlier than he would have liked. So neither hero is going to die, but very good pressure coming out from Tundra there. Keep in mind that was a level 1 ET, so if there's a stomp there, maybe if you're clutch, perhaps you set something up. But yeah, all good in that matchup so far.
Terrorblade.
Yeah, so I don't know. It's one of those cases where I don't know if Terrorblade per se has like been nerfed a lot as much as other heroes just kind of stole the spotlight with the pacing. I also think the large focus on stacks is something Terrorblade doesn't do nearly as well as a lot of other carries. He doesn't buy any cleave, so any hero that buys... I mean, Troll is a bit of an odd example, I guess, in that regard, but, you know, like Sven is popular. We've seen teams use Medusa as a counter to some other cleave carries. We've seen, you know, just plenty of other heroes that just seem to do better at ramping up and have more impact with the farm. And also, it's been... For a while, it was a very spellcaster-heavy meta, right? And Terrorblade inherently is very bad at dealing with spell damage, so he's very good against physical damage carries that aren't as popular. We saw a lot of, especially mid-heroes, really starting to shine. Now that things are getting toned back a little bit, maybe a hero like this can find a way back, perhaps?
Not to interrupt, Cinderin, but I think I just saw a very interesting mechanic, but I'm not 100% sure. You know how it takes 1 hit of a melee hero to kill a courier and 2 from the range, correct?
Yep.
Troll threw out an auto attack at range and then turned melee while the projectile and it hits in 1. That's pretty cool.
I would guess it works the same way with Terrorblade if you shoot while you're transforming back into melee form. That probably works as well.
Okay, yeah, definitely going to see that
That one's a little bit harder, but you know it could happen.
That's pretty cool. I like that. That means he's one of the best position 1 courier killers, Troll. We didn't know.
Absolutely.
As Collapse continuing to take some heavy damage in this top lane. Of course, this is his patented hero.
I feel like I remember a time where Troll could shoot an attack from range, turn back to melee form, and then bash on his attack. I think that got
definitely
changed.
Possible. Oh, definitely got changed.
I mean, at this point, he ensnares, right? But I don't think he's ever been able to do that with a net, but not exactly one of my favorite heroes. Not a big fan of the ult in particular.
Hey,
I know you love that ult. It's your favorite spell in Dota because you press it and then you don't have to think anymore.
That's... How many times have we cast? You know how much I hate that ult.
I know.
It's so stupid. Oh, the Skewer in. Whitemon taking damage from the tower, so Collapse was successful in that endeavor. And Mira's now coming to hopefully, from Team Spirit's perspective, get this kill. This First Blood, the Inkswell connects. He's going to pop the Fairy Fire. First Blood goes the way of Collapse.
And that is all the 1-0-2 build on Mag. If he has 2 in Shockwave and 1 in Skewer, that just doesn't happen, but gets him all the way back to the tower, and nice connection there from Mira to find that First Blood for Spirit.
Yeah, but back to the Troll ult, because it is a polarizing spell, I would say.
Who loves it?
That's true. Well, I would say Troll players love it, probably. They keep picking the hero, for God's sake. As Laurel getting pressure under the tower, Thompson going to use that Rolling Thunder very early on to try to get Maposhka. It's the shield crash, and they're going to use 9 class as well with that blast off to help secure the kill for Thompson. And you can see his CS basically a wash with Laurel.
This is a quite key moment here. If Laurel does not get this rune, he is in kill range for the foreseeable future, so he's very much going to try, but unfortunately for him, it is bottom.
It is indeed. Inkswell does hit, but enough space is made for Thompson to be able to secure the illusions for himself.
The problem here is if there's not going to... Okay, there's a TP refill. I was just going to say, if there's not a TP refill here, you're going to get forced back to base by 2 swashbuckles, but yeah, fortunately for him, Mira just able to get that refill going.
Oh, they're trying for it. Blast off into the swash. Laurel keeps alive with that Fairy Fire. Good attempt from Tundra. Keeping the pressure on. Pretty important. As top lane, Collapse Okay, Inkswell will hit, this time onto Pure, and there's the zip from Laurel using the very little mana that he has left to him to try to take out this really high armor target. But the shockwave into one last blast from Mira is enough.
Oh, that could cost them the Wisdom Rune, though.
Oh boy, MC, it is nighttime, but you don't have the stun, have the slow. Attempting to go for the blast off just at the right time. Whitemon gets one Wisdom, 9 class gets the other. So Tundra, big plays from them.
Yeah, this was huge, and this is all because this kill on Terribly takes so long that the path down to the Wisdom Rune is just... They couldn't make it back in time on the supports that were helping on that kill on TB, so Whitemon with a very clutch sneak in there behind the tower steals the Wisdom, and they cover their own, so that's a very big win.
Rolling Thunder's coming for Collapse. Still has his Skewer, though, so this will be a pretty tough one. Echo Stomp. Do they have the complete lockdown? Yes! Beautifully done from Thompson as Pure comes in with that meta to finish the job.
That was a very, very clean kill. Off to a hot start here, Tundra. Getting the 2 Wisdoms, definitely the biggest play of the game. Rubik 5 to me is already kind of a polarizing hero because I think this hero really benefits a lot from getting levels and experience more so than other 5s. When you lose the Wisdom Rune on this guy...
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
I mean, he's just going to be weak, right? For a while. 8 minutes in, he just cracked level 4. They're going to need to find a way to give space to him. And at the same time, I guess the saving grace here is that Grim is not as level dependent, I would say. He can still do a lot with just a level 7 and a shard at some point. Doesn't have to get that level 12 or whatever. Oh, blast off, big damage.
Do they have? No. Not enough lockdown.
If that Stomp lands, maybe that could have been a thing, but still keeping the pressure up. Laurel with a nice rune snag before that, dodging the Echo Stomp. Not too difficult to do, but obviously important that he managed to get that double damage. I assume he will be putting that to use somewhere, not just for farming.
One thing I do want to talk about is Pure. I'm glad to see him back on position 1, and I know we didn't talk about this too much in the last game with BetBoom, but because I talked about the last tournament a lot with Mr. Kezu, but I like Miero on their lineup quite a bit because he's more of a traditional carry, or traditional off-laner. There's Mira. Inkswell goes off, but only level 4 will be easily taken out by 9 class. But I just felt like the BetBoom of the past, they just had too many carries. Carry personnel. Basically 4 out of the 5 are like big time
This is
cores.
a nice steal if they grab this.
Yeah, that
Obviously,
would be
Magnus
very
would
nice.
love to set this up for Storm, and they
delicious.
Grab all of it. Gets a lot of neutral items as well. Shouldn't be underestimated. I feel like this isn't talked about very much in casting, but obviously the team that is very fast to get the first tier 1 neutral items have a little bit of a power spike that they can take advantage of. If you're stealing a stack like that and you get 4 drops, which just happened here for Tundra, maybe the enemy team has 1 or 2 for the next minute or 2. Any engagement that happens, you just have that little bit 10% extra edge. Fortunately for Spirit, they have still been able to get quite a lot of neutral drops themselves without this stack, but I actually thought it was going to look a little bit worse for them, but they had enough.
Mind scouting things out. Laurel goes in for the big zip. We'll have to zip back out, though, as the RP coming in from Collapse. And they're going to be able to get 3 kills off the back of it. Disgusting play, as always, from Collapse.
And this was a cool bait from Laurel because he was purposefully being slow, right? He stuck around for quite a bit. He kind of baited. He made 9 class think, okay, is he actually still staying here? Can I go for the blast off? And then when he does, he dodges it. So look at this. So he's going to jump in and start taking this fight with Thompson. Usually here, Storm will zip a little bit faster, but he's just waiting half a second in there, getting that blast off connection, and then Collapse is just easy to get in and get that triple set up. Very well done by Spirit.
Terrific bait. MC on the other side will get the crippling fear off, but it is daytime. And we know what that means. It means he's dead.
Yep. Night Stalker is a very quiet hero for big portions of the game, and he's actually had a pretty good start. He's laning against Troll, and he broke even. I would consider that a success overall.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the cores on both sides, they're actually very similarly farmed. There's not much separation at all.
The big difference right now is Elder Titan is in the dumps. Everyone else is kind of on par. Not the worst support to be
support's coming in. Blast off onto 2. Whitemon, the Echo Stomp. Won't really hit, though. Trying to get 2 and 1. Instead, finds 0. But Miposhka should be able... No.
He's going to live. Nice raindrop.
Like he does.
And he stole proximity mines, so this could get funny.
Oh boy.
He doesn't have too much mana right now. And he will get the Fairy Trinket, not a mana item, so I guess it will take him a little bit of time here, but... You know, there are some cool plays for their lineup with proximity mines. Rubik himself can lift people into it. You can pull them with Storm. You can skewer, which is the really fun one, if you want to try to set up something.
Under attack.
Or you can farm with them.
Or you can farm, which is really good on Rubik, as you can see.
Oh, yeah.
That is
juicy.
So nice.
Well, it looks like Yatoro opts for the Maelstrom build. I mean, typically see that or the Battle Fury. What do you think about this?
Yeah, what hero buys Battle Fury apart from AM nowadays? Isn't he literally the only one?
Troll.
I mean, occasionally. He doesn't always,
No,
right?
not always. Yeah.
So AM feels like the true last
if PA was a hero.
Yeah, I guess so. But yeah, we haven't really seen her get much love. Could be because
she
of
just
her.
got buffed?
Yeah, now she probably went from 37 to 38% win rate, so I think the teams are definitely going to grab her now for this.
I mean, they keep picking Enchantress, who had like a 12% win rate the last tournaments.
Yeah, but she's good, so that's okay.
Yeah, well, 12% is good. Yeah, sure.
You know,
yeah, that was probably the weirdest thing in the last tournament.
I was very surprised to hear that.
Is under attack.
And it was a lot of picks too.
But I guess something to keep in mind is Enchantress was usually a very early pick. So for a hero of that to struggle a little bit more with having a good win rate than a true last pick carry, yeah, maybe makes a bit more sense. Obviously 12% is awful for any role at any point in the draft, but yeah, maybe some teams picked it a bit too much, or maybe it can also be very skewed if teams that don't do well in the tournament are really stubborn on specific heroes. And the top teams don't run them at all, then obviously the win rates are going to look... Enchantress is not a bad hero, is what I'm trying to say. So
yeah, we'll see.
Yeah, we will. Maybe it's not going to be picked at all this tournament. That would be kind of funny, wouldn't it?
Bottom tower is under
Okay,
attack.
smoke time for Tundra. They do have Dark Ascension ready.
Yes,
Let's try to find an angle, but...
Oh, Maposhka laying down his little poops. That's going to scout things out. Sticky Bomb not going to connect, but there's the ult from MC, as you said. Collapse already using his skewer to just get away, and he's out successfully. Looks like the Grim might pay the ultimate price. Gets the soul bind, but dies shortly after. Maposhka will be found by Thompson. So 2 supports dead for Spirit. Obviously Tundra looking for the juicier targets, but just couldn't find them.
I guess that's all right, especially this Dark Ascension. It's going to turn Natural Night in 40 seconds, so... It's not like, okay, this was a huge play and now we suck again. Night Stalker is actually going to be able to do more now for a bit, if you want.
Oh, Collapse. After the Echo Stomp's already gone through, gets the skewer into the RP. They don't have another Electric Vortex. There's a blast off onto 2, and now the Taser to follow. So no right clicks will come for the side of Team Spirit for a bit, but Collapse trying to limp away. They don't have that much damage. The Swash actually misses, but it matters not.
Live when that missed, actually.
And Pure ends up dying in the top lane to Yatoro in a 1v1.
And neither of them ulted.
What?
Wait.
What happened? That is so weird.
Is it just a gentleman's agreement? We're just going to hit each other and see who dies.
He had Sunder.
Yeah, neither of them ulted. Was it really a 1v1?
I mean, I feel like we saw basically everybody in the mid lane.
Actually, the real troll ult is attacking someone and not doing anything but not ulting.
Yeah, that's great. Maposhka will deward and die for it.
Oh, it got some
gets
armor.
off a shield crash. That's nice. Yeah, that is a very weird death for Pure.
Yeah, I was just going to say this failed play mid for the Mag RP being on cooldown is actually going to lead to a power play for Tundra because, you know, it's natural nighttime now, you know there's no RP, but then Pure dies at the same time, and it would have been really nice to connect him for a big move mid and take the tower, I think. This is one of Terrorblade's biggest strengths.
Crippling Fear, such a good spell against Storm.
Yeah, very nicely done.
Nice pickoff.
I mean, this is textbook stuff. This is where Pure pops meta and hits the tower mid, surely, right? Like, this is just perfect from Tundra. Maybe he doesn't even need to meta. They actually have a siege creep, so even better.
Yeah.
Just gonna grab it and maintain map control. And this is the panel we're talking about. This game is largely going to come down to Night Stalker's plays. There's a really high impact one there from MC. He's going to try to keep the map as dangerous as possible during this time. And it's kind of an interesting dynamic between a hero like Terrorblade and Night Stalker, where Terrorblade is one of the few carries that also gives vision, but also takes so much advantage of having an area covered because he can just farm so much more effectively than most carries in the game. So NS, even if he isn't finding kills, he... You know the good old... Okay, this is a bit of a throwback. You know Ad Finum?
Yeah.
When they got second at the major.
Oh, hang on. Hold that thought. RP, Skewer, MC gets off the crippling fear. Now the focus is on the Storm Spirit again. The Rolling Thunder coming in, Soulbind onto several, but they do have enough damage. Laurel takes the tumble. Great counter initiation from Tundra. Swash on Namira. He might be the final one. They don't want to... And they will have to settle for him.
Oh boy.
Double kill for MC.
Yeah, so what I was going to reference was when Ad Finum did really well at the Boston Major, one of the things they took advantage of was playing Bounty Hunter as position 4 and just using him largely to, you know, just cover the map, right? And Night Stalker as a position 3 is one of the very few offlaners that can kind of fulfill that role, especially when he gets shard, so that you constantly have full mana and HP and you keep the farm efficiency up while you're covering areas of the map. So if you can play that with a true hard carry like Terrorblade, and you know, one of the best late game supports in theory in the Elder Titan, I actually think this is a very cool strategy, but it is also very volatile, because if this phase of the game goes badly and you lose control, you don't really have an obvious path back, but so far so good for Tundra in their map plays, looking very nice.
I know that White Mom plays Elder Titan quite a bit, but how much thought went into that? No, like, did they know they wanted to go Terrorblade? Because theoretically, Elder is very good, historically at least, against the likes of TB.
I don't think there was any element of block in it, because I don't think... I mean, Spirit, they can play it, but I don't think they've played Elder Titan much for a very long time. So I don't really think it was the block element, but I do think a part of it was probably this is one of our safe lane protecting support, so we can pick Pure anything he wants. I think it was more for them than against the enemy. And he got the job done, right? Pure is looking solid after that laning stage. Toro is still eclipsing him by about 1,000, but it's not too big of a deal.
Yeah, that solo kill definitely had something to do with it.
That's basically the lead, honestly.
Yeah.
Without that kill, it's probably even. Or maybe Terrorblade's ahead, actually. He should be ahead.
So what is the build for TB these days? So he has Manta, Vlad's.
Yep. So I believe the nerfs to Vlad's this patch are only to teammates, right? It's the exact same item for you.
Ooh.
The auras that are worse, I believe. So he still gets the full benefits as the wielder.
I believe so, yeah.
I think it's the exact same. So, yeah, what do you get here? I think staying power has to be the name of the game, right? Like, I guess Skadi Satanic, maybe a Dragonlance upgrade. Maybe just only get the Dragonlance.
Because those are all the old school builds.
Yeah, I think you still go the same build.
So really the only difference is the Vlad's that didn't used to be a thing.
Yeah, and I don't even know if that one is a mandatory one. It might just be a... I mean, obviously nothing is mandatory, but I don't know how popular that's going to be if Terrorblade gets played a lot. It's obviously great for just sustain. You can jungle as much as you want. The mana region's great for spamming your clones, but...
Well, Thompson has Ags now on that Pango, so Shield Crash will do a lot more.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Talk about this a lot as well, but in terms of like the old Ags power spike at level, it's equivalent to the level 18 now for Pango, which means a lot later of a power spike. Typically you get the Ags around level 13 through 15 before, and 15 was the power spike with the second talent, but now you gotta wait 3 more levels for that low cooldown of Shield Crash and ult.
Isn't it funny that this hero has been nerfed probably 15 times in the last year, and it's still a top tier
That's
hero?
crazy.
Imagine how good it was originally.
Yeah.
When you think about it.
That is true.
That is insane.
Miposhka.
Nice escape here from Miposhka. Very, very good positioning there. Not only does he escape, but obviously anticipating this movement and trying to break smoke, and doesn't even get caught. So nice space here for Yatoro. He's knocking on the front door up top. Obviously can't commit for this tower, but he will at least push into it and let his siege wave do a little bit of damage. And he is going for a pretty standard troll route here with the Maelstrom, SNY, and Tabiki. Actually will go and hit that tower, and Tundra are going to take this opportunity to go for a bigger objective.
Yep, Mr. Roche is on the table, 21 minutes.
This is another great benefit of having Vlad's on Terrorblade, I suppose.
Yep, true. They don't have the best Roche taking. This will take a bit.
Yeah.
Now that Thompson has made its way over, it'll be a little bit easier. MC pretty useless. just the body inside the pit right now.
Yeah, 3 points in Lucky Shot will get the job done, though. Some nice minus armor. And
Looks like Pure's going to take it so he doesn't get 1v1'd by Yatoro again.
I wonder if there's a world where this one could have gone on NS, actually. But maybe that's a bit too cute. I'm always, whenever I'm looking at the transformation carries, I'm always thinking, okay, is there another hero that could really benefit from it too? Because if you meta on your first life and you don't have it on the second one, your Aegis life isn't really that good. Same problem that Dragon Knight faces with Aegis, same problem that Lycan.
But you could get Shard on TB.
Yeah, it helps.
Makes it a little bit more bearable.
It does help.
Which we did see that while the hero was
there's the
AFK.
skewer.
Collapse, yep, Horn Toss. And that is going to be the... Oh, RP actually connects onto both. Nicely done. 9 class. Okay, the taser actually does connect. But the zip from Laurel will ensure the double kill.
You had your warning.
Great reaction from Team Spirit there.
Collapse is pretty good at Magnus.
Yeah, some would say. Yeah, the Horn Toss, I mean, remember, that used to be 1,400 back when he won TI.
Yeah. While also being a stun.
True. It was even better.
Probably better than Prime Pango, actually. Which is quite impressive. I wonder, okay, let's... give me a quick instinctive top 3 of most overpowered individual heroes there's ever been in Dota 2.
Ricky when he had a Death Ward.
That's not Dota 2.
Damn it. Dota 2.
Yeah.
I mean, there was the era of Jug, Troll, Sniper.
Okay.
I'd just count that as 1, I guess.
Okay.
If you want.
You can pick any version of a hero in Dota 2. So I'm pretty sure what my at least top 2 is. It's got to be on release Monkey King.
I think Earth Spirit.
On release Earth Spirit is probably number 1. I think that is the most busted hero we've ever had.
Yeah, I think so.
But I mean, Prime Pango's got to be up pretty high, honestly. I feel like the hero is really good.
I think competitively is also different than pubs.
Yeah, but I would consider the other 2 in pro play as well.
Okay.
I think Earth Spirit at his peak, but he wasn't in Captain's mode, so I guess that's a bit unfair then. Because the best version of the hero was not in CM.
That's true.
But yeah, that... Maybe the IO with the tether stun?
Oh, I forgot about IO. Oh my god. There's like 10 different versions of IO that would make that list.
The TI3 IO was gross. That was really gross. Oh, 9 class getting found again.
Yep, he is spotted. Inkswell, such a ridiculous spell. I'm surprised that this one didn't get a touch-up. It is literally the hero.
Yeah.
Like, back in the day, you pick this hero as like, okay, there's an Inkswell target, that's nice, but you really need like a Soulbind combo. Now it's literally, if you deleted Soulbind, the hero probably would still get picked because Inkswell is absurd. I know you're thinking about if that's actually true.
I genuinely think you're right.
MC gets off the crippling fear. Nice timing from him. Collapse, trying to stay afar.
Oh my god, so much.
He gets netted up by Yatoro, but now the counter initiation from Thompson. Rolling Thunder's there.
Yatoro's out of mana.
No mana, so that useless ult that we talked about won't be able to be activated. Trying to potentially deny himself. He's really fast, though, I have to say. There's the final stun from Thompson into the right clicks, and Pure will get credit for it.
That's a great trade for Tundra if they get 9 class out of here. Oh, nice lift, though.
Yeah. Good timing there as RP was used just for a techies.
Oh, they get the stomp.
Echo stomp. Rolling Thunder was stolen though. Mapochka getting pretty good value out of that. Will be able to get away, although the right clicks from Pure are doing so much damage. And yeah, he gets the final one in just in time. So Tundra, they lose their Night Stalker Pango techies.
Yeah, Pango got killed off camera by the Storm plus Grimstroke mid, so without that, this would have been a pretty good trade for Tundra, but that kill is huge.
Yeah, I don't know if this one's happening.
Not happening.
The Crippling Fear, though, is something that Laurel has to be... I mean, he did have BKB, I guess.
I want to say this is the phase of the game that can a lot of time be really awkward for Night Stalker, because you're not really farmed enough to be a big threat with how this game has gone. You did a really good job in a couple of early skirmishes, but you didn't find your big farm. So you're in this awkward limbo where you're level 12 and the mag is 16, right? Yeah. For comparison. So your way back into a powerful position can only come from one play, and that is finding some sort of a flank move where you get a good Crippling Fear off and find hero kills. Farming the map, your hero is just inefficient. And I think a big part of the reason why this hero isn't so much favored in pro play in general, but especially in this patch right now, is that a lot of the games tend to have this little bit of a lull in the middle of the game where things can be a little bit slow and methodical, and Ice Stalker is just horribly inefficient. There's just like no build on this hero where
Isn't that why we used to see Midas into Shard?
Yeah, but then you fall into the other trap of, well, if you go that route...
Then you're a little too slow?
Then you're too slow for when you want to build the advantage. So I think that's why this hero is so difficult to implement, is that the timings are very narrow. And I honestly think Tundra did a really good job in this game in the first 15 minutes, but all it takes is just one bad moment where MC gets caught and killed, and you just really fall off a cliff. It's kind of the old... it's the old Queen of Pain mid syndrome when she didn't used to scale very well. You get like 5 early game kills, you die twice, and you feel like you're the worst hero on the map. So, NS can very easily run into the same issues. So effectively at this point, it's kind of, you know, Terrorblade is very much alone at the top of the charts.
That's the thing. If you had a position 4 that could scale and you can kind of just swap positions with them, like you're forcing heroes to buy BKB that typically don't want it, right? Like the Storm wants to try to get away without the BKB in most games, but the Crippling Fear is just like you have to get it.
Or Force Staff, but it can be awkward.
Yeah.
So I think
they don't really have a position 4. I mean, sure, Elder Titan theoretically can scale, but we're not going to be seeing that this game.
No. It's also not how Whitemon plays as a player. I would put him very much down at the bottom of the list of players that play to scale. I think he's always been a very sacrificial player by nature in the 5 role, so he's not likely to make the decision 15 minutes in of, okay guys, this is a game where I'm going to become a core, compared to Toronto Tokyo that we had in the last series, for example, who will very much make that judgment call a lot of the time. Alright, time for Spirit to put on the pressure here. You gotta be very careful as Tundra. If anybody gets spotted by this Invis rune, it could just be a straight up Horn Toss kill and could open up the base. Love seeing this confident from Spirit without the Aegis. They just recognize this tier 2 tower is just free. Troll is very strong at this point in time.
Laurel has his Parasma now.
Yep.
We'll be going for his Kaya next.
Got a little bit nerfed this patch, didn't it, Parasma? I think it got more expensive, was it?
I think it got quite a bit more expensive. Wasn't it like 400 gold or something?
Yeah. And it lost 5 int, so just clearly worse.
But Smoke still from Tundra, they need to get something out of this. Knowing that Roche will be up potentially soon, 30 seconds away from knowing. But if it is a fast spawn, then whoever wins this fight would potentially get a freebie.
I think the dream initiation from them is to... I mean, it's hard, right? But if you can somehow kill Magnus before he gets BKB off, if you can initiate with a blast off or initiate with a Pango ult, where you just blink in on top of him and get a chain stun.
MC focusing on the supports for now. Mapochka has the Ink Swell. Nice Rolling Thunder timing from Tops, and we'll be able to clean up Mapochka as a result. But there's the Soulbind, the ultimate counter to the Rolling Thunder. Very annoying to deal with, especially in that position, as there's a Horn Toss Skewer from Collapse. Focusing now onto just Topson, who's left to his own devices. That's a core for support.
Yeah, that feels like a little bit of a mistake from MC. I think the Soulbind was actually not an instant connection. I think he flew in and bound to the Pango. Obviously understandable, he wants to go for the chase onto that Grimstroke, but needs to be very aware of how much it ruins Pango's fight to get bound to anyone. Yeah, Roche is waiting.
I wonder how much, I bet there's probably some stat that we could look at some point, but I wonder how much having a good shard matters in terms of like pick rate for supports, because you're getting them for free half the time
I think
when you get
really
the Tormentor. Like Elder Titans is, I mean, I think when you compare it to other shards, it's pretty bad, I would say, right?
I would agree with that for support, yeah.
And that's what they got this time. They got the, I mean, Techies is, I think they buffed that one enough that it's quite good now.
Yeah.
But the Elder Titan one, I don't know if you're even going to use it.
I think
it's the teleport one, right?
I think the support that comes to mind that has arguably the weakest shard that is still quite popular is probably Pugna. But I think Pugna is also very unique in its ability to do certain things that other supports just cannot. You can't touch, right? There's nobody that can push towers as fast except, I mean, Chen, but he's banned every game, right?
So, sorry, the shard does lower the cooldown of Echo Stomp, so it's always going to help a bit. But then the other aspect, which is that
but
teleporting or whatever.
But do you have it on Astral's you don't have Astral anyway. So having a lower cooldown on Stomp isn't particularly helpful if you don't have the Spirit to go with it, right?
That is true.
So I don't think it matters that much.
Aegis now for Yatoro on his Troll Warlord. He's beasting it up, has the SNY, Mjolnir, MKB, and BKB. And more importantly, Roshan's banner is in his inventory.
Gonna put that in the backpack until it's over.
Yeah, let's, I always miss when they place it. Let's try to pay attention.
I'll try my very best.
It's not noticeable at all. It looks like a ward is placed on the minimap.
Yeah.
I think it could get like a bigger sound cue.
Yeah, there needs to be like Gaben belching or something really loud.
Yeah, that was exactly what I was thinking.
9 class steals the damage rune. Yatoro.
No, you know, like some sort of rallying sound, because it's like a banner. Now the creeps are gonna, you know.
Yeah, like a horn. Speaking of horns, there's the horn toss. Death of 9 class.
Wait, did Rubik just steal Blast off? That is really good on this hero, especially he has daggers. I mean, this could make for a cute play from Aposhka here, potentially.
Yeah, Yatoro, the base destroyer has cometh for you. Rolling Thunder, I hear it. Do they want to go in? They do. Thompson. They're going to focus down the Grimstroke first. MC is there, but there's the RP to come out from Collapse. Yatoro pops his ult, and now going absolutely ham and pure, left alone, horn tossed, killed off. And that honestly might just be game. There's only one buyback, and it's on the Elder Titan. Yatoro and company can at the very least get 2 sets of racks.
Yeah, they only
if they wanted to go Throne, they might have been able to do it, but of course they don't know what we do. The buyback situation.
It's not even safe to poke Yatoro here either, because you can still get horn tossed if there's any sort of vision or any sort of info. Yeah, I mean, 9 class is effectively just killing himself here, right? Oh, did Collapse get hit?
Potentially, either way.
Thought he was just going to get him.
Two stats Collapse, he'll find the Pango instead into the Electric Vortex. Very easy kill for Spirit, punishing Tundra in their own base. And with that, Team Spirit, I mean, they still have the Aegis for a little under 3 minutes. So it looks like they'll reset and play this in a more disciplined way.
I think this is honestly when things get hard for Team Spirit, because they need to choose which of the 2 lanes they've just pushed they need to place the banner in.
Yeah.
And I think Yatoro really can't decide, so he's just going to hold on to it and wait for a better moment.
I mean, it's global range, right? You can just wait till later while you're actually pushing.
Yep.
And this was just disastrous fight for Tundra. Pure. Yeah. That's the moment he died. You can tell he moved. And now you get the Shockwave Shard for Collapse. The banner was used, apparently. Is this true? Or it's just not in his inventory. So could have been used, could have been passed off, could have literally deleted it. We'll never know.
All right, I have a different question for you about the banner. How much do you think it should sell for players to choose to sell it instead of using it? How much do you think they would be willing to part with it?
It should cost you 500 gold.
If it gave like 300, do you think people would sell it?
In some cases, yes.
What about 500?
In some cases, yes. I think it depends. Like, I think if you have super creeps and you're ready to push another lane, it's a good. It's not like it's bad.
I kind of feel like the banner is underrated, and we still just need to learn how to use it better. But at the same time, it's just so many times you see it used, and you're just like, oh, okay, it didn't really matter.
Well, it's just because, like, it's just not easy to notice in the midst of things, because it's not like we're looking at the creeps. It's put in an opposite lane that the camera won't be in, typically. But yeah, if they did put it in the mid lane, we're just gonna assume they did.
Close call there. Collapse fishing. Some TI flashbacks here. The fishing mag will keep fishing until he gets it. And Yatoro will be impossible to kill twice. He's level 25 with Aegis for another 40 seconds.
Rolling Thunder to try to kill off the creeps. Soulbind on him, but he's not attached to anybody this time. Able to kill off Maposhka nicely, and actually able to get a second support in the form of Mira.
Damn, that was really well done by Thompson. He effectively just set up kills on both supports and stopped the push on his own.
Yeah, this will delay things, and the Aegis...
It will run out.
Indeed.
Most of the time, the game just ends there against most teams, but that was really, really sweet from Thompson finding that backstab.
Oh, this would be even sweeter. Laurel does have his BKB, might be forced to use it here. Indeed, that is the case. They needed that blast off a little sooner. And that's the other thing. They don't really have that much stun. Like Echo Stomp is, I mean, it's a stun, but you wake up in the midst of it, and then there's just blast off.
I mean, this is
the Rolling Thunder. Like it's already been used in that case. So
this is an S tier Storm game with the Night Stalker being the only exception. Obviously, he got picked as a solution, right?
Yeah.
I don't think Tundra entered this game with the plan in mind that we're gonna run NS with our first 2. I think they just had to dig a little bit deep to find a way of handling it because of how good that pick was. And the Night Stalker, I mean, he did lead to 1 or 2 good kills on the Storm, but that was it. Laurel, aside from that, has been having a pretty free time. Blast off to farm. Okay.
yeah, this is Collapse's area. You're not allowed to. That's a long skewer, I'll tell you what.
Yep.
Sheep from Laurel being shown. Another death for 9 class. I mean, the fact that it's only a 12k lead is admirable, if I'm being honest. Typically, this would be like 20 plus.
Yeah, that's often what happens with Terrorblade, though, right? Like, it's always going to be inflated. So the hero just farms so much.
He needs a net. Where are these nets at? Doesn't matter. Oh, gets sheeped and killed by Laurel. Gem drops to the deck. And now Yatoro can literally kill this through backdoor protection once these stacks are up. Has his shard now, by the way.
Yep.
It's a good one, finally. They finally listened to us about Rampage being the worst shard in the game, worst ability. And Rolling Thunder's coming in. They have to kill this Troll Warlord. Collapse trying to support his carry. As Thompson killing off some creeps. He's going to get RP'd in the middle of his ult. Elder Titan, it might be the first ult of the game for him. It matters not. Thompson is done for 70. No buyback whatsoever. And Yatoro pops the Satanic and the BKB and his ult. Everything all in one just to stay alive. And he is healing up quite a degree here as MC is forced to use his BKB. Soulbind onto 2, but now the racks are completely exposed. As Laurel is getting really low, has to be careful. Zips away with a sliver of HP. MC continuing to pursue, but even if he gets this kill, that is 80 seconds of no Laurel, but that is the mega creeps on the side of Team Spirit. And if that banner was still alive, which again, we'll never know because there's no indication whatsoever other than finding the flag like a needle in a haystack, but there might be Gaben creeps alive right now.
You can click on the creeps and check their health, right?
Yeah, that's really intuitive, you're right.
Okay.
1200 HP, okay. Like there should be a banner icon, a status buff icon. Okay, so there's nothing. There's nothing placed. Thank you. Thank you, observers.
God, I hope he dropped it in Fountain.
That would be funny the whole time.
All right, so yeah, Megas are up, and Yatoro is basically maxed out. He's got his Disperser coming out very soon.
Ooh, Aviana's Feather, one of my favorite neutral added to the game.
Great to get on Night Stalker so you can fly while you're flying.
That's right.
Free bird.
Well, you can fly without your ult.
Yes.
Think about that.
Yep.
You didn't.
You can pretend that it's nighttime when it's day, when you're dying.
Yeah, well, people will be scared by you. They'll think you're ulted.
The next level Herald counter.
Ninja Gear still exists in the game, as that will be taken by a couple members. That one's probably the most shocking. I mean, they did get rid of the backpacking thing, which is good. That was the main abuse, I suppose.
Yeah.
Remember the Illusionist cape?
Yeah, I mean, Ninja Gear is one of those weird ones where it's just so much better at a higher level than at lower levels. So, because people play way better around vision and map awareness, so...
so you say.
Yeah. So I think this item is just fundamentally crazy in pro games, but in nothing else. Or also high immortal games, I guess. But it's weird, and like you said, it's one of the more controversial items that have definitely been discussed for removal for that reason, that it's very polarizing. I don't think its win rate is anything crazy compared to other tier 4s.
No, honestly, I think it's fine now. Now that you can't backpack it, like when you backpack it, the effect goes away. So that's all that was needed.
It's still fundamentally... Smoke is such a powerful tool in the game that is on, it's on a... There's a finite supply, except if you have this item, right?
And Collapse, that's who they want. He's glimmered.
Nope, he was ninja geared.
Ninja geared, sorry. We were just talking about it. Ironic.
Well, what
Rolling
do you
Thunder
know?
will be wasted.
They couldn't see him because he used ninja gear.
Radiant.
It happens to the best of us.
MC is closing in on a nullifier. I mean, it's like you said, the lead for Mega Creeps, 16k, not that bad, but Terrorblade will be one of those heroes that is always extremely high up there, just farms faster than almost any carry in the game, so will even match the Troll here. Pure, quite admirable game from him in terms of net worth, but haven't really seen much impact from the hero. Like, hasn't got to hit people very much. It's very much being controlled by the Storm and the Mag. Speaking of...
Yep, there's the horn toss.
Boy.
Force the BKB onto Pure. He's looking for a fight. RP not going to be expended, was faking it out. There's the ult from Yatoro to focus down Pure. He will die, but does have buyback and his ult still. Or by ult, I mean Metamorphosis, of course. There's Laurel jumping in, getting a deep electric vortex. That's the death of Thompson. He is the one without buyback. And now MC forced to BKB as they're going to just GG out. As this one is done. The Team Spirit. Very impressive display from them versus Tundra here.
Yeah. It's just a very clean game. I think something that Team Spirit really accomplished in this game was to get all three of their cores a good start. I think if you're... The Magnus was the overall first pick of the draft, I believe, right? So
yes.
I don't think Tundra really dealt with Magnus that well. I don't think they counterpicked him in lane at all. I think this Terrorblade ET is a very good matchup for Mag. So Collapse got to hit his timings quite early. They get the really nice Storm game as well, where the first three heroes just don't do much against Storm. They got him against Pango.
I feel like they have like an Amar type thing going for them, where you can first pick Collapse's hero and it really doesn't matter. Like,
yeah,
he'll just still own.
I mean, as long as the heroes that you play are really good in the patch, then it's a great way of setting up for the draft in general to first pick your offlaner. So, yeah, nice game from Spirit. I think very impressive, and everybody played a very clean game there. So,
yeah, Spirit 1-0 start to this series. Studio, take it away!
Thank you very much. That's what it's in it. There's a lot to talk about with this game because yes, Team Spirit was victorious, but Tundra wasn't completely left in the dark. Let's talk about it a little bit more here with Jenkins and Effie, because this game, Jenkins, for a while, you were saying, wow, Tundra got this.
Yeah,
Tundra got this. Tundra got this.
2-0 Tundra.
Yep.
No, in reality, I mean, Collapse played the Magnus extremely well. He was top net worth coming out of the laning stage. That always helps. I do agree with Kezu or Cinder and whoever the hell that was, casting the Suns fan, that it was a good lane for the Mag. Like, if I'm Mag and I'm playing into a hero that has such low HP and high armor like a TB, I'm just going to skill nukes and I'll kill you that way, like not utilizing the Empower too much, only using that to farm. And he did, and they got a couple of kills, and he got huge. He got the Aghanim Scepter. They smoked into an Aegis, and they got a pick off on the Pango. And I think that's, number one, that's a beautiful smoke. But then number two, it was also just a really early Aghanim Scepter from the Magnus, and I can see why they weren't expecting it. But that really set them up for a solid game, was like that smoke connection.
Yeah, he really did a great job on the Magnus, but I also think that Laurel and the Storm Spirit also had a great lane, and he was the reason for a lot of the picks that Spirit were able to get that game, even when Tundra got that first Aegis, even when Tundra were finding the kills, when they were finding the smokes, because we talk about Magnus's lane, but at some point they did try to address it, right? They brought their Pango top, they got the kill, and they were able to get some map control on the side of Tundra. But even when Team Spirit couldn't take the fight to Tundra directly, their Troll was still farming up, their Storm was still farming up, and it was just a matter of time until they got their items and they were able to just run up to Tundra's base and win the game.
And the Troll was able to solo kill Pure on Terrorblade.
No, but I thought about that. It makes sense.
I know it does.
All right, you're like, there's a Terrorblade on one side. It's like,
yeah,
I'm waiting for the ult until he ults and has been done with his ult, and then you know, then I might Sunder, maybe depending on how much health he gets back. Whatever, you wait for that, because on the other side there's a Troll waiting. Once he Sunders, I'll just ult.
It's like the opposite.
You know, and then you just wait it.
Yeah,
your one dies.
They just both don't ult, because if they did, it's like the argument is obviously like the TB should ult, because then it forces the Troll to use his ult, then they can maybe go for a kill on him. But then TB also doesn't have the ult, so they could go for a kill on him. So they both just don't do it, whatever. The problem in the first place is ever getting into a scenario
where they're 1v1ing.
They're 1v1ing each other. And I can understand if I'm TB in that scenario, I'm just like, just take me. Just have me. I don't care. Like, I'm dead either way, you know? Just die without using ult.
You don't
whatever.
win that battle regardless.
No,
and
you
I
don't.
think even if TV Sunders and Troll doesn't have ult, if Troll has max for respects, he still kills TV.
Yeah.
It's not easy
Yeah,
to take
that's
out
probably
of
true.
It's basically hands off the keyboard.
You take your hands off at
All
that
right,
point, yeah.
guys. I'm
You
out.
just don't get yourself into that scenario in the first place, you know?
Yeah, but with that being said, Troll Warlords aside, if you're playing against a Troll team that has a Magnus, and you're not just playing against Troll, you're playing against a Magnus-Troll combination, you are on a timer, like we mentioned in the drafting phase. But not only are you on a timer, you're very dependent on this Night Stalker to be able to break the initiation from Team Spirit. So we saw later on that, you know, MC on that night control did his best to try to control the Magnus, but you're just dependent on your BKB duration. The lower your BKB cools down throughout the game, you won't be able to do that much because suddenly they're just going to turn on you and press their spells. And in the duration of Night Stalker's BKB, it's not like he could take out the Magnus in the first place. So Tundra were in a pickle where there wasn't really much to do after a certain point.
Yeah, I think we said during the draft, all eyes on mind control for the map control. And for a little while, it did seem like it was working, but then, yeah, as you say, the duration of the BKB goes down, and you kind of at some point have to have the Terrorblade carry you through, but he's already countered.
Which, honestly, the fact that Tundra even had an opening into the game in the first place is kind of impressive, just because I've played the into Troll matchup as a Night Stalker a lot of times because these heroes have been popular in the same meta at the same time. Like, I think Troll is somewhat of a Night Stalker counter because of this. Troll likes to man up, Night Stalker likes to man up. You destroy him in lane. It's not easy to do anything in that game as a Night Stalker, and then the whole game is riding on him at that point as well. It feels like a bit of a... You said 60-40 in the draft? Maybe a little higher after watching that, like 65-45 Sheever?
But I also think I don't want to make everything about draft here, Sheaves and Jenkin, because it was Team Spirit's masterclass execution, right? Because they were in a position where they were playing from behind. They were playing against Aegis, and it seemed like Tundra took the map control over, and they didn't take any fights that they didn't have an understanding of, and they were dependent on skewer backs to even play into these fights or skirmishes. So I think a less experienced team might have run into them, you know, thrown their eggs into the, it's okay, we have Mag Troll basket, and not played for those pickoffs the way that Spirit did. So Spirit did a really great job in terms of just biding their time.
Very well played indeed. I'm also very curious to hear what our technical analyst has to say about this one.
Thank you, Shiva. As for this game, I chose the mid lane matchup to be what we focus on for the Acer Predator head-to-head, as both of these heroes, the Storm Spirit and the Pango, on Laurel and Thompson respectively, they were absolutely essential to being part of every single kill in this game, or at least 80% and 79%. As we saw, they were the catalyst. They had a lot of follow-ups on both sides, Night Stalker providing the vision, the Magnus providing the follow-up RPs, but it required Laurel to set up the chaos with his ball lightnings in, Thompson to get those early rotations, and without these two in the game, like I feel like there were only 20 kills or so per team, and both of these players, like, there were just nothing happening if they weren't there.
Do you feel like, because this looks very even, and we've talked on the panel just now how Mag was the big difference maker. Do you feel like the mid lane was even in that sense? Like if you would look back, would you say like, oh, they both played well?
Yeah, I think they both had the game that they wanted. I think Laurel just was a bit more enabled to play sacrificial in the fights because Yatoro isn't a good carry-to-carry matchup, and it felt like Pure was unable to dish out the damage, so it had to be coming from somewhere. Night Stalker's more of an enabling core, so Pango had a lot more weight on his shoulders on the side of Tops in that game, and we saw Laurel like pushing his limits, always forcing a lot of people to him, and that allowed him to basically accept his death when they're both throwing themselves into the fray.
I also found that we had a lot of supports rotating mid at the start, or the first like 10-15 minutes.
Yeah, all the plays were around both these guys. Not only were the plays going mid, but once they got the runes, they were then flowing back to the side lanes.
Yeah, which I mean, it was an exciting match to see, exciting matchup to see. Did it play out the way you thought before the game started?
I honestly, I wasn't sure who, because that's a very snowbally lane, and a lot of times Pango does really well. I was really impressed watching Laurel specifically in the early game because he was storm pulling Thompson every time Thompson was going for the shield crash in lane. So I think that these little nuances of understanding your hero in the specific matchups are what get them the leg up, and we can see why, even if that early in the game has much of an impact on how powerful he is later on.
Well, we're going to see if maybe we're going to have a 1-1 on our side, of course. Who knows? Maybe Tundra can bring it back. But we have to wait a little bit before that as we are getting ready for ourselves for game number 2. So stay tuned.
The morning light, it hits my eye. Last night we partied like it's 99. You took my hand, we danced all night. That's all I remember, we can blame nobody. Look where we are, so beautiful. This world is ours for the taking now. Not holding back, not giving in. Stay a little longer in the moment now. No regrets now. I'm not feeling sorry for anything I've done. We light it up just to watch them burn it down. And we don't need them anyway. Just take the chance, make dreams come true. Will I ever see your pretty face again? Rendezvous is all I'm hoping for. Maybe we can meet up on a boulevard. Let's get away, away, yeah. 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 'Cause if we got one life to live, maybe we should just let go. Don't worry about tomorrow. Start counting your Insta follows. 'Cause the sun comes up again. New days they begin. So hold on to me, 'cause I wanna go with you. No regrets now. I'm not feeling sorry for anything I've done. We light it up just to watch them burn it down. And we don't need them anyway. Just take the chance, make dreams come true. Will I ever see your pretty face again? Rendezvous is all I'm hoping for. Maybe we can meet up on a boulevard. Let's get away, away, yeah. 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 Let's show the world what we're made of. The fire in our bones never faded. We cannot hold it any longer. 'Cause every day the feeling's getting stronger. Just take the chance, make dreams come true. Will I ever see your pretty face again? Rendezvous is all I'm hoping for. Maybe we can meet up on a boulevard. Let's get away, away, yeah. Let's get away, away, yeah. Let's get away, away, yeah. Let's get away, away, yeah.
stop, no. sparkle like diamonds. Yes, you do, no matter where you are. And you got everyone's attention. Yeah, you're breaking every heart. Yeah. Wonder if you ever realize it's yours for you to take. Oh, just let it show what you feel inside. Don't hold back, don't make them wait. Set the world on fire. It's your time, so do whatever you like. It's your night, you got the stars in your eyes. Let them shine and set the world on fire. Light up the sky. You look good in the spotlight. Just go on and set yourself free. And why not have the time of your life? 'Cause tonight you're royalty. Yes, you are.
Thank you, PogChamp Pandas. Thank you very much. I'm sitting somewhere new again. I know, and this time with Lacoste. Hey, Lacoste, how you doing?
Doing great. Looking tiny, close to you, Shiver. But yeah, we're gonna check what's happening.
Stand up as well.
No, please don't.
On the
No,
little
this is
ledge
this is
there.
a much better shot. But we can check what's happening on social media. What's the
All right.
hottest thing going on right now?
And what is it?
It is a broken bone, unfortunately, for my boy Giannis
Oh,
Lucas,
no.
also known as Fog, retired Dota 2 player a long time ago, turned into commentator. And yeah, not too good. He's been carrying my ass in the pubs for a really long
That's my
time.
roast bone.
Yeah,
It's like-
maybe it was fractured slightly before, you know. But we can check some of the comments. D2 William you saying that's been a skill issue. You know, sometimes when you're in your 30s, Fog is an old guy. He needs to be much more careful. The funny thing about this one is we can check some of the messages as well that did happen between me and Kezu. He's been asking. You can see the timestamp as well. Like, yo, where's the Fog at? And 12 minutes later, we can check
Waiting
a
for my
different
carbonara.
message from my boy Fog saying that he's in the hospital. And I could not believe him because we do like to troll each other. But unfortunately, he did break his bones. And we also saw some of the good Pepe usages as well. Have you ever been snowboarding, Shiver?
I did. I spent a total of 2 weeks snowboarding.
Did not break anything?
No, but I definitely was black and blue. Like, it's not as like I grew up learning a little bit how to ski, and skiing you can break bones very easily skiing as well. But you know, at least you're mostly going down a mountain. If you're learning how to snowboard, you're sitting down most of the time.
Okay,
so that
noted.
was me. But no broken bones doing that.
Good for
luckily.
you. We
Good
wish
for me. Do
Giannis
you?
Lucas. No, definitely not.
Any broken
Speedy
bones?
recovery. No, I'm pretty firm.
Okay, I did break
Difficult
a
to
bone at some
break me.
point, a leg, but you know, different story for different time. Doesn't matter. Thank you so much for this update. We are gonna head over to the draft that has just begun because I mean that's what we're here for. The Dota 2, of course. We wish Fog a draft coming as well. There we go. Game 2 draft here. And we have Tundra on the Radiant Side Spirit Dire. And I'm joined, of course, by Effie, Jenkins, and BSJ. I want to hear what needs to be changed. Because we did have glimmers of hope for Tundra because they were playing well. They were just not having a little bit of the right heroes, Brian. I feel.
I don't like usually just chopping it up to just carry matchup. I think this patch, though, carry matchup is more important than I can remember. Like, when I'm in pubs, I do feel this. Like, if I'm Troll against Slark, like, Slark hard counters Troll. If I'm Terrorblade against Troll, it hard counters you. Like, last game we saw Morphling versus Sven in the previous series. Like, it really does seem to be a high impact on the results of the loss or win based on the carry matchup.
Can I ask you a question?
No. You already asked me. That's the question, probably. I freaking knew it.
I'm asking you an actual question. Do you mean this letter patch, the carry matchup feels more important, or do you mean overall in this patch?
I felt it in B patch as well, but now that like the items like Mage Slayer and Diffusal got nerfed a bit, it feels like the games are going to go later, and whoever scales better, I think it matters even more now with the C patch than it did before.
That's interesting insight because I always just like looked at the patch in terms of who can just win the deciding fight that lets you win the game. That's what it feels like Dota has been chalked up to. But it has felt that way a little bit in pubs. If the other carry gets even a slight advantage, at some point the game just gets blown wide open. Even if your carry has a good lane, like there have been a lot of instances where carries are off to a good start, but one thing doesn't go their way. They don't get one Aegis, and all of a sudden they feel completely useless in the face of the other carry. And that could be why.
Yeah, it's something. It's just like a hypothesis right now, and I think it's cool to hear from like the support / rest of the team perspective that you see something similar. I just moving forward, I'm going to keep paying attention more and more to this matchup because so far, 3 game sample size, that's been pretty telling.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure why that feels like the case. I mean, I almost want to apply that to like Dota in general right now, where I feel like if a team gets ahead, there's a lot of stat items. You mentioned the Mage Slayer, the Shivas. Like I know these things got nerfed, but Sanch and Yasha kind of similar. Like heroes become hard to burst. Maybe you have enough damage to get them to like 10% HP, but then they Satanic, they heal back to full HP or something like that. And if they don't have that like extra stat item, then you do burst them. And I also think people have gotten a lot better at, you look at a support's inventory at 25 minutes, it's like a Winter Wyvern. Well, that hero actually makes sense, but it's like an Undying with 3 Wraith Bands, right? Like people also know how to itemize to be unkillable. So it does feel like if a team gets a lead, it can feel almost impossible to take it back without like a series of really important pickoffs.
So Tundra default back to the techies. Honestly, looking back at the last game, I don't think techies is an issue at all. This hero is still really strong in terms of what it does, right? It gives you good laning, it gives you good ganking potential later on, good area control for things like Roshan, and Tundra are comfortable with it. As Team Spirit do make an alteration by going for the Enchantress first, probably because Magnus gets found out. You don't let Collapse get Magnus twice. But Enchantress has always been a good hero for Team Spirit. Even with her multitude of nerfs in the past, this is a team that's always been willing to run her, and they flex her on Mira and Miposhka, and this hero just does so much in this patch that requires your supports to scale. Like even outside of what this hero does with jungle creeps and lanes, she just becomes so difficult to deal with later on if she just gets a Hurricane Pike. One item and this hero has to be taken out in a fight.
Yeah, and Miposhka, out of all the Ench players in the world too, feels like the guy that you look at him in like a 50-minute game, it's like, oh, he has 2 Moon Shards and a Hurricane Pike. Like he just ends up carrying the game and doing the highest hero damage in the game. Like he's really good at scaling with this hero. A little bit less of like the Celery type Enchantress that's like playing in your face and dying a lot and just kind of making space. He does do that a bit. Like he's more aggressive, going behind towers, the creeps and stuff like that, but his scaling is just ridiculous.
And if Grubbow drops her Enchantress, if Grubbow drops her Enchantress, even if the hero's having a bad game, all of a sudden she has impact in fights. And this hero cannot be underestimated in terms of raw damage output. But Tundra's response to that is just picking Tiny, right? He's a hero notorious for his burst and notorious at dealing with and locking down these pesky support type heroes.
Is it enough? Because the way we just described Enchantress is that later on she'll become a big problem, but later on she'll also have enough health to, live through the initial burst of the Tiny, and then Tiny can't really hit her because of the Untouchable. So is Tiny alone enough, or do they need to somehow address the Enchantress more, which sounds ridiculous because you don't want to, right? Because it's probably a support.
That's why she's such an annoying 5 to deal with, because it's a 5 you can first pick, and you do actually have to address her.
Yeah.
Which I feel like this is like a Timber bait right here. You're playing into Alec, you're playing into Hoodwink, you can use her tree against her. It does more damage, or you can W to the tree. It's good against Ench in lane as well. Like I like Timber into Ench. You never really have, super late game, then Ench is okay against the Timber, but in like a 3 to 5 matchup, the Timber should have items to deal with her.
Yeah. I think Alk is a hero. There's the Ogre.
Oh my god.
My scouting report actually meant something.
They won for the Ogre.
So,
all right, Brian.
His build is Midas Shivas, so that's what we'll be seeing. He did it every single game, I without fail.
Just to recap, because there might be some people watching that didn't watch the very start of the game. Where's this Ogre gonna go?
So it's almost certainly off lane for Mind Control. He's played 12 games of it in the last week, so almost unmistakably going to be off lane. The one thing I wanted to touch on is this Alchemist is potential flex. Like we saw 33 running it off lane for Team Liquid in the Bebum Dacha tournament, and the Radiance buffs, the Manta buffs, like this hero theoretically is going to do the same job no matter what role he's playing, but the way he scales is all that matters. It's like you're either going to be like an Octarine like Blink guy if you're the offlaner, you're gonna be like the BKB-AC guy if you're the carry.
And also to address your question, Cheever, now that we see this Ogre come out,
Yeah.
and it's most likely going to be played by MC, as Brian mentioned, that means that this is probably a mid-tiny. And if you're a mid-tiny versus an Enchantress and you're having a good game and you're buying items, you are enough damage
You
to
can
burst that.
insta-burst.
If you're a support, that's a different story, right? Because at some point she outlives your burst. But as a core, you'll always have enough damage consistently to deal with Enchantress. And even an Echo Saber is enough for right clicks. You could just do Blink Echo Saber and just play on that tree volley too.
That sounds promising for Tundra, and if this Ogre works out, it definitely will be one to watch, not just for Tundra. I would imagine other people start picking it up as well.
I just think, with the heart being buffed again,
yeah,
I think that we're seeing a lack of burst from Tundra past like the first 2,000 damage. Like you have 2,000 and then what? Like I feel like it's no damage after that, basically.
Yeah, I mean they still have a hero to pick.
Yeah, so
You know?
I like this Kunkka pick because if you combine Kunkka Alk, like I look at these two cores, you think of boat, you think of two strength guys, and I think of damage issues potentially.
Yeah, the run
for
buff
the other
is going to
team.
be a problem.
There's two heroes I want to talk about.
Okay.
Number one, aren't both of these lineups like Giga Timber baits? You've all these strength heroes on both sides. And then number two, which we already talked about, but number two, Collapse Pudge. Decent Pudge game. Lots of melee heroes, Hoodwink to set up, not much to tear through the Pudge's flesh heap once he gets some items. Mage Slayer was just nerfed. Collapse loves Pudge.
I honestly think it might be an offlane Alk. Like the way they're banning. Like the Morph, the Undying, Terrorblade, like all these things are...
That's true, I should have looked at the bans.
Just saying, it still easily could be carry because those are bad carry matchups for him.
Yeah. And even that, what you were talking about earlier, Brian, about Tundra running into damage issues, the way that you correct that is really high DPS cores that are ready to play early on, and the two that fit the build most are Morphling and Terrorblade. So the ability for Tundra to correct their potential damage issues later on through carry, that won't really be something that comes into play with these two heroes being banned out.
They banned Axe, so they should almost certainly ban Troll on Team Spirit because that's Troll's worst matchup, and that's also a good carry matchup against Alk. So I think Team Spirit will see this. Agreed on both fronts of your bans, though, with the Morph TB. I think they're covering their bases really well. Like, when I look at Team Spirit's bans, they make a lot more sense to me based on their heroes that they went ahead and picked compared to that of Tundra. Like, I don't see what DK and Axe have to do with what they have, basically. Or DK Brewmaster, I mean.
Well, there is that timber
there's the timber
saw.
bait.
I can't believe it made it all the way to last pick in both of these drafts.
So if it was a bait, that means Tundra is going to be having something against it, no?
Yeah, they're limited on carries. I mean, Slark is... That hero has one of the roughest win rates, but against Alk, it's very good as well. In the late game, you steal a lot of stats. Against Kunkka as well, he gives the boat buff, so more stats to steal for the Slark. It really does seem like the perfect Slark game.
You could go Luna as like the farming hero route.
Dangerous.
I'd say
That's
those are like the
dangerous.
two routes you can go here.
I like new Timber versus Luna, like when you play around the burst damage rather than the reactive.
I actually love the Luna. That was such a great suggestion because I feel that for Tundra, so long as you can just make sure this Timber is shut down early on in lane, and now that his items have been nerfed, if Timber has a bad lane, which Luna is notorious for, I mean, she got famous in the Animator for when teams were just picking her to play into Timbersaw and DK. So if they can just make sure Collapse has a bad start on this Timbersaw and Luna hits her timings, then you can group up as 5 on Tundra, and there won't be damage issues anymore, like you mentioned, Brian, because of this aura and because of the early timing coming out of Tundra. And you also have just the synergy between melee plus range hero on the safe lane, which made the most sense, right?
Yeah. I'm curious about what Collapse's item build is going to be, because you mentioned that the Timber items have been nerfed, but Sanj and Kaya got buffed. And so I feel like there's going to probably be an adjustment, maybe like Veil into Kaya or something like that, rather than just going for like the Shiva's Rush. But personally, I don't think, like, I've played this matchup a lot in pubs. People pick Luna. Yeah, they farm against Timber, but I don't feel like it's what it used to be because you play around the burst. Once you get 6, like, Luna has to leave lane. And I know a lot of carries are like that, but, like, Timber scales crazy well in this patch, too. It's just a different matchup from how it used to be. I don't think it's a gotcha last pick.
Okay, that's a really great point, but also I want to mention that Luna is one of the few carries left in the pool that can keep up with an Alchemist's farm, right? So you're looking into Luna versus Alchemist, like, who can you pick to make sure you don't get run over by the Alchemist timing? It has to be a hero with an innate farming tool built in.
Yeah.
Like Luna with her Moonglaive. So
Yeah, that's true.
it was probably the pick that made the most sense in that moment.
All right, final words, Brian. Ogre, yay or nay? Ogre
Nay
offlane.
on the Ogre, but I would love to see like a 4th item Luna Ags. I think it could be what brings home the tiny burst and burst like makes these timber saws paper.
Let's see what's gonna happen over to the game via PugGen Pandas.
Game number 2 is upon us. Team Tundra versus Team Spiritu. Hello, Sunsfan here with this guy.
It's me.
Cinderin.
I'm that guy.
That's Cinderin. Welcome. Welcome, Cinderin from Denmark.
Thank you so much.
The Danish man that loves Danish. Is that accurate?
Yeah.
Okay, good. So we have some cool picks here for game number 2. Game number 1 went the way of Spirit, and it was quite convincing to say the least. What do you think of the Ogre offlane MC?
Well, supposedly he's been running it a lot this last week, so I always keep an open mind to new tech. I guess it's new old tech kind of in a way, because offlane Ogre was a thing for a while. If you go back a year or two. Am I sold on it this game? I think he has really good friends for Bloodlust, and I think that should be a mandatory part of picking this hero offlane, is if you want to justify this over a lot of the other offlaners that offer like teamfight utility or even strong laning, this is the trade-off.
Okay.
Bloodlust is insane on Luna, and it's really good on mid-tiny if he goes a right-clicking route. I guess it's a little bit less relevant if you go tree volley than it used to be with the truly old tiny build with AC and Daedalus, but it's still going to be really welcome, and the move speed is very nice. So, yeah, let's see. Mainly curious about how much he can shut down an Alk from farming, because I don't think Ogre is that oppressive of a laner necessarily as a position 3. We'll see how it works out. Bottom lane, I think, is pretty standard. This one we've seen a bit more.
This is going to be, I mean, you see all the magic damage on Tundra. I am actually, this is unironic, by the way. I'm not memeing here. I'm interested to see how good BKB is going to be. Because I believe it was from 40 to 60% magic resist increase, right?
It was 50 to 60, right?
50 to 60?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, it's still a quite meaningful change, to be honest. For an item that gets picked up basically every game.
And like I said, I don't know if it was last game or the previous series, but the Luna Ags that we have seen against the BKB, it's might be one of the main reasons that the item was buffed, potentially. So we'll get the tested here. Live beta test. But yeah, Pure will be playing the Luna, as you said. Whitemon again on the Elder Titan. Didn't work out very well last game, but he
has better matchups this time. This time he's not against Storm. I think that's one of the nightmare matchups for ET. And I would say his teammate pairings are also better. There's more reliable setups for Echo Stomp. Ogre has a stun, Luna has a mini stun, you have Techie's Blast Off, you have Tiny combo. So literally everybody can combo with you. And I think Elder Titan is one of these heroes that is difficult to pick because I think as a support he's very dependent, which is what people are generally not looking for when they draft their support. You like to draft something very open-ended early that can lane with anything. That's why heroes like Chen are good, because you can just pick anything with them. You do well in lane and Chen can just buy auras. For Elder Titan, I think if you don't have any setup in your team, it's just very awkward to use your spells. And you pointed out last game, I think we saw one Earth Splitter, right, out of Whitemon in the previous game.
Yep.
And a big part of it was that it was difficult for the team to find the right conditions to really get it done. With some of these heroes, it's a lot easier, so I'm expecting more out of Whitemon in this game. But my biggest concern for Tundra, above all else, is honestly, how's this offlane going to go? You picked a wacky Ogre, and you're laning into Eng 5.
I mean, that's my biggest concern for Spirit, actually, funnily enough, is that they have Enchantress, which has a 12% win rate at the last tournament. Every time I say it's going to go down by 1%. That's how it's going. I watched Miposhka absolutely destroy on this hero, yet they still would lose.
Right.
So I don't know if it's just a. I mean, it's not even a small sample size. So it was a lot of games. So I'm not sure what the issue with the hero was.
But maybe it's changed in this last patch because I don't think she was touched in the letter patch. Question mark?
I don't think so either. And the items that she buys are pretty much unchanged, right? So, well, keeping that in mind, considering I would argue it was mainly a nerf patch, that makes Ench a little bit better if you're one of the untouched heroes in a nerf patch.
Yep.
But yeah, I don't think it's too significant of a change for...
All right, we'll see. We'll put it to the test.
All right.
This is going to be the first Ench game that we've cast at this tournament, so can start from scratch.
Yep.
There's Whitemon trying to beat down Mira, who took the bounty rune. Getting close to that 4-minute water rune as well. As Miposhka already has the heal. As concoctions coming from Yotaro onto MC, very tanky target indeed, but the acid spray making it a little less so. Sticky bomb now. Flying the Yotaro, MC is just biding his time before eventually walking away.
Grab the Helm of Iron Will, so effectively invincible for the next 10 minutes. Actually not true, and after this nerf patch, he's invincible for the next 8 minutes.
Oh, that's true. It was 1 armor.
Yeah, I'd lost an armor.
That's a lot.
It is actually quite a big deal on an item like that, but it's Ogre. He's going to be stupidly tanky. All right, Yotaro.
Yotaro, he's going to do the full concoct onto MC. As 9 class going to get the blast off. It does just barely hit Yotaro. Sticky bomb also going to connect. And MC and company looking to get that first blood, and 9 class will pick it up for himself. Nicely done.
Trying to get the return kill here in mid, but Thompson's getting help too.
Avatos. Mira coming in with a nice bushwhack though, as Thompson getting Tidebringered. The tree's not enough to kill off Laurel. Eats the Lotus via Mira. And they're going to try to turn this around to Whitemon, who's just in way too deep. Good attempt from him, but ends up getting punished pretty damn hard. The 2 members of Tundra die in that engagement.
Yeah, don't mind that defensive TP to help out the Tiny, but unfortunately he was Elder Titan, and therefore he did not get a return kill there.
Yeah.
I think he didn't have the mana for Echo Stomp. It's a big problem for this hero is the mana costs are really high. You have 100 on your Stomp, you have 80 on your Spirit. Miposhka showing why this hero has a 12% win rate. It's because it absolutely obliterates everyone in the first 5 minutes of the game.
I'm telling you, I've seen this movie before. Okay?
I believe you.
I mean, he might be the only reason it was a 13% win rate.
Yeah, I haven't seen this movie before because it was a movie. So
that's right. You don't watch movies.
Yeah.
That's correct.
So I will not be
man of very little culture.
Educated.
What is the
bliss, Shannon? Don't do anything.
That's right. I learned ignorance is bliss from The Matrix. That's a dialogue that you wouldn't have picked up because you've never seen that movie. Laurel and Mira connecting onto Whitemon. Boat is coming. He's not even going to bother with the Echo Stomp.
It got cancelled by Xmark. You would know that if you watched movies. That's how spells work.
Okay, very good. Touche, MC.
I could have probably TP'd out here, but he threw out the Ignite.
And this was after the Wild Wing already had his way with him. Sticky bomb onto Yotaro, and he's just going to walk away. Helm of Iron Will, still good.
Well, he did get himself the Lotus, so...
You don't have the sign.
All right.
Early 2K lead for Spirit, but they do have the Alk, so who knows what that means.
So therefore, we're going to ignore it. 6
right.
minutes in. Like
That's correct.
Nothing. This is a pretty substantial early advantage.
Good
blast
off.
here.
MC low on mana right now. They might have enough with that Fire Blast.
dead.
Yotaro dies again. As Miposhka getting harassed by Thompson, but he wasn't able to finish the job. Oh, sticky bomb. Avalanche in 4 seconds. No toss for quite a while, though. And not going to pursue any further unless Miposhka missteps.
This is one of those things that probably, it doesn't look that significant, but Miposhka just wasting another 15 seconds of Thompson's time there is actually kind of a big deal. Because if he doesn't find this kill now as well, he lost a wave and a half in the mid lane. He might even end up dying now, which is even worse.
Yotaro coming in as well.
Oh,
Acid
dear.
spray, concoction. Goodbye, Thompson. Wasted rotation and dies as the Bushwhack finds Whitemon, and he will be dying again.
Thompson lost at least 10 CS mid there. He's sitting on 31 now, and a full wave will now push into his tower and just die. So, or it actually, pardon me, it already did. So, yeah, that was costly.
Yotaro, though, he's been dying quite a bit. Has to be careful. Ignite continuing to go as TP coming in from Collapse. Able to burst down 9 class, so good TP from his. Yotaro barely lives.
Racer's good.
Yeah, good analysis, as always.
Radiant's middle tower
Yotaro,
is under attack.
I mean, he's the one that's been the recipient of this Tundra aggression so far.
Yeah. Unfortunately for Tundra, it's the only hero they've managed to slow down at all, right? The other two cores are doing great, and as is being pointed out here, you see the absolute chasm between Tiny and Kunkka here is actually huge. We're talking a 33% net worth difference 8 minutes in, and this is a melee versus melee matchup that you could say Kunkka is a bit favored in this one in the lane, but Tiny never loses this badly without poor rotations. Topson 0-2-0, he got dove in the tower, and then the move he made top failed, and then he died again. He's a full 2 levels behind the Kunkka now, and these moves, they kind of have to bear fruit. He needs to find some sort of avenue back.
It's a pretty hard hero to kill. They do have the burst from Topson.
That's good, but nothing comes for free.
Indeed. This will be a trade for 9 class. And Yatoro takes that for himself. Topson looking to re-engage. Laurel taking the bounty. Doesn't have his full combo up yet. Avalanche. Whitemon is in the vicinity, but man, so far this Elder Titan has not worked in either game.
No.
Just feels very slow.
What was
like a slow setup.
What was the pick order? Was this pick before or after Ench? Because I think it's a really bad matchup for ET.
I believe Ench was first pick overall, wasn't it? Or am I crazy? I probably just made that up.
The first pick was Timber, I think.
No, Timber was definitely last pick.
That's correct. Hoodwink was third. Alk was second. Was Ench actual first pick?
Sure. Let's just go with it.
We watched the draft.
I'm pretty sure it was.
Yeah,
You always make me question myself.
The problem ET has with Ench is that ET's biggest weakness, Okay, hang on.
Hold your horses. Laurel's coming in with a nice juicy boat for Topson.
Oh,
Will connect. Topson's there as well. Easy, easy kill. And they're going to continue on onto the Elder Titan. Chakram, not even needed.
Yeah.
The old Timber Chain. Double kill for Collapse.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Well, if the game
This is
keeps
getting
going
ugly.
like this, we can't really learn anything about Ogre, because...
It's all Ogre?
Yeah, that wasn't what I was going for, even though it is a good quote, because I have said it before you. But
But this is also an Alchemist game.
Yeah, it is. That's true. It's just... Ogre is so team dependent that if his lineup never comes off the ground, then we're not going to see, the potential of what this could have been. Especially Topson's game is just absolutely awful right now, sitting way below every other core. And the biggest issue with this is that it is essentially, if they could pick any hero to have a good start, it would be that one. So their hero that they are most dependent on snowballing with is the one that's having the worst time, and it just means the dichotomy between the way this game is going right now and the one that they were anticipating, or at least hoping for, is so big.
Bottom lane. They got their sights set on that hero, which existed a moment ago.
Yep.
Pure's dead.
Yeah, the Luna isn't really countering Timber. I'll give Jenkins that. I feel like Collapse is having a pretty good game here. But yeah, to finish off my original thought from 3 minutes ago, before you so rudely interrupted.
Yep, we're still very interested in whatever the hell you're talking about.
So the problem with ET into Ench is that Enchantress is exceptionally strong in the first 5 to 10 minutes, which is ET's weakest phase, I would argue. So Ench is going to do exactly what she did in this game, dive towers, pressure the lanes, and Elder Titan offers so little assistance, right? So you just... It's almost like you take the hero's weakness and then you double it with a support matchup. So, I would say this game has been clearly worse for Whitemon than the previous one, and I would say it's largely just the Ench just ruining his time around the map.
Yeah.
And playing ET from behind is stupidly difficult. I think this hero really requires teammates to play around that want to do something in the game, or you just end up running in circles and standing behind cores and hoping for a counterplay. It's a very passive approach to Dota, but you already kind of don't have a choice with this big of an advantage for Spirit. It is going to have to come from a counterplay and a mistake, basically, if you want to swing this one around. So, not good times. And yeah, 9 class is not even level 6. We're 12.5 minutes in on the techies here.
Nope,
and he might just get soloed by Mira, who's level 8 on the Hoodwink.
Yep, Sticky Bomb will latch. Blast off onto the high ground. Acorn Shot's going to give a little vision. Continuing the escape path for 9 class. Bushwhack not going to hit, so that will give him a free TP.
All right.
But still, just the level 5 techies, not the worst thing in the world. Is top lane, this would be a bigger kill for Spirit.
I think he's going to live.
Concoction. Okay, Chakram upon him. He is very tanky. You weren't that wrong, but you're still very wrong in the end. Not that wrong, but very wrong.
It's
Somehow
funny
working.
Mira TP'd in. I don't know. It was like a celebratory TP. I think it was a bit of a mistake. Unless, okay, they're combining this to a Wisdom Rune steal. I like it a lot, if that was the idea. They're very early, which is not a bad thing. You get to set up vision, you get to push the wave and get control. If they steal this Wisdom and get both Wisdoms this time around, I mean, ET's game is, and Techie's game is just... As if it wasn't bad enough already, it'll be even more salt in the wound here.
Yeah, when you're that reliant on the Wisdom Runes.
Yeah.
If it's that crushing, and you're still not level 6 at the point of the second Wisdom Rune, that's really bad. But,
It looks like they'll... Nope, they're not respecting it. Okay, Mira's going to go for it.
Mira. Do they have the... Oh, he gets the sharpshooter. Oh, he gets it off in time. Beautiful. It'll cost him his life, but I'm sure he's smiling. So that is going to be both Wisdom Runes, in all likelihood. The second one's still up and standing, but...
That was a really creative way of going about that. He recognized that he couldn't land the Bushwhack on Thompson in time before Avalanche, so he used the ult to get the distance out of Ava, and then he ran down, took the rune, and then he got Echo Stomped. So really, really nice little detail there.
Whitemon's level 6. Congratulations, you made it.
Got some. They got some assist experience there on the Hoodwink kill. She was probably level 15 from all the runes she got. So, yeah.
How do you feel about... I mean, I love watching Tiny Mid. Obviously, they're not off to a great start, but this hero... I feel like back in the day when it was a mid, primarily, you wouldn't get off to that good of a start, and it would never come online. It felt like you were very dependent on getting off that snowball early.
Yeah.
Is that still the case, you think?
Yeah, I would say so. I think, I mean, there's some new tech compared to way back in the day because of, you have the Conda build up now that you can go for. You can, depending on how far you want to go back, tree volley is a thing. Then we're talking multiple years at this point, but yeah, the hero is very snowbally. Yeah.
It's a very tanky target. That's with the shield rune, I believe, as well as Laurel completely surrounded, and the ET ult finishes him off. So the first really big kill, it feels like, for Tundra, although they did kill Alk multiple times in lane, but didn't seem to matter that much.
Yeah, he's only died twice, and he's still top net worth, aside from his own Timber, who's just having the absolute freest game. Collapse is owning it up, and Jenkins was right about the Kaya-Sanj rush.
Oh, what a smart young man he is.
The choice here. Well, you would almost think he's watching Collapse's replays to try to get better at the game.
Probably not.
You don't think so?
No.
You don't think Jenkins watches replays to get better?
No way.
What do you think Jenkins watches?
Anime.
Don't answer that
Avatos
question,
onto Maposhka, but he already has the heal off as Yataro's going to stun himself. The Spirit. They will continue this. Mira is going to scout things out with the Bushwhack, but...
no connection there from the teammates, but no need to either.
Oh, they find the Avatos with the Fire Blast being used to set it up. So Thompson with a deletion onto Mira.
Yeah. They will find a ward for this, but can't go and de-ward it right now. So at the very least, they get that kill. It's not really particularly consequential, as Spirit are still just free farming on all three cores, but you're in a game state where you kind of have to take what you can get as Tundra. Unfortunately, these kills that they're finding require so much rotation. They're bringing these like 4 heroes to kill a support. It's not enough that pure farms. Like, you need the Tiny to get gold. You need the Ogre to get to some meaningful items. It looks like the mindset is Thompson's literally just hunting, which, I mean, if you find a kill like this, it's good.
Yep, Avatos to start it off. Yataro does get off the ult. The blast off is there. Do they have the damage? Mines galore. Yes, indeed.
Okay.
Pretty nice to disarm somebody so they can't actually kill off the mines. As Collapse.
That's
not able to get that combo
yeah.
onto MC. That's a very late reaction from you. Congratulations, MC. Will find his way to the grave. So it is a 1-for-1 across the board, but I think Tundra will be still pretty happy with that exchange, considering how this game is going.
Yeah. It's something. Tiny wasn't the one to get the killing blow. That was 9 class on the techies, so not too much of a recovery for Thompson there, but at the very least, it's a little bit in the right direction. Collapse is just going to be terrifying to play against right now. With that dagger, as well as Kaya-Sanj, is everything he needs right now to just blow up. At least, he can basically take any hero to half on his own instantly. So if he has any follow-up from someone like Mira, then...
actually, 9 class is done.
Goodbye, sir. Thompson, though, waiting in the wings, looking for the Avatos. Indeed gets it. Whitemon not only get a good connection with the Echo Stomp, but they do get Collapse, which is a huge kill. That's the top net worth hero in the game. Torrent will miss. Miposhka tanking up a lot of damage. The Fire Blast is onto him. Do they even bother going for this? Yes, they will.
There you go.
One more Lucent Beam for the road for Pure, so that's a double kill for him. Avalanche from Thompson, keeping Mira in place. Gets the toss off as well. Will attempt to TP out, but the Fire Blast again from MC. He's all over the place.
Yep. Went for that aggressive dive behind the tower, and that's the 12% win rate right there. It goes wrong, and Ench does it again.
So let's make it 11%
This
now.
is all just a great combo from Thompson, just massive spell burst. The thing to keep in mind when you go for Dagger, Kaya Sanch on Timber is you don't have any magic resist item. So if he has an Eternal Shroud here, this situation looks very different, I would say. That might have been a chance for him to survive and get the Rum buff, but just dies way too quickly in that burst. And they really take advantage of that one weakness in his build that he's going to have for a while. So if they can find him isolated and just blast him with Tiny plus ET Aura and a couple beams, then it's a great avenue into a fight. That was half of Spirit's gold lead just flat out down the drain with that one move. They were 8k up, which at this point kind of makes this roughly an even game, right? Remember, there is an Alchemist farming a lot.
Yeah,
so.
remember, it's an Alchemist game.
And Luna is ahead of him.
That's right. That's right, Cinderin.
It's a Luna game.
That is also true.
Yeah.
As the Aghanim Scepter is there for
Tower is under attack.
Laurel. Torrent Storm.
Big item timing.
Good to go. Of course, I think the Shard is when it really comes together on that hero.
Yeah.
Which will likely be very soon for him. Meanwhile, BKB for Pure. He's going to be fighting ready now. As Miposhka is doing Mind Duty. Takes a lot of damage, but heals throughout as Yotaro easily takes out Whitemon. Wrong place, wrong time for him.
It's just a good disengage from the rest of their team there. Not losing any more than one hero here is actually completely fine for Tundra. They lose their 5, they get the hell out of there. Luna's farming, you get information, you force rotation, you still have your ward there. That was actually, honestly, I would call that a net win for the Radiant. The space and the information more so than anything is extremely valuable for them right now because they just need to reach these breaking points in the game where Tiny gets his first damage item. If he gets to this Conda and they get Luna to her next item, all of a sudden I don't actually know how threatening the Timbersaw is going to be if he doesn't itemize correctly next up. Like, what do you buy here? Do you buy BKB? Do you buy... He is going Eternal Shroud, so is identifying that it is definitely the magic coverage he needs, but... Makes you wonder if Dagger was a little bit too early. You could have got the Shroud first and then...
This is the trend.
Yeah. I don't really feel like he's got much value out of the Dagger, though, in the game.
Not yet.
I don't really think it's done anything.
Radiant are scanning.
It's easy to say.
He just used it there. That's very efficient farming.
Yeah, that's fair. I take it back. That was great.
Don't question pros, okay? Don't be a hater. Blank Dagger is always good. Now Thompson and company looking for more pickoffs. They're going to group up a bit. They're without MC, though. But now that the BKB is there for Pure, you'd think that they'd want to potentially take a fight. Or maybe they just wait for his eventual... I assume that's going to be an Aghanim Scepter next on the Luna.
Yeah. I don't think Tundra is under time pressure right now. I actually think just this one moment they just had with that 5k gold swing is enough to...
Oh, he's going Conda. I see.
To calm things down, yeah. Also fine. It's... They just need more damage. I think in terms of tankiness, they're actually quite set. The Luna doesn't need to be super tanky in this game. The BKB blocks a huge part of Timber. Alchemist is not a heavy single target damage carry to the extent that many others are at this stage of the game. When he reaches critical mass, it will be a problem, but that's quite a ways away. So I really like this play. I love them going for Roche and getting some control.
Oh boy, Bushwhack there for Mira. Gets off the ult as well. Laurel coming in with the boat and X setup. Oh, the blast off actually disrupted a bit, but gets the connection onto the Tiny, and that's the most important hero to take out of the fight immediately. Thompson and 9 class dead just like that. Whitemon somehow is the one to get out. So Spirit all on top of the Roche play, and now they're going to get the Roche for themselves.
This is so awkward for Tundra because I really like the play call and I like the idea of setting it up. Things just went a little bit wrong here. So they're starting to set up the mines and get the angle, but Thompson getting found here and getting comboed all the way down here. They don't have a single Force Staff. They don't Glimmer or anything to get him out. So he just gets isolated and killed. If Luna is hitting Roche here and you're controlling the perimeter with vision from ET and Techies and the enemy team runs into you and Tiny gets to play, I actually think this was a very promising fight for their lineup, but Spirit just world class, finding the one weakness, which is catching Tiny to break open this fight here. That was exactly what they needed to do. But I feel like that was just as much on Tundra with... They could have set that up in a wiser way to prevent this issue. So
I don't think we've seen any clips yet. I mean, Pure hasn't been finding that much, but...
they used it. I think they used it on the one Timbersaw killed bottom when they drove the tower. But yeah, that's that's the only one. So,
well, he has his phylactery now.
But I don't really think that's an issue anyway. I think Pure is playing a fine game here. I think Luna needs to just farm this much and be off the map, keep scaling, keep being a threat to ultimately the Alchemist and of course Timbersaw. If Luna joins too many fights and the fights either don't bear fruit or even worse if they lose them, then all momentum is gone and the game is just dead. So you have to really commit a lot of time to just farming up.
What do you think of Conda on Luna? We saw this pretty much every game at the last tournament.
I think it's pretty good. And now it got buffed. So
that is true. More base damage applied.
Yeah. It's
but mainly because people are buying on every hero and it probably has a really low win rate across the board.
Yeah.
By people, I mean non-pros, of course.
Yeah, Conda is a good item on, like, realistically, how many heroes in Dota? Like 3? Luna, Morph, and Tiny? Am I missing any?
Sniper, of course.
Yeah, that's really bad. Those 3, I think? Maybe there's another one I'm forgetting, but
I mean, you could say Zeus. Just because Phylactery is really good, and eventually, if you're going for that build, you'll end up buying it.
Fair, I guess. It can also be... Yeah, okay.
Wow, that was easy.
Yep.
Sniper.
It's all right. It's not all right on Sniper. I was saying it's all right to Zeus, and you said it before me. That was actual bait.
Live and learn, Mr. Cinderman. As Aegis for the side of Spirit, still 2.5 minutes to go. And what do they want to get out of this? What can they get out of this?
I think the mid tier 2 is within reach if they want, or the top tier 2. I kind of like the top tier 2 play more because it sets them up to steal the 28 Wisdom Rune if they manage to get control of the area. I think if they go for mid tier 2 first and then make the rotation top, it's going to be too late and they're not going to get there in time. So this way around is completely fine. And most importantly, whether they go for the mid or the top tower, just take area. Take control of this. Play behind the Alk and the Ench, who is stupidly tanky with this Mage Slayer Dragonlance. It's very deceptive.
Yeah, you just don't deal with her. Just ignore her.
And then you win 88% of the time.
That's right. That's exactly how it works. I think it's an 11% win right now. Every time we bring it up, we got to lower it by 1. Just remember.
She's going to win this game.
It's looking pretty good.
Yeah.
But it is an Alchemist game, as you said so many times.
I don't know how that has to do with anything.
No, it's a 7k lead. It's deceptive.
Ah, okay.
Nitaro beating on the tier 2. Wants to use this Aegis in some capacity. He'll be given up. There's a Tormy.
Yeah, I could feel that too. This was the play you were talking about. Doesn't happen from the Dire side very much, but that is the byproduct of choosing to go here instead of mid. They get the Tormentor, and I think at this point, you should probably send one hero bottom to try to push out this lane and defend the tower, and then that hero can also go and cover the Wisdom. Ideally, Hoodwink should be tasked with this, and the other 4 can stay on the left. And if you do get overwhelmed on the rune, then so be it, but... okay, actually, then... Alright, never mind. Thompson's not going to get caught here. But they maintain the control. I guess now it's Yatoro's job to cover the top 1. They're going to bring more heroes bottom. It's a bit of a game of... It's a little bit of a mini chess game in itself, how many pieces you move there on either side at these 7-minute marks. Actually surprising they give up the top 1. Considering they have this deep ward in the lane, I really thought they were going to try to get the double whammy, but honestly might have just not thought about it. Like, You're going to miss a timing once in a while, even at this level. They're not even covering their own right now. They want to get the power rune first.
Well, Age is only 20 seconds away, so don't know if Spirit want to fight into this. Tundra obviously going to be timing, maybe even a smoke to come very shortly to try to force a fight into this.
Okay.
Laurel's going to show himself. X is upon him. He's going to pop the beacon. He's taking so much damage, but he's living, no. Finally taken out by Thompson with that tree toss. And now Thompson going to find Miposhka, at least temporarily, but yeah, able to get to the high ground now.
Can we get a replay of that? Was that all Tiny?
It was, a lot of it was Tiny for sure.
Dire's middle tower
He has
is
Enchanted Quiver on the Tiny. I don't know if that procced on that move even. I think it did.
Let's see. That.
Holy shit, that's a lot. I guess that was a Conda Beam, right? And there's the ET Spirit, which is just filthy. So.
Yeah, but it's pretty disgusting when used correct. I mean, again.
You can definitely see the synergy between the heroes, right?
Of course. I mean, Elder Titan, I think, synergizes with a lot of lineups. It's just the early game can be kind of rough going, which it was. Oh, Thompson, he's going to be found, though. Bushwhacked, concoctions coming for him. He is done for now. Miposhka, all that pure damage. Able to help bring him to the grave. 45 seconds, and they're on the doorsteps without the Aegis. I don't think they're going to continue here. A lot of mines to clean up in the meantime from 9 class.
Collapse has actually been rather quiet after that one death.
Yeah, that's true. He was
definitely slowed down.
Top net worth for quite a while.
I don't expect him to stay on top because eventually Alk and Luna will overtake you clearly, but I haven't really seen too much offense from him. He will play Minesweeper though.
Very interesting game.
Yeah.
I mean, that is one thing. You don't really have... I mean, I guess Ench can take a creep to try to clear things out a bit.
Oh, nice Yule.
Yeah, Mira, sharpshooter, not going to be enough to get away. Oh, okay. Was that the cheese? Getting really low.
I think it was just a big Lotus, right?
That was a huge Lotus then. That was... My goodness.
I mean, Hoodwink doesn't have too much HP, but... Yeah, I'm not sure.
I mean, they've only killed Roche once, right? So
yeah, what else would it be?
Yeah.
Yeah, nice pitch.
It could have been a bug in the game, I guess.
He healed 1,000 from Bushwhack.
Yeah, that's right.
It's a 250% spell lifesteal.
Yatoro going for the Bloodthorn. So far has the Orchid. And he's getting close to full capacity now.
Yeah.
And is there, I mean, the game looks like it's stabilized for Tundra a bit.
After I saw that kill on Kunkka, I'm inspired. I think Tundra are in a very good spot right now because if you think about it, the way these fights break out, if Tundra ever have vision first and they get the initial burst, they can kill Alk 100-0. Like, if you see Kunkka dying like that, Alchemist is more fragile than the Kunkka is. If he gets jumped without BKB, tiny combo plus 1 Lucent Beam, he dies from full. So you need to constantly be aware of your positioning. You need to have the info. Smoke moves can be very impactful, and it doesn't go the same way the other way, right? Like, Spirit don't have these instant one-shot KO burst moves that they can make, so Tundra will get off their BKBs, they will get off their spells, and get to fight back. So very much right now rides on who sees who first. If Thompson gets his stuff off, there will be a shard for the Kunkka. They actually didn't even have to buy it
How
here.
Convenient for you.
Not sure if I like the fact that he didn't buy it this game. I feel like Tidal Wave is really, really good here.
Well, maybe he was just waiting for this eventual for me. Thompson looking for an opening. Yeah. I think they know that he's getting baited here. Yeah, they will smoke now.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
No, Astral Spirit's pretty good at actually showing smoke. I didn't ever realize that. You can actually see it when it procs on a hero.
Yep.
Today I learned. I don't play that hero for a reason, of course.
And that reason is?
Because I'm a sane human being that likes to try to have fun.
Shout out to Whitemon and Piran Flax.
Top tower is under attack.
Of course. Forgot.
Don't know if you played
that shout
Probably
out.
not.
Probably not.
He plays Witch Doctor.
Smoke on both sides. They've kind of gone
It's going to break here.
clockwise here. Thompson, Avatos deletes Miposhka at the start of the fight. 10% win rate coming. Collapse. Ignite. Will Timber Chain away. The sharpshooter was still going off for Mira, not able to find a real connection as the Eclipse coming through. First time feels like in the game, right through the BK or right through the blade mail of Laurel. And that is 2 big kills now for Tundra.
I mean, the Ench died before she landed.
That's correct.
And she's not poor. There's a 10k net worth Ench. Tiny just killed instantly. I guess did he have the ability? That's what it's called. Amplify damage rune running there? He might have.
Don't call it that. I'm starting a petition. It's just damage rune.
Damage rune?
Yeah.
Okay.
Think of all the runes. They're all one name.
Yeah.
Why does it need to have 2 names? It's just a damage rune.
Yep.
And you can say, oh, it amplifies your magic damage or your spell damage now. Who cares?
That's
it's
also
still damage.
Yep.
Just damage rune.
Sure.
Okay? Let's start that.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Mira continuing to push in waves to try to force Tundra back to defend. See if it's successful as Roche is available for the pick-in. And we can see that Tundra are already doing it.
Yeah.
So this will be the banner. Very important, of course, as we've learned. And the Aegis.
I wonder what it's going to take before Yatoro can really do much. He has a big inventory, but he hasn't really been able to go in. I think he's just worried that if he commits into this enemy team at all, he can't stand his ground, which is the nightmare of any farmed Alk. You want to use your net worth to be in the center of the fight, take attention, hit someone, but I just think the damage from Luna and Tiny plus Eteor is massively overwhelming. So I don't really know what plan B is here. Well, he has that Bloodthorn now, so perhaps.
Yeah, let's see how much Tundra can get out of this Aegis. Thought they were going to poke that tier 2, but instead go back in the jungle. MC.
Yoink.
Yeah, good old-fashioned Midas. Every Ogre player's dream. I think he got that after the Veil, though.
Yeah.
Wasn't an instant purchase. Was not trying to grief his team, but...
This is actually a big item this game, the Gleipnir on Hoodwink. It's an exceptionally good setup for Torrent Storm. And an exceptionally good setup for Tidal Wave. So expect to see Mira and Laurel play a lot more in tandem in fights, trying to find vulnerabilities, especially against a hero like Tiny. If you can get him out of position and make him vulnerable, that is already a great start.
We'll blink time. Just in time.
Dire's top
9 class continuing to set up the mines in that little area there, along with the triangle. Some of them for scouting, some of them for potential kill. I mean, they have the toss back. I mean, they had the similar combo in the last game. We have Maposhka now going for a BKB. So, I mean, that wouldn't even help them in the last fight, because he wouldn't be able to even use it at that point. Laurel, Yules. Was he even X to begin with? I'm not sure, but he's going to get ripped through. Ends up being a super easy kill for Pure and company.
He does have the Bloodstone build, so if he does manage in a team fight to get all his spells off, he will heal a ridiculous amount and be really hard to take down, but not the case there. Didn't really get a chance.
And Tundra feeling like they're in the driver's seat, despite being down in net worth right now. Satanic now online for Pure. And he's hitting critical mass, it feels like, on this Luna.
Yep. Still not the easiest high ground game. As we've talked about, the Hoodwink combinations can make it difficult. Let's escape there from collapse, so they won't take any structural damage, but they will be forced away.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I haven't looked at Yatoro in a while. Has that Bloodthorn done now. And looks like it will be the overwhelming blink.
Yep.
As a triple Yules from MC. They will try to kill off this Timbersaw. Very tanky target indeed. Mira's there with the Bushwhack into the Sharpshooter, forcing the BKB on MC. Tidal Wave not going to find a connection. Tundra have to retreat temporarily.
I think Tundra, this is the one thing they can't do, is go on Timber first. If there's any sort of backup around him, this is the recipe for disaster, because they throw so much damage and so much lockdown into the sea. I don't think they can burst him without having literally everybody jump him at the same time. But any other target...
Thompson looking for a toss back. Oh, gets the Avatos in place instead. They just want the damage onto Laurel, and he's dead.
That's more like...
My goodness. No buyback to come either.
Just anyone.
Self-concoct as well. That might open up an opportunity to go on top of Yatoro, but instead Collapse jumps in. Getting the Timber Chain away, though, as you can see the pure damage from Miposhka. 9% win rate on that here in the last tournament. Avatos, that's enough to delete him. That's an 8% win rate now, but Yatoro focusing everything onto Thompson. He will be successful.
All right, we're back up to 9.
No, that's not how it works. Sharpshooter. Okay, so they do find Thompson, but again, this age is still intact. And if they are able to get the tower, which they won't here, that's when Luna becomes very scary at pushing. The damage rune is in the top as well if they can scout it out. Aegis about to be consumed, though. A little back away just in case.
Yeah, 9 Claw's going to see the rune here. Does feel like a rather juicy one to get for the Tiny before the next fight. You could also put it on Pure. He's actually just going to straight up grab it and go farm. Okay.
Yep, easy. Easy farm.
Maybe. No, I don't think they'll have any...
Yatoro.
Okay, they'll see him with the
Yatoro.
night vision.
Just standing there.
God,
oh boy, will use his ultimate. So he does have a reaction time of some sort. Blast off connects. Yatoro, though, is donezo.
Wow, that is a rare blunder there.
Wow, that is...
I mean, sure, it's one thing that he doesn't know that Luna's coming over with the night vision and everything, but it still felt like he could have maybe found a way out of that.
All right, we'll talk about
he did.
that in a bit as Laurel's caught off guard. Yule's into the Fire Blast, pops the Bloodstone. Whitemon's coming, though. As the damage from Miposhka is going to be too much for 9 Class to handle. Torrent Storm finally goes off the tidal as well as Thompson is deleted. Wow, out of nowhere. And now they'll spot Pure with the Divine Rapier. And he will have to back away. That is a very interesting choice.
I love it. I wouldn't say they necessarily need it, but I think it is very much playing to their strengths getting a Rapier on Luna right now. As long as they play tight and they...
As long as he doesn't die, is what you're trying to say.
That's pretty much. No, but like, again, you're looking at the enemy lineup. They don't have mega heavy single target burst, so I don't think he will... He's unlikely to enter a fight and not get to press his buttons, right? That's the nightmare when you have a Rapier. It's just getting one-shot combo.
Yeah.
Doesn't seem likely to happen.
Collapse is spotted. Will Timber Chain...
Oh no.
Leibniz onto MC, has to use himself, but he's going to be greeted by the double Chakram. Will force the BKB. I don't know. Okay, Luna buying a Divine Rapier when they're clearly in the driver's seat is questionable, I feel like.
I think the game is pretty even, so... I don't mind it. I would be way more negative.
So.
I would be negative about it if Spirit had better heroes at killing her off in an instant, right? Because then it's just like, okay, risk-reward is way more skewed. But in this case, you have about 4k health, you have a lot of armor, the enemy team doesn't have massive burst, your teammates have a lot of defensive items for you, and you just need to press 2 buttons and you're full HP. BKB's a 10 and attack anything. So I think it's okay. I think it's... For me, this item is playing to win. It doesn't mean it's the only way to victory, but I genuinely don't mind it. I think it's a good attitude to have in a game like this to buy Rapier.
He's got some balls, that's for sure.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, important to have, apparently, his 5k lead for Spirit, which means nothing again when the Alchemist is in the game. And Roche, we won't know for another 20 seconds, but as per norm, the heroes will start to group up in this area just in case.
This game, if the graphs right now are within like 10k of each other, it doesn't really matter that much. It's really about who gets the first jump.
Pops in, okay. Gets off the blink in time, pops most of the smoke from Spirit's side. And the one advantage that you have with the Elder Titan now is Roche. Astral Spirit is absurdly good.
Yeah.
It is a minute 45 away, though, for that spawn.
We're going to smoke here.
Oh, look at the scans coming out. Looks like they were both from the side of Tundra.
Backstabbing and killing Miposhka is a great way to start the fight. He's actually doing a lot of their damage. So.
Yeah, they're going to try for it, but now they have the high ground advantage. Oh, the Avalanche. Okay, Yatoro was the one deleted, even better than a support. But the boat coming in onto 3 heroes. Miposhka ripping through techies. And look at the Luna getting bursted, but there's a Pure with the BKB Satanic into the Eclipse. Takes out Laurel in turn. And the Eclipse still going to find Miposhka as well. And make it a triple kill. The Eclipse never ends, apparently. Both supports dead, 2 cores as well. Spirit left with just Collapse. That was extremely close to Pure dying.
Yeah, he was on a quarter, I think.
Less than that. Okay,
Maybe
it's like
a fifth.
20%.
Yeah.
20%
A fifth.
HP.
But, you know, it wasn't close. Yatoro didn't get to press a button.
No, that's
he got
true.
literally one-shot by Thompson.
Yeah, that was unexpected.
If the enemy carry dies like this at the beginning of the fight is over. He didn't start the fight on full health, right? Did I see it wrong? Wasn't he like half?
Not sure. This was an amazing combo, though.
I mean, this almost looked salvageable, but there you go. Luna, BKB, Satanic hit a couple times, and it's like nothing even happened. So, yeah, that's just... If this is how the fights happen or start, Spirit need a miracle to win it. You can't lose Yatoro from one tiny combo to start us off. So, very
should
well
mention
identified there by Thompson to get that jump.
something we haven't talked about since we haven't cast together in quite a while, but Divine being changed to give Spell Amp as well makes Luna even better with it than in years past.
It's very good. Very good with conduct.
And Ags will be next, and likely will just consume it right off the bat.
Yeah.
As Roche, number 2. Or is this 3? Don't even remember anymore. Doesn't matter. So Refresher Shard will come, and I would assume that Pure takes that. He's running out of room, though. Oh, won't even take the Aegis, apparently. Despite... Okay. Okay, didn't realize he didn't pick it up. He's like, oh, okay. My bad.
I guess.
Now he can't TP. Farming pattern ruined.
Yeah, if there's one thing this Luna needs right now, it's another neutral camp. That would be very good for him.
She's very slow.
He's showing some restraint here. Never mind, not showing restraint after all. Thought he was saving the buyback, but I don't really think that buyback's too impactful. He has Aegis, and if he dies and loses the Rapier, it's kind of whatever to have the buyback. Better have the full value on the first 2 lives than a third. And with that Synth coming in, at this point, he can put it on Thompson, and Thompson can jump someone, and even if that person gets BKB off, they're still going to die.
Yeah, that is true. Yeah, that is an absurd amount of burst damage. You'd be hard-pressed to find more burst damage with any 5 heroes in the game than they have right now.
Oh, and there we go.
Especially with the Elder Titan.
The Thompson special.
Oh.
The number 1, he is the reason this item still exists. If Thompson hadn't bought Brooch in the last 3 or 4 years, the item would have actually been forgotten. And maybe just been patched out of the game by mistake, and nobody would have noticed. But Thompson would have complained, where's my Brooch? He's the only player in the world who buys this item consistently.
What do you think of it?
I think it's clearly better than it used to be, even when he was picking it up the early times. I think it's a very niche, especially it used to be a very niche item, and that's why it was perfect for his playstyle, because Thompson has always been a very creative player with itemization. So he would find specific hero combinations with the item or specific matchups where it would make the difference. So not surprised to see him showing some love for it. Hex coming out now for the Hoodwink.
Okay.
Could be a game changer.
They still need to kill this Luna twice.
Yeah.
That is a difficult task.
I think it's better to try to kill the tiny ones. Probably. But I mean,
can you ignore her?
Yeah, I mean, if you're only offering up the Luna, you got to do something.
And now the high ground attempt, Pure. Again, once this tower goes down, Luna really starts to shine to the point where maybe Spirit just has to give this up. But they will attempt to defend. There's the Sheep. Chakram's not going to hit. X back in to the fray. Will actually pop his Satanic a little early. Sharpshooter connects on the wrong target, but Pure still relatively healthy. Might have to wait for this Satanic. Although this tier 3 mid is also exceptionally low. Yeah, now Pure will go in for the kill.
Class is going to just walk up the high ground D-ward. Put some confidence there.
Gleipnir into the double Chakram. So they do have a good amount of burst, but here comes Thompson. Speaking of burst, Laurel is dead just like that. Can't hit a single button. And now the Eclipse ripping through Collapse will have to Timber Chain away. Yatoro tanked up a decent amount of it as well, but now their base is about to get destroyed by Pure. Another avalanche from Thompson into the toss, into another kill for Mira. And this is just getting out of control real fast. Mapochka's next on the list. We'll have to buy back instantly. That's an 8% win rate for Enchantress now.
That's cool that they gave the refresher there to Tiny and he just went for the double support combo kill there.
And this will be a second lane now for Pure and company. And 2 dead for Spirit still with no way back in the game.
will open the door for potential mega creeps here if they go to the bot lane. But instead, might just be going for Throne instead. With these Moonglaves, I can't really blame him. Collapse, Shivas, there's the Conda. Avatos as well into the blast off. Collapse dead. Buys back instantly, but the tier 4s are already dead. The Ancient fully exposed. Kunkka alive in 15 seconds. Can they hold on any longer? Avalanche again, tossed back onto Pure, but he gets sheeped instantly. Remember, still has that Aegis, doesn't really care too much. Avalanche again, Collapse. It's going to be a dieback if he's not careful. Pure will die one time.
Uh-oh, this is actually super scary now. Tiny's
Naposhka getting a ton of damage off. We'll be able to take out one. Now the focus onto this Luna. Pure getting completely controlled. The Ancient already at half HP. Can he finish the job? We'll get the Eclipse off along with the BKB. Focusing now on the Ancient. And the heroes starting to melt again as GGs are called. Tundra will take it and tie this one 1-1. So a nice group stage series for them.
That looked spooky in the end. Tiny dying, the Luna losing Aegis, and Spirit still alive on multiple heroes, but they couldn't get the Luna down a second time and get that Rapier going their way. So yeah, nice game from Tundra. It looked like it was going to be a rough one after the earlier portion of the laning stage, but they weathered the storm, they got there, and man, these Conda bursts were actually insane.
Yeah, double Conda.
And now that we saw this game play out and we can actually talk about the Ogre, I don't really know how much it actually did.
It's nice to have a stun.
The Bloodlust, I suppose, helps out the Luna quite a bit, and it helped Thompson as well with his farming speed. And
it did feel like it could have been any other offlaner, though, to some degree.
Yeah, it didn't truly win me over here. It was all right, but yeah, again, you always need to compare it to, okay, other alternatives, right? Would it have been even easier with something like, I don't know, one of the other offlanes like a Mars or whatever? It was probably banned, but yeah, nice game from Tundra.
Yeah, we thought this was going to be a 2-0 Spirit, but instead turns into a 1-1. And with that, let's go to the studio so they can talk about the 7% win rate of Enchantress.
Thank you very much. That is not what we'll be talking about, but I appreciate the sentiment anyway. That was a great game to watch. From your perspective, we definitely got some entertainment delivered to us. As we'll talk about this game and tell you exactly how Tundra ended up winning this game. Started this game, though, Effie, it looked like Team Spirit had it on lock. We saw Timbersaw, and we're like, okay, this is a great Timbersaw game.
Yeah, and the Timbersaw had a great laning stage, too, on top of everything, right? He was leading the net worth charts. The Luna that was picked to shut down Timber on lane didn't really manage to shut him down at all. Sure, the Luna got farmed, but it looked like all of the cards were aligning for Team Spirit there, right? Their 3 cores were leading. At minute 13, they were 8k net worth ahead, but sometimes all it takes is that one overextension, that one tower dive, and that's what happened when they dove behind that tier 2, and Luna managed to snag a kill on the Timbersaw, managed to get a kill on the Enchantress, and after that, Luna skyrocketed to the top of the net worth and was able to compete with Alchemist in terms of farming.
Sometimes, Fever, the hubris of humanity puts you into a submarine and you're going to go try to see the Titanic and you get vaporized. And sometimes the hubris of humanity makes you buy a rapier in a game where you're already winning and you win even harder. The amount of fights that Pure turned around with a Satanic, with the Conda, blowing up one guy in one shot, healing to full HP. I actually like the rapier pickup. I think that was good. I think otherwise there's not enough comeback momentum there, and it takes audacity to do that. So I appreciate that Pure still has that, even though he's, at this point he went to offlane, now he's carry. He's been around the doing the laps.
Yeah, and that's what Pure is famous for. I mean, back when he was playing carry on Entity before he moved to offlane on BetBoom, he was known for pushing his heroes to the limits, for always buying dangerous items, and for playing very risky, for diving straight in with his Leshraks and his Pudges. And that brings me back to something Brian was saying, actually. When he was worried about Tundra's damage output as the game progressed, Pure corrected that. He's like, okay, we need damage. I'll buy a rapier. I don't care if we could potentially lose. We were losing anyway. Let's see where it takes us. And he carried his team to victory in this game.
Yeah, of course, with Luna as well. If you win a fight, you can take several towers in a row because you're pushing so fast. The Aegis definitely helped. I was maybe a tiny bit worried at the start there, or at the end there rather, because
I was a little worried.
Yeah, I think they were a little worried as well.
There were some fights like triple man boats coming out, and it's kind of like, okay, it's looking pretty
Pretty spicy. I like that. But then he turns around with and that's where the Rapier Satanic comes in, actually. If he doesn't have a Rapier, he probably dies there because he doesn't have the damage to lifesteal to full HP. But then he doesn't lose a Rapier, so maybe it would have been fine.
And there was this one fight where Spirit took it uphill, like near their Tormentor in their Wizard Room, and it actually looked like Tundra was losing that fight, but then he got force-staffed by a teammate. I don't remember which one it was. He got force-staffed uphill, and then all of a sudden it's the BKB, it's the Satanic, and he turns a fight that actually looked like Tundra might lose the game there. So it wasn't just Pure, it was also his team being very attentive to his positioning, you know, enhancing him with Bloodlust and whatnot, and overall it was a team effort, but I do want to give most kudos to Pure in this case.
I want to do that as well, but I also need to talk about the Ogre Magi. Because we don't see Ogre Magi offlane that
there
much.
was an Ogre in that game.
And I feel like it needs to be addressed like verbally, is like how big of an impact did he have? We know that Mind Control played a lot in his pubs, and we also know that you don't spam a hero without the intent to pick it, as I've been told. And so he picked it, great, it won, but it was Pure that carried the most of the load. But how much of it was because he bloodlusted, maybe?
He had Bloodlust.
He did. I saw that Bloodlust being cast.
So long as Luna was Bloodlust, the job is done. No, I mean, that's a good question. At some points, it looked like they were able to run down Alchemist a little bit on lane, but Alchemist still outformed on that lane. And I didn't see the impact in that game in particular, but I do feel like there's a lot of space to explore the offlane Ogre because it didn't look that bad on laning in particular.
No, it looked good. Yeah, I think the Ogre looked good in lane. I mean, outside of the lane, the thing is, like, sometimes this just happens in Dota. You actually have, like, a decent game, but then some other guy is just having some insane game where they get a few kills in a fight, all of a sudden they get a Rapier.
Yeah, I believe we get to talk to none other than two-time champion Thompson. Thompson, are you there? I believe you are right here. Hey, how you doing?
Hello, I'm doing great.
Yeah?
How are you?
Sorry, the first thing that I noticed is 3 suitcases behind you. What's up, sir? Where are you going?
It's just where I keep my suitcases. It's my messy gaming room, so.
All right, because I did want to ask, I mean, are you guys boot camping, planning on boot camping?
No, we are not planning on boot camping anytime soon. We're just playing this tournament from home.
It's working out well so far here with the 1-1 against Team Spirit. I have a couple questions that are more like generic about the team, because obviously it's a fresh roster, and I'm very curious about how things are going for you internally. The first thing that I see when I look at Team Tundra at the moment is that you're the only team here without a coach. Is that something that you are looking into or trying without, or what's the story behind that?
So we have Zai now, which is like kind of doing some coaching, and all kinds of stuff, you know. And then we also have Moon Meander, who's helping us out.
Oh, cool! I did not know that. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, that's basically our coaches right now.
Oh, good to hear it, and I would imagine also Zai and Moon work together a little bit in helping the squad out. That's really cool to hear, because the preparation for this event, how did you go about that? Did you just play a ton together, or did you have a lot of meetings? How did you prepare?
So there was the Dubai tournament going on before this, so there wasn't actually a lot of good teams that we could practice with. So we were kind of on a break after the qualifiers that we qualified. What was it, Birmingham?
Yeah.
So we've been just playing pubs a lot, and like around almost a week of scrims. So we're kind of still getting back into it, and there's still a lot of stuff we need to work on, and but we're getting better every day.
It showed today already. Is there anything that you're doing with your team outside of the game, even when you are remote, in terms of team building?
Not really, not much. Like, of course, just individually, we might have some ideas, and we bounce ideas with each other, like on some specific heroes that maybe we wanna play, or so that's about it. We just like.
And I think then, what are your goals for this event? Because from the way you're talking, your goal is to just get the team gelling really well. Is that kind of the goal for the event? Obviously, other than winning.
Yeah, I mean, of course, we wanna get better at playing together. We wanna get better individually. We wanna win. But I mean, of course, the main goal is just to improve as a team and move forward. Hopefully, get better results every week.
All right, I'm looking forward to seeing it. I also have a technical analyst that would love to ask you some Dota-specific question.
Hey, Thompson, I remember last year you were quite the pioneer for the Tiny meta as coming back in the mid lane as a core, and we're seeing it again here with a completely different build. I remember last year was more of the Echo Saber burst build, but now we're seeing the Conda plus the Revenant's burst that you went for later in the game. Where do you come up with these ideas? Is it like the new patch comes out, you theory craft it? What's exactly your process for fiddling around with these favorite heroes of yours?
I mean, Tiny was always a lot about just bursting, right? There was the time when he was kind of OP with the Aghanim's when it was more about team side, and but he was still kind of bursting. Like you can burst with the axe. Like Tiny is all about that, and this patch kind of gave Tiny a lot of new tools to work with. Like both his spells got buffed a little bit, and then you have the Kanda and the Brooch, which are like insane damage items for this hero. So it's just buy the highest damage items. It's pretty simple, Like, this is Tiny. You just want to burst.
Yeah, last time around, people started copying your builds right away. So I guess I'll just ask you, how long do you think it's going to take before we see Tiny with these items in every single game?
I don't know. We'll see how much we win with it. And if people have respect, then they will start looking at it. And hopefully we don't see it too much.
Thank you, man.
I've got one final question, Thompson, before I let you go, because I just want to know how much Pure communicated to the squad. Hey guys, I'm going Rapier now. Win the game. Was that a joint decision?
Yeah, he was like asking about Rapier or Axe, and then we somehow killed the Alk. He was kind of alone, and then he was like, "Okay, just go for the Rapier, and we go push." But then we kind of screwed up the fight. I blinked into this Kunkka boat, and we ended up losing that fight. We should have ended the game right there, but luckily we still managed to get the win. So
yeah, it was a fantastic watch. Thank you so much also for taking the time to talk to us, and hopefully we'll talk to you again some other time.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Thompson. We're going to continue on with the day, as we're like at our halfway point right now. And Jenkins and Effie, I'm curious to hear, Jenkins, what you thought about the first half of the new Dream League here.
The games are a little stompy. I could go for some.
That previous game was not stompy.
Other than that one, other than that one, the games are a little stompy. I could go for some longer form games, like what Brian was saying. I'd go for a 70-minute banger.
Sure.
But all in all, I love the format that we're doing here. I'm glad we're going to get 2 group stages, so we're going to have a lot of Dota to cover. I love seeing Tundra do well because I think they have a bunch of interesting players. Like, it would be such a crying shame if they just sucked. That would be really sad. This is good for the scene.
Yeah, there are a lot of players you look at in Tundra that the fans want to see succeed. Players they've really been missing, right? Not just Thompson, but also MC. It's been a really long time since we've seen him have his time in the sun. And Pure, he stopped playing carry at his prime. Like, when he was a prime carry player, he switched to offlane. So this player still has a lot of potential to grow. I think that back when he was on Entity and just performing incredibly well on his signature heroes like the carry Leshrac that he innovated, it looked like this was the kind of player who would innovate the carry meta a lot, and we just kind of got that taken away from us early on. So it's definitely going to be an exciting team to follow.
Yeah, I'm surprised we saw 2 games with just now with the series we just watched with the exact same support duo that we don't see that frequently. Elder Titan Techies combo is not like, everybody does it. Is that something that we're going to have to look out for?
That's an interesting point, actually.
Because nobody talks about it. They're just there. And obviously they're stable players. If you're looking at the team of Tundra, there's superstars there, so you're going to talk about them. But
it's also like the doubling down on the magic resistance reduction thing. People will do that with Pugna as well and some other combos. It is interesting. I've seen ET trending a little bit in pubs with these like freak psychotic ET players. Maybe they're onto something. Of course, we're only halfway through the day. We're going to have to find out if the games are going to show us more Elder Titan, less Elder Titan, more techies, less techies. Who knows what's going to happen? Well, you will know what's going to happen if you stick around, which you should, because we're going to head over to our next series, which is back to Group A. We're going to have Falcons versus OG. We're going to have a full new panel covering it all, and we'll see you soon.
sexy little robo girl. When I kiss her heated lips, she purrs like a kitten and drops her lips. Says your wish is my command, telling me to love her like a real man. With a high-speed motors in overdrive, I've never felt a lover who's more alive. And my head gets spinning like a tilt-a-whirl with my kinky little robo girl. When she puts her squeeze on me, it's enough to drive me to my knees. She don't need no diamond ring. All she ever wants is to be a thing. Working all day in the rat race, dreaming of her eyes and perfect face. When I'm home at night, all is right with the world. Since I found my little robo girl. When I'm home at night, all is right with the world.
Can't walk with these worn-out shoes. Kick me down till I'm black and blue. Threw me down and held on tight. Now I'm back up, not ready to die. Push me down, I start to tire. I rise up like the ash from fire. Oh, my back, but it's made out of iron. I won't give up, I'm not scared, I'm trying.
Dream League Season 22 action here continues as we are just only halfway through the day. But we got some new faces joining us because it's going to be me, Tsunami, guiding you through the second half of Dream League Season 22. You guys ready for more day number 1 action? Let's get it started. New faces, but one has remained consistent, or 3 rather. The PogChamp Pandas are yet again joining us for another season, but I've got 3 new faces surrounding me. Pyrian Flax is going to be my co-host.
New face.
New. Look at this young,
stretching it.
vibrant face next to me.
Not new in any way, shape, or form. Even if this was my first ever Dream League, it wouldn't be called a new face. Weathered.
No, you exude virility.
I do, and that's why my newly acquired bold brethren, recently acquired, I should say, we got him in the last transfer window. He came in, and now we've got more of us. We're expanding. The hairy people sit on that side of the stage. The bold people sit this side.
I didn't agree.
You did not agree to this. Well, then, are you telling me that he's not automatically inducted?
Yeah, he's still got some hair. It's on the top of his head, too.
Show me.
I'm not gonna show.
I still have some hair, look, on the top of my head. Look,
that's more
can
like
we get
peach
this
fuzz.
on camera? Can we get this on camera? Look, there's still hair here.
Yeah.
So it doesn't count. I'm clearly still bald.
Yeah.
Did I hear a laugh track there?
Round of applause.
Oh, a round of applause. I thought I heard a chuckle.
The hair of denial.
Sad noise. Okay, thank you. Yeah.
Well, I'm happy to have all of you here because it's another Dream League season. And
hell yeah.
Cap and Avery, we usually don't get a chance to talk to you, but it's a new season, a new day, and I actually get to hear your thoughts. Cap, welcome to the couch.
Thank you. I don't really know how to feel about this tournament just because there's a new patch and we already saw some of these teams play this year, but it was on the old patch. I'm interested to see if it's if there's actually going to be more of a shakeup than just Liquid, Gaming Gladiators, and Spirit.
There was already a bit of that shakeup
Yeah.
from Dacha already.
Right? So if that continues, right? If Falcons can prove that they're a top contender and then maybe BetBoom, right? They look kind of good so far in this series. They're another team that could, like, maybe if they win some tournaments, maybe we could actually have some finals that isn't just repeat of the same teams over and over and over and over again.
Ted?
Yeah.
Do you like meat?
I love meat, brother. Why? What's up?
Because this year is the year of the dragon.
I know, it's my year.
And you know what dragons like, Ted?
Gold.
Meat. They
We like gold more.
They
but yes.
like meat, Ted.
Okay, meat, yes.
The dragon is here. He's about to feast on all of these European Dota teams' corpses.
Yeah, right.
China's year to rise.
Oh, I thought you were talking about Team Spirit because their logo is literally a dragon.
No, they don't count until TI.
Oh, okay.
Right.
All these teams are about to get scorched from the flames of the dragon. It is now a permanent cosmetic, by the way. You're welcome.
I heard.
You're welcome. Thank you, Based Avery, for this gift.
I think that's going to be the storyline.
How many Chinese teams will be relevant? You think it's going to be... Because it was always LGD as the front runner, and then everyone else was kind of trailing behind. Is G2IG, Azure, LGD, all of them going to be top contenders?
Well, I mean, Jack can only manage one team, so...
That's a blessing.
I think there'll be at least 3 successful teams if we look at it from that standpoint, you know? He can only hold one team back.
That's true.
As you are well familiar with.
It was a struggle, yeah.
Were Jack Chen not managing you, who knows the heights that you could
I'd have more rings than I could count.
You'd be the Tom Brady of
Why are you
Dota.
laughing?
Well, there is one team that has some rings that is coming up in this next series. Not the players, though, at least one of the players. It's going to be OG taking on Falcons for game number 1. It's game time, my friends, and I've got a new panel joining me at our analyst desk. I've got Kezu and I've got Effie. What's going on, my friends? Kezu, I've been told that for days you've been aching to talk about this game in particular.
Yes, I've been waiting because OG, today, they've already been playing.
Yeah.
They had a nice showing against G2IG, and I want to show some of their drafts.
Okay, so this was the beginning of group stage, well, I guess the beginning of today.
Basically, just what they did today. So I think we'll have a little graphic. So what they have done here is, I want to point out that they have this DK, which we can see the cursor here. I want to show how they set up this pick. When you already look at the bans, there's like an SD, a Grimstroke, and a Lion going on. So they very nicely set up this pick. They have the Naga Siren later on as well. So it's just this whole like map play going on. And this is what they did in the first game. Now, when we look at the second game, which it looks very similar. You have the DK first pick, you have the Naga later.
Yep.
So OG have good momentum. They're 2-0, but they're playing against Falcons, who they play DK Naga in like nearly every game. And having Aoi as their coach, I'm sure that they're looking at this. And I hope for Falcons that they will at least ban one of these heroes. Because what I want OG to actually do is play really, really fast against Falcons. When you're an underdog, I think you want to bring like the pressure and the speed to the, the top dog. Because if you give Falcons like a chill 10-15 minutes, I think they're going to destroy you right after.
And this is based off of what you saw from Falcons during, I guess, their Dacha victory performance?
Yes. Like this team, I would say that their mid-game, like the way they move around the map and the way their team fight, I think that's what I think really makes this team so damn good.
But OG were kind of in the mix. Like, we look at the group stage results for Dacha, Effie, and like a one game here and there, and they could have actually made it to the next stage. So how far behind underdogs are OG really?
I think OG are always a team that are capable of a lot in Dota. They're not a team that you can underestimate, but if you look at their Dacha games, a lot of their games were winnable. Like, they did well on lanes, and they had moments of brilliance, and even towards the end, Kezu, they were supposed to 2-0 Team Spirit, and they didn't. So a lot of the issues with OG's gameplay just comes from crumbling in the mid-game. Like, maybe there's an issue with shot calling, maybe there's an issue with one or two players choking, but if they can eliminate some of those mid-game structural issues, this team can take games off of the best teams in this tournament.
Yeah, and I think also one thing that we need to note is that they have a new player with Tomato.
Yep.
And I think like having a shakeup, it will do a lot, either for worse or for better. I think at least judging from the first series, it looks pretty good. It's only like 2-game series, but I think this is like what they need, just a change so that the shot calling and their mid-game can be better. Because opposed to Falcons, OG's mid-game, it's atrocious. It's really bad.
Which we haven't seen it with Tomato yet.
Yeah.
I guess we're based off of the 2-0 performance.
Yeah.
And things are trending in a good direction. But we need a larger sample size before we can really start hammering it down.
I'm just so happy for Crit to be winning stuff.
It's been a long time coming, my friend.
He is such a lovely guy. Really, really lovely lad. And great to hang out with. But that is not Crit, that is Tomato. I don't know why I'm talking about Crit. I just wanted to say I'm glad for Crit. Good on him.
I'll actually give you an opportunity to talk more about him, but yes, we'll close out our thoughts on OG. But yeah, Yuragi has been benched, and Tomato is going to be. Have they confirmed if he's like a permanent replacement, or is it just for a DreamLeague kind of thing?
I think he's a stand-in/tryout.
Okay, a tryout, I say.
Basically, these stand-in bouts that some players will have are basically just glorified tryout sessions, right?
Yeah.
So depending on how he'll do, we'll see what they're going to do with him. But I like that you guys brought up Tomato, because I think when you have a team that has issues with direction in the mid-game, having a carry player who is used to having a team play around him can really simplify your gameplay in the mid-game, right? All of a sudden, it's not let's do this, let's do that. It's okay, we have a Naga Siren. I mean, just like back when TSM existed, they used to play around Tomato all the time, right? That's how they were used to playing around Tomato. They'd pick him TB or Naga, wait for his timings, and play off of that. So Tomato has a lot of experience with reining in his team around him, and maybe that's just what OG needed.
Yeah, like I do think it's what they need, and I've played with Tomato before. I think he grew a lot as a player, like Effie is saying in TSM, and even when I play pubs with him, he doesn't just elevate the team, he tells them what he needs so that they're kind of ready for, okay, at minute 20 I'm ready, I have these 2 items, now let's play. Because I think beforehand, this is like the main key, like the main asset that they were missing in their game.
Which I suppose would be a marked difference from at least how we've seen Yuragi be presented, which is very soft-spoken, kind of goes with the flow kind of thing.
Yeah.
And if they are looking for a change in direction and a change in dynamic, then maybe having a carry player that speaks more is something that might be more compatible with Seb, for example.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he's gotten a lot used to speaking more because the issue with, formerly TSM that had both Ari and Tomato on it was that they didn't have somebody who was speaking enough initially. And towards the end, those players learned how to speak more. They learned how to give their input. Tomato was even drafting for TSM towards the end of that team's run. So both of these players learned how to step up in their respective roles, and to be able to bring that into OG as two players who are used to playing with each other should be very positive.
How about stepping up into a new region, Ted, when Falcons came about and the whole MENA region came about? Were you initially on board, or were you like, they're stopping PSG Quest and Enigma, but that doesn't really mean anything?
You just told me about this for the first time. No, I didn't even know there was a new region.
What was that?
Post TI, I've just been tuned out for like months, basically.
okay.
So whatever's happened since then, I didn't know. So there's a new region. I know Falcons. I know they just won something. Congratulations, but I'm coming in
won
cold.
something.
You're gonna need to keep me up to date with stuff.
I'll stay in your wheelhouse then. How about this wisdom rune that we've got from the US Air Force? Because yes, you are right. Crit has finally broken his long-standing gap of no wins in a Tier 1 tournament for 6 years and 9 months.
Nice.
The last one before this BetBoom Dacha Dubai victory was Manila Masters on Evil Geniuses.
Wow.
Yeah, it's been a while. Universe was on that Manila Masters.
Oh my God, that is a long time ago. That is a long time ago. Well, look, I think first of all, fair play to him for still being good enough. I mean, if you don't win stuff for a long time, I'm sure it would be pretty easy to get down in the dumps and think, oh, maybe I'm not good enough, maybe I can't do it. He's clearly still a great player, and he's been liberated now, right? He's not even the captain on this team. He's not the shot caller, is that right? Like, he's just the 4?
Yeah, I think he's...
So it was originally ATF during their qualifiers, now it's snaking, but still, I'm always happy to take an opportunity to speak to Crit, so we actually got a few words from him before the series.
I think Malrine being such a new person in the scene definitely brings it's a different perspective. I know that he feeds into our experience a lot, and it also goes the other way. Like, it's nice for us to have somebody that challenges like the way that we think.
I would say probably the first thing, I must be patient during the game. It's like the main goal in our games. Whatever like it goes, how it goes, it doesn't matter. We must stay calm and make the clean decisions.
Thoughts on Malrine, who is probably, well, not even probably, he's definitely the least competitively experienced player there. You've got two TI winners, ATF won like a bunch of tournaments on OG, and Crit, as we saw, despite a 7-year gap, has a history of winning tournaments. But
6 years, 9 months.
6 years, 9 months. Put some respect on that timeline.
That's true.
But how does Malrine stack up? Initially, I was skeptical, but after this Dacha performance, what's your assessment of his performance?
I think this guy is really good. First of all, he's young. I feel like he has a cool hero pool. He plays like Pango, Lina. Also, another thing, he has like a lot of overlap when it comes to Amar. Like, they can flex a lot of heroes. And another thing, just to go back off the topic of Crit, I think it's really nice when like you've played at the top or in the same team for a long time. I feel like your motivation, it can kind of go this way, especially when it's the same with your performance. So playing with two young guys like Amar and Malrine, I feel like that like it really helps you. It can like reignite this type of fire. And I hope and kind of think that this is what happened to Crit as well.
Yeah, for sure. And not just playing with two younger players, it's also playing with two recent TI winners, right? In Speeder and Snaking, who are still at the primes of their the current skill as opposed to what it was when they won TI. So when you have a combination of two players who recently won a TI, two players who are young and they're thirsty for winning that TI, and a player that everybody expected to win TI at some point, it's definitely going to motivate Crit to play better, and that's what we're seeing.
It's just that I could have very easily seen it go the opposite way, where ATF was kind of wallowing in his post-Enigma period. We didn't know if he was still as good as peak ATF OG. Snaking and Skitter weren't their TI Tundra winning performance as we saw from the most recent TI in Seattle. And Crit, as we said, it's been a long time since he's found prominence. So the fact that all these not as successful recently pieces came together and immediately won their first Tier 1 tournament, that's quite a feat.
Yeah, I would also give a little bit of credit, I guess, to AUI. I think Falcons already look good, but the moment he joined them, I feel like they turned from like this tier 1.5 or like fringy team to like just S tier. And I just see a lot of the Tundra things in the Falcon team, which is why I feel like there's a lot of resemblance when it comes to these two teams.
I think he's OP. I really do think if you can get Aoi in, it's like a free buff for your team.
Yeah, it's straight a multiplier.
Yeah, it's like a mult. If we're talking Balatro terms, it's a times 5
I haven't played yet, so I don't know what this means, but it's probably pretty good.
Is he a diamond card?
I'd say he's a poly. Yeah,
he's a poly.
Times 1.5 with a base 5 mult for the team. I would
You
say
agree,
in
Effie?
Balatro terms, I would say AOI is like a proper legendary Joker card.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, Falcons would agree too. I'm not sure if I'm supposed to share this, but they had to fight to bring him as a coach because I think he wanted to take a break from Dota around the time that they.
No rest for you, Al.
Dota players always say that. Do they actually mean they want to take a break?
I actually feel like he meant it.
Okay.
But they must have done. They did a good job at convincing him. I feel.
Yeah, he was pretty much done. But
Okay.
I know that Falcons were looking at 2 coaches separately. I won't say who the other one
I
was.
I was the
Yeah.
other.
You weren't supposed to say it, man.
Didn't want to get out.
In Balatro terms, you were like a 6 of hearts.
No, I was the lousy random mult. It's like the Joker is totally random. Could be +0, could be -15.
That means that you have the potential to be a high rank thing.
Yes,
no?
anyone can get lucky with a draft. I could just say, just pick this. Speaking of drafts.
Speaking of the draft, my friend, we've got one underway. And, well, I'm not seeing these parallels to what you were leading me to believe. You were saying that they were going to set up for a DK pick by banning out Shadow Demon and Grimstroke.
Well,
Looks
the
like-
thing is, they were first pick at that point.
True.
So we have a little bit of a switcheroo. I do still think that DK is high up on the list, especially
been
for
banned.
Falcons. It's been banned.
It's been banned.
God damn, I need to open my eyes. So
Last-
no DK.
Which, like you said, it was a high priority for both teams.
Yeah.
And for Falcons especially, they, like you said, they have flex potential between ATF and Malrine.
We were talking a bit, Kezu, about Batrider.
Yeah.
And when we were asked prior to the tournament to put the heroes that some of us thought would be big picks in the tournament, I put Batrider and was laughed at. But I'd just done some Googling and saw that Bat was very popular and winning a lot in high-level games. Do you think we're going to get to see him? Because he's been banned a lot or just not picked.
I think the hero is good, but it's more, I would say, team-specific, like who play it. I think a lot of the Chinese teams, like FY, they play it a lot. I think these 2 teams, they kind of play it, but I don't think it has like the same value to them as maybe some other heroes.
Ari, I think, is an excellent Batrider.
That is true,
He
yeah.
has been playing it a lot recently, so it would be no surprise if OG went for it. But a hero has most value in a draft when it can be flexed between certain roles. So unless BZM is happy or comfortable playing the Batrider on mid, we know Whisper is he's famous for his Batrider. So we know that the flex to offlane is always going to be there. But if you can also add that flex to mid, where we see BZM have interest in this hero in this patch, then this can definitely be a hero that OG eyeballs almost every draft.
But as is the trend with Falcons, or rather any team that ATF is on, he will get one of his, well, it used to be 3, now it's 4, now it's 5.
Yeah.
His pool is getting bigger and bigger, but it doesn't matter. He's always going to pick his hero first, it seems.
Yeah, and I think it just goes to show that this is like another strength of not just this team, but him specifically. The fact that he will just play whatever is one of his best heroes, and he just always knows exactly how to make it work. So that's why I feel like trying to ban his heroes is kind of like
the fool's errand.
It's like kind of whatever anyway, because he's gonna play what he wants, and like you're gonna be tested no matter what.
Yep. And they will be doing that testing against what hero is this, Ted?
I'm not saying I am hired for a reason, Neil, but occasionally I like the Joker mult with a random. Right. Occasionally I do.
There you go.
Into it. So I was going to ask you, Mira. I remember the Stockholm Major was the first time I saw Amar play. And obviously OG won, and he was picking like Razor and Viper and stuff that I had always classically thought of as these mid heroes, and he ran them off lane, which for a start everybody said, wow, isn't this interesting? And this is fantastic. And I hadn't seen him before, and it was really exciting. Part of me thought that he was a player that wanted to play mid, but was forced to play off lane, and just spike picked these classically mid heroes and made them in the off lane, and eventually found a way to make it work, and was like, well, I'll just stay here then, because I can just be uncontested. Do you know if he ever was a mid player, or is he literally just, he figured out that these heroes were busted in the offlane first?
I think he plays mid when he has to in pubs, like every high Amar player does. But Amar is an offlaner who thinks he's a carry. That's always in his heart. He is the carry of the team, but he enjoys the offlane. He enjoys shutting down the enemy carry too. But
yes.
He did have his stint where he did play actual carry.
Yeah,
Enigma.
Enigma.
And
We don't talk about that
How did that go?
It was a dark time.
It was a very dark time.
Spoiler, he picked all the same heroes that he usually does.
Wow,
except in
that is
carry.
crazy.
So, funnily enough, he's highlighted or shown himself to be a very specific player who loves to play greedily, but he excels when it comes to shutting down the enemy carry, when it comes to outlaning the enemy carry. I mean, he reminds me of Collapse in that he knows how and when to pressure for every single creep, and that's truly where he shines. So putting him on the safe lane is actually gimping his power there.
Yeah, like Amar, I think what sets him apart from other offlaners is like the number one thing I think about is first of all his laning, like Mira's talking about, like his little like techniques of how to outplay you in a CS and then how to teamfight and really press his buttons. I think this is what makes Amar the type of player that he really is.
So how is Primal Beast being played in the pro meta at the moment? He's like people run him as a 3 and a 1, which is a 3 and a mid. That's pretty much what it had been for a while. Is he now playable as a 4? I mean, I'm not sure what the meta is.
I think he's like mainly just a 3 and a 2. I think the big strength this hero does give you from the offlane specifically is that he's really good at helping you like contest runes. A lot of the early game in Dota right now is around like the 3-man ball mid, and if you're Primal, you can either TP and instantly onslaught like on the rune, like you're instantly there, or you just walk over and just like help out your team.
And it's also very easy for a Primal to rotate to side lanes pre-level 6 even.
Yeah.
If you get one good rune at minute 6, that's pretty much a kill on either of the side lanes of your choosing. And that's always been one of his biggest strengths. I think another strength that mid Primal can give you is the TP-ins. Like if you're diving the enemy side lane with a Primal from the mid lane, you're basically setting him up for a free double kill.
Okay, this is another hero we see too often. I was kind of looking for like a potential slight combo break hero, like some Shadow Demon against this Bat and Primal. But I think the Bane is cool. You can, of course, you have some BKB disables for now already. You have the Primal, you have the Bat, you have pretty good laning in yourself too. So
What is the interaction, Kezu, if you Nightmare a lassoed target? Someone's been lassoed, you Nightmare them. What happens?
The lasso does not care.
Does it not?
It'll drag
you
you
just get
around.
dragged with it.
It's because the lasso does damage over time, so it's gonna wake up the Nightmare anyway. Because damage wakes up Nightmare.
Yeah.
But I want to ask you, what do you guys think about mid Bane? Okay, I know
No, Mira, no! No, please! Please don't mention these things.
Where did this theory even come from?
This is some Jenkins theory, is it not?
No,
It's not?
Oh.
Okay.
people have been playing it in pubs and
God,
there's some Bane specialists buying that phylactery.
Oh, phylactery,
And then Enfeeble does so much
I've seen
damage.
Thompson do it, yeah.
And it's perma off cooldown.
Oh, I wish you hadn't said this,
Enfeeble.
Mira. I
It's
really,
so good.
No,
It's really
There's a guy I
obnoxious.
played Dota with. I'm not gonna dignify this by mentioning his name.
But it's
He
actually
plays
quite
Bane
good.
mid.
Does he
Yes,
win?
it's not bad, but it's just it's every game. Now we have to deal with a Bane mid. My problem is it doesn't do. It's so slow, and it doesn't rotate. He just sits there farming. It's just like, can you come and help us, please? And when you lose, listen, here's the thing. You get behind on Bane mid. What are you doing?
That's fair. The thing about Bane mid is I actually think that one team could be brave enough to play him this tournament, but it has to be a surprise.
I mean, it will be Thompson. You have to wait for Thundra.
It has to be a surprise. If it's not a surprise, the hero is too one-sided in that it does one thing very well, which is completely crush its lane, but then you just have a Bane mid that you can easily counter. And already, if we look at OG's draft, we can see solutions to this Bane,
There's a
right?
Rubik.
Because Rubik will just steal the grip back. It's one of the easiest steals in the entirety of Dota, and I love that take by OG. They're addressing not only the Bane, but you have really good steals in the Mara Spear, you have an excellent steal in all of Crystal Maiden spells. Yeah, Rubik should pop off here.
Yeah, I think the Slark is also very good. The only thing I see, when you play against Amar, I feel like he kind of, he defies your logic of what counters what. Because when you have the Mars against Slark matchup, it's okay like for Slark in the mid game, but Amar, he just dumps on these guys when they play these heroes. Like, he just straight up kind of destroys them. So I'm hoping that OG in the safe lane, that they can try to stabilize, because Rubik 5 is not the strongest, Bane 4 is pretty strong. So right now the safe lane for OG is a little bit of a red alert for me.
Okay.
I mean, at least we have the Disco Pony. He's been, I would say he's kind of like on the up right now with some Bloodstone, getting buffed, of course. He's always been good against Slark. There isn't the most damage from OG, or like what Leshrac is very good against is like like slow damage. Like OG, they need to really build it up. Slark needs to like hit 300 times. There's some Fireflies. So overall, I think the Slash pick is very good, at least for the time being.
I agree. I think the Slush pick is great. The biggest fear that the Slush will have is just going to be, you know, being lassoed and dragged back away from his team. But his team is pretty good at covering it. Right? You're going to have this Bane who's going to be able to counter-initiate if they go on him. You're going to have this Mars who's just going to jump in an arena. He's going to have your back. And then you're going to have this synergy between Lush's insane damage output into the arena, which has always been a classic combination in Dota that we just stopped seeing because Lush fell off.
Yeah.
But then I'm still left wondering what is the advantage that Bane is giving over the Shadow Demon, which is a far more traditional anti-lasso counter.
So for me, like when I see this Bane, you see this Batrider and this Primal Beast, and both of these heroes are mobility-dependent heroes. They both do their damage by running around in fights, and it's very easy for Bane to stop mobility-dependent heroes. I mean, Shadow Demon does the same thing with his Purge, but that's what Grip gives you, but it gives you that on top of BKB. So if this Batrider were being looked at as a core, Bane makes it weaker overall because the BKB Batrider isn't going to have the same impact in a fight. But then that's where Rubik comes in, right? Because all of a sudden your Rubik is covering the guy who's covering your guy. It's a whole thing.
I mean, this is why drafting is like so both beautiful and complex, because you're like, haha, I pick Bane. But then they have to like double down on now screwing over this Bane so that their other hero can play again. So, yeah.
Is Death Prophet a hero that the pros are picking at the moment? I lose to that every time it's picked.
There's been some Death Prophet, yeah.
It feels busted. Very, very strong.
It's very good in specific games.
Kezu, it's bullshit.
It's
to cover our conversation earlier when you were wondering how to use that
Which means that DP is too good.
Exactly.
Which means
I feel that
maybe
she is.
if they listen to their coach, again, which of course is you.
Of course.
They should go for it right now. It's over.
Now, BZM plays flashier heroes than that. That's why they ban out the Invoker. DP is just press R, walk around.
Exactly.
That's not a... Most mid players don't want to play that, right?
No, they don't. A Tide Hunter ban as well.
Can I just say on Crit's camera there, I think this is the first time we've seen a player camp with a chandelier. And possibly a marble floor.
Well, this is how they brought back their coach, so...
Owie, please.
Owie, we will build you a great palace from which to coach, with chandeliers and marble. Okay. And a tub of Maltesers. Those are Maltesers.
Falcons pick up
Wraith King.
their carry. It's going to be a Wraith King.
Okay.
I mean, that's a Skeeter classic from the days of old. He plays this hero very well, but also it's a hero that can, let's say they don't have vision of the spot and they're not ready to counter with the Bane. If this Wraith King gets lassoed back, which is usually how people play, right? They press their ult on the carry. Guess what? He can tank it really easily, right? So it's just a typical hero in situations like this.
It's like you see it as a counter to Void sometimes as well, right? Where your carry is like, he'll die in the chrono, it doesn't matter.
Naturally.
Yeah, we'll come back.
But who's priority number one for that to be lassoing? Is it the Lesh or is it the Wraith King, or will it depend as the game
I think
progresses?
your most ideal target, if you can do it, is bringing the Lesh into the team and kind of killing him. Like this hero, if he dies first, usually the Lesh lineups, they kind of fall apart. So it's at least a kind of easy one for now. Okay, so it's Io
Just
Slark.
mid Batrider.
Mid Primal?
Mid Primal? Offlane Whisper Batrider?
Whisper Batrider?
Oh, it's been a minute.
Yeah.
We talk about how Whisper is a great Batrider.
It's been a minute.
No, because it's one of his two best
Of
heroes
course,
are by
yes.
far Timbersaw Batrider, but we hadn't seen him touch this hero
Yep.
at all at the Bet Boom tournament. So I assumed that if it was going to be flexed this time around, it might be to BZM, but this is really great to see.
He saw my tweet mirror and he was like, if Ted's calling Bat as a...
This guy.
He knows.
I'll put on a show for Ted. What can I gotta.
I must say that I actually really like the OG draft. I mean, Falcons will always have a very solid draft, but I think in terms of what OG want, I think that also Io can offset this matchup I talked about earlier. Like having Sustain and lane is very good against against Mars. You now have the Slark Io combo. You have people going in for you. Mira and both Ted mentioned about the Whisper Batrider, which is very pog. So yeah, I feel like OG are cooking. You know, they're 2-0, so why not? I'll give them some more energy. Let's go.
Okay.
Actually, I love it. I think Whisper is such a good Batrider, and I feel like with everything else getting nerfed, right, especially the Shiva's Guard, heroes like Batrider from the offlane, you're not really building Shivas on that many heroes anymore, or you're not looking to have it be your startup. Suddenly heroes like Batrider, who have different kinds of builds up, like the Boots of Travel, or sometimes even the early Blink Dagger, they're going to have a place in the meta. So we're going to see him pop off. I also think Io Slark can do so much. The Io save against Mars versus Bane is going to be great, but then the map control.
Yep.
If you pop off a little bit on Io Slark, suddenly you're rotating for power runes. You're ganking the mid laner earlier, playing behind towers. You're not just sitting on your lane, which could be very problematic for Falcons.
Yeah, if Falcons fall behind at like 50-minute mark, I think they're in a big uh-oh moment.
Ted, which way you leaning for this game number one?
Well, I did say the Bat. I'm going to back the Bat. Game one is going to the Batman.
You didn't care what the role was, you just wanted the hero to show up?
Yep.
Well, then let's watch it in the game as we get ready for game number one with the PogChamp Pandas.
excitement from our analysts about some of these heroes, but here at the casting desk, we have a lot more excitement for one hero specifically, don't we, Avery?
Oh, this ATF Mars is always enjoyable.
Come on, man. You know that's not what I was setting you up for.
It's Bone Daddy.
It's Bone
Here,
Daddy
boys.
time.
Oh, he's here to harvest some bones. Unfortunately, he already has it unlocked, so it's actually not that hype. But
you also can't harvest bones in a private lobby.
Yeah, but you know, it's the principle of it. Look at that set of eyes, man. Those are the eyes of a man who's been out there harvesting the bones in these public lobbies, grinding this Arcana for a chance to convince his coach to pick this garbage can of a carry. And he's gotten that chance. AUI, he has been taken for a ride here as Skeeter manages to somehow convince a two-time TI winner to pick this hero.
God, this
boy.
hero sucks. Or at least in the hands of my co-caster here, Avery, when we were playing all these party queue games, that hero sucks.
The hero, okay. I'm not a carry player, so that's,
that's true. That's true.
Don't be hating on a hater. But second of all, okay, the hero is not the greatest carry of the patch, and he doesn't have like the greatest matchup versus Slark, but he can sometimes wear out these long fights and get into that late game and just become so problematic. I think the hero thrives when he can play a tempo game with skeletons and like Armlet Deso. I think that meta for him, he looked the best. Like when Ame was playing him at TI-10, for example. He was just going Armlet Deso, Roche is dead at 15. You're like, the hell is happening in this game? Is this a lone druid? This meta, I think, is way slower for the hero. Be interesting to see what Skeeter goes, but hey, if he goes the Bloodthorn,
no,
you're
not
in there,
the
dog.
Bloodthorn.
You are in there with the Bloodthorn Bone Boys, just hacking them down.
Don't call them Bone Boys.
It is some scary deeps coming out from this carry. So that is what I would like to see going forward.
For those of you guys who don't know what he's referencing here, the Bloodthorn, you pop it on somebody when they have skeletons on there, and they're taking that extra 60 damage for every skeleton hit.
It's a lot.
So
it's actually a lot.
It is a lot of damage in a very specific scenario.
I think it is. I think it is a viable way to play the hero. I'll put it out there, but I don't know if we're going to see it. So I think Skeeter's items will determine a lot of how Falcons play this game because they can just push the lanes in with skeletons, Lesh, and like ATF taking a bunch of waves and kind of play for some later timing. But overall, I kind of like what OG have because I think this IO Slark is pretty uncontested, right? You're just playing IO Slark. If Slark gets Mage Slayer, if he just runs in, he has the extra sustain from IO. I don't see a lot of heroes staying there fighting him. I'm still not convinced by this Leshrac Slark matchup.
Yeah, I wanted to talk about the Leshrac because it's a hero that was dead the previous patch, and then Mage Slayer got a little nerf. Leshrac got a pretty decent buff, one of the bigger buffs of a patch, of a B patch anyway. And all of a sudden, we've had this hero picked up 3 or 4 times now. In this tournament. It seems like it's going to be here to stay, but I can't imagine that it's actually a good answer to Slark anymore just because Mage Slayer is part of Slark's build.
I still think Mage Slayer dumps on this hero.
Yeah.
There's just no way around it. You don't want to buy some early BKB. Bloodstone's a little better for you. You know, the mana regen, some extra damage on the early Edict explosions, but overall, this hero still suffers from the same things, which is you're playing into a heavy Mage Slayer pipe meta where heroes get very high EHP very fast, and you have mana regen problems on this hero. That was the other big concern. It's like, okay, you're getting some of that through this Yule's Bloodstone helping you a bit more, but you just run out of mana. You go in the fight, you use all your mana, you run out of it, and then heroes are half HP. What do?
Yeah. Which is where the buff in the recent patch played heavily into all these Lesh players going, oh, I can pick the hero again because now the ultimate costs 20 mana less. Used to cost 70 per second, now it costs 50 per second at level 1, right? That's a massive difference in how long your ultimate's going to be lasting in these fights, right?
It helps. It definitely helps. So, of course, we're going to see the Lesh spammers bring this hero back. Maureen is a big Lesh spammer.
Yeah, well, it's only been working out for the Chinese players so far. The third player who picked up the Leshrac so far in this tournament, you would know him as a Lesh player, as a Lesh spammer, Quinn.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. So he played earlier.
They lost that game, though.
Well, I mean, that's justice. Can only push karma so far before it strikes back. We'll see how the hero does over this tournament. I'm not convinced at the start of this event, but by the end I might be, right? I also feel like this is a hero that has to have been scrimmed with a bit. Probably had decent results in scrims because I don't think it would have just popped back in here on its own. So if players are feeling it, then yeah, I mean, bring it back. We'll see how hard it can scale.
Now,
he's having a good lane.
for all of these heroes that you have had problems with in the last patch, Spear into a bit of damage. Oh, Tomato's not backing down. He knows he's got the IO coming in with full heals. Just fully trusts in Seb and the trade that eventually he'll back out of, but he stole some stats on his way, so as long as nobody dies, he's going to be feeling all right. The another hero that you've had some serious hate for, Crystal Maiden.
I mean, look at it.
You talked to me about the pillars of what makes a good hero.
I know.
From a professional standpoint, and you said CM stood. You needed, like, you said 3 or 4 things, and she had 1, maybe 1.5.
Oh, look at the spear back, though. Some decent damage. Gonna have to break the tether. Tomato's suffering on this lane. Before I get into the Crystal Maiden hate, it's coming, don't worry. I mean, this is a classic ATF situation. Double Bracer, early stats rush with the regen, just abused the hell out of the CS board in the regen department and build an advantage where the carry just can't enter the lane. This is an IO regen lane that is suffering heavily in terms of the trades just going ATF's way. That's why they first pick his hero, man. If you can't answer it on first pick, then you can't answer it at all.
Yeah.
And then you're just at a disadvantage. And as much as I like the IO Slark in this game because I think it's conceptually a little unanswered, if your early game is bad because your lane sets you back on multiple fronts, and then your lanes are getting shoved in, it might be hard to find those fights.
Toss back under the Firefly, gets out of the flame so for a little bit. Whisper's still going to be able to run him down, though, for first blood. And Skeeter does have a lot of sticky napalm stacks. Whisper, though, is not going to keep going for the dive. Wisely will back up and reset. They already kind of did some good work there. Brought the net worth a little bit more even, because it was going the way of Falcon.
Yeah, I mean, if you don't feed first blood with Crystal Maiden, I mean, really playing the hero. It's just kind of how it works. Assume that's going to happen. Rune is going to get denied, and yeah, you're going to take a lot of damage for this.
BZM has to turn and fight. He already used his mobility to get in, has no way out. So as a result, Malrine will pick up that kill. So he's effectively 1 mid. They got that kill in top, but it, you know, net worth wise, still going the way of Falcons. It seems just lanes, and you combine winning lanes with the pressure that Leshrac Wraith King can put on you.
Yeah, look at this mid tower. It's gone. It is absolutely gone. Level 3 Edict. This is also something I think is interesting about this hero because he suffers the magic damage, but of course Edictus is one physical component.
Yeah.
I kind of want to see more people play this build and utilize it against not only the towers in the early game, but just you get a lane advantage and you have Edict. That team fight is a lot scarier. That spell got buffed. An extra 4 points is not a bad, 10-15% damage buff on an early spell that it's just debilitating in the open areas when you're stuck on him. You don't have a creep wave. He just mows you down. This hero is a lawnmower in these early skirmishes, and that might be enough to push him over the edge of, okay, he has a little suffering against, Pipe Mage Slayer in the later fights, but again, if you don't get there on even footing, who gives a damn? And right now, Malrine has set himself up beautifully to just run this early game over. He's created 1,000 net worth differential off that mid lane, up 20 CS. That is a huge advantage that Falcons can take care of. Of course, their suffer in the laning phase was, the Bone King up here against Whisper, but he's just gonna go jungle. I mean, that's where this hero thrives, is saying, okay, yeah, my hero's trash, I'm gonna go jungle, but hey, the jungle's also trash, and then I can absorb the jungle trash into me.
I can become a giant trash heap of a hero. Well, he is gonna be found here. Okay, does get grabbed. And Seb gonna put himself in front, slowed him down.
Centaur stomped.
And it's a good thing that he didn't pick up level 6 and didn't level up his reincarnation, because he probably would have died 2 times. So they get the pick off on the carry, despite him just being able to default to the jungle.
I just realized this hero's it's the only hero in the game where he has an ult that saves you from death that you actively don't want to use. Like,
yeah.
No, I'd rather just die. Like,
yeah.
Please just let me die and let me save my spell for later. Well, Falcon's going to try and abuse the fact that this tower's dead, gives them the rune advantage, so shield rune into Malrine's pocket. He's going to invade, take aggressive stacks, create openings for the supports to, get some extra levels, get aggressive wards. This is a lot of advantage in map control going in this mid and off lane for Falcons right now. They can transfer it into this bottom tier 1. You're going to close off a lot of the space Tomato wants to be able to, again, that's a stack he wants to take. He's not getting anything right now. Malrine is just cleaning house. This is an early game concern for OG because they have a lineup that wants to get into that mid game in a good spot. and be able to take those fights.
Yeah, if this 5-man starts rolling at some point for Falcons, is there anything OG can really do to stop it? I feel like there's like 2 or 3 heroes are going to get caught in arena and they're just going to get demolished by Leshrac.
I think Rubik's the wild card. This is a really good Rubik game.
Okay.
I mean, you're against... I mean, the Mars one, you know, in theory, the Mars one's 0, but that's not always true if you get insta-lifted or something. But between Bane, CM, and Lesh, you can't really ask for a better Rubik game in competitive. Every spell that those heroes throw out is going to be great in the fight. So I think Ari is like the real team fight wildcard. He could prove very problematic in the straight 5-on-5s. And the other flip side is like you have this night vision battle between Bane and Slark. Traditionally, Slark out night visions everything in these types of battles because he also has passive. But Bane is one of these heroes that leverages the night vision really well.
It's a very awkward point here. Falcons were putting the pressure on bottom lane and then smoked back to mid, but they were going to be running into the Primal Beast, tankiest hero in the game, combined with an IO who could just relocate him out. So it wasn't clear what they could actually accomplish with this smoke, and as a result, they're just kind of sitting around. Fortunately, Leshrac is always able to take this space and farm very efficiently, but
it's a couple power runes he didn't get to use though. I think OG are happy with this exchange. They just want to get the IO to his mech. They want to get the Primal to his Blade Mail. That's probably the big one. You're talking about the 5-on-5. I mean, it's a great Blade Mail game. His Primal just charges in with his strength gain, pops that thing. A lot of uncontrolled damage going out. It's going to be an annoying target for Falcons to go on, especially since their heroes probably don't want to buy too early of BKBs here.
Yeah.
You're looking at just fighting items across the board. It's going to be early Kaya into Bloodstone for Malri, and it's going to be a Yules for ATF, so... His Blade Mail is going to be obnoxious. I guess you could use it, you could sleep it. You have some tools, but the stacks are continuing to go out as well. I feel like this is just going to transfer into a pretty heavy farm game for Falcons. I think they got a little bit of what they wanted out of that Lesh, but their initiation just isn't really there if you're not going to rush the blink on the Mars. So
you don't think they're going to try and close the game out quickly like Gaming Gladiators would?
No, I just don't. I don't think this team really plays to like rush, you know? They just play methodically. I mean, it's like that old Tundra mindset, I think, that's stuck in. You just get your items, you take the fights with your items. You only need 2 good team fights to win a game of Dota. You take them at the right points.
Okay.
But it will mean OG get into this mid game in maybe a better spot than like some of those more aggressive teams would have let them. Because like this tier 1 tower bottom's still up, right? I mean, this is a tower that could have died at any point in this early game. You bring the Lesh there. I don't think OG are taking that fight. Especially when they didn't have the Rubik 6. Now they have it up.
Skater's going to make his move, abandoning the safe lane finally to go and join the rest of Falcons here at bottom lane, take that part of the jungle while his team takes the tower. They'll trade things off though. So it's not like OG is really losing anything out.
Yeah, he will not get that steal.
No,
that's
not against Amar.
That's your first try. You just gotta try him once. Maybe he catches you sleeping, you know?
Yeah.
So I think Amar probably would have kicked himself from the team if he let a spell go here.
Blade Mail's out. Not quite enough to get the kill, and now he's going to be in some serious trouble. They go for the relocate, though. You can see Amar was preemptively trying to catch him with the spear, but Seb held on to the tether for quite some time.
They were both effectively pump faking that.
Yeah.
And ATF bought the bait there. Seb giving his old teammate some moves and some gold.
1,000 of your kind have fallen.
Ultimately still gets a kill out of the situation for Falcons, up 2K now.
And that's Yule's done for ATF. I mean, he is the most farmed hero on the map. This is another interrupt for the charge and the tether in. You catch the Slark, set him up. It's going to be pretty nice this game.
It's also an insane amount of mana regen. He's got a Crystal Maiden and a Yule's on Mars.
He's got 6 running right now. It's like more than the Rubik, right?
Yeah.
He's just going to be pushing waves. That's what I'm saying. This Falcons lineup, they can always just shove waves this game, and there's not much OG can do about it because their heroes just don't shove them back nearly as fast. You have Lesh, the Skelly Boys, and there's Mars running around. Your lineup wants to be picking people off. That's generally what Bat Rider Slark want to do. Hit those nighttime points and just start picking heroes off.
Yeah, your Primal Beast also wants to do that, but he's probably your best lane shover. In that regard, they're going to catch crit here with the Invis. Did not get off
Yeah, he's chilling.
That is very awkward.
I mean, level 2
Definitely
brain
should've been a
tap.
kill.
Just not that much damage. He's a tanky boy. Benefit of Bane. But that'll be BKB done for Whisper. That is very fast here. He was eyeing Blink earlier, but he decides he just wants to BKB run in, and I mean, what do you do versus it? You have to grip him. And if you grip the bat, it opens up the fight for BZM. Because that's what this Bane pick was really there for. It was like to shut down the charging from the Primal.
Sure.
There's not much you can do about the grip, but if you are forced to grip Batrider or defensive sleep, maybe try and save off that, it gets a lot trickier. This is a very early BKB, but that is also something that, if you're OG, you need to get something out of it. Malrine up very deep.
Yeah, way too deep, in fact. Pulled back almost into his tier 2. They're going to relocate on top of it, so if anybody tries to save Malrine, but of course there's going to be someone around, they're going to catch Snake King out as well.
That was way too greedy. I mean, he's having a great game, but there is no way OG are just going to let him sit there. And it'll hit 50 minutes, so that is nighttime Mage Slayer done, BKB done. This Leshrax's impact just got negated by a large margin in the 5-on-5. And you have the sustain from the IO, so OG are pretty much happy to take any fight they're together on. And level 4 Edict stolen by the Rubik. You're also going to have this Shroud on the Primal. I mean, this is my issue with the Leshrac. Can you get through these periods in a game where these like 2 or 3 big defensive magic items come out? And you just don't have anything you're buying Kaya for plus 8%. You know, I mean, congrats. You're sealing holes in the ship with duct tape. Does actually work pretty well, but
duct tape does fix a lot of things. Yeah,
not
duct
if they're
tape,
bullet holes and
WD-40
they get reshot. You know, it's gonna be Glimmer for Sebas. I mean, there's just everybody's building a magic resist item, and there's not much else to punch through it on the side of Falcons either. It's only the Wraith King.
Yule Scepter trying to set things up here on Tomato and going straight for the IO first. Easily kills him. Tomato is going to try and get a pounce away, but grabbed by Crit with Fiend's Grip, and they should be able to get the kill on the 2 of them. Great gank from Falcons.
The Fairy heads up, grab at the end, net both of them. Early drums on Snake King paying off. And you know, I was questioning, like, what is Skeeter going to go this game? He went Blade Mail of all items. Very peculiar. So we're going to replay this. Yeah, this is the power of Arena. I mean, like you said, there's not much on the side of OG that really answers ATF just running in and locking people down. And they have a plethora of stuns in this lineup. So you really have to think about where you're dropping that Slark ult, when you're dropping the Depth Shroud later. But Blade Mail Bone King.
Bone King.
This is like an Eternal Envy build or something. This is crazy.
It is not that weird.
It's
He's up against Primal Beast, Batrider,
like,
and even Slark throws around Dark Pack damage.
Okay, so the problem is like you're building Blade Mail to jungle here. Because he's going Blade Mail Radiance. So you're building Blade Mail and literally saying, I'm not going to take a fight with it until like 25 minutes, you know? Blade Mail is not that great of like a scaling item, and it's definitely not a great farming item. I don't know. I don't know if I buy this one. I mean, I've seen some crazy Wraith King builds, but this one is... This one might be a little too much for me. We'll see if it works.
You're really describing this as... Oh, smoke up, smoke on smoke.
That night vision.
That night vision from the Bane is going to give them that little bit of heads up they need to be able to back away. BCM reaches out and does manage to grab the Bane. Meanwhile, Tomato engages. They have the Arena going on out. He's laying into Malrine, but Malrine has that fresh Bloodstone, and he's more than strong enough to stay inside, and the Arena will keep the Slark to his grave. Now, BZM and Whisper need to try and get out of here. Good Yule Spear combo. BZM sliding on through into the river. He's trying to get out while Whisper's going to be left behind.
For your bones.
Lane break trying to push him back a little bit.
Look at him go.
Yule Scepter is coming up soon. Oh,
He's
BZM's
walking.
actually going to run interference here, trying to go back in, and it's going to be the Mars who dies thanks to Ari stealing away that Frostbite. Now the charge back in with Yao coming in with the relocate, trying to help out BZM as he glits his claws onto Malrine once again. But you have to watch out. This Leshrac is still going to be decently powerful. Those hits, though, from the Primal Beast and Ari to clean it up with a Fade Bolt in the end. A TP out barely makes it out alive there from Snake King. Man. Things go a little awry there for Falcons due to a buyback from Seb.
I mean, Whisper basically traded his BKB for Crit's life. Crit was so annoying in that entire exchange. It just forced the bat to BKB kill him. And the whole time it's happening, Tomato locked in an arena, doesn't get the reload out. You're just dead. It forces Seb's buyback. That's pretty costly for his game here. But it does get BZM a hell of a fight on the backside, and they are very happy about that because, again, this is your midnight time window where you want to get these fights to work for you, and that'll complete his defensive magic item with this Eternal Shrouds. This Primal is no joke anymore. These heroes are amping up the EHP and damage right now. This is the period where this Falcons lineup is going to struggle. And I go back to that fight. I mean, I wish we could watch that fight just from Skeeter's perspective.
Okay. Go on.
Because he did a lot of walking, not a lot of talking. You know what I'm saying? Like, Bone Daddy was struggling. He was struggling there. I think he walked probably 5,000 units and did probably less than 500 damage.
Now that's the stat we need. Not damage per second, but damage per distance.
I mean, he walked from Dire Jungle to Radiant Triangle, and then the second there was an IO buyback, he just ran and ran all the way back to the side of the map. That was his team fight.
So you're saying it would have been better if he had, what? Rushed the Radiance faster, gone the Blink Dagger, Armlet, Death route?
A different hero.
A different hero.
No, it's just at this point in the game is like, how do you have impact? Now he has Radiance, right? So now if you're walking around, like, that's why you buy Radiance on this hero.
So when you're walking, you're burning?
Blade Mail dissuading Tomato's aggression. He did not know where that came from. He's gonna walk it off. Do a walking of his own here. I mean, the Radiance is definitely like, you want to hit this timing if you're Falcons and use it well.
Yeah.
Wraith King is not
Tomato doesn't know he is spotted right now. Gets a pounce away, but they catch him inside the arena. Now the relocate. He spears him away. Oh, and he couldn't get the tether. Still, though, Tomato might be okay. He does have his shard, so he's going to be sitting inside of that one for a little bit. Frostbite catches him, a follow-up stun with a Dark Pact to pounce. Landing out of the Crystal Main, he's away, but his team may be in trouble. A spear into the Rubik, trying to focus him down. Gets popped. Whispers up next. Malrine coming in. Might be able to burn him out. It does manage to get the Bat Rider in time. Tomato is getting some stacks here, but he has to hop away for a second time. BZM, Big Daddy BZM is right in the middle of all of these heroes. He's got a lot of HP, but there's too many heroes for him to fight by himself. He's got nobody to help him anymore. That's going to be a wipe of 4. The Slark lives after going down to half HP like 3 different times in that fight. 0 for 4, though, to the favor of Falcons.
And Skeeter gets his revenge. I mean, that is a fight where he does the walking and the talking. He gets the damage done with this Radiance just burning the entire fight. Heads up shield crash from Amar that breaks, like, it breaks Seb trying to get that tether off at the last minute because it pushed him out of range. That was brutal here. You have a very different type of setup here for OG if you can get that off. And then a spear to cancel this Rubik stolen ult. I mean, ATF just doing everything in this fight, man. He ends up with a triple kill, the most damage done by the Lesh, but a lot of that is just ATF setting up these kills for him. And then you get these Enfeebles going in. I mean, this is where Bane shines, right? You get like 2 or 3 Enfeebles off in a fight. You're just debilitating, man.
Yeah.
Hero is a problem if you cannot get on top of him. And right now, you're looking at a lineup from Falcons that has 3 major frontline problems for you to deal with in order to get on this main Bane. That is where these heroes thrive. Because you can just wait out the BKB from the bat. You can wait out the Slarkle. And your frontline is not going to die. Maybe one of them dies, but entirely, there's no way. And that backline jump is not there because you did not rush a bat Blink. You did not rush like an Ag Slark here.
I will say, from that last fight, definitely felt a lack of impact from the core Bat Rider. He's got Shiva's BKB. We even saw him, like, he was standing there with the BKB on. Malrine came from behind, and I think he got ripped up by the Diabolic Edict.
This hero really suffers against Bane. Both the Enfeeble and the Grip just destroy him. And
another catch from Amar.
This is a 3-on-5. Tomato's going to poke here, but...
Whisper, time for him to ensure 1 kill.
All right, Falcons just give up the control. I mean, this is for Roche. You got to keep these fights in mind. Would not be surprised to see OG try and force it, but they also kind of lack the single target Roche damage as well.
Going through the portal to the other side of the map where the Wraith King is, but he's already farming his way back, so they're just going to try and deal with the pressure that is on lanes.
And Ari did get a Mars spell,
Radiant's middle
so
tower is under attack.
note that down.
You got Spear?
No, I mean, you got
well, who the hell cares?
Well, it's, I mean, it's, I don't want to say
Are
it's
you
embarrassing,
expecting
but-
him to bulwark after every
Yes.
God's rebuke?
Yes. This is the This is a Mars. It is a Mars. You know, it is his hero, his level 30.
Tomato and Seb going to be caught here. Split Earth lands onto Seb. And Tomato, as many stats as he steals, it is just not really putting a dent in these heroes. He even managed to get the TP canceled here. This is going to be enough to chase him down. Dark Pack trying to get up to the high ground, out of vision, but blocked out. Too many heroes around. Another successful gank on this IO Slark combination.
And I actually like that Skeeter took this Wraith King talent. That was the one thing I was playing around with. I think his talent's pretty underrated. I guess it switched a bit in like recent metas as Octarine done for ATF. His cooldowns are off the charts. He will not catch through it. But like the extra
You wanna actually name the talent you're talking about?
Yeah, so you get an extra stun. It's 2-second stun. I think it matters a lot on this hero because he only has a limited amount of time to hit you. Anytime you can boost that up, it's nice. Like the extra skeleton damage just doesn't change the fight, but an extra second of stun, especially where a lineup where you have this amount of stuns that you can chain.
Yeah,
it's a big deal. Every time your stun duration goes up, it makes all your other stuns better. And they have a lot they can throw in there. You're getting Enfeebled, you're getting Speared, you're getting Yules, you're getting Lesh Stunned, you're getting Nova'd, you're getting Frostbitten. Once that BKB is out, you are in trouble. I feel like OG are in a situation where they need to make this Bat Rider net worth count. Like, he needs to find a good core target, drag him in, and set the fight up like that. And they're also waiting for this BZM BKB. It is finished and flying out. Is it in time?
Dropping the freezing field just to try and finish up this Roshan faster, but it is a no contest here for OG.
And Lesh is a great Aegis user. At the end of that fight, we did see this Lesh. He was running low on mana. That's one of those situations where if you can survive, 1,000, 2,000 more DPS, you're okay. 3-man arena got stolen though.
Ari does manage to get off his own, but Skeeter has jumped past it into a Mars' arena, and now they're going to be slamming him, actually, as Tomato and BZM are going to turn back into Skeeter. See if they can pop this reincarnation. Not able to do so. Don't want to chase too far, that's for sure, but Whisper is now here. He can catch up to some of these heroes. BZM pop of the BKB, chasing after the supports. Malrine is very strong, though, and it's hard for them to be able to fight around this hero. Whisper's still trying to finish up this reincarnation, but so far in the back, BZM went deep for this Crystal Maiden kill, and he is all by his lonesome now.
Another missed reload by Seb. He just could not get the range on because he was pulled so deep off the spear back. And he's going to come back in the World of Pain. Is Ari also going to get clean? Man, ATF is just causing them problems in the fight, man. Even with a stolen arena that stalled a lot of that out. Yeah, there is a tip well deserved. He has made Seb's game near impossible, it feels like.
Yeah, surely Seb, I know Seb likes to talk some trash and rile some people up and stuff, but I feel like the one person you do not tip early on in a game is Amar. And you don't tip this guy. He's going to do everything he can to ruin your game.
And if there's one guy in the world who should know that, it's Seb.
Yeah.
But he just doesn't care. Okay, you should tip him here, though. This is a good tip if you can tip him. No tip. No.
But he's not even involved in the kill.
That's why you tip him. It's
nice save there from Tomato. Let's see if it actually works, though.
Where is he keeping? Why was
it? Nobody had a stun or what?
Why was that so long? Okay, I mean, I don't know how he got out there, but sure. And that is a nice kill, a nice escape. I feel like this fight is dependent on you finding Mars and taking him out of the fight, or at least putting him in a position where he has to throw bad spells, open the fight up more for these reloads and tether saves and stuff. Because
how do you do it? I mean, it's a Mars. Do you really want to lasso him and pull him into your team?
Yeah.
But you're probably not going to kill him. And then you're just putting yourself in a position where you're like, okay, now we're all going to get trapped inside the arena.
Do you have a better way to take the fight? I don't think you do. And I think if you give him this Mars and your idea is to pick Bat Rider Primal into him, maybe get this Primal Ags later at some point, go for the break play. Your play is to lasso and burst this Mars or make his team fight really annoying. That's the point of this Bat matchup. If you're picking the Bat and the Mars, then you're saying well, I don't want to go on him, guys. I mean, what are we doing here? Like, what, you know, I don't know.
I feel like there was a little bit of you recollecting some of your playing days there. We drafted this concept, guys, and you don't want to do it. What are we doing here?
It happens. It happens more than you think. But then you have to get creative or find like a unique fight on positioning or better itemization or something, right?
Yeah. I mean, I could definitely see when he has the Aghanim Scepter. That I can...
Yeah, I think that's when this lineup comes together. It's like you lasso, pull this Mars in, you break him, and then Slark gets a bunch of stacks. I think if you pull this Mars in, though, it's not a situation where he has to instantly die. It's just you can build up some Slark stacks, and you make Falcons go into you. You make the Lesh and the Wraith King jump into you, and that's, in theory, a way better fight for your Rubik and your Io than trying to chase deep into, like, the back line of Falcons, which just seems impossible.
I mean, PZM certainly showed how impossible that was for Seb to follow him.
Yeah,
he did that.
No chance. No chance getting that reload. And if there's a player in the world that's going to get that reload, it's probably Seb. Like, you can't flame the guy. You can't go in after this game and be like, yo, why didn't you get your reload, man?
Yeah, wait.
Level 30, 2-time TI winning an IO. What's your problem?
Seb, you need to play a little bit more like Crit.
Oh, yeah, that's true. That's true. Play like Jerax.
Yeah, here you go.
Yeah, Seb could do some personal coaching with Jerax. For his eye. He went to Sanj, actually. So this Ags on the Primal is very delayed. It just feels like he doesn't need it, or maybe it's just not enough value. Because this Mars build is also... It's a utility Mars build. So the problem is, like, you're breaking a utility Mars. It doesn't even feel that great, right?
This Slark is having a rough time out here. He is... Because he couldn't go the... Or he didn't. Shouldn't say
he's gonna have to...
Couldn't, but...
Is he dead?
Yeah, he could...
Yeah, he's dead.
He could maybe have popped his Shard, BKB, TP out, right? That's the play he could have made.
Yeah, he had to BKB the Yules and then Insta-Shroud TP.
Well, now Seb has joined him for yet another death. This duo is just tied together in death.
Man, this Bane is looking pretty good this game. Like, we can see why Falcons like to play it on Crit. It's a very unconventional 4. It's not a hero we see a lot of other teams or players playing, but when you're confident that your front line can hold, this hero becomes very problematic as the game scales.
Yeah.
And he can just buy some crazy items. You can get the Aethelins, you can get the Ags. Everything just becomes worse and worse. And he is one of the best catch heroes. Though Sleep will get stolen and never used.
Ari throws his life away in an attempt to save BZM. But BZM's still going to be speared back.
That catch is just out of control here.
He's got BKB, but
he got it
he's
off.
actually able to get away far enough in time. Slamming back. Look at that damage. So much AoE damage. He just demolished them. Now they do have some extra lives, so they're ultimately still going to lose out here. Tether comes back in. BZM, frostbitten up, not going anywhere, stuck inside the arena once again. That arena proves to be just a graveyard of heroes.
Aggressive
time
Wind
and
Waker.
time again. Push him back with a flame break. Make sure they can't jump Ari. Make sure no one else dies here. But Falcons are hitting their stride now. 15k up, and Elena Barracks with ease, probably 2.
Yeah, the armor items came through. You had the Shivas on the Lesh, AC for Skeeter. I don't know, you just don't have the damage to punch through. And the IO save just doesn't even feel impactful. You're saving heroes straight back into a world of pain. I feel like ATF is the only player I've seen aggressively Wind Waker just for the mental assertion.
Yeah.
And they're still stacking. Man, I mean, Crit, I don't know if Crit knows he's not on Shopify or Belly anymore. Yo, dog.
You can take the weights off, Crit.
Yeah, you don't have to stack for our tour anymore, man. You can just go in the game, bro. I don't know. I think some of these habits just, they get ingrained in you. It's like 6 years, you just got to do it, you know? Oh, I got to stack.
Do you think after they won the grand finals, he sighed, put down his headset, and he was like, "We'll get him next time, guys." You know, he was just so used to losing grand finals.
No, I think
it's just a habit at that point.
That's probably what Liquid will do. If they,
That's true.
Old habits die hard for sure. 10K. I mean, the stacking is good this game, right? I don't think stacking's ever bad, and he's one of those players who's always done it efficiently, but it is funny. I will make fun of it. I will laugh at it. As a quick DC here. And OG, yeah, they're in trouble this game. Because this is a late game lineup from Falcons that is... It's scary, man. It's scary because this is just the struggle of Batrider in the current meta. His scaling is just whack. No way around it, man.
Does this hero not have any good, like, 25 talents or anything?
I don't think his hero has anything good past like 20 minutes, man. Yeah. Like his late game in his team fight is you blink lasso, pull someone out, and your team kills him.
Right.
If that happens, the hero is annoying because he can do that on very low cooldown reliably. But he doesn't do any damage of his own. He's not a threat. These heroes are just gonna ignore him. Like his 20 and 25 talents are kind of good, but
he's gonna get caught out here. Spear into the arena.
Yeah, you're gone.
That trick made a little bit easier, and you know Amar Mars is going to put it to the full use.
I don't know. Playing against this guy is just so demoralizing too, dude. It's like he just first picks this hero. And he does this to you, you know?
Yeah, Tomato has to... There it is. He BKBs, ults, TPs out. That's his play in case the Bane is around, but he wasn't even there. They're pushing out bottom lane. Skater tips Tomato. He's like, yeah, we weren't even really going on you. That was just Amar doing his thing, and now you're probably going to be losing a second lane of barracks because you don't have BKB to fight us.
Skeeter's flying in his own BKB right now.
There's a spear back out of the base even. BZM in some trouble. Has to use his BKB once again. Going to be putting that ultimate to use, but he needs the heal and the rest of the BKB to back out. Falcons lose nothing for this. They got to buy back out of the Batrider and can still conceivably keep going.
Whisper's economy.
They're going to go for it. They're going to catch Seb immediately. Spears him. They have the reveal thanks to the spear, and they'll actually claim BZM right next to him. Offensive Wind Waker once again flying around. OG just do not have the damage, and it looks like they really never will at this point.
Slark just can't build any stacks, man. He gets 8 stacks, and then he has to run away because there's way too many stuns on the side of Falcons. BZM is just trying to 1v5, it feels like. And yeah, I mean, give him a tip on the way out. Old friends reunited in this game and made quick work of it here. 35 minutes. That game just never felt like OG built any momentum. Even from the early lane phase.
Tomato. He joins OG and immediately gets to experience being thrashed by Falcons, who continue their look of domination after just recently winning Bedboom Donch.
There's AUI. Apologizing for the Wraith King pick, but they got the job done anyway. And it's just like, again, this team, I'm going to talk about it a lot, but I feel like when you lose to them, you don't learn anything. And that is a problem. That is a problem for a lot of teams that are going to face this team throughout the year. You know what they're going to do. You know what ATF's going to do. You know what heroes they're going to pick. You know what they're going to play. It's pretty formulaic. Can you stop it? And then if you can't, like every game these teams go in, I guarantee you, OG go in this game, they're like, oh, yeah, we're going to give him the Mars. We're going to do this to him. We're going to pick our Batrider Primal. We're going to break him. We're going to have the Seb lane that's going to do well versus him and like blah, blah, blah. And then like 2 minutes in, you're like, yo, guys, this guy's owning. Like, what? He's got 2 bracers. What do we do? And you're panicking. Well, what's your answer for game 2? That's what we got to find out.
Yeah, but how do we stop the Amars? That's a good question for our panel.
It's a question that everyone has been trying to answer for, well, basically since this man entered the competitive scene. And it seems like the answer is you just have to find other heroes and other teammates of his to deal with, because you're never going to slow down Amar. You're never going to slow down Amar's. You're never going to slow down a member AT. Didn't we have a term for ATF's Timber Saw? Member Saw? I don't think that doesn't sound right.
Generally, if a hero's going mid, I just stick an M on the front of it.
What?
So if it's Mars, it doesn't work. He just becomes Mars. Hits spear.
And this one, it was Mimo Beast, BZM playing it.
Exactly.
And I thought that BZM, I thought that Whisper's Batrider would be able to pop off, Mira. We had high expectations for it.
We did.
It did not end up happening.
No, but I don't think it's a product of Whisper's play on that hero, because out of all the offlane Batrider players in the world, he is the best one by far. We can say that after looking at his track record.
Sure.
It just feels like the hero isn't in a great spot right now to be played as a core. Scaling doesn't really feel that easy. That first item you make can make or break your game, and it really feels like that's what happened to Whisper. That BKB first item ended up being a problem because what they really needed was that blink to initiate. But that's something that they were only able to see as the game progressed.
Yeah, it's a shame because I thought that the justification that you gave earlier, which was Shiva's God got nerfed, and as a result, all these offlaners who never really cared about building Shiva's Guard should rise back to prominence. Batrider seemed like an obvious fit for that, but I guess he has deeper problems than that.
But that's not the only hero, right, that we're looking at here. It feels like OG could just never find their tempo in that game. They were never able to find their momentum. They were never able to find that one fight or that one pick that led into something else. At some point, it looked like every time that they tried to make a move, like that one time in the Dire jungle, they would just get arena'd. Aya would die instantly. They could not make use of their IO at all. And then they had to disengage or they would lose the fight. And then after that, it was just a farm fest. Both teams were farming, but you have a Slark farming, and then on the other side, you have 3 cores in the Wraith King, in the Lesh taking Ancients, in the Mars farming, and they have superior team fight on top of farming better. So it really felt like OG never got what they wanted in that game, Ted.
Yeah, it was my fault.
I knew it. I blame you.
I backed them. Basically, I'm the curse on any team that I either am associated with, play with, enjoy watching, back, or bet on. So yeah, again, the sad music. Thank you. It's been my life for the last 12 years.
It's a power, though. Why must you always use it for evil?
Well, because it's just my way, Neil.
I will say, though, outside of course, your curse, Ted, be better with that.
Be better.
Teams are
Apologies.
they're counting on you.
Apologies.
I think that a hero like Slark or pairings like IO Slark depend a lot on just abusing the enemy team's early game weaknesses, on out-skirmishing them, and they weren't able to do that fight. So for game 2, I would really hope OG takes this, Naga Siren, this Terrorblade approach where they can try to outfarm and then outfight just by virtue of your carry having more net worth. And that might be an easier way to play into Falcons than how they approached game 1.
You want to see Naga Siren and Terrorblade in games of those two?
Not me personally as a viewer,
Okay.
but for OG in this Falcons matchup, I think that they should try to have a harder carry.
Fair
or
enough.
a carry that just farms,
Okay.
Well, if nothing else, we still considered Falcons to be the favorites in this series. They just won a tournament, so OG are going on an uphill battle. And we've got our technical analyst, Kazu, who put a little bit under this game under a microscope.
Yeah, so I wanted to look at this game a little bit. And so for the head-to-head, I have to talk about both Amar and also Tomato on the Slark. So obviously, I would say Tomato was a little more on the receiving end of everything that was happening. Because if we just look at Amar's Mars, everyone knows that, he's the best Mars in the world. You can see it here in the network. This is offlaner who's like playing some utility type with items, just like helping his team. Tomato, he's the hard carry. And even with that matchup alone, he's already down like 3k gold. And there were a lot of team fights where if you just even look just a little bit of the impact Amar has on Mars, it was pretty damn illegal and disgusting if you were on the receiving end.
But I thought that once the IO pick got selected, you were like, okay, now the safe lane isn't as much of a disaster for OG as I thought it was initially.
Well, that's what I thought, but I think this is one of the main aspects of Falcons, and especially Amar. His laning is, I'm not sure, but people can't really deal with it. Like, look at this spell usage too. He cancels the pounds with the arena, spears away the Slark, then bonks Seb so he doesn't have range on the tether. And we'll just see it like countless times again where he's kind of controlling both. Now Tomato tries to TP out. He can't. And I think that Avery made like a really nice point towards the end of that game. When you lose to this team, what do you really learn? You feel like you're just getting like outmaneuvered. You're getting like a little bit out-skilled when it comes to the laning stage. You don't really know how to move against him in the mid game. And again, if you ban his Mars, you're going to go against his Timber. And I think right now teams will run into a problem where what the hell just happened when you play against this team?
Yeah, but then is there nothing else you can pick apart? Can't you go with Skitter's hero pool? Can't you deal with Snake King somehow or something like that? Why does it... Every single team this man goes on, the conversation always revolves around him. And yet he has 2 TI winners on his team right now, and we still have to worry about Amar.
I think the thing is that once a team is like very good, which obviously they are now, when you target one, then the other players will do better because as you're saying, there's 2 TI winners. If they have free reign, well then they'll just dump on you instead. So I think that's why right now teams will have to... No one has yet figured out how to draft against this team and try and make it work. Because I actually kind of like OG's draft. I don't think it's bad. But I think then in the mid game, they just get outplayed and then sometimes you're just worse than your opponent. It happens.
And that was one of the moments that you were able to pick out of the game. I don't know if you had a second play that you were trying to focus on. Was it also Mars?
Yeah, it's all just like Amar on Mars. Like the way that he's team fighting, because Effie was also saying, yeah, you know, like some of the laning stuff, because he is always like top net worth. And yeah, as we said it earlier in these clips, like he's just hitting all his spells. And obviously it's not only him. Like as a whole, they just play super clean.
Yeah.
He always had Tomato's number in this game, because eventually OG's draft needs to come together, and it didn't.
Maybe it's about even you can't salvage the lane with just the IO pick. Maybe your carry pick also needs to be, because Mars was first picked.
Yeah.
They know what they were sending the Slark into. And then IO was kind of at the last minute, they were like, I don't know, this Slark's going to get destroyed, but let's just give him a healer or something like that.
I mean, I honestly, I thought it would work. And sometimes it's maybe just not the draft. I think you have to look at the gameplay. Because a lot of the times when they win, they're just playing better.
Well, we'll have to see if maybe OG can find some solutions in game number 2, because it's a 2-game series. Let's get ready for the next one after a break.
Hit me up, dark brown with body mix fly. The future's back, DeLorean style. This is my time. Got my Ray-Bans on, my acid wash jeans. Pull pedal to the metal, flash back to the beat. Step into my time machine. On a rooftop in electric Times Square, with the wind in my face and a scrunchie in my hair. Fold out my rolling D50. Gonna bring back the vibe. Moonwalk back to 85. Yeah, you know I got my A-team. Hennessy pop loop drum machine. This is my 80s fluorescent pink dream. Yeah, you know I got my A-team. Hennessy pop loop drum machine. Better believe, still want my MTV. Better believe. Hit me up, dark brown with body mix fly. The future's back, DeLorean style. This is my time. Got my Ray-Bans on, my acid wash jeans. Pull pedal to the metal, flash back to the beat. Step into my time machine. Through the vortex, crank up the reverb. Back from the future, haven't you heard? 85 is where it's at. Let's revive the whole world. Let's revive the whole world. Hey, y'all ready? You ain't seen nothing yet. Yeah, hop in my DeLorean, get ready, get set. Where I'm taking you now is on my own road. I pick my own path, bringing 80s recode. Put my hand on the throttle, best to buckle up. Rev up the gigawatts, hang on to your butts. I'm just a 90s kid. I just need a time machine to fly away. Hit me up, dark brown with body mix fly. The future's back, DeLorean style. This is my time. Got my Ray-Bans on, my acid wash jeans. Pull pedal to the pedal, flash back to the beat. Step into my time machine. Through the vortex, crank up the reverb. Back from the future, haven't you heard? 85 is where it's at. Let's revive the whole world. Let's revive the whole world. Still want my MTV.
Welcome back, everyone, to game number 2 of Falcons versus OG, where OG are left trying to figure out how to solve the monster that they created. They brought ATF into this world, and now they are on the receiving end of the treatment. How does it feel?
Well, I'm sure they feel like it's a big L. 'Cause, I mean, there's only many rumors that they decided to keep on and like kick him instead and whatever. But at some point, you're gonna make mistakes. They probably regret it. But at this point, they just need to figure out what to do in the next game that will at least give them more chance and also help them, I think, to feel better. Because when you play against a team and you lose like that, it's a bit like I'm sure it's a bad feeling, and that's just not good.
Yeah, but there's no easy solutions. You can't just shake it off and be like, okay, well, let's just ban Mars this time.
There is an easy solution.
Let's hear it.
You get him to play for Nigma. That's the key.
You make him play carry.
Yeah, move him to Nigma, and that's the draft. You just do that. I can't think of a better way.
Well, in this one, unfortunately for OG, he's playing on the off lane for Falcons, and they're going to take out the Razor. Let's see if the Mars also moves up the ranks as a respect ban.
Yeah, I think for OG, if they can get their Naga that Kazu drew us out before when he was showing us their prior drafts, that could be a lot better for them versus a team like Falcons. Because I think something like Ioslark can work for OG. It's not that that combo was bad for them, it just didn't work versus Falcons. But if they can have the kind of carry that takes map control, makes it hard for Falcons to make their plays with Mars Arena or whatever it is that they're doing, running their DK push on a Mar. If they can do something like that while they're still farming and playing for late game, they might be able to take it.
Yeah, like I do think maybe this like DK, Naga, TB type hero that Effie is talking about to just like help you with the map is good. Because I don't want to say that OG, like again, I don't think they had a bad draft. I don't think they played super poorly. But Falcons are very good at like shutting down what you want to do. Like Malrine with the Lash taking early towers, Skeeter staying in the top lane on his Wraith King and just like delaying the game to the state where they will be strong enough, which never allowed OG to do what they want to do. So I think a little switch up could be good, and they are first pick this time around.
And DK gets banned out, so OG can't lean on that in this series. But OG do take out the Mars. So Razor's gone, Mars is gone, Timbersaw's gone. How deep into ATF's pool do we go?
I mean, another hero that is maybe more okay to play against now is Doom. But then OG could also look to pick it themselves if they want to.
Do you still think Doom with his changes to that level 1 Doom is a first place pick?
It seems like people still really value the hero. I think just because having spells that have no counterplay are generally pretty broken. I mean, you can counterplay Doom with like Force Staff or Stampede, but you can't heal, you can't really man up or fight back. Like stuff like this is very, I think, obnoxious and hard to play and draft against.
Can he still get solo kills just by himself with a level 6 Doom, though? Because it went from, what, 16 seconds to 12 seconds?
Well, not as easily, at least.
Okay.
He was way too good.
But that's not his only nerf. I mean, another nerf is the Veil buildup that was
It's worse, yeah.
True, yeah.
Because like Doom was really OP not just because he was dooming your carry and getting a kill every time, but because the Veil buildup was so good for him on lane. When he had Phase Boots Veil, he could just do that and run your supports down the Scorched Earth. They would just die, especially if they were slow-moving supports like Crystal Maiden or Shadow Demon or something.
It's a high-skill gaming.
Very high skill.
Yeah.
I mean, like another thing that you're mentioning about the build-up, because I think it's a good point that I feel like Amar, out of all the offlaners, he doesn't care as much about Veil being nerfed, because he plays a lot of, oh, I'm Kanka Mars, I buy a double bracer. So other players, I feel like, got more affected by this change, as opposed to him. Because when your go-to first item gets nerfed, your role actually goes into like a very strange way where you now have to re-figure out, okay, which item should I rush now? And he's already the best, so I think this is another a bonus.
Okay. So my question for you, Kazu, is that we saw Whisper get first blood on that Bat Rider, which is obviously a great start if you're an offlane Bat, but he goes for BKB as his first big item. Do you think that game 1 could have looked different had he taken a different approach? Maybe the Blink first, played for picks with his team?
I do think he should have gone either Boots of Traveler or Blink to speed up the game, like help, because he has the best game, which I generally think the hero who has the highest net worth should help the others to then get there later on. So I think you need to use it aggressively, whereas BKB is like very defensive. So I do think I'm not going to say it would have made them win the game, but it would have put them in a position where they could have looked to fight back, because they never got there in that game.
What was the main incentive for the BKB? Was it to walk out of arena?
I think just to like maybe like get into the fight. But then I feel
That's
like
what Blink
kind
Dagger's
of,
for.
Yeah, like that's kind of like your primal beast should be the body to run in and you like blink it. But yeah, you know.
And
what's
it's hard.
done is done.
You're playing against a Leshrac, and you're playing against a Crystal Maiden, and you're playing against a Mars, and you're
Yeah.
playing against a Wraith Kingston. If you're
Yeah.
a Bat Rider, that doesn't feel good. So I
Yeah.
understand why you would go BKB there. But I like that OG still believe in their Bat Rider idea. We mentioned that this is a good hero for them, but also you can't just give it to Ari. Ari plays excellent on that Bat Rider, and you can open up a Whisper counter pick later on. But if they do run it back for a Whisper, I wouldn't be surprised to see that either, because it looked pretty solid on lane.
Yeah, like he kind of destroyed his lane and had top net worth, so I think it's more about what happened after. And I guess now that Falcons picked this hero again, it must have a lot to do with Bad. Like the type of hero that he runs in, relies on getting a lasso and running out. So I think it's just solid laner and like kind of just answer this early Bad Rider pick from OG.
There's that Nargasaran ban. You were hoping to see that, Mira.
For Falcons, she was hoping to see
Yeah.
it, not for OG.
No, I wanted to see it for OG.
Yeah, I thought she.
When you showed us OG's draft
Yeah.
where they played 2 Nagas.
Yeah, that's what I meant. My English is just not good enough. What can you do?
What can you do?
English moment.
But,
like an amalgamation of ideas.
Yeah, it really
That's
is.
a good word.
It's all coming together, isn't it?
Falcons run the Bane again, and we've already talked about why Bane is good versus Bat Rider, who's movement dependent, but we don't talk about the Weaver that comes out in the first phase, who's also very good against Bat Rider because he's one of the heroes who can outrun him with Shikuchi. But OG respond by picking Rubik, natural counter to Weaver just because you can steal that Shikuchi and it's good for you.
And to Bane.
And to Bane.
I mean, similar to game one, whoever's playing Rubik, as long as the game is like pretty chill, you should be having a blast playing this game. You're gonna running around haste at move speed with some Shikuchi, you're gonna cancel some grips, you're chilling. The only thing that Rubik hates to play into is when he gets overwhelmed. So hopefully OG can kind of like hold their minute 10 to 15 mark. It needs to just look better in this game.
Yeah, and not just that. When you have, okay, so you have this Tiny and you have this Bat Rider, and you know one of them is going to be core and support, but OG are probably not going to reveal that yet. But let's say that this Bat Rider is flex to support and he's playing with a Rubik. What happens when you have supports like that is you get Storm Spirited.
Yeah.
You get
Yeah.
run out by a mid hero like Puck or Storm or something that just completely takes advantage of your lack of lockdown. But I guess that's why Tiny as a hero covers that very well. If you want to keep your draft flexible, you do have that instant stun and avalanche
Yeah.
coming out.
I guess it's most likely for them to have the bat like 3 with the Tiny 4. And kind of, I would say it's like pretty chill, which then would kind of put the Rubik to 5. So I do think, like you're saying, it leaves a lot of... you can get punished pretty hard. So we'll see what Falcons go for later. They are also the best team at playing Mirana 5. I think they're very good at like abusing Moonlight, moving around the map. And I think a lot of players forget that this hero on level 15 has a 20% evasion talent.
But
Like,
this is a Snake classic.
it is.
This is like a signature hero for the boy.
Yeah, honestly, they didn't play it for a while. They brought it back, as far as I know, at Bedboom Dacha. But yeah, he is... people who know, they know. And they will feel it in this game too.
Yeah, and they were running it with Shadow Demon, who is a setup for Arrow, and they're kind of doing the same thing, but with a Bane instead, with the Nightmare plus Arrow, which is actually a much easier combo to land.
It is. It's the Cowards combo.
But I can see why they're putting emphasis on this Bane, and they want to make it work, because this hero, I feel, has been a little bit underrated compared to the other supports of last patch, but I'm not going to bring it up again, you guys, but this could also be in the future.
Mid-Bane, baby.
A mid-flex. Make the hero work.
Neil does not seem surprised or like impressed at all.
How about after these post-letter patch Doom nerfs? I think a while ago Doom would have just been able to solo run down a Rubik that was in his lane. How about now, after the Veil's been nerfed, Scorched Earth's been nerfed, is Rubik still as scared for his life against Doom in lane?
I mean, if you step out of position even a little bit, then you're scared for your life, right? But it does feel easier to play into Doom overall. But like Kezu was mentioning earlier, Amar isn't really a player that's affected by item changes so much as other players, because he's always had his own takes on him.
OG's got a take of their own.
What do you think,
Wow.
Arc Warden.
I've said it before and I'll say it again. If the enemy team picks Arc Warden, you should probably be afraid. Not because the hero is especially strong or whatever, but if I ever see anyone pick this deliberately, I think, shit.
I mean, this...
There's smurfing or something is up.
No, we've banned all of those,
That's
Ted.
true. It's not real anymore, Ted.
You only see Grandmaster Arc Wardens
Of
now.
course.
It got a pretty significant nerf to Spark Wraith duration, right? It went from like 45 seconds to like 15 seconds. 16 seconds.
That's a giga nerf.
Yeah.
Because people would plant like Spark Wraith bombs
Yes.
on high grounds. They would. It was
It was
kind of
ridiculous.
like a pseudo techies.
I mean, the range on this spell is it's one of the biggest range spells in the game.
Yeah.
You cannot see the edge of the casting range from your hero. You've got to span to see the edge. It's stupid.
But while that's a significant nerf, I still think Arc Warden's a good hero because he was one of the really high tier carries of the last patch, and carries weren't really sitting around and planting Spark Wraith bombs anyway. They were
That's
playing.
a good point.
Yeah, they were playing on vessels. They were playing for early kills. And then when you look at Arc Warden as a hero, he is a natural counter to Doom because you're fighting with an illusion, and Doom does not want to doom your illusion, right? So it's a different take than picking the Wraith King as a default counter to Doom, and experimenting with the Arc Warden makes a lot of sense too. Because you can also play it mid. It doesn't have to be carry.
No, I think the Arc Warden pick is very nice here. Like Mira's been talking about these heroes that kind of help you with the map. Well, some of the better ones have been banned out. Arc is kind of another solution. You have to like kind of branch out a bit. So I think Arc is good. It works against how Doom wants to play the map. You can shove it out. The only thing is this hero can fall flat when the enemy team can kind of overrun you in the mid game. They have Weaver, they have Doom, they have Moonlight Shadow. Like it is easy to get into position. So again, OG need to play at least from kind of an even standpoint when it comes to this mid game.
That makes me feel like I don't want Batrider to be the offlaner, and I would rather have like a Tidehunter as my offlaner to be like, don't bulldoze my team. I need a big rock to stand in the way or something.
You can offset this with good early laning and pressure, right? Instead of having to have this rock in front of you who protects you, maybe you have like this early tempo where the map opens up a lot. So, it's kind of like a give and take. I do think judging from the last game, Batrider on Whisper is solid, and they do play the map very nicely together, right? Arc Warden, map push, Batrider, lasso, see you later.
And it's much easier to lasso a Doom than it is to a Mars, where you could be blinking into an arena.
Yeah.
You don't have your BKB, and you're like, oh, well, here I am. But if they can just shut down this Mars hero that Team Falcons play their entire team fight around, with something like a Blink Lasso, with maybe even the tiny tossback, that could make a pretty significant difference. So I wouldn't mind if Whisper ran back the Batrider, personally. I think there's a lot to experiment here, but I wouldn't give up on the idea after just one game.
Yeah.
Seems like Falcons are expecting that as well because they ban out a Templar Assassin and an Invoker. Not 100% sure where this Arc Warden's going. Looks like it'll be going safe lane as they last pick a Puck for OG.
I mean, it's great that they picked this hero. It's one of the easier mid heroes to pick on 19 when it could get counterpicked here. But also, they were in a position where they could also get pucked, right? Because, like we mentioned, their support's not the best at shutting down the puck. I mean, Tiny can fight very well with the Avalanche, but now that they have the puck for themselves, they also have Coil against Weaver, which I was going to mention that this Weaver isn't really that scared of anything in this game. Like, this Weaver should be able to run around comfortably unless he's playing on Vision and gets lassoed. But now the Coil is definitely a way that can help OG play into this Weaver.
You're not a little concerned, though, that the puck has kind of given them a nice, juicy Doom target?
I think that's actually kind of ideal. Like, when you have your mid hero forcing Dooms, your carry can play a lot more confidently, and you can actually bring the main arc potentially to these fights, depending on if Puck gets doomed.
Also, Puck at least has, you can bring in your own skill to not get doomed.
I see.
Whereas other heroes are just like, oh, I see you, haha,
I've been
you're doomed.
Yeah,
Where it's like,
fair.
Friends, I don't want to alarm you, but Whisper's playing the Rubik, and Seb is playing the Batrider.
Oh, heavens.
I'm all for it. At this point, I don't really mind. I think Whisper, if any guy is going to bust out like weird heroes, I think Whisper is the one that I would kind of look to. So I
What
think
is the core Rubik giving me?
It's giving you the Shikuchi. Like, now you have Rubik with a lot of farm and an early level 6 who can take advantage of the Shikuchi, and he's going to have it almost instantly when he hits 6 because he's going to be playing on Weaver's lane. Then all of a sudden you can have this Rubik TV in mid with the Shikuchi, walks in, lassos, very lifts, sets up for a kill, which is very cool. But I think we should talk about this MK pick versus
I saw Malrine play this matchup against LGD's mid laner Setsu, and he destroyed him. He basically solo won the game within
It was
like 10
against the
minutes.
Puck
It was
also?
Monkey Puck matchup. He killed him twice. Goes bottom, kills him.
Wow.
Because I think what Mira is saying about Whisper, if he can pop off, I think that's really important for OG. But if Malrine gets off to a similar start as he did in that other game, I think it's over. It's over.
Ted,
I would agree.
my crack analyst.
Hey, I've been right 0% of the time so far, but I'm saying Falcons for this one.
Team Falcons for this one.
Yeah,
a good one.
I'm saying Falcons.
Any inclination as to why?
They have Doom.
They have Doom.
I'm pretty sure he wins the game. I'm going to say Doom. I think he's going to Doom this puck and he's going to be very sad. That's my take.
It's a good take.
Okay.
I'm with him.
You're with him.
I think Falcons will probably do it. That's what I think.
I think OG's got a lot of fight in them draft-wise. It's just going to be hard if mid lane loses in any capacity because the Monkey King tempo that he can bring versus Arc Warden is really scary.
Yeah.
Arc Warden is not comfortable farming versus a farmed Monkey King.
Well, if nothing else, at least OG are putting on a show for us because we're going to get to see an offlane Rubik for game number 2.
Welcome back, everybody, to Falcons versus OG Game 2. I got a question for you, Avery. Is Doom still broken? I heard so many pro players complain about Doom and how it was just way too good. They nerfed it in the latest patch. It was probably one of the bigger nerfs of the patch. Biggest hit being to his namesake and his ultimate. Think he's still broken?
I mean, that guy on Reddit definitely thinks he's broken. Something happened to that guy.
I didn't see that guy.
He got mentally doomed by this hero. Tell you that much. He did not have fun this patch. You know, I go back to my old friend Jackie Mao. Eternal Envy back in the old days. We're going to see a little brawl here. I think Crit's going down. Yeah, first blood for BZM. That's going to be a big one in this monkey matchup for sure. I go back to my old friend Eternal Envy back in the days, 6, 7, maybe 8 years ago now. Back on those old NA teams.
Yeah.
He had a saying about Doom that stuck with me ever since.
Okay. Impart to us the wisdom of Jackie Mao.
He said that Doom is either completely broken or unplayable.
Okay.
And there is no in between. That is it. And Doom is doomed to that fate for all of eternity. So his interpretation was basically, if anybody is picking Doom and the hero is viable, then you need to be picking Doom because this hero is busted as hell. Like, if it's playable, it's busted. It's not like, there's never a patch where it's, Doom's like pretty good this patch, you know? He's like situationally good. No. Like, Doom, he's coming for you, you know? Or the hero is just straight trash and we don't see him for a year.
Okay.
And I think it's been mostly true.
Honestly, that does sound pretty true. So do you think... Are you saying that's just gonna... We'll just have to wait and see here? If Falcons lose this game, then maybe Doom is trash and nobody else is gonna be picking it?
Well, no, because Doom's being played now.
Okay, so then...
So according to that law, the law of Doom, then...
The law of Jackie Mao.
He is still broken, yes.
Okay.
I mean, the hero just doesn't let you play Dota. I don't know. Like, it is just conceptually stupid. It's too frustrating, you know? It's the most reliable way to start a team fight. You blink Doom somebody. I mean, they're doomed. You get doomed. What are you supposed to do about it? I don't know. Also, you used to be able to play around this hero a lot more conceptually with saves versus him. Sustain, like IO was a great counter, but now do you want to play IO versus Doom?
Yeah.
You know, it's like, what do you do versus hero?
Do you think it's more fitting lore-wise?
Oh, yeah. I mean, I think it's an interesting change. I do think the hero is still pretty busted. I mean, he also just has free gold. Oh, I hate free gold. Actually insane.
Why do you hate heroes that generate free gold?
You know, I remember that. I'll ignore your question and follow with the story. There was some after party or party after one of the TIs where I just went on this rant to, I will not name which Valve employee it was, but it was a Valve employee, and I just ranted for like 30 minutes on how I think any spell that gives GPM is innately bad for the game.
Okay.
Because I think it incentivizes bad gameplay. AFK-ness, low brainness. You know?
Low IQ Dota.
Yeah, there's a lot of. I think Devour is one of those. Greevil's Greed is the biggest defender.
Okay, yeah.
You know, these spells are just like, why? You know, and then they had the patch where they had the talents for the GPM. Oh my, God, get me out of this game, dude.
What was that employee's response?
His response was, "What about track?" And he got me there. he got my ass there. I did not have one for that because track does incentivize aggressive gameplay. That's kind of cool. And it's like a fun spell, and everybody likes it, you know. So he actually got me with that one. But outside of track, all of these other GPM spells are bullshit, and I'm still calling them out. And that is why Doom is still broken, because he still has a bullshit spell that just gives him an extra bullshit amount of GPM for no reason, and it does stuff, and it gets a spell. I go back to the Doom Centaur debate, right? When Centaur was bad, this hero can eat a hoof stomp. He gets the hoof stomp that Centaur had that was worse. They had to give that spell the most broken cast time mobility change of all time to make him viable. But this hero had it for free on top of a 200 GPM spell. Makes no goddamn sense. Like, why don't they just give Centaur Greevil's Greed?
Welcome to OG versus Falcons Game 2, everybody. It's 4 minutes into the laning phase. And we've got other heroes to talk about outside of Doom. I promise we'll get to them. Such as the off-lane Rubik and the mid. Oh, that was sick. Maureen gets him, gets the Jingu stack and gets the kill. Well deserved, sir. Well played, Maureen.
What? That is disgusting. That is straight disgusting. I mean, Seb got a lot of XP out of that, so I don't even know if that was like that bad for OG. And the lane was actually going pretty even because BZM had the first blood, but that is just disgusting.
All right, so this matchup is supposed to go heavily to the Monkey King, right?
Yes, and he is winning it very hard on CS. It's just BZM had the extra first blood gold, and it changed this game a lot, honestly.
Yeah.
Like, that is the biggest first blood that could have happened in this game. Maybe something that, looking back, Falcons should have just dodged it completely, but it has helped Puck get through this laning stage a lot. He still ends up getting solo killed.
He's doing it again!
Is this just the future of technology?
They're going to catch him with the arrow, too. He already used the phase shift, couldn't dodge over to the side in time. BZM is shut down.
Like, what is this gank, man? It's one of those ganks where your team's like, yo, how'd you die mid, man? You know, I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to talk about it, man.
Well, now he has to do the walk of shame.
Well, they got a T-Ward 2, this night vision from Bane. It's just Seb here, because they don't want to leave this 1v1 bottom. I don't think it feels great. You kind of want to abuse this Rubik in the 2-on-2. I mean, you can give him solo XP to get to Sakuchi, I guess, if you think that's going to pay off. But the tri-lane mid is back again. Seb, you're in the wrong lane.
I mean, now they're trying to TP in. Whisper is here. He's only level 4, though. It'll help. Slowing down the attack damage of Maureen. He's trying to get... Oh, he wanted to be able to boundless. They both glyphed and silenced him to make sure there was no chance of the lifesteal.
They were ready for that.
So they do get the punish for some over-aggression, perhaps, on the side of Falcons. Crit's going to be taking a little bit of a walkabout here.
Let's also protect the Wisdom rune here. Very important rune for OG. What is... Yeah, that was a little clowny, but it'll work out. I mean, good conceptual read from OG in this early game, right? They know who they need to protect. It's this mid lane. They need to get the Puck a game outside the laning phase, because if they can get him there, his Puck can be impactful. And he needs to create the space for the Arc Warden, because the Arc Warden...
They had defensively TP to that mid lane, so Maureen knew that any rotation to the side lanes was going to be free.
And this is what the Monkey King can provide this game. I mean, his tempo's unmatched. He can go wherever he wants. He can create the openings. He can shut some of these cores down. Now, my concern is like that mid-late game does not look great for him, right? Between like Tiny Toss, Sakuchi Rubik, Bat Rider with Firefly Lasso, Arc War and Puck are not the easiest matchups in the Ultra Late when they get damage items. Yeah, I don't think this Monkey is a scary scaling threat on his own, but if he creates his own scale just through a tremendous early game, then you're going to be in trouble. And I think that switches it back to Whisper here. Like, what can he do with this offlane Rubik? Now, this is a hero we've seen him play before.
Yep.
I remember he had, I think he played it at that TI where they were popping off, and he had a tremendous game on it and then ended up losing. He went like 10-2 and then lost, which is what can happen on this hero for sure.
Slowed down, TP out, and there's the coil to stop.
Very, very nice gank here. The downside of all that gold is you create a pinata. Go and pop it. You're going to be happy.
So a lot of craziness in this laning phase. 8 minutes in, but we are back to a net worth even game, it seems.
And OG should be happy with that because this puck is in a very good spot, right? For having been tri-lane and ganked and in a bad matchup.
Had to do the walk back, yeah.
That's a DD monkey, though.
That is dangerous. Ari, he's going to be beaten to a pulp here. Maureen, he's trying to keep his health alive with the jingle, but there's way too many heroes here. OG making the read. They're like, okay, you're going to keep trying this little game against BZM. We're going to punish you.
I mean, this is where Whispers, he's a god.
Got the Doom off on him. That's a dead puck.
Yeah,
he's going to hope to get the kill on Snaking, and he does. Amar's going to try and double up. He goes for both the kill on Whisper and BZM. He'll be rewarded with both, it seems.
Yeah, he tried to steal the Doom. Ended up getting Scorched Earth, which means he also lost Sakuchi. And unfortunately, you can never really steal Sakuchi off the Weaver showing up on you, because he can always bug you. More tips coming out. More smiley faces. The beef is real, boys. These two teams hate each other. You heard it here first.
It's true. Tomato started the game by giving a heart to Maureen.
Well, Maureen called him a griefer, right? That was him in the interview, or was it ATF? One of the two.
It was Maureen, yeah.
So I mean,
talked about the fact that they asked the question, like, is Tomato, like, how's this change going to be for OG? And he said it was kind of too early to tell whether it's like an upgrade or maybe just a sideways. But he said, as a pup player, man's a griefer. And
yeah, that's actually a crazy answer if you think about it. Like, you go in and interview some guys. What do you think about this guy going to this team? He could be pretty good, right? You're just like, he ruined my pubs.
No, he said the professional, you know, like, we'll have to wait and see. And then what about him in pubs? And he said, well, that guy's a griefer.
Another rotation from Maureen paying off as he finds Arcward a second time in this early game.
He's going to get off his ultimate. Ari, he's not level 6 yet, so physical damage. It can hurt Tiny a whole lot without any armor.
This early game is just, it's so weird, man. Like, somehow the puck is coming out ahead of everybody, but it does not feel like this Rubik has a lot of momentum.
No, and you would expect Rubik to be...
Yeah, that's a hero you want to have momentum, because he's not, I mean, he's going Dagon. I mean, I guess Dagon's been buffed. I don't know, this is like reportable in most of my games, but you know, Whisper is a god for a reason.
I'm fairly certain Tomato has griefed a game with an off-lane Rubik rushing Dagon before, so...
Wait, what was that? That was like the old OG quote, where they're like, well, you know, how does like Miracle excel on your team? And No Tail is just like, oh, we just recreate his pub games?
Yeah.
Maybe that's what they're doing for Tomato. Like, don't worry, bro, I'm gonna make this just like a average NA West.
I mean, don't forget, Whisper and Tomato also had beef one point in time when they played on a team way back in the day.
Yeah, I don't think their beef was too real, though.
No, I don't think so either, but...
I think they have a lot of respect for each other. Or maybe not. I mean, I don't know. Who knows?
Yeah, if you're making stuff up, make up something that's, you know, actually got some drama.
I'm not making it. They made it up. I'm not making it up.
You said you didn't know. You said something, and then you said, well, I don't know.
I mean, if I were to make something up, I feel like I made it up. You know, Seb said Crit's the worst player in the world or something.
Pull him back, see if they can break the coil. Couldn't quite do it, but it looks like he's dead either way. Actually, this regen was coming in a little bit. Fortunately, they had some extra heroes. Shikuchi on through. Crit going to be able to get off the Fiend Script to finish off the puck. Now he turns back around. Couldn't get off much past that as Whisper finishes him off with the stolen Brain Sap going to work here. Finished off Snaking as that branch ran him down, and now from behind, Tomato might be able to clean this up. Yes, he does.
Just like that. OG are getting what they want out of this early game for sure, with a deciding teamfight victory. And a lot of that, I go back to, how do you deal with ATF? I feel like teams just have the wrong idea of this guy.
Okay.
I feel like...
Enlighten us.
I think you don't ban any of his heroes.
Okay.
Like, what does it matter? He's going to get one of them, so give it to him. Come up with a game plan on how to deal with him. And I think this is what the idea behind the Bat Rider was, is start on this guy. Don't let him out-team fight you. Just start every fight on him. Ignore everybody else. Just initiate on this guy. Take him out of the fight.
Okay.
And if you can reliably do that, like, at least that's an idea, right? I'm not saying it's easy to do or it works every game, but I thought that was the idea with the Bat Rider last game.
Okay, but besides Amar's just a good player, so kill him first. Like,
Yeah.
why is it working?
What do you mean? Well,
because the rest of Falcons are good players. If they're all just focusing on Amar, like, how is Falcons still?
Well, it goes
receiving
back.
the bad end?
Okay, so the deeper answer to that is like, Kurt is just trying to award, but it's not going to work out for him.
No.
So I think when you are struggling to draft and play against a certain player or team that's very distinct, you kind of have two options. Like you can try and just ban the guy's hero pool and devise a plan against which hero you're going to give him, or you can just devise a plan against the player. And I think it's very rare teams devise a plan against the player because it's a lot more difficult, and it kind of takes like more balls because you're kind of just like giving the guy his entire hero pool. Another coil kill for BZM. I mean, he is just going ham here. Another 2-1 tower down.
Yeah, they're racking it up, man. OG playing fast now as the Arc Warden gets involved. Tomato joining in on the end of that last engagement, who joins in on this mid push, is going to be completing a Maelstrom pretty quickly here.
They're playing a very fast 10 to 20 here, which is a good sign because that's what you need with this Rubik puck draft to get this Arc Warden to where he needs to be. So what was I saying? Oh, to finish my point. What was my point? No, I'll finish it. So what I'm saying is like, okay, let's say you look at a player like ATF, right? The reason you're banning, I think a lot of teams ban these heroes is they're afraid of the first 10 minutes. Like, he's going to go on lane, he's going to destroy you with the Razor, right? He's going to, what was that?
We'll get back to it. Ari?
There's just
a little scuffle there on the portal.
Seb's just running in. Man, you got no chill.
Yeah, running after a Mirana, who you know is just going to leap in Moonlight Shadow. Seb doesn't give a damn.
That's pretty valuable, honestly. Forcing leaps and ult out of this hero, it feels bad to be the Mirana. That's a lot of what you play around with. Another Moonlight Shadow down, though. It gets ATF in position.
Setting up.
What the hell? How do you get there?
Coil goes out. Arrow does land on the Nightmare target, but it doesn't really matter. They should be able to clean up this bait, no problem. No real responses, but the Doom does work against Tomato. The trap set by Amar does snap and finish off the enemy carry of OG. Cost them their 2 supports, though, in the top lane. So they should have kind of an even trade-off.
Should have banned the Doom. Wow. That Dagon is completed, by the way. So he's level 4 Starstorm with almost max like supremacy plus Dagon. That is a... And he even has the extra 5% from the Fairies trinket. So much spellium coming through. Holy crap, he's gonna chunk somebody.
I mean, if he steals Brain Sap, he has an insane amount of spell lifesteal kind of going on as well. Nightmare into Arrow? No, just the Fiend script.
This feels so satisfying.
To be able to catch a puck like this?
Yeah, this is one of my favorite supports versus puck ever, is the Bane. If you can get Aether Lens on Bane, you make pucks like hell. Because Sleep just... it decimates this hero's gameplay in the fights on the map. And that'll be Orchid done for Mallory as well.
They're going to catch him as he jumps down to try and take this creep camp and immediately just gets blown up, man. Whisper putting that Dagon 2 into action, and he's going to be picking up a Dagon 3 if he keeps finding more kills like this. Amar's going to help out, though. Showing up from behind, Seb should be run down here without much of a problem. Whisper with the stolen Shukuchi is going to be a lot harder to lock down.
Yeah, they just didn't have detection for him. Need Dust to be able to dust him, get the sleep. They have the sentries now. Aetherland's almost done for crit. That's a really big item for Falcons this game because his sleep and grip catches for the puck for the Rubik are going to be huge here. If he can get some extra levels in it as well. Also, just being able to throw these enfeebles out. There's a lot of cast, like long-range spell physical damage dealers. This enfeeble's going to hurt him with the extra deduction. But he will get caught here, and Coil out on Amar. He does have BKB here. Hard target the man up against. He's got that speed aura.
Still trying to chase for another hero, perhaps. Get him on the Yules. Ari can blink forward and chain the Avalanche very nicely.
Dagon 3. Is it a grief? Or is it genius? Or is it a tree? And where has Mallory been in the last 10 minutes?
Well, he's been dead. We watched him die.
Right, but you know, in terms of finding his impact in this game with an early Orchid on a mid-monkey, you don't find that momentum out of that early game with the mid-monkey. It starts to feel real rough, I think. Like, you're just a walking short duration stun into disable, and You just die in the fight. Too much spell damage right now.
Yeah, I mean, they're just getting run over, and if they spot him here with the orb, they see him for a moment, manage to get the silence on him, bump him down from the tree, and get him again. Death after death.
The hell was that damage?
Maureen. And Amar has to BKB TP out.
Value. That's value right there. Every one of these fights is just OG starting it. But that is a great way to play versus lineup, because they do not have a lot of counter initiation. What is the turnaround, right? They can like sleep somebody and try and land an arrow, but there's no big turnaround spell or utility right now.
Yeah.
So if you start the fight, you have overwhelming amounts of spell damage. You set the fight up well for the Arc Warden, whereas it might not be great for Skeeter, and that's a recipe for success right now if you're OG.
In like 2 minutes time, it's going to get even scarier because you already have the Gleipnir done for Tomato, but if he gets the Boots of Travel, he can start joining his team and adding in some more team fights, some more catch.
Yeah, this game is looking really solid because you're also scaling the utility on the supports. Like, this Bat Rider is getting big. He's going to be annoying. You don't want to throw spells on him.
Falcons trying a little bit harder to set up as a group here. They're actually going to spot Whisper first, jump on him with the Orchid, see if they can slam him down. Maureen is going to be in a bit of trouble, though, as Tomato was sitting on the side. They hit a really nice avalanche combo, too. Speeder's already down to half health. Almost gets popped. Does manage to get off his ultimate, though. Turns back into some damage onto Tomato, but these extra lives don't mean anything if you don't have the damage to punch through. OG does have the damage with their Dagon 4, with their double Gleipnir Arc Warden, so they take down 3 and maybe a 4th hitting the trees. Crit will manage to TP out in time, but yet another win for OG.
Just a perfect fight setup. Again, the jump for Falcon's just so hard here for the monkey. He goes in, Whisper daggons him and walks off the Wukong. Like, who's really winning this fight? And it just sets everything up for Tomato. If you cannot get on this Arc Ward, he's going to decimate you right now. You do not have the sustain to deal with double Gleipnir. And Seb, he's already thinking about what he's going to tweet after this game. I'll tell you that much. That's what that laugh was for. It's like, hey guys, I got a real banger. Real banger coming up.
Oh, everybody on the edge of their seats waiting for it. There it is. The Arc Warden, Gleipnir into Gleipnir catch. Ari
going nowhere.
Easily combos off of that one. Whisper not even needed.
What is that, Dagon 4? Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he's got to be having Dagon 5 soon. And look at that, an Ancient stack that is going to be taken away. Even worse, Skeeter's going to die.
That burst damage, baby. It is no joke. It is actually no joke. You know, people have been talking about how do you answer ATF? How do you deal with his hero pool? I mean, yeah, and then there's Whisper with Dagon 5. Like, get on, noob. Get on my level, son.
Counter this.
Yeah.
Dagon 5s you.
This is what he's been left with, you know?
Amar is setting up.
Could be a good setup if they can find the puck or the Arc Warden.
Instead, yeah, dooming a Tiny doesn't feel great, but frankly, Falcons need to find a little bit of momentum here, a little bit of kills. And that might be one. He's going to trade his life for it, though.
They're going to be happy to take this fight, man.
Maureen. Oh, he does manage to land it onto BCM. BCM's going to be okay, though. Tanky enough to survive through this bit of damage that Snake King was thrown at him. And now Whisper looks to hunt down more with the Shikuchi. Crit stuck in the trees. Nightmare 1, Fiend's Grip the other. But there's a third hero from BCM to finish him off. Whisper actually gets the little bit he needs to stay alive. And they just wiping through Falcons. These guys just won a tournament, right?
Ah, just dumping on him right here. Just running the Dagon train, man. That spell lifesteal is also no joke. Like, people underestimate how much extra HP you get from this Dagon burst plus a Fade Bolt.
Yeah.
It makes this hero really tanky. And it is just running circles around Falcons in these fights. 14k gold lead out of nowhere. This draft fell apart somewhere, which went completely off the rails. This mid-monkey did not get what he wanted to accomplish in this game. Maybe he didn't have the proper setup for him with that first blood, and then like this Orca timing just got thrown off. Couldn't find the connection on it. Damn, OG strike back in a game 2. They do it in style here. Yeah, I mean, this is just...
Anybody shows their face.
This is a massacre.
It's a tiny jump that could just one-shot you, or a double Gleipnir hit from Tomato.
Yeah, Ari's also done a huge amount of work in these early fights. I feel like Tiny has looked really good so far in all these games we've seen. And when this hero's good, he is good.
Maureen can't get away as he goes for the Orchid TP out play. not going to work here with the Greaves done on Seb.
It's a classic Arc Warden game right here.
I love the fact that he picked up the gem too. When you're winning the game like this, Seb makes the call, buys an early gem. Now they know they have full map control wherever they go. There's no vision to be able to spot them out. Everything is blind for Falcons, so they'll probably just continue to get picked off.
And I feel like the Batrider is just a way better support for this team than Core. Like, I know Whispers and BCM both play that hero, but I also feel like just the state of Bat in the patch, he does what he does on support that he does on Core anyway, which is be really tanky in the early game, be a lane nuisance, run in, start skirmishes, but then you can just buy utility and you don't have to be some big damage dealer. Seb can just run in the fights this game, and do you want to throw spells at this guy? This like 2,000 HP Greaves Batrider who's going to build a Lotus Orb? There's no way you want to go on it.
I mean, it is a pretty crazy difference here. The difference in offlaners for Whisper. He went from playing a Batrider that does no damage to a Dagon 5 Rubik who is one-shotting here.
Maybe that was the talk. Maybe that was at the end of the draft. I mean, he's going to go on the bat here, but like, what does this accomplish, you know?
He TP's out. We'll see if he actually dies.
No,
it might be the Doom nerf that comes into
he's
play.
dead. I mean, you're doomed, you're doomed. You don't survive Doom. Also.
Okay, last tick he dies.
But it's always the last tick.
Yeah, but he got nerfed. He has less ticks now.
Whatever. We'll find a pick off. That's something. Give it right back. I just don't even see like what the comeback potential is.
Oh my God!
I'm telling you,
this is gonna be a banger. You're right.
It's gonna be like an 8-part tweet coming out after this game. You're just gonna see that Twitter light up. It's gonna be like Seb's Twitter part 1.
Oh, the smiley face from Ari. Jesus!
A tale of two Dagons. We met Falcons on the field earlier today. 10,000 words later. This is why you should never tip OG.
And that's when I slept with his mother.
All right.
Ari tossed up.
Bringing that into it.
I mean, this dude is pretty tanky.
God, it's Coochie. It's back in.
Skeeter doesn't even try, man. He's like, we got to get out of here. This goddamn Rubik's a menace.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, he didn't even have the fastest early game, honestly. I was like a little worried for him, but
Yeah. You mentioned it was like, you got to be ahead as the Rubik, and then OG just started popping off.
I think it was just this Puck Arc Warden. Really hard for Falcons to get on top of him.
I will also say that as an offlaner by snaking,
Jesus.
maybe there's just a montage of like kills happening around the map. I don't think there's much to say about it, frankly.
C dot, blow dot up.
Yeah. The as an offlaner, right? They have like a ton of magic damage being thrown around on the side of OG. They don't have that pipe hero.
No, that's
Doom is going to go Veil, BKB.
They have no teamfight utility in this lineup. This lineup is designed to kind of own lanes off the Monkey mid matchup and this Weaver Bat matchup that did get swapped, but you should still expect Weaver to win the lane, and then just run the map over, which is like a classic Falcons move. And maybe in some of the versions of this timeline, they do that in this game. I don't think it's like a 0%, right?
Yeah.
But in this world, man, I'm telling you, that first blood that BZM got, those things change these mid matchups so much.
Yeah, like he doesn't get crushed as hard. He still dies, but then
the net worth is fine, right? And he still gets to play Dota and make some moves. He goes top. He kills the Doom with like one of the first 2 coils. Suddenly, this Arc Warden comes back in the laning phase a little bit, and this Monkey just loses momentum.
Desperation move from Falcons here, trying to come in through the back line. BZM does not get hit by that arrow. Now he gets off the coil, and that is danger for Amar. Being dragged out of the coil, snaps it on him. Can't get off a Doom to save his life. Now he's thinking about it. Finally gets it off onto the Batrider ball heroes, but who the hell cares? The game is already over. The game is done. GG is called, and OG strike back in a big way.
That was a statement for sure. This is not a team to be trifled with. They are finding some momentum early on in this tournament. Take a big dub here. I think that draft it ended up looking pretty favorable for them if that mid lane goes like that. But again, like how many worlds does that happen, right? And if that mid lane goes Mallory's way, which we've seen it happen in the past, he stomps it, he takes that game over. like you can be sitting there going like, oh, how'd they just end up with this puck versus monkey? Personally, I don't have a huge amount of faith in the mid monkey. So I feel like I'd rather bet on something cheeky happening and you throw his tempo off and then you have like this Arc Warden that just gets out of control. I think that's a very good Arc Warden game if the Weaver also isn't snowballing, because who else gap closes him? And I think that hero just gets out of control. I think Tomato had a great game. He joined them very early, double Gleipnir, just shut down all that teamfight potential. Yeah, Falcons, they get stunned here in game 2.
You know, you're talking about in game 1, Seb should know better. One person you shouldn't tip early on to the game is Amar. We've seen him be able to bounce back and be so fierce when you taunt him like that. But at the same time, if there's any team you don't want to start beef with, you know, I feel like it's a Seb team. Because he will use that to put his team to another level. And boy, did OG ascend to another level in this game 2. 44-15. They tie out the series here at DreamLeague.
What a way for them to strike back, and doing it in a weird fashion. A very, I don't really see this Arc Warden hero too frequently, but maybe I should start hearing it and seeing it a little bit more frequently, because Tomato making it look damn good, and I guess this tryout is looking better than we expected, Mira. Initially, we were like, oh, Tomato, he had his tryout, and then it's over. But no, now OG throughout this group stage are 3-1. They 2-0'd G2IG, and they 1-1 split against Falcons.
Yeah, the track record is looking good for Tomato, but also, I mean, OG have to be feeling good after taking a game off of Falcons, who won the most recent big tournament recently in such a stomp, in such a decisive manner. And honestly, everything they did this game was really cool. I love the Arc Warden pick in response to Doom. I feel that it's really hard to play Doom against heroes that make it difficult for you to do the correct one, like these PLs and these arcs and whatnot. But also, the offlane Rubik, can we talk about that?
Please.
He popped off completely. I mean, even before he started rotating with Ari in tow, and they played such a beautiful combination on the Tiny plus the Rubik, but he stomped that lane. He was leading in CS. It did so much better than I expected on lane that when it was finally able to rotate mid, they corrected what was going on where Monkey King was beating the puck mid. No, the team just came in, they fixed it, they got a few kills, and they just played skirmish after skirmish after skirmish, and Falcons could not play into that.
I felt like when you have a fight at 20 minutes where your entire team dies, and I think they lost one guy, I think they lost maybe Tiny.
Mm-hmm.
You have to win the next fight. That 20-minute fight is like a decider in so many of these games for the tempo of how it's going to go. Here we are, 21 minutes. I think they lose the Tiny, but they pretty much kill everybody else. And then there's another fight at 26 minutes. They got 3 pickoffs in a row. And it wasn't like, oh, they caught him out of position. They like blew them up. Like they saw them for like 10 seconds. They were like, oh, there's a guy. Pow, he's dead. It just became this unbelievable burst draft. It was really smart. This Rubik was really, really good. But I didn't feel like Falcons were in this at all. I mean, where was Malrine? The casters were asking, what happened to this guy? He got this orc and then just disappeared. He obviously got completely shut down. OG didn't give him a chance.
I think the issue with mid Monkey King is you depend on it snowballing by number 1 winning in lane, which it did, but then rotating to side lanes and bringing the pressure to those side lanes, because this hero isn't like a puck where it can come in and dream coil. It's not a hero that comes in and changes the game by his spells. It's a hero that comes in and changes the game by net worth, by rotating, by getting on top of heroes. And what can you really do as a Monkey King if the enemy team is rotating on you, stunning you, and you're just standing there? You don't have any other hero in the game that can set up with you. The Doom is playing against a Rubik. You can't comfortably Doom versus a Rubik. The Weaver, if he runs in, is getting coiled and is dying. There's not really a hero that can take the pressure off of the Monkey King. And typically it's the mid hero that does that takes the pressure off of his team. But that's where Monkey King is different than your traditional mid laners.
Another thing the casters touched on, Neil, sorry to interrupt, was that when you had something like a Mars or something like that to contain a fight, when you can say, all right, we're all going to stay. I mean, I think Puck actually would have been good.
For Falcons.
For Falcons, because it's like, oh, you're not leaving the monkey hole now, but now it's like there's really no control in these fights. And instead, they just kept getting blown up and picked off. And if anyone wanted to run away, they could. There wasn't really much they could do about it. Because what is Weaver going to chase through 5 enemy heroes to catch a guy? He's going to die. So it was a very, very hard game for them.
It may have been dependent on seeing as much of a snowball as Kezu was alluding to in the pregame, where Malrine just completely stomped all over Setsu in this Puck versus Monkey King matchup. And after that, it's not like he can dictate the pace whenever he wants. He gets the Orchid, he can show up to whatever fights he wants because he's just so far ahead. And this one, maybe if you don't get that kind of advantage, then suddenly this mid Monkey King with this kind of lineup looks out of place.
Yeah, and a lot of that is due to OG just bringing the pressure to the mid lane after they did so well on their side lanes. I mean, their side lanes went incredibly this game, especially that Ruvik one that we've already mentioned before. But when you have your supports rotating in and killing a hero that is dependent on lane dominance to have an impact in the game, you suddenly solve the problem. So I think OG looked so different than they did in the game one. They looked a lot more confident. It was very typical OG, seeing them just have a tiny blink in that Dagon 5'd by a Rubik, and then there's just a Batrider chilling, doing more damage than the enemy carry in some fights. So it feels good to see them back to feeling themselves.
We were skeptical about Whisper's itemization in its game one with the BKB first on the Batrider. Was there any part of you that saw this Dagon on the Rubik and was like, oh boy, here we go again? This is a little bit too out of the box for an itemization.
No, because when I paid attention to what he was building, it was when he got a kill with it. I was like, ah, cool.
So if you get it that early, like sure, go for it.
It did get a slight buff.
It did, yes.
Like the magic damage increase went from 11%, I think it was, to just a flat 15. Is that really going to be the difference maker, the 4%? I mean,
wasn't the cooldown also?
I think cooldown
was it
also
cooldown as well?
I think the cooldown is a huge thing because before you had spent so much money on Dagon, and it was just such a high cooldown item that it only felt good on heroes like Nyx.
Right. How much do you think? How much did the cooldown go down by? With like 20 seconds or like 2 seconds?
I can check for you, Ted.
Have a check, Mira.
Have a check, because a lot of these items become relevant after like a long handful of a bunch of mini buffs.
Right.
And then like 7 patches later, you're like, oh my god, this item's actually great.
This is significant cooldown reduction, guys. It's not like 1 or 2 seconds.
Okay.
It went from 35 seconds at first level to 27 seconds.
Okay.
That's 8
second buff.
cooldown.
That
at
is
first
8
level.
seconds. Math
And then the second the second upgrade is a 6-second difference. The next one is a 4-second difference.
And does it still
and then
max out?
The last one is still 15.
15 seconds at max. Okay. It's pretty significant.
Pretty significant, yeah.
It is still expensive.
Yes.
It is expensive.
It
but
is.
like you said, he dumpstered his lane and it worked. So who are we to question it?
If you're getting kills with Dagon, it's paying for itself, right?
Hell yeah.
Dude, I can't wait for that to get like permanent stacks as well. Like
Oh, now you're talking, Neil.
No, but that is cool. For a while, when Whisper first joined OG, I think a lot of the South American fans who went to root for OG because, they love Whisper, he's one of their best players, people had so much praise for him, they all had the question of what happened to him.
Yeah.
Where is the Whisper spice? Where is the flavor? Why does he not look like himself? He's not really doing anything interesting, is he? Or at least that's what it felt like in the first month of the inception of this OG. But I mean, after today, it doesn't look like that anymore. He's willing to play as Batrider again, who's playing Dagon offlane Ruvik. And it feels like if OG can keep up this kind of creativity, there's hope. There is hope.
How much of that creativity
Hope for
do
the
you
team.
think is... Oh, shut up.
Perhaps a product of Tomato? Great question, Ted. And I'll in fact investigate because we have an interview with the winner of game number 2. And I believe we'll be joined. Hello, my friend. How you doing?
Hi, how's it going?
Dude, you got a new haircut. I almost didn't recognize you. What's with the short hair?
I just went to get a trim and I kind of let it cook. And I don't know, this is my new hair right now.
Okay, I can get into it. Are you... Is this part of a new Tomato era? Because I want to know, how did you end up on this squad? So post Kuala Lumpur, you guys were briefly on Tundra, and then what happened between December to this process of now you being on OG?
Well, so basically, I was gonna be on new roster for Tundra, but last minute they kicked me for Pure. So I was like teamless, and I was just like playing pops, stuff, like trying to stay in shape, see what comes up. And then I got a message from Ari. He was like, we're looking for carry options, I suggested the team that we should play with you. And then I talked to Seb and stuff, and we got on the same page, and then we started playing together. That was like 2 weeks ago.
Right on. So then how have you enjoyed this new period? Because you were on TSM/Tundra/ all those different iterations of Undying for a long time. You were on that team for like 3 years?
Yeah.
So this is your first time on a new roster. How does it feel to be with a new gang? I guess Ari you have history with, but the rest of the players not so much.
I mean, it's cool. Like, this org is amazing. I think everyone on this team is like top tier. Like, I've never been on such a nice team. Like, they actually make me feel better about myself. It's like super fun to be around these guys. I think I had some NA habits coming into this team that we're still kind of like sorting out. Because, I mean, it's like a different region, you know? I'm used to like a different system, like a different drafting style, different concepts. But I like this team, you know, there's a lot of freedom and I feel like I can really be myself here and they're gonna enable me. So that's really cool to feel.
That's amazing to hear, Tomato. I'm looking forward to the Tomato Renaissance. And I've actually got Kezu standing by for a quick question for you as well.
What's up, Tomato? I have a question about the first game where you played Slark. I think you guys' mid-game fell apart pretty quickly. So if you could go back to that game, what would you do different and what do you feel like went really wrong?
Well, I don't want to like put blame or anything, but there was like a calm moment at some point near the top area. I think that game is like, it's a hard game for us in the sense of like, we're gonna have to dodge him. But if we dodge properly and we get our timing and we take a proper fight using, you know, our tools, like such as log navigation, I guess.
Yeah.
That's the obvious one. Then we could really take control. It's high skill Dota, but we could execute it. But at some point, Sep and I, like, let's say we had a little dispute and then we both ended up dying.
Yeah.
And then we kind of lost grip of the game and those deaths really matter. I also think our team fighting was a bit subpar. And Falcons is a top tier team, right? So you give them these openings, you die like 2-3 times, suddenly the game feels like it's getting, like it becomes like an uphill battle where it's kind of hard to fight from behind us, IO, I'd say. So the game kind of fell apart.
All right, makes sense. Thank you.
You're just as introspective as ever, Tomato. Looking forward to how you meld with this new OG. It's been a good first day. Best of luck with the rest of the games.
Thank you. See you guys.
See you later, Tomato. As that was OG and getting a win against Falcons, who, well, currently, maybe, theoretically, the best team in the world. I don't know if winning Dacha proves that just by itself. Maybe we need to see what the public at large has to say, because I've got Purge, as we all know, social media enthusiast standing by, and he's been keeping his ear to the ground. Purge, what are the people saying?
Yeah, it's not so much about the people as in their children, Neil. I've been on baby watch lately backstage. And you know who gave birth recently? Armel's partner. Made a Facebook post about it. A nice image of him. And,
I thought you were going to tell me about how Arteezy was doing, but there's different baby rages.
Nope, different baby rages. We had to translate the first part of the message. The Google Translate was not good. This is the accurate translation. The heir to my PC has come. You wrote that part in Filipino.
Aww.
Welcome to the world, our baby. And he's on Team Aurora right now, is playing in this tournament. The former Talon, basically, he's subbed in for their mid player. So that's and that's not the only baby that's watching the broadcast, actually.
That's cute, but that PC that he's going to inherit is going to be like 100 years old.
It's a better PC.
Yeah, but his dad probably won prize money on it, so it's special. It's an heirloom. Anyways, there's another child that we needed to highlight. Another baby watching the broadcast.
Really? Okay.
Yeah. Lyrical's baby has been watching the broadcast. Which he's been waking up. He said, I wake up all the time in the middle of the night to cast Dota games. He's prepped for this. And now he's got something to watch while feeding the baby. So it's been a great series of baby watching going on. I'm sure you guys also have been paying attention. So wonderful.
Baby watching.
I'm gonna keep saying baby watching.
Hashtag baby watch.
Anyways, and we just saw OG play, of course. So they previously had Yuragi on the team. A bit sad that he had to depart from the team, but somebody noticed on Reddit that he already found a new position. Yeah.
He already found a new position.
Yeah, he already found a new position.
So he was on OG, he was the carry. Tomato comes in and replaces him, and now Yuragi. We got a desk job for him after getting kicked from OG.
Yo. I see it, actually.
Where?
It's because I'm bold, right
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's a
bold
very
joke, Mira. It's a hilarious bold joke. Well done.
3 people interacted with that Reddit post. I wasn't logged in, otherwise I would have uploaded it. But yeah, it was
very clever and original. Thanks for finding that
nerve there.
Yeah, no problem. I was really digging. I mean, I spent so much time on Baby Watch. I had to throw something down last second,
Baby Watch.
and that's where we landed. So, Yeah, and finally, just to talk about the beef a little bit that we saw in the last game.
Yeah, what was that about?
Well, okay, Malrine did an interview with a small YouTuber, and he said in Russian, he's a ruiner. This is about Tomato.
Okay.
He's a ruiner, especially in pubs. He just behaves like a child. He grief buyback. It's just disgusting. He gave him a smiley face at the end of game 1 when they beat him.
Yeah, I saw that.
And then there was a lot of tipping going back and forth in game 2 when OG won that one. So keep an eye on that drama. It's not going to stop there.
I thought Malrine was a very mild-mannered individual. What's he doing dropping this kind of fire?
I don't know. Some beef. We got to watch the beef.
We got to watch the beef. And we got Purge on #BeefWatch, #BabyWatch.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Purge. And we got another series coming up, the last one of this day 1 of the group stage. So stick around and we'll be back after a break.
Welcome to my private garden. It's my own menagerie. If you're looking for a party, I own everything you see. Heavy is the head, where's the crown? They said it's my time, and I'm gonna run this scene. If you don't like the way I rule my empire, you can go ahead and you can kiss my ring. All eyes on me, yeah. When I enter the scene, quit it. All eyes on me, all hail to the king, get it? If I say so, then it is so. If I say no, you better get low. On bended knee, yeah. All hail to the king, get it? Make way for the king, yeah. All hail to the king, get it? If I say so, then it is so. If I say no, you better get low. On bended knee, yeah. All hail to the king, get it? There's only room for one hustler, sitting way up on that throne. Guess I'm showing my true colors. 24 karat gold. I'm gonna wear that crown. Y'all better hit the ground. It's my time, and I can guarantee, if you don't like the way I rule my kingdom, you can go ahead and you can kiss my ring. All eyes on me, yeah. When I enter the scene, quit it. All eyes on me. All hail to the king, get it? If I say so, then it is so. If I say no, you better get low. On bended knee, yeah. All hail to the king, get it? Make way for the king, yeah. All hail to the king, get it? If I say so, then it is so. If I say no, you better get low. On bended knee, yeah. All hail to the king, get it?
Just when you think I'm down for the count, you think I'm out of the bound, that I'm about to strike out. I rise and silence the doubt. Just when you think that I've got nowhere to go, that it's the end of the road, the curtain's closed on this show. It just keeps getting better and better. Getting better, just keeps getting better, better. Getting better, just keeps getting better, better. Just when you think we take our foot off the pedal, we get better, we find another level. Getting better, just keeps getting better, better. Getting better, just keeps getting better, better. Just when you think we take our foot off the pedal.
Welcome, friends. It's time for the last series of the day here at Group Stage 1, Day 1 of Dream League Season 22. Let's get into it. It's Team Spirit going up against Team Liquid. It's a pretty intense matchup already for a day number 1, but they're all hard matchups around here, Kazu.
Yeah.
Why should I care about this one in particular? Spirit versus Liquid.
I feel like we could see something interesting come out from the offlaners. I have checked out what they've been cooking.
What have they been cooking in their pubs, you say?
Yeah, so what they've been cooking, if we look at Collapse here, I do think with some of the offlane items, like specifically Veil getting nerfed, looking at other offlaners who build different first items, like for instance, Radiance on Night Stalker is not something we see a lot, but Collapse is kind of cooking that one up. Also just like double bracer build up, you don't have the Veil, so you're doing something different. So already like different heroes with Axe and Night Stalker, no one's really playing these heroes. I do think we saw MC played once today, but that's basically about it. Then you take 3-3, who's kind of taking a page out of Whisper's book, or one of them is stealing from each other. You have the offlane Bad Rider, still kind of buying Veil, but even there, like he's trying different items like an Orchid. Like, so you see that teams are already trying to like figure out what's the next broken thing that we can do. And I think these two teams, they might show us something from here in the series.
One thing that encourages me is that, does that mean that the offlane aura era is finally over? Because it would always migrate from like Wraith Pact to Shivas. You had to have an aura carrier. Now this seems like maybe some selfish stuff from the offlaners.
It only took 3 years.
It's not over yet. I mean, there's still auras. A lot of people are buying mech right now on supports even. We saw it on Batrider last game. Greaves is still a great armor aura. It gives you 3 base in an AoE, and then if you get low, it gets jumped up to like, what, 12, 13-ish.
Yeah, so way more exciting than Rubik's buying Dagons. I want to... really, the commentators are just popping up. Oh, he uses the Greaves. Think of the armor aura.
But he's below 30% dead.
Oh, it's so
double the armor.
I want to see people getting blown up.
I'm down to see more Dagons. Whisper, he's my man. Offlane Rubik, first of all, you don't expect that. Then he rushes Dagon, and you're like, whether it's good or not, and then 5 inside it, boom. dead. Boom, next guy dead.
That's why he's one of my favorite offlaners, because he does play these like supports as threes. It's something he's been doing for years.
Yeah.
It's tampered down lately, but now it feels like he's on the good team for it, where they can actually do some crazy stuff. So it's fun.
Well, we got offlaners on the brain. I've got offlaners on the vid as well, because we got a chance to speak to 33 before this series.
Liquid, I felt like was a really nice option, because I get to try something new, but also don't have to start like a new team from scratch. Like I join a team that's already established, I know are really good, I respect all the players. The org is amazing, so it was a very easy choice for me after TI. I think once we manage to kind of combine the playstyles, it's gonna be very nice.
I think the most interesting thing about to me about that statement is that the implication that 33 would have been willing to create his own team from scratch. He would have been probably one of the most sought after free agents in theory after 2 TIs in a row. And he's phrasing it in a way that's like, okay, well, if I can't find anyone to take me in, I'll just make my own team.
That sounds like somebody who's like extremely valued and it's like so comfortable in his current position in terms of like Dota skill in the meta that he's like, yeah I'll just start an all-star. I'll start like a newbie roster and like dominate with it. So it's kind of a cool idea to think like that he could have just like grabbed 4 new players that we weren't very aware of and like made a cool roster.
I mean, I think a player of his skill, he can certainly do it. I feel like even when he branched out more into the scene as like Mud Golems with like Skeeter, Milan, Fada, like back in the day, they weren't the most known players either. So he's done it before, he's shown. I'm sure he could have done it again, but joining Liquid, pretty nice.
Does that imply that you'd need like a degree of captainship though? Because this is something that he's only getting experience with now on this roster. Previously, like his NIPs, his optics, his Tundras, and stuff like that, I never really considered him to be a captain. But now Blitz has adopted him as his new off-lane brain, and him and 33 and Blitz are now captaining and doing the drafting together.
I do think as long as he can help within the draft, it's good enough. Because nowadays in Dota, I think all your cores especially, they need to be able to like put in the work. Like you don't just have one, you don't have one puppy that will puppeteer everyone of what to do. That doesn't really exist anymore.
Do you miss that era? Of the one person captaining everything and everyone else is just along for the ride?
Oh, I thought you
Is
meant
that
being,
really what you meant?
I thought you meant being verbally abused by Puppy.
Oh yeah, that era also. Do you miss that?
Screw you,
Allegedly.
Screw you,
Allegedly.
No, Puppy was a very good captain. I know people have bad things to say about him. I don't.
Did you put in the work though? Or were you along for the ride?
No, I think I put in the work, but everyone has this phase where I feel like the ego kind of gets to you. I think during that time, there was definitely a period where I thought I'm the shit. When later on you realize that you are not the shit.
Honestly, did you think you were the best player in the world? Is
Absolutely not. No way. No way.
I thought that has to be the mark of a successful Dota player. You have to be that delusional. You have to think you're
delusional.
the best.
Now, calm down.
Everyone can't be the best.
That's true.
But you got to think you're the best.
I think you got to think you've got a chance. And remember, if you can't beat the best, that means you got to be the best yourself.
That's true. And these 2 teams have been oftentimes, well, Spirit has been the best. Liquid has always been
Very
so close to being the best, but never quite gets there as they had yet another second place against Falcons.
They're the best at one thing, and that's getting second place.
True.
No other team has been so consistent at getting second place in the history of Dota than Team Liquid.
They're the best of the losers.
That's incredible.
I would take it. It's good money, second place.
Yes, but the public at large derides you every time because you're not winning things.
I don't give a damn.
I don't think that's too bad. I think the hardest team to be right now is actually the Gladiators. Because it's like they're the kings that have fallen.
I would agree with you.
And everyone was waiting for their fall.
Yeah, Liquid, it's like, oh, well, they just haven't won yet. That's frustrating, but...
I mean, I would kind of take it too, but I can tell you guys, getting second all the time, these guys have some mental... There's a block now, for sure. They
Look,
get to
I
some
come
grand finals.
second in most of my Dota games, and I never have a problem picking myself back up and getting back out there and playing again.
How many hours does it take, though? Like 24?
To do what?
When you go on a lose streak?
I just keep going.
I mean, more importantly,
nothing stops me.
What are you losing from not being first? MMR?
I don't play ranked.
There you go.
I do if my team are like, let's play ranked. I'm like, oh.
My man does it for the love of the game.
I just love playing. I just love playing.
You love drafts as well, Ted, because we're
do.
into one with Spirit versus Liquid. Alchemist, Templar Assassin, Enigma Tide banned out, as well as a Luna for the second phase. Liquid take out the Mars, the Magnus, which we already saw Collapse do work on earlier today. The Enchantress and the Chen. First pick DK and first pick Shadow Demon.
That's the freest ban you will ever get.
Collapse Mag.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's just like
Tell that to the LGD.
yeah, right. You have to do it. You really should do it. I don't care if the hero isn't meta or whatever. You just do it. It's just one of those things.
Earlier today, I turned around. I was working on something else, and I saw Magnus and and the play looked really clean. I was like, oh, that was like a really clean skill execution. And then I read the name. I was like, oh, okay, that makes a lot of sense.
So I am curious. Why is DK now this big pick? Because I generally find that when we are approaching the Birmingham Major is not that far away. We had a Birmingham Major 1, as any attendees will attest. DK was meta, and it was terrible. Everybody hated it. When teams picked him, they booed because it was super boring, because it's DK. He's a very boring hero.
Yeah.
We are approaching another Birmingham Major. DK is now first pick for Team Spirit, the best team in the world. Promise me that this is just some flex thing, and it's not like
It's really good. I hate to
Tell
break
me
it.
it's not the linchpin of Dota at the moment, because we're not going to change before Birmingham, are we? We're going to get another Birmingham Major with DK. Is that what you're telling me?
Bro, this hero is real good.
Damn it,
First of
Kezzer.
all, he got buffed, and he hates playing against magic damage, but there's this item. It's called Mage Slayer.
Yeah,
You
but
buy
that got
it.
nerfed.
Doesn't matter. It's still too good.
And his Axe got nerfed. So he lost 2 sets of 5% magic resistance.
Watch this hero still be like first
All right,
phase.
okay, but we saw him earlier today, and I remember seeing a Dragon Knight attacking a hero, and it was noticeable how much less the slow was. The slow used to be like 60%.
That's a good start.
At level 3 with Ags.
Yep.
Now it's 45. That's a big slow difference that just automatically
That's
is applied.
15%.
And
He has done the math.
It was attack and movement speed slow, right?
I believe so.
I think it was both. So,
But I think the movement speed was the bigger issue there, because it's like you get hit once and you're like, okay, guys.
But for towers, it's slow to tower attack speed, so that matters.
15.
15.
Ooh, watch out.
What was the number again, Ted? It's 15, right?
Yep.
15.
You got it.
Just making sure.
No, but this hero, he can also be flexed. I do think in this game he's already running into an issue. SD is like the #1 counter that people go to right now, because you don't have to do it from a core role. You can do it with SD. Eventually, he gets an Aghanim's, and he will break the DK, which completely ruins the hero. And before the DK kills, they generally take a little bit of time, right, to kind of finish the hero. So you can disrupt them. Your poison's annoying too. So overall, I think Liquid, they don't care too much about this DK.
What about Disseminate, Kezu?
Don't ask me about this spell.
Disseminate amplifies the damage that you do to a hero effectively. So if you do 1,000 damage to him with Disseminate on, it does an extra AoE for 30% of that damage. So it's like he's taking 30% more damage. So it's good against tanky targets.
That's a great point there, Purge.
Thank you. And if he's standing near his allies, they're going to take way more damage.
Whoa.
It's kind of like Fatal Bonds, if you think about it that way.
The spell it's slowly creeping up to where people slowly start to know what it's doing.
Yeah.
With you explaining
it's
it,
going to take
I'm
another
getting
4
there
months
too.
at least.
Yeah.
I did see a Shadow Demon earlier today go 1-4-4, so that guy did read
What?
He did read his full
Really?
Yeah. I mean, you can put it on allies too. It's like Spectre's passive if you put it on an ally is
Yeah.
basically how it works. But on enemies, it's like a damage amp that does an AoE. It's cool.
No good answer for the egg yet for Liquid.
Until Rubik bites Yasha and steals Dragon Ulti. Then he's pinging that egg from across the map.
I mean, we did see offlane Rubik. I don't know if this is just a whisper thing. I don't know if I would ever see 33 play offlane Rubik, though.
I don't think so.
Yeah.
It doesn't feel like his kind of cup of tea, shall we say.
It's not.
I mean, the one thing, at least when you play against like Phoenix or Undying, I think, especially if your lineup isn't great at killing egg, you should think about building drums. Even heroes who aren't good at hitting the egg, if you get attack speed injected into you, or move speed to run away from it, that could already be like a kind of a talking point for Liquid, or potentially a Beastmaster, right? You can kind of lane decently, probably, or just pick heroes that can decide on their own whether they man up on the egg or just run away from it.
How about a hero that can't even right-click when his ultimate is up?
That's really good.
Okay, great. Because I've got just the one. Timbersaw has been picked.
But Timber's great against DK, because if you eventually catch him when his BKB is not active, you're doing pure damage to a strength hero, you're lowering his strength with Whirling Death, and if you pair that with Disseminate and the Shivas, you are amplifying all the damage you're doing to him. The only way to protect against pure damage, basically, is to BKB or to buy more HP, and it's not great solutions.
So what are the circumstances that you still build Shivas after the nerfs?
you will always still build
You
Shivas
still
now.
always build Shivas.
It's just
It's
people
just
don't
worse.
rush it as fast. They'll like buy Veil because Veil is still good. Your amp, I mean, because the damage amp between Veil and Shivas is not big. It's 10% for Veil. It's 15% for Shivas. That's not a huge difference. So you buy Shivas if you really need the armor and you want to lower the attack speed of your opponent, or if you need to slow. Those are the great things about it. But you can easily just do Veil Blink on Timber and be super, super happy.
I also think with the changes to Kaya, it's kind of a better build-up. Unless maybe if your lineup is more reliant on like everyone in an AoE dealing damage and not just you, I think then the Veil and Shiva will like rise in value because then, well, they benefit from it too. But I think if you're looking at like your own game, speeding up your own game, I think the Kaya into Kaya Sanj kind of seems like the go-to, and then you just go to Shiva after.
And the one other thing I'll say, the anti-healing from Shiva's very good against the Phoenix and the Dragon Knight in some cases. So if you're worried about like the Sunray keeping him alive when you do go on him, then that's a good solution. That's a great solution against spear damage too. Just heal your ally. And that's why you buy Guardian Greaves and the caster it deserves, and call it out in teamfights.
And a new Oro era will be born. Puck gets picked up by Team Spirit, and Liquid pick up a Troll Warlord for their carry.
I like this kind of the new trend ever since Nisha, he headshotted Quinn quite many times in some sniper Puck matchup. He showed that it's like unplayable. Ever since then, you see Puck, it's an instant sniper ban. Or you want to pick Puck, you also have to like remove this hero. So I like that Spirit are protecting it. But I think for now, Spirit have a very, very free game on the Puck. And I think even I could play Puck in this game.
What happened to the Tiny being the go-to counter against Puck? Is that not as in vogue anymore?
Tiny mid just feels awkward. I feel like at some point, if you don't play it super clean, you have 1-2 weird deaths and I feel like it's the old Queen of Pain. It's hard to play, you make a mistake and your whole game is kind of bye-bye.
And Tiny's Magic Burst has been nerfed like 3 or 4 times now.
True.
It used to be like 1,000 damage to Avatasa guy, which was pretty easy to like kill Puck in that. But if it's lower and you mess it up, he's phase shifting, jumping and silencing you, ulting you, and then it's a completely different game.
I also feel like with time, everyone and their entire family, they just have more HP. Like they hit level 8, I feel like if you're Tiny, who are you killing? Or some random dudes, like they buy Bracer because they're universal now and get a lot from it. And suddenly, oh, I can't kill anyone. And it's like, okay, I guess I'll go farm.
Do you think that's why there's been all these Magic Amp things happening now? Where it's all Magic Amp, because health pools have been going up and up and up and up.
Because that was
for
the
some
problem.
time.
That was the problem in the last patch, right? People were buying hearts; they were just way too tanky. So if you get a magic amplifier, like a Grove Bow, it amplifies all the magic damage that guy takes by 15%. That those things stacking together really changes things. And that's important in this game for Team Spirit's lineup. They've got the Elder Titan. He lowers your base magic resistance to 0 when his Spirit is nearby. That's including int bonuses. They're going to want some Veil hero here for their last pick, or they need to buy Veil on another hero, and they're going to start blowing people up with magic damage. So Liquid might need to buy an Aura, maybe a Pipe of Insight.
Another thrilling item is something that I think they should add more
They should
of.
buy Dagon.
Bring back Wraith Pact. You know what I mean? That was an exciting time, wasn't it? Good.
So
this hero's good. I don't know why you're giving it a good. It will be a Toro playing it.
Who's the offlaner? Is it Dragon Knight?
Spirit? Yeah, it should be. It's probably a collapsed Dragon Knight. I think when you see Troll, like anyone who has a kind of sustain or physical armor, I think you feel pretty chill there. And I've been watching his like Dota Pro Tracker. He's playing a lot of Wind Ranger. This hero lanes super well from the carry role. You build damage, you have Wind Run to kind of kite around. The only problem is the SD. Like when SD ultis Wind Ranger, you're kind of food, which means you need to tell your team, guys, you need to, get this guy out of the fight, and then I have a free game.
What if Troll gets Ags and Dispels? It's less important than this. Doom looks pretty good though. They've got if you Doom either Puck or Wind Ranger, those heroes are basically dead. You could even Doom the Phoenix if you really, really want to. So, and percentage-based damage, they have solutions against Dragonite. It looks pretty good.
Okay, so it makes it a mid Timber, which is very chill against Puck. Puck doesn't really pressure you. So I do like this last pick coming out from Liquid. It's already very kind of strange. You see a last pick Doom. This didn't happen at all in the last patches. Doom was just perma-banned every single game. But I do think that I like this early tempo from Spirit, and I think Lincoln's is an incredible item for Yatoro, and this hero already loves to build it, kind of by default.
Yeah, I could see him putting it on the right hero before they get Doom too. It's going to be a little mind game for 3-3.
So the main incentive for picking Wind Ranger into Troll is just Wind Run makes it very, very uneasy for Troll to ever one-on-one carry fight you.
Yeah, and it's also like you have the magic damage because you're gonna build Maelstrom into Timber, like a kind of a hybrid hero.
Okay, yeah.
Because you have both of that. You also lane very well with like melee heroes. ET, Undying, Treants, they love having a range carry or like a PA. You throw some dagger, you have some Medusa Snake, some power shot slow. It
Luna.
really changes this ET matchup.
Ted, you've been very quiet.
I am wary of
Are you?
jinxing anybody. And
You have that power?
But you
He
already,
does.
He does.
You already did that whenever you saw the Wind Ranger. So.
that's because I'm very worried for Liquid. I actually do think Spirit's draft is better, and it is Team Spirit, so I think they've got a pretty good draft.
Well, if we're
I'm
going
scared.
very, very recency biased, Liquid did better than Spirit and Dacha. So
A lot better.
Please.
It's true.
Please.
Please. You only care about high tier 1 TI tournaments around
Please.
here.
Please. Yes. Right.
Purge, which one you going for? Spirit or Liquid?
I think the team fight looks pretty solid for Team Spirit, honestly, between like Sunray and ET and even Dragonite disabling looks pretty decent. So I kind of like their team fight options there. Looks strong.
Kazu.
Yeah, I think I'm with Spirit too. What I can see for Liquid is that Nisha will do well mid. They stack Ancients for him, so he has a good lane, then takes Ancients and kind of like speeds up the game. I think that's Liquid's way to win this game. If they don't, I think Spirit will take it every time.
Well, Liquid tend to have a little bit of a shaky day one in tournaments. Let's see if this day will continue the trend in game number 1.
The perennial second placers in Team Liquid are in a group that is entirely tied 1-1 across the board, and they're matched up against a team who has won 2 TIs. A lot of 2s here, but it seems that Team Liquid, one thing to their advantage, right, Avery? At least it's the group stage.
They are a pretty good group stage team.
Yeah, they seem to like have a little bit of a slow start, but they always seem to clutch it out.
I mean, you can't get second if you don't make it out of groups, so
30 seconds.
That's
to
true.
battle.
gotta get the job done. This looks like a great Elder Titan game.
I was like, you know, at some point in time, I gotta ask Avery about the Elder Titan, because it's the one hero he is specialized in.
Yeah, it looks great here. I mean, they saw the 2 supports. That was good enough. It was good enough for me. I think Elder Titan has very good matchups for the SD and the Rubik, generally. The Rubik one is amazing if you get the lane matchup. But, of course, Liquid had option to throw either support up there. And they'll throw the Rubik bottom, dodge that. It's like an unplayable lane for Rubik, kind of. But I think Maposhka will still do well, because I think the one hero he was worried about was his Timber. Timber owns Elder Titan. It's probably the worst matchup for him in the game, but instead he gets to play versus Doom, and this is like, I mean, yeah, you just punch him.
Beat
punch
down
him in the
Sentry,
face.
jeez.
And this is a really bad start for 33. So the Yatoro also got messed up, though, which is surprising. Both these cores just feeding a lot of HP away, but I think it's a lot worse for 33 here, because Wind Ranger's just still one of the best safe lane laners in the game. This hero absolutely decimates melee heroes. And this Elder Titan Wind Ranger lane, would not be surprised to see this lane extract First Blood, because it is deadly, right? The level 2 especially, you punch him down, you stomp him into power shot, and then you're slowed, you get hit more.
Yeah.
I just don't know what you do in this lane if you're Liquid. I feel like this is a prey for Purge or Mana Burn creep.
I feel like this lane would have been dangerous in previous patches, but you add in the power shot slow. I mean, any slow is just going to help Elder Titan dominate a lane even more.
It's tough. That pause trying to save the salve on top, but I don't think it was in time. But a nice idea.
So we got the Timbersaw in the mid matchup instead against the Puck. Why is the Timbersaw here as opposed to offlane?
Well, 33 wants to play Doom. As we established last game, Doom is a broken hero. He must have that extra gold. I would have thrown... I mean... They wanted better answers for this, like, Puck and Wind Ranger. This Doom gives you Dispel, Troll with an Ags, gives you a second source of the Dispel, so maybe it was something there, but I do think Timber maybe would have fared a little better in the lane, but of course, I mean, lanes with whatever. The Timber in mid's going to get a lot more solo XP, and he can maybe just take this game over, have really good matchup versus the DK and the supports before the big damage in this, like, Puck Wind Ranger comes online.
Yeah.
That could be a big factor, too. We'll see. We'll see how this game pans out, but it does feel like a lot of Liquid's game plan revolves around this Timbersaw having really good momentum and just providing a lot of like the front line plus the damage and giving time for this Troll and Doom to scale into that late game. The problem is I don't know if like you're actually outscaling Spirit here. I feel like they picked this Phoenix Elder Titan and it's one of Spirit's go-tos where sometimes they'll play really fast on lanes and set Yatoro up to like carry the game. Sometimes they'll play around Collapse with the teamfight initiation. And then they have this other mode where it's just like, we're just going to pick big teamfight 5-on-5 supports and let you run into us. And we don't really give a damn what you do because we're just going to outbeat you in the 5-on-5. And that's what this draft kind of feels like to me. Like, I don't think you're beating this draft in the late. I don't see Troll carrying this game into Puck, Elder Titan, Phoenix. It's just so much kiting potential. The egg can cause you problems on the ulti. You get randomly stomped in your ulti. It's just a nightmare. So I don't know. I'm worried for Mickey as this game goes really late. Maybe the Doom and Timber's enough scale to get you there with like a cleanse on top of it. You do have another purge in like the Shadow Demon ulti. So you're looking at 3 purges for this Wind Ranger. I mean, it's got to be a Linken's for Yatoro at some point. But the lane so far, oh my god.
Stuff is hacking into the system.
That was the fastest command input. It's like, I gotta get this in.
Mira, jumping forward with the
notice.
dive, body blocking out Insania.
By doing it really fast, they won't see anything. Yeah, we'll be first one.
I don't think you saw the input that was happening. It was just Ace. It was just screaming. The computer was speaking to him. All right, they ended up getting the first blood.
That's nice. That's very nice for Mickey. Because again, I feel like if you're Liquid, you want your cores to have as good an early start here as possible. So that's the way you combat these like big, chunky team fight supports. You just get ahead of them in levels net worth, and they really suffer on the map. I mean, Phoenix Elder Titan's not going to do anything for you in the first 15 minutes in terms of like controlling runes or taking skirmishes or any of this. And that's another reason I think Nisha could just have an explosive game here. Like, who is stopping him, right? If these supports get behind on Team Spirit, that's what I always worry about with these lineups. Like, do you find the XP? If you do, you're happy, but if you don't, you're just food.
So I had an interesting conversation with Blitz on our podcast about Team Liquid's edition
shamelessly plug
of
your own
33 SIM. If Suns fan can do it, so
well,
can
I also had a very interesting conversation with Barack Obama on my podcast, and everybody should check that out. All right, what was your convo? Whatever. Finish.
Okay, so the addition of 33, right? A captain, drafter. It's obviously going to change their styles. We're going to watch Collapse and
getting chunked,
get beaten down. All that armor might just save him here. Mickey is not able to finish him off, and Mickey's going to be the one to potentially die. Had a little bit of a heal, just enough to stay alive.
Otis save lives. I mean, 2 points breathe fire. I don't know if Collapse is regretting it, but the raindrop. Lotus plus some stick plus double bracer, just enough to keep him alive. But there's that stop power shot. It's a slow, man. This lane is just, it's brutal. It's a brutal lane. They didn't get the first blood, but they are really making this Doom suffer.
He does have the heartbeat creep, though.
Yeah, he got heartbeat? No, he did. He got chain landing.
Yeah, he got chain landing.
Yeah. I mean, that's a good creep, but he was just too far behind on the regen traits, right?
Yeah.
Can't aggressively use it.
Which, like, okay, maybe that death won't really mean that much because he's going to come back full mana and chain lightning the crap out of these two. So they might still have a chance to be able to bring the lane back.
But I think I'm used to at least seeing 33 dominate on this Doom.
Yeah.
Historically speaking, like all these games we've seen him play this hero, I mean, he was first facing this hero and just annihilating people on the lane.
Dire's top tower
So it's a little different of a start for him, but he does come back, put that heartbeat to use. And, I mean, it's 33, so he'll find a way to recover. So what were we saying about 33 with...
Never going to get a chance to talk about it. Laurel gets away, chased out of lane. I mean, we're seeing Nisha put the screws to him there. Power shot does land. 50 HP. He'll survive through the first hit. The second one will spell his doom.
Yeah, Nisha not... I feel like he might have been able to live there in some, like, weird Timber Chain way, but... The fact he goes down as this like level 6 mid to the enemy carry, and then Yatoro gets to clean up an empty wave. He dodges the heartbeat creep, gets an extra bottle charge. I mean, that is just classic
power
Yatoro, dude.
for Laurel.
Classic Yatoro. This is where this guy just feels. It's like you try and do something good and it ends up good for him. Like, why am I even playing this game?
TP in from Nisha. I think what they wanted out of this was be able to send Nisha a second death and have him
they were looking
really shut him out of lane, but Boxy's presence kind of ruins that, so they take Boxy's head instead.
But it's still another move for Yatoro that's netting him some extra gold pressure in this early game. And this is big for Spear because to me it's almost not as much about Yatoro. He's getting XP from Aposhka. He's getting his supports enabled through some extra experience that these supports really want. And that is just damn nice.
Yeah.
And it's your carry doing that. You know, Laurel's, he suffered on this mid matchup. Nisha got the better of him for sure. Look at a D-ward for Boxy. That's some nice XP going his way. And there's still some stacks to clean up. So Yatoro doing his best to mitigate the bleeding here, but it is a pretty liquid favored early game here. This 33 is going to claw his way back. That mid lane got opened up and can't cliff the bird.
Toss him up, flies right down.
So anyway, you were saying Blitz was talking about 33 fitting into his team.
Merging of styles, right? Old Team Liquid was a pretty fast team, right? Mickey would play some of these aggressive carries. Think of his Monkey King, right? Go through the portal. You know, they would play pretty active. Would you?
Well, that was Matama Man. I mean, he had to go to military service, so gotta play pretty fast.
Okay. Toss back. Mira, no longer having that dive, will be laid to waste. 33, traditionally pretty slow player, right? Like off lane wise, he's pretty greedy, I would say. Like likes to be able to get a lot of farm, kind of similar to Amar in some ways, maybe different hero pool, but I would say maybe similar ideas about how to play the off lane.
I mean, I think that was one of the biggest issues with Tundra at that TI, was like 33 in Thompson.
Right.
Like, how do you know, on paper, it's like, oh, this is amazing. But then watching those games, how do you get those two tempos to combine?
Yeah.
It was very awkward for that team. I don't think they ever really solved it. It doesn't mean you have bad players. It's just like, you know.
So merging of styles then, they go from a pretty fast team to now with 33. Blitz thought that they were one of the slower teams now. Like they out of the teams that they were playing up against in Bedboom Dacha, it feels like they were actually one of the slowest teams.
It wouldn't surprise me. I think on paper this team looks kind of slow now.
And it certainly, I think, is reflected in this lineup, right? Doom, Timbersaw, Troll. I mean, I'm definitely expecting Team Spirit to be taking the first step in a lot of these fights, and they're sure enough doing it here in this bottom lane, netting themselves a kill on both support and core in this lane, with just running them over with 4 heroes.
But this goes back to, okay, if you're going to play slow like this, are you actually outscaling Spirit? That's the big question that I think is going to get answered in this game, because I think it is going to be a fairly farm-heavy game with the Doom on one side and you have DK Wind Ranger on the other. I just don't know. Like, I feel like Spirit just called your bluff and they're like, all right, Elder Titan Phoenix, jam it on the table. What are you going to do about it?
Yeah. You're just not beating this late game support duo.
It's tough, man. It's really tough. I think you have to be getting Roshans in this game if you're Liquid. I think that's the biggest key. Like, you need Aegises on this Troll, and then the team fight becomes doable.
It's funny. I feel like an old Team Liquid would have been in the team to be able to gobble up an Elder Titan Phoenix, where they would just be running you down before you hit level 6.
Oh yeah,
right,
for sure.
And they are not doing any of that in this game. 2 kills to their name right now at 10 minutes.
Like, you'd have some Matama Man lifestealer like behind your tier 2 at 8. You know, it's just a different style, and it's gonna work out for Team Spirit here. Is like you said, 10 minutes they're up in net worth, and a lot of that is Yatoro. He had a tremendous early game. He really made some good rotations. Made his presence felt on 3 lanes, but he will get doomed. And as we say, when you're doomed, you're just doomed and you're dead. What were you doing there, son? I mean,
should have stayed out of range of Doom.
Yeah. Foolish mistake here as Yatoro walks up.
Once again, the last tick. It's always the last tick.
Yeah,
you're right.
You're doomed, you're doomed.
They took away 4 ticks at level 1.
Doesn't matter, man. Just blood grenade his ass. You got Harpy creeped, you're dead. Because, of course, Doom, as I talked about previously, needed a 140 damage nuke for 47 mana on top of a 160 gold spell.
Toss back, Laurel. We'll just fight them. Fight those 2 supports. Still the... Oh, he snapped it! Aiden, what are you doing? Kills himself on the coil. Thought he was going to live.
That's why, I mean,
Dire's middle
been doing a little too much
tower is under
podcasting, maybe. I don't know.
Maybe a little bit more time
Deep's
focusing
trying to
on the
catch.
game. Laurel does have another orb to get away.
He still could be in
Nisha,
trouble.
is he going to be able to chase him down? Is he hit the Chakram? Doesn't hit the Whirling Death. The Chakram slides right on by, but he'll catch him in the end. Nowhere that Laurel could run to there. And now, with 5 stacks of the poison and a purge on him, Collapse is going to take a lot of damage. Not enough to die, for sure. No one else close enough to finish him off.
33 is here to nuke the mid wave. Make sure Nisha doesn't get any of that.
Right. Got to collect that gold.
Wait, his rune too. Don't worry, Nisha, I got you.
Oh, he protects the rune.
Oh, he's gonna take it.
He just lets it sit all that time. Takes it right in front of him.
I would have laughed so hard if he take it, actually.
Well, that's it's going to be a bit of a mid-tower push.
Dire's middle tower.
By the way, he just bought a tiara. Like, okay.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
You know, because he got this Harpy creep. So he's just going to maximize the mana regen. But this item, this is a goddamn ugly inventory. I'll say that, man. Like, what is this inventory?
Brown boots, 2 gauntlets, a windlace.
This is one of those inventories you see in like a Herald game. Like if someone didn't finish the tutorial because there isn't one and they don't know what the hell they're doing.
Yeah, they don't know how
get reported.
recipes work
Yeah.
and how you combine items.
This is literally a report thread on Reddit. We're like, my Doom brought first item tiara. What is he doing? Nope, it's 33 TI champion. Get your facts straight, kids. He's making it work. I mean, it translates into farm, right? That's why.
Yeah, because he has the Harpy creep specifically, right?
But it does look funky, and it does mean he's not very tanky, but I guess he's not worried about any damage coming out unless, you know, he just solo dies to Yatoro somehow. Does have his Maelstrom completed, and he is eyeing up that Link in second, so it's going to be Gleipnir Linkens. I mean, this is like a mandatory Linkens Wind Ranger game.
Yeah.
Just gotta try and dodge these big ults. If you can do that, you're gonna be pretty spooky. And these stomps can kind of like get you in the fight with the extra max damage, bail you out from some of the goes, right? If you get doomed, but then everybody gets stomped, you can reset it. And Octarine already done, man. 33 just recovers on this hero like nobody else. I mean, I know it's Doom, but I feel like he is the best at it.
He's the best at the bullshit mechanic.
Yeah, he really is. I mean, this is the bullshit mechanic master right here.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
and Wraith Backfire.
If there is a mechanic to abuse, this man will find it. He will abuse it. He will get it nerfed eventually. But he will maybe win some tournaments in the meantime.
The Vegas denies you.
He's also very greedy on this hero. He plays Doom to carry the game. He does not play Doom to be utility.
Yeah, this man isn't just going to go minus. He's going to go Octarine minus sort of deal. You're going to get a healthy burst of damage here.
And you're doomed, so goodbye. Nice knowing you. You have made the fatal mistake, sir, of seeing Doom on the map.
Not just on the map, on your screen.
And the benefit of early Octarine is that is up again in 90 seconds here.
Yeah.
And he's just harping the whole map, man. What is happening, actually? This is disgusting. This is this is a spell that you could have on a hero. Normally.
Yeah. Yes.
Barry's Trinket reducing its mana cost by 3 here. Important to note that.
47 mana cost.
47 mana boy, clearing the whole map. He's about to be the highest net worth hero in the game. Just like to point
Who
that
needs
out.
a Midas when you just have... Was it Chain Lightning? Is that what it's called?
Yeah.
Chain Lightning.
I think scales too, by the way.
Oh, right. All the neutral abilities scale as well. I forgot about that.
Yeah, I mean, because he needed a little extra, you know, oomph.
Yeah, so it's not doing 140 damage, it's doing 180 damage.
He's clearing. With less loss. It's actually way more efficient.
Oh, it takes 5% less loss per jump. Wow.
It's just a good spell. It's honestly probably the fastest farming spell in the game. For the mana cost? Is that crazy to say?
Well, Greevil's Greed is free, but yeah.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
You can't divide by 0. I mean, that doesn't make any sense. So per mana, I think this is maybe because it has no cooldown either.
Yep.
What am I watching? I don't want to watch this anymore. Let's not talk about Duke. Let's talk about something
More interesting, like Rubik stealing.
Dragon form? All right.
Dire's bottom tower.
And he's dead.
He's going to enjoy that dragon form for a long time.
He's already got it off. But you are doomed.
been doomed.
Goodbye, sir. Goodbye.
You better TP out fast.
You
Oh,
have
he
made
got
the
Infernal Blade.
Everybody wave goodbye to Laurel.
Goodbye,
made
Laurel.
the mistake of interacting with this hero.
I don't want to talk about Doom anymore. Immediately talks about Doom.
It is fun, though. It is fun. I mean, Yatoro is trying his best to catch up in this game, but he just can't. He just can't match the farming speed right here of Liquid, which is just pulling ahead on all 3 fronts, and that's going to be an early Roshan. So I talked about, I think the most important thing for Liquid this game is getting Aegises for their troll.
Yep.
They will do it early here, which is nice, because that means that second one's going to come around at a very early pace in this game. And unless you're getting the 5-on-5s, this Team Spirit lineup's not doing much on the map. You're not afraid of some pickoff. Battle Fury Troll getting the job done. It is interesting that Mickey went the Battle Fury over the Mjolnir build.
Yeah, I thought against Wind Ranger, at least Mjolnir, if not an Aghanim Scepter at some point.
I think it's nice versus DK too.
Yeah.
Bypass the armor a bit. You can also throw the charge on Timber or Doom. You have really nice charge targets.
But Battle Fury Trolls typically means the hero scales better, right?
I don't even know if it's that true anymore. I'm going to try and burst the Timber here with a little bait shenanigan.
Does manage to get a chain away, some distance back to his team at half health. It does
that
mean that
shackle.
Insania stops him just before he can get that chain off. Still has the Aegis though. Missed that chain. So now he's going to die in an even more awkward position. Is there any chance he dies here a second time?
They don't have the Wind Ranger ult though.
Blocked out by trees.
Close.
Coil catches him here. Another shackle holding him down. They are going to be able to do this unless Disruption goes out from Boxy, dodges some of that damage, gets another Timber Chain away to the side. Another Chakramon out. Yatoro really wants to run him down. He goes back to the kill on to Collapse. Can't finish him off. Gets stunned first and dies after.
I mean, that's a huge kill for Spirit. I mean, both of them really. That was
Dire's
2
middle
kills on
tower
this Timber
is under
that
attack.
they kind of had no business getting.
Yeah.
With the way this game was going. They will wear him down, and not a fight that Mickey wanted to join or try and help him out on. He's just farming the other side of the map pretty much on his triangle. Doesn't want to run here. It's an awkward kind of, are we fighting this? Are we not fighting this? Are they going to take it? Important to note, Laurel, he spots Doom here and makes the fatal mistake of existing, and he is deleted. And then 33 just immediately bailed to go farm some more creeps with his Chain Lightning.
He's like, man, that was a really big creep I just devoured. You go find another one.
I mean, if Yatoro has ult earlier in that fight, then there's no way Nisha makes his play. It's all kind of calculated on that, but he's getting frustrated. There's some frustration on that face.
You think it's frustration at his own play there or his team?
I can never tell, man. He's so stone-faced.
Yeah.
Dire's
What, are you trying to
middle
stir
tower
up
is
some
under
toxic? That was actually incredibly toxic. What the hell?
Radiant are
I was just
scanning.
asking your
think
analytical
Nisha's
opinion.
You're just trying to bait me into saying he's mad at his own team.
No, I was trying to bait you into giving me analysis of whether or not he screwed up or his team screwed up.
What am I, a psychologist? I'm supposed to analyze this?
No, but you can
facial
analyze
cues?
the Dota game and say what the correct play was there.
I think he's frustrated that they're not winning these fights, that he feels like he's the strongest hero on the map and should be winning.
Okay.
You know, that's that sign. Oh, what is happening, you know?
Yeah.
And he's going to get gone on again here. No save because the silence comes out on the demon.
Got the Doom on the Puck again, so the Timbersaw and Puck are going to be traded out.
This is
Once
nice.
again, the
Yule's
Troll's
egg
going to be Yule's
in the
Scepter.
stomp.
Oh, tried to go for it, but the Stomp is going to land.
Beautiful.
Now he's going to come back, be stunned. Got off his ultimate, though, in that split half second. Another
Hoof stomp.
big hit from 33. Hoof Stomp onto 2. That'll give Mickey a chance to be able to reset after his ultimate expires. He gains his control of his hero back once again. Maybe have to leave Insania behind.
These stomps and stuns are going to be deadly from Team Spirit because you get chained off them, but the Spirit's going to linger on you, and it just sets up all the magic bursts for this power shot, breathe fire, plus a random burst of damage from Mira if he has Spirits or Sunray up. You can't really ignore these. Which means once you're engaged in the fight, you're engaged and you have to play on the Doom. Now, once again, Laurel did make the classic mistake of showing himself near 33. You know, that's a tough one. That's a tough one. Did trade out the Harpy for the Centaur hoof stomp here. Be a nice little stun, because they do lack a bit of disable on Liquid side, I want to say. You have this Shadow Demon Purge and you have a Lift, but
Dire's middle tower
it's kind of
is
it.
under
Your
attack.
control's a little lackluster. And man, Yatoro has pulled ahead in this game. Lincoln's done, Gleipnir done. He's now looking for the Manta for what'll be another pretty strong defensive item in this game, because he's going to pretty reliably be able to Manta dodge some of these ults or attempt at the cast. It's not too hard to Manta dodge this Doom jumping in. So that'll give him 2 defense mechanisms, make 33's life pretty difficult here. Who is just going his classic bots build. Very speedy. You know, what interesting wraparound smoke from Spirit. A little late on the Wisdom Rune minute, but just hoping to catch Mickey on an Ancient Camp. But instead, it's Liquid making their own smoke play. TPing the Troll top. Oh, this is a gank on carry action, and you are doomed. Goodbye. Can they make a play on the other side, though?
Yeah, Mickey is showing himself, but he is...
Courier betrayal.
It's way too hard for them to be able to get there, I think, to make this play. It would be so risky.
Also, their damage is just not as fast, I think.
Yeah.
It is spooky to jump Mickey right now without the Wind Ranger. So smoke action works out for Liquid there. They get the better read, the better Doom.
Oh, actually coils him and goes for the kill while he's going to jump to his orb and see if he can get out successfully. 33 goes for the stomp, dodges that one,
I mean, he has
back into the trees.
He has Arcane Rune and there's no Doom, so he's invincible.
Definitely invincible. No way he could possibly die.
No, he can just play with him forever.
It was a great read. Great read, Avery.
Hey man, that's every puck player in the world will tell you when they have Arcane Rune, they're invincible.
And how many times do you see them die after they say that?
Every time.
Every time,
Actually, every time. The hubris straight to their head. Like Icarus, they fly too close to the power rune.
Popped up on the screen there, but we did have the Tormentor be taken by the Troll with his ultimate, that whole thing. So he got the shard for the Rubik.
Aggressive Glimmer Cape for the setup, and be another pickoff.
See if they can... Oh, Yule Scepters go for the dive, but jeez, that's a lot of damage.
And Liquid just making all the moves in this game. 5k gold lead now. Spirit have not found a lot. Is one of the weaknesses of their lineup is, you know, this pick-off, split-up type game. They don't excel at it. They really don't, and it feels like Doom has just gotten the better of them. They continue to find these Doom pickoffs. Create a numbers disadvantage. Team Spirit don't want to take a disadvantaged fight, but then someone else gets Doom picked off, and then they're just stuck in this cycle. That's going to be BKB done for Mickey, so he's strong. He's really strong right now as 33 continues to dictate the pace of this game, and he's looking for more. Will he blind jump the hill?
Yeah, the smoke is going to break at some point. See whether or not his instincts guide him to the initiation point or not.
And I have a stat for you, Austin.
A stat? Oh boy, you know I love stats. Nice stop. Great timing.
Yo, somebody check this guy for hacks, man. That's some like backband level stomp right there. What was that, dude? What? What the hell was that?
That's an entirely like Laurel comes out of the phase shift at the time he wants to come out of the phase shift.
Radiant are scanning.
Dude, that was sus, man. I don't know. That was sus. And again, they have numbers advantage. They're just gonna pursue it. They still have Doom. It's just been the entire game has felt like this. Liquid get a pick off, and then Spirit don't want to take the 4-on-5. Can't get the stomp either as 33 TPs out to farm more waves.
I mean, 33, so they kind of chase, seeing if they could still take a fight somehow.
Yeah, but it's not far, and that early Roshan has opened up a second one. Laurel coming back in. They want to catch something.
Gonna re-smoke up. Nisha has this shield rune, though. I don't think you want to be going on him first. That's for certain. 33 is spotted. Nisha goes straight to the back line, though. Threatening the supports. They put the Yules up in the air. Sunray with the egg going out, but they can't really protect him. Not against the BKB Troll. So he gets that kill, no problem. Still has his ultimate to be able to work with, and they found Collapse.
Yeah, you have no focus fire because you used it on the support, so it's just not a fight. The Orchid on Collapse, something interesting to note. He went in for more utility, more damage, maybe Bloodthorn really later on in this game, but right now he's not that tanky on this DK. He cannot just run in front line. And it'll be a second Roshan going Liquid's way. This is what their game plan is designed for.
Unless Miposhka pulls the greatest position 5 Roshan steal.
Yeah, this could be something
the world has ever seen.
Oh, you heard the roar.
Oh, no.
All right, that was a little...
I was about to say, you got to wait for the roar.
But he's going to waste some time here.
He's also going to probably get wasted.
Boom.
Spotted.
I mean, the team's back.
Yeah, he did delay it long enough. He is going to die for this one, but he does have buyback, so if they get the timber saw for it, they actually have the numbers advantage. Oh, until Laurel gets snapped. Team Spirit now going to try and run out here. They do have the potential to turn, perhaps.
Just stop too? What?
Did.
Psychopath TP was
another buyback coming out from Team Spirit. Laurel's going to rejoin this fight. Catching up to 33. Does manage to burst him down. They spot Insania. They'll kill him as well right around the pit. It's buybacks that win the day for Team Spirit.
That was a Giga Chat series of plays from Miposhka. Oh my god, dude. This man's got no chill. Absolutely no chill. And Laurel, he buys back because he saw that Doom got thrown on Yatoro. He's like, oh baby, I'm getting myself a team fight now. No Doom for me. I get to play a game? Can I have that Aegis? No. Okay. No. I mean, this was a crazy sequence of events. Stall out the Roche. Somehow Nisha gets caught on the backside. Stolen Splitter.
He got bashed by Roshan? Is that what I saw?
I think so. And then a Shackle just sets it up long enough. The Doom here is... It's not what you want, right? Yatoro can actually survive the Doom from that level of HP, and then Miposhka TP's in, 2-man stomps, 2 cores, no interrupt. Okay, I mean, that's an Elder Titan play if I've ever seen one. And then you're just in cleanup mode because there's no ults left in the tank. The Troll was used on the Roshan before that fight even started.
That was probably the Roshan match.
Yeah, he was asking for Aegis for sure.
That's true.
It's like, can I have Aegis?
It's like, I just bought back.
Like, just don't get doomed, man. Okay.
Just don't get doomed.
That evens out this game a lot. That is a huge Aegis to steal. That is an Aegis that could have given Liquid high ground potential off of one fight or just pushing towers. Now you're kind of relegated to farming. And once more, Yatoro just continues to climb the ranks in a game where they've only found him twice, 8, 2, and 9 for this Wind Ranger. Lincoln's Manta done level 20 as well. These are big talents to get for the hero. He's scaling like a beast. This is not the easiest troll matchup. You can get an Ags, you can get an MKB. He has tools to deal with the Wind Ranger, but feels like if Wind Ranger just lands a Shackle or gets in there, you get deleted. You do have a disruption save. That's something.
Ward spotted. Not going to be dealt with for now, though. They know the Team Spirit is trying to take the momentum of this Aegis and push it.
MKB done.
Bring that lead back in their favor.
So you have this Halberd on 33, and you have the MKB. You have some tools. But
Stuck in a corner here. It's a little dangerous. 33 does get caught by the Shackle.
And you're doomed now, son.
Timbersaw. Okay, Nisha goes in, immediately gets stunned, and is dead just like that.
He's had a weird game, honestly.
Yeah.
I feel like something about this game has just been awkward for Nisha. This could easily be a game where we see a classic, 10-1, 8-2 Nisha game off a lane where he won that lane matchup and had some decent control.
Yeah.
Something just didn't connect. Maybe it's the supports not connecting with him on the map. I mean, it's kind of an awkward support duo with Timber. You don't provide too reliable of disable.
Yeah.
Which is generally what the hero wants. He just wants reliable stuns. Like Earthshaker Fissure, Wind Ranger Shackle.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Just something to stun a hero, he can go in and burst him. So maybe that's part of it, but we saw the frustration. It's not lining up here. And all of a sudden, This DK has climbed the ranks as well. Collapse, we have not mentioned him a lot here, but he's also having a tremendous game. 5-1 and 10. Went this Orchid, it's done some work against some of these cores in the fights, and he's closing in on that late game DK where, I mean, yeah, you can nerf him, but...
God, I hate this hero so much.
Second Lincoln's, in fact. Opting not to go for this Black Dragon just says, I mean, I don't need Black Dragon if you can't cast spells on me. Liquid stuck in their base at 31. Did not expect to see this when they had a 7k gold lead 10 minutes ago.
Yeah, they just lost that net worth lead for the first time in this game for a long time. They're only down 1k and they're stuck in their base. I mean, super aggressive vision down from Team Spirit. They also have a gem on Collapse, so... Liquid, very likely not going to have the vision advantage for this next team fight. It's going to be a rough one. Collapse creeping up the hill here. Seeing what he can find. Hurricane Pike now done for the Wind Ranger.
So that was going to be my stat.
Radiant are
33 has built a halberd.
Where's the stat part?
Well, I don't know the stat. The stat is when was the last halberd built in competitive Dota? I feel like it's been at least a year.
In a win? Yeah, probably. I mean, the item did get buffed up significantly.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's just been garbage for so long.
So I was saying, is that buff going to be enough that we're going to see a lot more of this item? You think it's going to become a routine pickup?
I think we'll see it, but the item still has issues where...
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Like the nerf with the BKB interaction and the mana cost on it and stuff like this. It's just a weird item. It's good against very specific heroes in specific situations, but... You know, you can also just buy Shiva's guard.
Stolen dive, gets him away, got through the Lincolns, and caught him with the Doom again.
Didn't learn his lesson.
Laurel falls victim to one of the classic blunders once again. Never get involved in a land war in Asia.
Every coin helps.
And don't get within a screen distance of Doom.
Yes, classic mistake. See, Collapse has not made that mistake this game. He has very specifically avoided
Dragon Knight. Shouldn't he be making that mistake? Nice disruption save. Boxy
always have
sit in the back line, goes for the purge onto Wind Ranger, but they've got the chain stun enough to bring down the carry, and now they can run down the support too. Boxy, he'll be caught up in this. Mickey's aggression off of a pick off on Laurel. Thought they could take a team fight, but Yotaro showcases just what you were talking about, where it's kind of like one shackle, one good shackle.
Yeah, you got to disrupt him, and then he comes out, and he has to insta BKB. And if he doesn't, he gets stunned, and he's gone. And yeah, Yotaro laughing about it all the way to the bank there. Nice MKB, brother. Didn't hit me once. Does have a Hex done for Nisha now. So it's a bit more solid initiation power, also a way to go on a target, set the fight up, and then doom the other target that comes in. You can maybe hold it a bit longer, or if you find this Ranger, another Lincoln's pop. Gotta get through these Lincoln spheres and find Yotaro, it feels like. He's just out of control at this point. This is the Wind Ranger of nightmares. The late game with a lot of team fight behind him. That's what makes it scary. You have DK who can send illusions in, give you vision frontline. You have Puck who's just gonna be a nuisance. And then you have this ET and Phoenix who can just bail you out. Like, if you find the Wind Ranger, go on him. There's going to be a Stomp, there's going to be an Egg, there's going to be an Earth Splitter.
And Phoenix also has Scythe, so even more chain stun against the Troll.
Yep. What does the team fight look like for Liquid at this point? If you're thinking about this next Roshan, you're back into that nighttime interval. It feels like you have to find the Puck or the Wind Ranger with the Doom and connect the Troll onto them. I think that's the majority of the fight. just don't have the best tools to do that.
I mean, 33 has certainly been doing a good enough job of catching Laurel.
That's for sure.
And building up into a Yule Scepter just for even more chances of...
But even with that, we saw in that last Roshan fight, okay, Laurel buys back.
Yeah.
And then you lose Roche. Are you happy with that exchange? Forcing a puck buyback, but losing Roche in this position as Liquid? I don't know. Even that's kind of close, so... You need to win this next fight. And you have hexes on both sides, so it might just come down to who finds the hex initiation off the ward, off the vision. Good wards for Team Spirit right now, and they are a team that is very accustomed to playing behind them and very patient about who they're going to show and who they're going to jump.
Smoke wrap around here to the side. Not all the heroes are smoked, though. Those Dragonite illusions are sitting out there, give me vision.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Meanwhile, the mid lane is being pressured by Laurel. He TP's back now to help his team.
This
Roshan...
it seems unassailable. I don't know. How do you get in here? Through the DK illusions, into a dire outpost with buybacks. There's going to be an egg stomp sitting somewhere behind. Maybe you find one of those. You're not going to find both. This is a nightmare to push into this.
Is this an Aegis that you can't give up? Like, if this team fight is that hard enough, does that become a conversation? Can we give them this Roshan?
I think the only world in which you give up this Roche is if you're extremely confident in your high ground defense. You have some gimmick high ground, such as Mag or Tiny. They don't really have that, so... Yeah, I don't think you can give it up. I think you just got to man up and take the fight, make something happen here.
Tried to catch him, but the telekinesis toss back. Oh, it's that hex! 33, not going to get off an easy doom this time around. Does get the disruption off, but still, the Phoenix take, he's going to come back down into it to use the Ogre Steel Totem to try and get away, but he's going to have no chance of getting that crucial ultimate off. And now Nisha's going to be caught as he tries to retreat, hit by the Yules, caught by another Yules, trapped inside the coil into a shackle shot. Now 33's coming back into play. Does manage to get off the stop, but another side device stops that doom once again. Nisha trying to go for a desperate TP away, but another shackle shot. That'll stop the TP and put him down. 33 looking at a dieback. No, blink just before the punch lands from Maposhka.
I mean, that is a TI winning support player right there. 2 clutch hexes to try and close out this game. You may be doomed, but you are also a sheep. Yeah, Maposhka very happy about his support duo. It's always a good feeling when your 4 carries you.
33 trying to see if they can catch Laurel somehow, and they do.
Is he dead, though? At this point,
they only need a little bit more damage, but they don't get anything.
Yeah, he's alive.
Any Force Staffs? Ogre Steel
33's buyback, so...
Oh, they were doing Roshan this entire time.
Oh, no.
He dies the last tick. How is that always the last tick?
I told you, you're doomed. Like, what do you not understand about this? It's always going to kill you on the last tick.
Well, they got Roshan during that time.
I actually thought he was alive on that one. I baited myself, dude. I messed up. I need to listen to myself more.
Telekinesis trying to toss him away, but the damage is too much.
Nullifier with the ET Spirit on top of you. Good luck. Troll once more cannot get anything off to take this fight.
Oh, another shackle pre-shot against 33. Catch them as he blinks in. Insane. Mickey with a BKB right on top of Yatoro goes for it. And they might be able to kill him. But the rest of his team is going to suffer, and they do have this Aegis to be able to play around. Collapse, he's going to be the next target here.
Can't go through the gate.
Dragon Tail, they have a really beautiful egg here.
Yeah,
play around that one, and it's done. 3 heroes dead, no buyback.
Sick pre-shackle by Yatoro.
Amazing.
Just very clutch spellcasting. This team is terrifying in these late game fights when they are on point with the mechanics. Just one of the probably one of the highest skilled mechanical teamfight teams of all time, right? In terms of just clutchness. I always go back to that. That's why they perform so well at these incredibly high pressure tournaments. Because that does not fluctuate for them. I think sometimes in the year they fall into these lulls where, you know, like Dacha, they can have like some of these underwhelming tournaments, but even an underwhelming tournament for them is top 4. Like underwhelming, you know? But when they turn it on, damn, they just turn it on. They get mad. Somebody pissed them off here and they showed it in these late game fights I mean, it's probably all the dooms, to be honest. Laurel got doomed like 8 times in a row. He's probably yelling at his team. somebody get me out of this game. I don't want to Doom the game. He gets doomed at the end,
Toro
dies the last pick.
take the H's from him.
What are you supposed to do? But a weird game for Liquid. We go back to that question of the tempo. 33 fitting into this lineup. Are they playing fast? Are they playing slow? Are they outscaling people? Are they out team fighting? What was Liquid's game plan in this game in terms of how they win this game? It never came together. I'm not saying it wasn't there, but is it 33 out scaling you with Doom? Not really. Is it Nisha running you over with this Timber tempo? The supports never really got near him. And Mickey's not going to carry this game with Troll versus this lineup. It's just not going to happen.
A split focus of Team Liquid leads to a loss here in Game 1, while Team Spirit looking very good. See if they can close out the series with a 2-0 and actually make this group a little bit more lopsided.
Because right now, things are quite even in this group, but Spirit are looking forward to making it a little bit more disproportionate as Team Liquid fall to them in this game number 1. Avery posed the question, Purge, what in an ideal situation is Liquid's game plan? Is it Mickey carries it late? Is it you win in team fights? Is it this 33 Doom manages to stomp? What's the ideal situation for Liquid with this draft?
I think that 3-3 accomplished his goals this game, which was get Doom on a low cooldown and Doom the crap out of his opponents. He did that so good this game. But the problem is that they had worse team fight than their opponents. So like once they got into like that mid game, once they got out of gank and into team fight, things got hard because it's like, okay, we can maybe Doom one guy, but we need people to be disabled for Nisha to do damage. Like Timbersaw is a damage hero, especially with the Blink Dagger that you rush. Your idea is you're like, I'm gonna jump in and instantly do 1,000 pure damage to one guy, but it's a little bit hard to do that if the person's moving. If they're stunned, it's really straightforward. You're like maximize the damage instantly and Timber chain away. So it made it hard for them to deliver damage and disable opponents. And then as the game continues, it's even just hard to doom a guy because now they've got BKBs and Lincolns and Mantas and all this stuff. So
do you feel like the troll pick maybe as a response, because they didn't really have an answer to the egg at that point, so that kind of forced them to pick this troll pick, even though, as you say, they didn't have anything that comboed with it. It felt like they were like, well, we need something to kill this egg.
yeah, I mean, that's kind of the issue with their last pick, right? Because they already had Timber. They picked Doom because it was a good Doom game. Their support duo wasn't the best disably because one of them was Shadow Demon instead of some other disabling 4. Rubik is like an okay disabler, but as a 5, it's harder to be the guy that jumps. Yeah, it was just kind of difficult. I mean, their laning stage went great. The Troll plus Rubik lane was good against the Dragon Knight, who's not a typical offlaner. They made him run out of the lane many times. They chased him down. They got kills. They pressured like crazy. That part all looked good, but it's like I don't know, maybe they needed a faster hex on somebody or something like that. I'm not sure.
I mean, they were definitely ahead there. There was a point where it was like pretty good, and they were sort of going down the top lane and everything looked okay. And then for me, that big tipping point was the Roche fight. That was where I was like, oh, yikes, they got structural issues in this team, and I don't know how they overcome them. That was a problem.
If that Roche fight happened in daytime Roche, where Spirit couldn't expend a bunch of buybacks, though, would it have gone as poorly? Because it seemed like the buybacks were the determining factor. I mean, it certainly
felt like it. Yeah, I mean, that's certainly what Avery was saying was like, oh, man, the buybacks were super worth it because... You know, it was like, oh, Doom is down? Like, I can come back now, and I'm in the fight. So that was a big factor, I think. So, yeah, I think perhaps if they'd done it in daytime, you don't get the 2 buybacks, wasn't it, that came back?
I would argue that Wind Ranger against Timber is quite good for Wind Ranger, because if you get doomed, obviously, yeah, you can die easily. But if you don't get doomed, you've got a Shackle Shot, which is like a 2.5-second stun on an 8-second cooldown. So it's up all the time, basically. So you can disable him constantly. You have kill potential against him with Focus Fire. And you dying is a little bit tricky if somebody else doesn't have like roots or stuns to set it up. So it was just kind of like this big poke fight that kind of kept happening where we're like staring at Timbersaw and he's just disabled and being right-clicked and being sunrayed and disabled and being right-clicked, sunrayed. And it just like was difficult for Liquid to just wash through the team fight.
What if 33 built a BKB? Because I also found it a little bit suspicious.
I agree.
Despite him getting scythed on multiple occasions,
yes,
didn't have a BKB.
It made the team fights harder, yeah, because then it's like, okay, now I have to do my job, which is blink Doom. But if he ever got caught or Yules, yeah, it made things a lot harder. I feel like he definitely should have BKB. His first couple items, the Octarine into blink, sure, that's great.
But Halberd?
Halberd, weird. It got buffed, 5% status resistance.
Ooh, 5%, Kev.
I think he went a little overkill with it. It's good against Wind Ranger. He can also use it to break Lincolns.
Yeah.
It gives him more HP. It helps limit the disables that his opponents are doing to him. But yeah, totally agree. The BKB probably
maybe
would have been
then
better.
Halberd. Even if Halberd's good, maybe he needs that BKB probably
I agree with
more.
that. Yeah.
Well, we had some more technical analysis for this game number 1 with Kezu.
Hey guys, the tech man is here. So for my Ace of Predator head-to-head, I already knew at like minute 7 or minute 8 that I want my boy Yatoro versus Mr. Mickey. Sadly, when you play Troll, sometimes it's gonna end up like this. You have
your boy. Are you saying that Mickey isn't your boy?
I mean, after this performance, I don't think he can be. You know, I have to degrade him. As,
Okay.
yeah, 7-4-2. It happens sometimes, but Yatoro 19-2 and 11, and I will back up all of this with the clips that we're going to have here. So first, Nisha is kind of owning, makes a bit of a misplay. Definitely shouldn't be giving up the skill, but it only comes because Yatoro is actually looking mid, hits a power shot, starts wind running after him. So already, like, the top net worth hero who's a carry, TP's mid and offsets the enemy carry. A few minutes later, he's bottom, he helps his DK. Like, he's not just enabling himself, he's actually enabling, like, his entire team by coming here, helping his DK take the tower.
This is a 4-position Wind Ranger, right? No carry would rotate this much.
Yeah, like let's just look, and this is the beauty. Like, you don't just play Wind Ranger carry and play like a TV, like farm all game long, right? Like, you're using all these power spikes. Like here too, this team fight was after Miposhka was like hiding in this top corner forever, then stomping Mickey during the Roche to stop his ulti. And here what I want to show is he's focus firing the troll. And watch, pay attention to the Echo Stomp. I'm pretty sure Yatoro stops hitting him so that he is slept long enough to get follow-up stunned here. He hits him a few times. Now he stops.
He does.
Because he doesn't want Mickey to wake up and use his ulti. He stops him, keeps him asleep so
Until
the
DK
collapse
can
can
get the
come in
stun.
with the stun. This is like a fucked up and illegal play. Like, the moment I saw this, I just had to check, because this is what makes Yatoro Yatoro. Just like how some things make Amar what Amar is, this, I don't know. This is the most beautiful carry performance, at least of day one.
It's what people have been regarding as the best carry in the world, and it's plays like these that reaffirm those assessments. I still think that...
What is it?
I feel like Mickey's been getting a very harsh rap recently, so if you could give him one little coin in his favor...
I mean, I don't think Mickey has been necessarily playing poor at all. I feel like this game, it boils down to the Roshan. And that's all of them sleeping. How does Miposhka just stand up there and do that until the team comes? And then even when they back off, like, they leave Nisha behind, because it doesn't matter what you say about their individual play or their draft. They're up 10k gold. If Liquid play clean, they're supposed to win. But Spirit vibe check them, they don't pass it, and they lose the game. Literally just on one Roche play, and that's it. So Mickey, you're fine.
But Miposhka, though, that's...
He's a hidden MVP for me.
Hidden MVP?
I mean, that play, come on. It's like you can make a compilation of, with just one game, of like 8 Reddit clips.
Well, let's see if Spirit can make some more clips for us in this game number 2. It's going to be Spirit versus Liquid after the break.
Hit me up, dark brown with body mix fly. The future's back, DeLorean style. This is my time. Got my Ray-Bans on, my acid wash jeans, pull pedal to the metal, flashback to the beat. Step into my time machine. On a rooftop in electric Times Square, with the wind in my face and a scrunchie in my hair. Pulled out my rolling D50. Gonna bring back the vibe, moonwalk back to 85. Yeah, you know I got my A-team, Edison pop loop drum machine. This is my 80s fluorescent pink dream. Yeah, you know I got my A-team, Edison pop loop drum machine. Better believe, still want my MTV.
ready, you ain't seen nothing yet. Yeah, hop in my DeLorean, get ready, get set. Where I'm taking you now is on my own road. I pick my own path, bringing 80s recode. Put my hand on the throttle, best to buckle up. Rev up the gigawatts, hang on to your butts. I'm just a 90s kid, I just need a time machine to fly away. Hit it up, top power party, big fly, the future's back to DeLorean style. This is my time. Got my Ray-Bans on, my acid wash jeans, put metal to the pedal, flash back to the beat. Step into my time machine. Through the vortex, crank up the reverb. Back from the future, haven't you heard? 85 is where it's at. Let's revive the whole world. Let's revive the whole I want, still want my MTV.
Yeah. It's Q-Head. It's been love since we met. Right from the bar to the bed, all night long, roller coaster. A 5-figure scar on my shoulder. You smile, I'm high. I put my heart on the line. I'm addicted to you, I can't lie. It's whenever you kiss me goodbye. I'm high in your love, high in your love, high in your love, high. It's never enough, never enough, never enough. I'm so high in your love, high in your love, high in your love. I'm so high, I can't stop thinking of you. When the world is going down, I won't be there, won't be there. I'm in heaven with you, I'm in heaven with you. We'll be up and losing ground into the air, to the air. I'm in heaven with you, I'm in heaven with you. And we faced harder times when sweet words turned into lies. We got caught in our nest, yeah. I put our love on a rest, hit the brake, I turn over. And never ever say that you know her. Got a flame to fuel every night. Keep her safe and hold her tight. High in your love, high in your love, high in your love, high. It's never enough, never enough, never enough. I'm so high in your love, high in your love, high in your love. I'm so high, I can't stop thinking of you. When the world is going down, I won't be there, won't be there. I'm in heaven with you, I'm in heaven with you. We'll be up and losing ground into the air, to the air. I'm in heaven with you, I'm in heaven with you. With you. When the world is going down, I won't be there. I'm in heaven with you, I'm in heaven with you. We'll be up and losing ground into the air.
We are closing out day number 1 of Dream League Season 22 right now with one more game of Liquid versus Spirit, which, Ted, you know, it's always fascinated me, the difference between something. The difference between something, oh, it's fascinated me.
All right,
What is the something?
I was going to say something just before we came back on air. I was saying, you know, and I did lord it up. You know, it does fascinate me the difference between these two things.
And then you cut yourself off, and I was left wondering.
It's not. I don't know if it's worth saving, but when you look at Spirit, do you remember when they were just kind of like not really doing it? And it felt like they just taken their
You're talking
foot
about like their
Yeah.
first break into the scene, like
Exactly. They
Animator
were just-
era. Okay, yeah.
Just chilling.
Just a couple of Eastern European
post TI win, everyone was like, "This is the best team ever."
Yep.
And then they just sort of took their foot off the gas and looked like they were just chilling and laughing and stuff like that. The difference between when they're playing then and when they're at their best, and I think there were glimpses of them at their best in this game. The TI win where you lose one fight. That's it. That's it. You lose one fight against this team and then they're everywhere. It's like if you step out of your base, they're there. You saw Liquid know it. They ran and hit on their high ground. The moment they lost their way, they're like, we can never leave the base again. That's it. The game plan is out the window at that point. I don't know how you're meant to beat that. But when they're not playing like that, I think, there's still glimpses of it. But when they are at their best, they just destroy you from that one fight. Even when you think you're ahead, you slip up once. It's deadly.
For you, would you say that's the biggest gap between the peak potential of a team versus the average potential of a team? Is team spirit?
I mean, they're the best. I think in terms of when they are at their best, in all the years I've been watching, they're the best I've ever seen. And there's no cheese to it. There's no, they got lucky with the draft. There's none of that. It all feels like outplay, and it all feels like at every level, they're doing something. Someone is doing something like Kezi was pointing out Miposh, because he's like, you can make a bunch of Reddit posts just from any moment of these. The team just is full of that at every point. So I think they're the best I've ever seen, and they make other teams look silly sometimes.
Yeah. No, I agree with you. And I think what's great about Spirit is that it doesn't really matter whether they're ahead or behind. I think they have the potential that when they're ahead, they just close it out nicely. But when they're behind, they know how to get back in. Like I think against many other teams, Liquid in this last game, they get a free Roche and they clean out the game. But the best teams, they will test you. Spirit tested them, and I think Liquid failed. And then, like Ted was saying, it's just one fight, and the game is kind of done. But when you play at this level, these are like the small things that Liquid, you have to iron those out of your game. Okay, what can the enemy do? Some crazy-ass Roche contest. So you have to use your brain and think, okay, how do we stop it? You go here, you go there, like give us vision. Because honestly, I think this play is not allowed to happen. But it only can if someone from Spirit is actually trying, which they always are. They're always looking for these small windows.
Yeah, the fact that Miposhka was in the upper left in the trees meant that they couldn't just kill him when they saw him. Normally when somebody contests, they come from the right, and they're on the cliff or they're in the trees to the right. You flush him out of there, and it's pretty straightforward. You kill that guy. But the fact that he was in the upper left, way ahead of time, just made things so much more complicated.
Yeah, I like your analogy of saying that it was a test and Liquid did not pass the test.
Yeah.
As a result, they lost game number 1, but we're looking forward to a new game with maybe some new heroes, although Wind Ranger makes yet another appearance. Templar Assassin, Enigma, Alk banned out, Mars, Mag, DK, Chen banned out by Liquid, and they'll pick up the Brewmaster.
I think one thing that's a little interesting is Spirit just first picking Wind Ranger in this game. Obviously, it looked amazing last game. They probably also have some flex going on, but I like when a sort of newer-ish hero gets first picked, because it now kind of gives you full knowledge of how Liquid think it's supposed to be beat. Because now they have 5 picks where they can just tailor. The whole draft can be, screw you, Wind Ranger, you're going to be useless.
And this is one way to do it, potentially. I mean, lots of Magic Nuke, number 1. Once you get Brew Split off, and Brew Split should be doable, you have different options, right? You can do Green Aura, take way less damage. You can do Blue Aura to just evade attacks, or you can do the purple one, be frontliner, and then when he tries to burst kill you, you're like, okay, sorry, your stun lasted 0.4 seconds. You split, and then you have an AoE Dispel. You can throw him in the air, or you can stun him. So it's there's so many cool things you can do for the Brew Wind Ranger matchup, and it should be okay in lane as well.
Does this already have you wanting to rearrange Wind Ranger's position, or not yet?
No, Yatora can do anything that he sets his mind on.
It's a good point. I mean, Wind Ranger also, it's a bit I would say the hero is very, it's a very much flowy hero in terms of the hero is very fast. You can play situations very nicely. Like if 3-3 does a split, 200 range too far away from you, you might just press Wind Run and just run out since you're on full movement speed. So depending on what you think, which item build you can go for, and if you're really feeling it, I think you can still just decide later if you want to swap it or not.
I have a question. One of the things that got buffed last patch a couple days ago was Monkey King Bar.
Yep.
And it's good against both of these heroes this game. How long is it going to take for that item to become cycled into a core rotation? Obviously,
what
a
was
mouse.
the buff, Kev?
The recipe cost was 400 less or 300 less or something. It was a pretty decent. Obviously, compared to a Daedalus, it doesn't do as much damage, but
I can check, but I think it's 200.
but show me an item that
Kazu,
cores build.
Look it
No,
up.
200.
Please.
It's 200 cheaper now.
200
cheaper.
That's 4 less.
Well,
less hits.
stop the fucking
Presses.
presses. Are you kidding me? How has nobody brought this up? It's 200 cheaper. Let me just double check. That can't be right. What do they think?
Run the numbers again.
Look, I'm just saying that dealing with the Wind Ranger, last game they're like, we gotta doom her ass.
Yeah.
And now you could just be like, all right, I'll just fit a MKB into my item rotation.
My theory is, I can't think of any core item that's popular right now that doesn't have an intermediate item that is also useful. Like, your Maelstroms will build into your Gleipnirs and Mjolnirs or whatever, and I guess Mage Slayer is cheap enough that it doesn't really matter. Disperser has the Diffusal Blade already. You always have this middle ground item before you get to the really expensive
I have a great idea, Neil.
Here we go.
How about a fucking Javelin, which gives you True Strike against evasion?
Yeah, but only a few. Oh, you're saying that would be a change to Javelin, or you're saying
Just
that the accuracy?
way it is. You can.
Yeah, but you need
I could
high
say-
attack speed to take
I
advantage
could
of
say
it.
Demon Edge as well. No, you don't need high attack speed. You could have high damage or high attack speed before. Like a Sven with a Javelin is still happy because he's gonna hit her sometimes. Maybe that's not the best example.
No, that was not a good example. Sven would not be happy with that.
But I'm just saying that it is a build-up. It's not as good as like an Echo Saber before your thing is finished.
I think Pango is the only hero that I think Javelin is a build-up item for.
That's not true. We got Wind Ranger
Yeah, you
and
get it on
we
Wind.
got Hoodwink. You
Yeah, Hoodwink.
moron.
Oh yeah, that's true. Hoodwink also.
You could have
Okay,
even
fine.
asked me. I would have got those two. I'm an idiot.
I think MKB needs a better build-up.
It has a pretty awkward build-up. I will tend to agree, but it's on the come-up. Give it
Okay.
a couple days.
Because of that 200.
The 200 gold.
200.
The 200
I'm
gold,
amazed
baby.
we announced that. It
All
should
right,
be
but
secret info.
Silver Edge got nerfed.
It's garbage.
That's gone.
Yeah,
It's
that's true.
garbage.
10 seconds.
It's one less item to compete with. That's all I got.
And
Mage Slayer.
Silver Edge had Shadowblade as a build-up also. I'm just saying, you had more useful items on the way.
Sure. So you're saying there should be some like 2,000 gold item that goes into MKB. And
Yeah, like make it build out a Crystallis or
then
something.
it'll hit a Renaissance basically.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like Crystallis into MKB. I think that would be it.
Damn, that sounds real good. I would buy that item.
I mean, MKB's probably legitimately fine on Wind Ranger,
Yes, probably.
but yeah, there's not that. It's never really been like a high DPS item in all of Dota.
When it gave high attack speed, I think like
I mean, it does right now. It never. Most of the time, it didn't give that much attack speed.
Was it like plus 60 or something?
It's like the one thing it lacked.
It's like 40 or 50 right now.
45.
It used to be like 10 or something.
Yeah.
So this is the fastest MKB's made you attack in all of Dota, I think.
The bat again. How many games have we seen him in?
this one actually managed to make it to second phase though. But yeah, that's been extremely popular at this DreamLeague Season 22. I just wish there was an analyst who could have foresaw such a thing happening.
Thank you.
Well played, Ted. Do you want to call out the person who laughed at you when they saw you put Bad Rider?
Oh, it was a bunch of people.
Well, wasn't me.
Somebody on Twitter was like, only one of these analysts had a good point.
That's true. They were talking about me.
Little did they know.
Little do they know.
Ted was hustling. Actually, the smartest person at this table.
You know,
No
I wouldn't
cap.
say that.
No cap.
Tusk and Undying also get picked up for Team Spirit.
Yep.
What's Tusk doing? I feel like this hero hasn't been too popular.
Tag team with Focus Fire, baby.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, they can protect somebody, which is kind of cool. Not really the most incredible spells for Rubik to steal. That part's kind of cool too.
Can you? All right. Here's one for you, Kazu. If someone's been bat ridered, could you blink snowball them?
No. Do you want me to show it to you?
I would like you to
We
show
have
it.
the technology to demonstrate such interactions, and I would
The
wish
thing
you to
is,
exercise
I will
it.
show it
Is
to
it
you.
because they have to click the snowball?
No, it's just because you cannot be put out of the lasso with snowball. Your snowball will go on cooldown without you taking
There's
the
a
guy.
few hard-coded, you're not allowed to snowball this person. It's Black Hole and Lasso.
Yeah.
Well, black hole, I understand.
Why?
Nothing escapes from a black hole. The whole point. You can't drop a snowball in there. It would be in the singularity in a heartbeat. Once you get past the accretion disk, of course.
Whoa.
And the point where even photons, I think, fall back around so you can't even see it, which is sub-accretion disk, closing towards a singularity. Physicists in chat currently cringing. But I did watch a vid about it the other day. I'm not going to silence. This is important science talk.
Yes, the accretion disks. The event horizon.
Event Horizon. I was like, God, what is that?
What's
term?
the other term?
Okay, I can show it. If
All
we
right.
have, if
Yeah,
we
let's
have
see
the
it.
technology.
Can we bring up the
Can we
technology?
pull up Kazu's computer and so we can demonstrate to the viewers what happens when you attempt to snowball someone who's being Bat Rider lassoed?
I will wait for the crucial moment.
Screw the draft. This is what's most
They
important.
will still be able to see the heroes. Because we have the overlay technology to show both things at the same time.
Okay, so this,
here we go.
This is for Ted. I lassoed this guy.
All right.
And I try to snowball him. Boom, it doesn't work.
What the heck?
How do we know you're right-clicking?
Okay, I'll try again.
I'll put my mic next to his mouse.
I will put off 3 spells. Are you guys ready?
Yeah.
I lasso.
You guys hear
Doesn't
those
work.
clicks?
No, because he took his hand
It's
off.
on cooldown. Look. How would it be on cooldown if I don't press?
Inconsistent. I'm gonna investigate my own sources. I'm gonna do my own research.
I think you should
later.
do it.
Thank you, Kezu. I really loved that.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
That's why I'm the tech analyst, baby.
That's why he's a tech analyst. Now, as for my
He's
actual,
our guy in the chair.
my draft analyst, Pango gets picked up. We got a justification for Tusk. Purge, why is Pango here?
Last game, Team Liquid was like, shit, our team fight is not good. So they're like, hey, let's pick some team fight. And they did it.
Also, this has been a classic Liquid. We need a dub hero for a while, I think. Pango. Get the Pango.
He's not wrong. The Nisha Pango. I think every Pango is inspired by Quinn, who is obviously the best Pango in the world.
Of course.
Which is why he doesn't get to play it. But overall, I think the Spirit supports are really nice. Like both Undying Tusk give you good laning. They also give you a very nice Roshan later, which paired up with Windranger Focus Fire, very easy. I would say the Pango is good just to help them more with the fighting. Brewmaster going in first is a bit awkward. Now you have the roll. So honestly, I think both lineups so far look... I think both teams are getting what they want. Which means I would say both are just happy at this stage.
Well, Spirit still want an offlaner. Liquid ban out the Centaur and the Timbersaw. And Magnus was already earlier banned, as well as Mars and DK, so the offlane pool is very, very small. And Spirit, they're banning out carries. They take out the Morphling and any other Mickey specialties.
Team Spirits turn
They take out the Slark as well. And earlier took out the Luna and the Alchemist.
I mean, it's generally nice if you can, because you have to blind pick your offlaner. You don't see Liquid's carry yet, and you force probably a Tusk. It's honestly not the easiest pick. I think there's a few melee heroes that could get you through the lane, but I think generally with this setup, you'd want to look for some type of range hero to help you with the laning.
I was asking about this hero.
You were.
You did?
And now someone's picked it. It's Team Spirit. I'm on the same level. We are simpatico.
You are the same.
I mean, they nerfed Mage Slayer. Mage Slayer is quite good against Death Prophet because you do all the spell damage, and the more Siphon Spirit Spirit Siphon you do, the more heal you get. So they did nerf her ulti a little bit, but
a bit less move speed or something. Yeah,
she's hard to kill basically. She doesn't worry that much about Pango going through. I feel like.
Liquid laughing as they lock in the sniper there.
They forgot about the
sniper puck.
Oh, they're actually playing carry Pango.
They value the sniper mid matchup that highly.
I mean, that's why this Spirit were like, yeah, we don't need to ban the dwarf man. He's not here. You know, sniper won't make it, but they just swap the Pango to carry. I kind of like that because when you pick sniper mid, he's your carry. You better not have some TB or Morphling safe lane.
Right.
You're also kind of, I would say you're like a better Windranger. As long as Windranger doesn't get on top of you, you do the same thing as her, which is play on high range. And you're good against DP. You pew 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 with high range, high damage.
And they don't have necessarily the best dive either. Outside of like Puck and maybe like Tusk jumping in, you should be able to sit in the back a little bit.
Carry Puck, dude. What the hell is
Oh my gosh, you're right. Yes, Puck is being played by Yutoro, and Laurel is going to be taking the Windranger mid.
I think they did this because they didn't want the... No, I don't know. I have no freaking clue.
This mid matchup is apparently it's too close to unplayable.
Puck getting owned by
like
sniper.
this Puck sniper is apparently the equivalent to Huskar versus like Ember. Yeah. So
they needed to dodge it that bad that was okay.
Apparently so. This is a hard one for me to predict. I feel like both of the switch ups are.
Why couldn't they have sent Death Prophet mid and like offlane Windranger?
Kind of also gets clapped
by sniper.
Yeah. So I feel like this way it also allows the Tusk to go mid and play through Windranger against the sniper. I like that way. Like you can snowball, attack him, and actually kill him. I'm slightly leaning with Spirit.
It's not too bad for Puck in the safe lane either. He's against a Brewmaster who's melee and Batrider who's a low range support. So he's not necessarily going to be able to be bullied by like a 4. The downside though is he can't really use Orb offensively to get last hits ever because then they're going to go on him.
Yeah.
So
this is so funny.
It's going to be a weird lane.
So, and a safe lane Pango should build the same as a usual Pango. What does safe lane Puck do?
Like mid Puck, I guess.
Okay, great.
Witchblade. My money's on Liquid here just because of this. They were all laughing at the start. I back my boys.
All right, well, we got smiles on our faces. Let's see if they can put a smile on this game number 2. Let's take it away with the PogChamp Pandas.
On our faces because we get to see something a little bit unique. The first time that Yutoro has ever played Puck in a professional match, it's going to be here. Avery, I swear there was a period of time, maybe like 4 or 5 years ago, where in Pro Dota, if you had to do some sort of lane switch up, you would keep the player on the right hero and they would just play a different lane. But lately, I've seen that nobody wants to do that. Everyone wants to stick to their traditional lane, and they will play a different hero instead. In this case, Yutoro is staying to the safe lane, question mark, but he's going to be playing a Puck.
I mean, the lane mechanics just went up. Mid laners are just way better at abusing people mid that don't normally play mid. If you send Yutoro mid versus Nisha...
So you're saying he can't hack it?
I mean, you just don't know. Also, heroes in Dota have become increasingly more flexible and versatile, which means, for example, this Puck that's going safe lane, Puck literally has a physical right scaling build now.
Yeah.
It's not like you have to play some spell casting crazy Puck. Toro can just try and farm and go for the late game Ags, Daedalus, Mjolnir, whatever he wants.
Okay.
So, I think players are more comfortable just playing anything, and these players are pretty flexible. I mean, Mickey is also a Pango player. He played that hero a lot mid.
Yeah.
So he's comfortable on that.
I think it makes perfect sense on Liquid. That one makes total sense to me. Mickey is a very versatile player. He used to play mid. He's played Pango. That makes sense. I'm more questioning the team spirit side of things.
Yeah.
Because, like, wouldn't you want your Puck player to be on the Puck, even if he's in the safe lane?
Well,
I feel like Puck is a Puck player deal, you know?
You know what Yutoro plays in pubs?
What's he play?
Plays a lot of carry. You know what else he plays?
Wow, thank you for that revelation, Avery. The carry player plays a lot of carry in pubs. What's your second revelation?
This guy plays a lot of Invoker.
Okay.
You know the thing about Invoker?
What does that have to do with this?
I'm getting there. Let me finish my story. You know the thing about Invoker players?
No.
They think they can play anything.
Ah.
Because once you play Invoker, you know, once you bust out the 1000 APM, 6 keyboard clacking, dunking on nerds out there with your blind sunstrikes and your miracle level late game spell casting with your 12 tornadoes, 30 EMPs, and 40 ice walls all perfectly placed and synchronization off 6 refresher shards. Like, what is Puck? It's 3 buttons. Of course I can play Puck.
Well, it's 4.
Honestly, you
jaunt
probably
to the orb, right?
You probably just clicked it first, so. You got to dodge this matchup, man. You got to dodge this matchup. It is not a playable matchup.
I get it. I just wanted to get your insight onto, because I'm not wrong, right? There's a period of time where people would just swap. It'd be like the safe laner's like, oh, that's fine. I'm playing the carry hero. I'm just gonna play it mid.
I think they were just bad though.
Just worse Dota.
I think you should just play the. Yeah, in theory, I think you should play the lane more than the hero, unless you're some crazy hero specialist. Now, if it was Magnus, right? You send collapse mid on Magnus.
Right.
But I mean, Law can play that hero. But you know, if it was some other niche hero, you get my point. If they could not send the mag, you know, you give it to him. Right. But in this case, is Puck. I'm sure Yutoro can play. He's top CS. He's looking great.
Wow, that really wasn't my concern of how well he would CS it. Lane, but first blood goes the way of collapse. Second blood, will it go to Mickey? Gets him with the swashbuckle in the end. Obviously, the advantage still going to Team Spirit, though, with the first blood bounty.
So the thing about these lanes that also let them do this is they had that Undying, right? They picked this Undying versus the first phase Brew. They kind of knew that whoever's up here is going to have a free laning phase. So I think that helped them make this decision. Okay, maybe Yutoro is not the greatest Puck player in the world, but if he has a free lane...
Saw that ping mid. It is a low health sniper. And he pinged it. He was like, Mira, if you're dead, just TP mid. We'll kill this guy.
That feels really bad. Right? I mean, now the scale of how well this puck has to pop off is it's dropping considerably, you know? With every sniper death, Yotaro, he's thinking, damn, I might not even have to show up in this. I mean, this pick was picked to decimate the puck, and you play off that.
Okay, don't look at his quick buy. What is Yotaro going to build in this game? Let's test your
Oh, that's
theory
actually
crafting,
tricky,
I
but
guess.
I feel like he's having a very free lane. He's probably just going to go Maelstrom first.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Is that what he's going?
I don't know.
Not. Oh, you don't even know. Why are you asking me? I thought it was like trivia or something.
He's going to go Maelstrom first. Good
Oh!
job. Damn. Oh! My analyst knows some things.
Oh, haters in shambles. No, I've seen him play pubs on some of these spellcaster type dudes.
Yeah.
And traditionally they thrive with the early Maelstrom just because, I mean, you kind of swap them when you know you're going to have a good lane. Well, okay, if you play safe lane Invoker or safe lane Puck or something and your lane's garbage, you're just trash. Because you're splitting the XP. You don't have spells. You're screwed no matter what. Yeah. So you do it when you have like a good game. It's Undying's going to give you a good game. You get a fast Javelin. You can abuse the lane. You get a Maelstrom. Suddenly you're farming. The item's good on these heroes anyway because they usually have some hybrid attack speed, whatever carry build that they shouldn't have. And then you're rolling.
Try to body block to break the Spirit Siphon. Insania.
Got the moves.
He'll die.
I did not have the moves. See, if that was a Pachico, those Ogre Bruisers would have been stunning somebody there.
This brawl, man. All of these lanes constantly.
Yeah, full wand for 33, though. He's chilling up here. However, Yotaro, he is top of the CS chart, man. He's having a good one. It's also kind of sad for Boxy. He's on a hero that traditionally wants to not necessarily dominate the lane, but have a good laning phase for himself so he can transition well. And Undying has proved formidable.
Yeah.
Both these side lanes are very strong for Spirit. And
They
another
introduced
game
some like creep pulling shenanigans and stuff.
Oh, this is a disaster if Nisha dies again, man. He has no game.
TP coming in on the tier 2. Mickey joining in on this fight to try and help out the Swashbuckle. It's just enough. They do manage to kill Nisha first. They're going to be able to get the kill on Mira on top of that one, but Nisha's game is being ruined.
Yeah, this is not what you want out of Sniper. He can function as a comeback hero. He can be pretty annoying in this game because there's not a huge amount of gap close until way later on when the puck and range are tanky. But damn, this is, I mean, it's not what that, gotcha pick is designed to do. Gotcha yourself. It'll be interesting to see how this game pans. I mean, this lane also wasn't that easy for Mickey, but that rotation gets him a lot of gold, and now suddenly he's top of the chart. Death Prophet is... This hero's a menace in the side lane.
Yeah.
I know there's people complaining about a lot of different stuff all the time in Dota and every patch, but that is one hero every time I play against it. I do not know how to beat this hero on lane. I, at this point, refuse to believe it's possible. The hero's just gonna free farm there. She siphons you. What do you do? Nothing.
Yeah. You can't really win the CS battle because she'll just crit swarm for CS and harass you. Secure every range creep.
And he is having a very good game here. Exorcism is available. They want to try and push it really deep, threaten the tower. Thinking about it, bringing both supports bottom.
It's going to be close call here if they want to go for the dive. Mira shows himself, though.
Kind of an annoying hero to dive. Just rolling thunder. Blue split top for Yotaro. He'll get him.
So 33.
2 for 1.
I mean, I would say a large part of that is the kill that he was able to get on Undying earlier. Got it solo, had the experience to get to this early level 6 to kill the puck, and as a result, will get a double off of it. Yeah, that's a double. Zombies might kill him. The evasion did not come through in the end.
And he's just rushing Orchid on this brew. So they have identified they need to make this Puck's game as hard as possible. They're gonna try and shut him down. That's a big kill. Big double kill for the Brew, creating the pressure point.
Didn't actually pick up Collapse, not needed though, with the help of the power shot from Laurel.
There's more pressure going into this Sniper's lane, man. Even the Collapse is here now. Did not use that Exo bottom. He's looking to use it mid. This ward from Liquid gives him a lot of security. Man, that's another inventory for 33. You're just looking at it. What is happening here,
They're forcing out the Exorcism and gets away.
Yeah, that was pretty decent.
And coming in from behind, Mickey with the Rolling Thunder is going to be able to provide some chain stuns. Nice pickup, though, on the Snowball. It's going to chase after Mickey. This is actually... Maybe it's good, maybe it's bad. I mean, the Ghosts are going to be following along, doing a lot of damage to Liquid. But the Death Prophet might just die as soon as she comes out of that Snowball.
Yeah, I don't think they're getting away from this.
Yeah, you got Nisha sitting up on the high ground, ready to rock. He still has his take game ready to go, so...
Still has his hat, too.
That is very important, yes.
I mean, it's a cool set.
It's a pretty good cosmetic, yeah.
Gotta talk about it at least once here. It's got a nice hat. Literal hat in this case. Not the figurative hat.
All right, Insania is back into the game, and we'll see what unfolds here. I feel like Maposhka and Laurel are just going to abandon ship here, and we're going to see Team Liquid clean up too, but we'll see. No, Laurel's going to go back into it, hit by the Rolling Thunder. Not quite enough to finish up Collapse, but they get him in the end. The heal came through, and it just wasn't enough. Fade Bolt plus Shield Crash, and now Laurel is in a bad spot.
I cannot believe he went into that. Might be okay, but it's going to force him to base, which still kind of sucks here, as Mickey is going to have a very fast Diffusal Blade. He is just cleaning up this early game. 5-0-1. Maybe he's a mid player all along.
Well, he was a mid player all along. The best mid laner in Han.
Well, okay. I mean, nice, man.
You gotta diminish other people's achievements, huh?
I'm not diminishing his achievement. I'm diminishing Han. It's a very stark difference.
Well, Han was his achievement.
What's this? Is this a replay of the pause? Oh, no, it's a fight. They got him. What do you think he said there? I have a guess.
Yeah, what's your guess?
Can we actually replay that Mickey reaction? What do you think he said there?
I don't know. It just looked like oop.
Radiant's middle
Oop.
tower is under attack.
Yeah, that he made it oop sound. Foxy flying over the shard.
That was
okay.
Incredibly underwhelming, actually.
Yeah, Coil on to Mickey.
A
huge
big
kill if they could get it. The shield crash provides him a little bit of shield, but the Coil just lasts too long.
470.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Boom, baby.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
There's no way he said that.
That's what he said, dude. I'm telling you.
No way.
Mickey popping off. Boom, and then he dies.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Look, Mickey's a regular reserve player, so you gotta.
That is not true.
You gotta change the bar.
He's not a reserved player. Maybe he's reserved in like social situations, but when he's playing the game, he pops off. He's very active.
That's actually true. Yeah, that's true. You got me with that one. I'll concede that point. That's what I thought he said, though.
Boom,
boom, bring the boom,
and boom goes the dynamite.
That was a very unfortunate death because he had this super fast diffusal, right? If you got another fight off that, then this Pango would have been 1, maybe 2K ahead off that one team fight.
Yeah.
Instead, he goes down, you lose the tower off that. It's a huge amount of gold into the DP and the Puck's pocket because your Toro makes the rotation. Works out for him. You lose your tier 1. Now you got to make the smoke after that fact, but Spirit have already made the move, so you're smoking into a team that's already left this portion of the map. It cost you a lot here. And then Nisha's, I mean, he's a sniper.
TPing in, but Miro's already sitting there.
Also,
giving vision to the TP spot.
Max Shrapnel build, something to keep in mind.
Yeah.
If this was the sniper puck matchup, I mean, this man is 0-4-4, 1-4-4, whatever it is. You know, you take an assassinate point, whatever. But he is demolishing the lane, and he's providing a lot of firepower. He was up against the Ranger, went the Shrapnel to try and mitigate the early game. It is pretty useful in the team fights, but it is a lot less single-target physical damage, which, again, not as useful here, but it makes the Death Prophet's game a bit easier.
Yeah.
If it really comes to it.
I think it makes all of the cores games easier on the side of Spirit, right? Like, they all don't like that direct punishing single target damage.
And I don't think they care as much about Shrapnel slow. You have Puck with Orb, Wind Ranger with the Wind Run, DP. I mean, you know, if you die in a Shrapnel, okay, that's life. Fox going to try and recover, and yeah, it's going to be another smoke move from Spirit. They really want this mid tower, open it up. When Sniper loses his tier 1 mid, he is in sad land. Nobody wants to go to sad land.
Radiant.
How many times you've been to Sadland in your lifetime?
I've never left it, my friend.
The mayor of Sadland.
So technically, that means I never went there.
Oh, you were born there.
That's right. I was
a citizen of Sadland. Run! Run, little piggy!
Yeah, this hurts.
They're cooking up pork for dinner here. Team Spirit well behind the Tier 1 tower against a Brewmaster, though, and this Rolling Thunder. That is a lot of team fight to be playing against. Can they survive through it all? Laurel certainly can't, but they can't change past the Tombstone for now.
Yatoro with the flank. He gets the coil on everybody.
Beautiful coil on the back line with the roll it straight for the Pango. Trying to kill this damage dealer, trying to blow him up before he gets off another swashbuckle. Got off a shield crash. Has the shield. Yatoro with the orb finishes him off and gets a Maelstrom proc to finish him. Mira, he tries to limp out. Not going to be the case. Collapse pops his exorcism, but cannot die the Tier 2 tower. In the end, Team Spirit didn't get what they came for. They got some kills, but they didn't get the tower.
I mean, Collapse is pretty happy about all this. He pushes to the top of the board, but yeah, they did not get this Tier 1. Laurel dies. That's a very difficult team fight. 33 is just way too strong here. Orchid debilitating some of the DP impact, and then the second this split goes off, nothing on Team Spirit's side counters this brew split for a long-ass time, maybe ever in this game until Puck is crazy.
I mean, this was quite the call to go back in.
I mean, Yatoro had them all, right? It's just too juicy. If he gets a couple more Maelstrom procs there, you might not get that last swash up. That could look different. But damn, you said this man couldn't play Puck.
I didn't say that.
And he is showing you why you know
Making
nothing.
shit up again.
Haters in shambles.
Blink Dagger Rush for Boxy in this one. I assume just to try and... I mean, again, we talked about the single target focus is very good, but assume this is mostly going to be put to use to try and shut down this Puck, who has been Orchided. Man, they really hating on Yatoro out here.
Yeah, this Orchid's done some work already. Honestly, it's not looked too bad. Very unconventional build for the hero.
Does not have his Primal Split Up, and does not have a way out of that beautiful place shard from Mira.
Yeah, I mean, that's the downside of the Orchid, right?
His Orchid looks fantastic. Well, there's...
I mean, it's a super high-risk, high-reward item in this game.
Sure.
Because it is not very good on Brew. You can't use it in your split. When you use it, you don't really want to split because there's this, like, second you're not getting anything. I will not tell you what he said there. And
not safe for broadcast.
It's an awkward item for Brew.
Yeah.
It just is. Until the very late. Like, if you get the right-click Brew going late game with Bloodthorn, it can be pretty nasty, you know. You can Bloodthorn split into the Brewlings and you're proccing it. That's also pretty nasty, but it's just very high-risk, high-reward, which is interesting because I feel as though 33 is one of the more conservative itemization players of the last few years. He'll buy the auras, he'll buy the Wraith Pact every game for 50 games in a row until he wants to Wraith Pact his own brains out because he's tired of it. But hey, he won a TI, so he'll keep doing it until Valve deletes the item, you know?
Yeah.
This is, you know, this is crazy talk for him. He's living on the wild side. He's going out of his mind. He bought an Orchid. When has 33 ever bought an Orchid? Somebody check on this man.
It's what too many second places does to you.
Well, he wasn't there for all those.
Yeah, but he knows he's about to be.
Oh, God, he's already losing his mind. Are we sure it's him? Actually, now that I think about this, is that actually 33? Bought an Orchid. 33.
Production, can we get in touch with the admins to make sure we've got the webcams on the right people?
Bought an Orchid. This is... We're entering in a new era of Dota. I'll tell you that much. Crazy things today, man. It's like, you know, they got rid of the DPC and everybody's just losing their mind. They're just going crazy.
Just no more format, no more structure. I could do anything.
You could build an Orchid. I could build an Orchid. I don't have to build an aura?
Coil caught. Mickey immediately tries to snap it, but the follow-up is there from the snowball of Mira.
Man,
33 is behind.
Oh, they got the puck on the lasso.
Did get the puck, but is there enough damage to punish him in time? Orchid it just in time. He's going to die underneath the Tier 2 tower.
That Orchid.
shrapnel, so he can't immediately blink away or anything. Not that he has that because he's a carry puck.
Yeah, he can't get out of there. Too fragile right now, and that's the third time that this brew has caught Itoro in this early game.
Yeah.
That's done some work.
We talked about targeting a player. Talked about targeting Amar in that first series. This definitely feels like Liquid have targeted Yotaro just a wee bit.
I mean, you have to because they dodge this matchup, so you gotta take advantage of it, right? You gotta take advantage of the fact that he's on an unconventional carry. He probably hasn't played it in a while. It's maybe throwing their game off a bit. If you can ruin his game even more, then you're setting yourself up for success. And somehow this sniper has found himself at the top, which is crazy to me. This is a max shrapnel sniper who lost his lane and is 1 and 3 and got ganked. And he's top network. What?
No assassinate.
Like what?
he max shrapnel, but no levels of assassinate. That's pretty funny.
Where did all this gold come from? I actually don't understand. He didn't get the last hits.
No, he
has one kill.
Only 1 kill, yeah.
Just farming up stacks on the triangle, man. I guess. Doing some work.
Coil gonna stop that. Rolling Thunder. Does that give Mira the escape? It does. Collapse hits him with the Greaves, and he's good to go. Now they're gonna try and chase down Heroes. Boxy weaving his way through the trees. Gonna try and duck away to the side. They lost him somehow. He blinks.
Later,
now they
nerds.
spot him. Oh, no.
I think if he stayed there, he would have just lit.
I think he might have.
He juked himself.
He certainly did.
Oh, he should put in some work. Aggressive force.
Oh, he got him. Oh, and he doesn't even get the last hit. Now he's got a level of assassinate.
Who's counter-picking who now, son? This sniper, he's gonna be annoying, man. Like I was mentioning, they don't have a lot of innate gap close that wants to gap close. Okay, if you can gap close him with the puck, you want to sit there as puck and right-click the sniper?
No.
So this is part of the problem, and he's gonna have Hurricane Pike plus the grenade.
You can't really do that as Wind Ranger because he has a way to get through Wind Run.
McKay showing mercy.
And do you think he actually would have hit him?
Well, if he did it first. All right, assassinate. Bam. Oh!
The coldest Blink Dagger of 2024 has arrived.
Oh my god, dude. That was a career ender. That was a career. I mean, this man.
By God, he just snapped that man's ankles.
This man. God, I mean, he has 2 rings, but all they did was hasten his fall as Boxy cuts him down to size in a savage move. Man, it's a family.
Simply sensational move by Boxy.
Damn.
Your last move.
Satanic.
You know, there's a period of time where the community would always complain about casters overhyping things.
that was actually the perfect. Wow! Wow! He dodges the decay. Wow. That's something more though. Pushing this sniper farther up, man. They look good finding moves in this game that I didn't see, but they're finding them, man. Look at this slow-mo. Whoa! Wait, decaying one, son! And then he had the lasso on the last second of the TP that was coming off cooldown. Beautiful. Beautiful right
We
there.
just need to pair that with the webcams. And
All right, what's going on with this brew build, man? Like, Oh, they cliffed him. That's nice.
oh, he got lowered back down.
Well, no
Got 6 feet under.
Just testing. Yo, this brew build is crazy, man. I'm telling you, it's out of control, bro.
It's not. It's really not that weird, right?
What are you talking about? What are you? This brewmaster build's not weird. What have you? I have never seen these 3 items on a brewmaster in 10 years of playing this game. I can say that with 100% certainty.
Okay, maybe the drum
Like,
and
what?
orchid is.
He has a mini aura drum. He has an orchid. And then he just has blink. Like he's gonna blink orchid somebody, drum hit him, and then I mean,
Yeah.
it actually sounds pretty good.
That
now that I
sounds
think,
nasty.
yeah. It could be.
When he's brewed up, slamming your face with crit after crit.
All right, we'll see how it works, but it's looking real wacky out here. He also wait, he has. I mean, he's dead here, but he has a tier 2 token, but he hasn't used it for a long time now.
Yeah, he did not like his options.
Is it possible for tier 2 to all be worse than
Middle tower has fallen.
the sheep totem?
No. There's no way. 5 to all attributes. I mean, just purely on an attribute measure, maybe?
He bought a dust. The glimmer. I mean, I can't look at his eye. Out of control for me, man.
I mean, actually, there's a fair number of tier 2 items that are kind of useless on Brewmaster.
I mean, he must have rolled really bad. That must
Yeah,
have
he
been
had
the
to have like
worst
Aya's
roll.
Vizier, Bullwhip, Philosopher's Stone, Grove Bow, and Whisper of the Dread.
I mean, Grove Bow is still a magic game for this orchid. I don't know.
Well, he chose it. Gossamer Cape.
There's no way Gossamer's worse. I don't know what's going on. Whatever. I'm done talking about it.
It's like the Doom thing over. I don't want to talk about Doom anymore. Just watch. 2 minutes from now, Avery's going to forget and he's going to talk about Brewmaster again.
Oh, look at the smoke. They TP'd mid. So they're baiting the DP mid, trying to smoke. And
Oh, he wants to get his Aghanim Scepter, and yeah, you bought it. But
he's going to live.
He's still stuck in the coil. He's still dead, Avery.
He snapped it.
I don't think there was a way out of there for him. Coiled up.
Nisha's still strong, though. This is a fight that Liquid, they take it around the sniper. He's
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Use that
Pull him in.
Void Panda. Pull him
Dispel.
back in. Collapse if he gets enough mails. Oh, they kicked him forward. But he doesn't see Collapse. He can't finish him off, and now he's going to be shackled to death.
How'd he get kicked? He doesn't even have kick.
He got force-staffed and punched at the same time.
Team Spirit out here making ags out of Force Scepters. They're just too damn good. The first agless tusk kick. Dude, it looked like he got kicked.
It really
did.
did.
Legit looked like he got kicked. Whose force was that?
I think, more importantly, they killed Yatoro with just the supports.
Yeah, but he got kicked, man. I need to see that again, dude. I need to see this.
It was just a force-staff punch. You've certainly seen that.
I know, but it looked cool. But who forced him? That's what I want to know.
I have to imagine like Boxy was trying to save him or something.
Who do we blame? By the way, Collapse is having a hell of a game. I don't know if we mentioned it, but he is killing fools out here. Another shackle on Mickey. What has happened? Such a good early game, and the last 2 or 3 deaths, he's got nothing off.
Crumpled. 33. Oh, takes the illusion rune and gets out.
This feels like it's just going Spirit's way, right? You have this sniper who's becoming a boss, but all 3 of these cores for Spirit are just giga scaling right now, and they have scary scale, really scary scale.
Yeah, last time they had to scale through their supports. This time around is just through their triple core setup. Right?
Yeah, all 3 of these cores are menaces in the late game. Very high damage output. You have to deal with all of them, and you're kind of relying on this sniper, but the majority of it on the side of Liquid.
Yeah, I think one of the most obnoxious ones is going to be the fact that Puck will be able to put damage on Sniper when he has the coil without actually, man fighting him, right?
It's obnoxious. I mean, you're going to get kicked out of the coil too, so.
True, can't forget about the Agless kick.
This one Sniper's still strong though. I do think Liquid has. It's another game where they can get these Roshans and try and push the tempo, force Spirit into bad fights into this Aegis. Abuse the fact that they still don't have a direct split answer and they don't have good gap close for this 2000 HP Sniper. Like, this is your window to try and take control of the map, get some objectives, get a team fight, build a net worth lead, and then let that carry you into the game. You do have the Spirit Siphon stolen on Insania as well. You cannot forget how well Liquid can use those stolen Spirit Siphons. You go back to that Boxy Rubik play. where he killed 3 or 4 heroes with it.
Yeah,
It's in their blood.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
But I think if this game goes another 15 minutes or so, and you're just looking at all 3 of these spirit scores continuing to scale, it's gonna get dicey, man.
Yutoro's gonna go Sanj next. Sanj Kaya.
Radiant's
yeah, he's a
middle
Giga
tower
Chad.
is under attack.
Okay. That's good enough for you. It's good enough for me.
I mean, the status was just pretty annoying. You have these stuns like lift and stuff, which aren't the greatest duration.
Trying to get some vision of what's going on. Team Spirit have this really nice double ward setup in this bottom lane. One behind the tower and one in front of it.
Spirit controlling the vision, and this is Liquid's Aegis period. You got to remember that. Everything that's happening right now is Spirit just wasting this timer. If you don't get a good fight out of this, you're gonna be pretty sad about it.
Counterpoint, though, that is 3 aggressive wards from Team Spirit that they are no longer able to play around.
Sure, but they're happy to trade this up. They're just going to the sides of the map. They ran out that Spirit Siphon timer on the Rubik as well. He had 4 charges. He was ready to rumble. 2 minutes, his age is gone. You're not finding the fight. They're splitting it again. I mean, yeah, you can kill it for
This
9.
has to be illegal. Can't allow this man to do this to you.
Oh, he's out.
Assassinate?
He's out. That was incredibly heads up.
Well, they kept the creep wave alive so they can hit the tier 2.
Man, the ratting is... It's adding up here because the catch on the side of Liquid isn't that amazing either.
They do have vision of Yutoro right now.
Yeah, you gotta keep trying to find him.
They're gonna try and make a move.
It's
Leave Nisha here and have the other 4 go hunt him down. Will they have...
Saw him up
We
here.
just used the warp. That is... Oh, no, that's not perfect at all. Boxy win for him. He was perfectly positioned to catch him after the orb, but now it's going to get a little bit weird. He's going to jump to his orb here, gets hit by the telekinesis, and pulls him into the orchids. They got him.
If they bring everybody, it's fairly reliable. But again, you have to bring 4, right? And the problem is you get your other lane shoved, you have to go back. You're not getting that big team fight that you want. And I think Spirit are okay trading this for your Aegis period.
Yeah, for sure.
It's not great, you know. Yutoro would prefer not to die there, for sure.
I mean, whether or not we say this period was a success for Team Spirit, I think still relies on this last 2 minutes of the Aegis, right?
Yes.
And they did get that. They got a Yutoro kill. They got the mid-tier 2. It's not going the worst for Liquid, but they want more.
Also, just cheese on Mickey shouldn't be underestimated because I don't really see a situation where he can't get it off.
Sure.
Majority of the time he's died has been at the end of a shackle or in a coil. And he should pretty reliably be able to get cheese off unless he, you know, dies within the duration of that shackle shot, which is possible. But that should help him a lot. You commit on him with the coil, he cheeses at the end. That's as good as an Aegis here. He went boots a try.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Man, 33 is just... This guy's insane, man.
Insane in a good way? Or
Yeah, of course.
bad? Okay.
MKB for Nisha. He's willing to lay down the law.
Dire's bottom tower.
Are they going to go straight high ground?
Yeah, I think
force it? Last
you
50
have
seconds.
to. You have to force somebody back at a minimum.
Dire's bottom
You can't just let this Aegis expire without dictating something.
Boxy might try and get the pick.
Radiant's middle
I mean, I think if Spirit give you a jump here, you take it, honestly.
Yeah, before backdoor protection comes up, he shall lay a bit more damage, forces out the glyph. Another round of creeps is coming, but there is the cut here in the bottom lane. So this wave is kind of final if they want to keep a high ground push, and they just say it's not worth it. 20 seconds left on the Aegis, can't afford to take that team fight while it's expiring.
Radiant's courier.
So
has
back
been
they
killed.
go.
Radiant's
And I got 2 couriers off that positioning as well.
He will die for it. Stole Snowball, which could be a very interesting spell in the next team fight. Aegis expires. Team Spirit, we're looking for a fight off of that one, but they've been found. Insania got the vision on him, and now 33 well positioned to be able to take the team fight. Coil put on to Mika here. They need to be able to help Nisha though. Nisha's being run down by Collapse. The Death Prophet with a BKB has just run down the sniper, and nobody from Team Spirit can save him. Meanwhile, they're trying to go for the kill on Yatoro, but they couldn't actually get the chain stuns out. 33 is still trying to hunt down these supports. They got him, yeah, but their other side is being demolished by this Death Prophet. They go back to it now, but they've got no other cores to play with. Fortunately, an Orchid will seal the deal on Yatoro, so it's not all bad.
Yeah, 33 collapsed. Doing an offlane clinic in this game, man. They're both just 1v4ing the fight, while the mids and the carries are just crying and dying. Offlane's putting in the work, man. His DP is ginormous now. He's about to overtake Sniper. He never even went to Shivas. That's the crazy part. I think Shivas on this hero is your highest EHP item. It's your way to like gap close on the chase and make sure you stick on heroes.
I would argue it's why the hero is good right now.
Yeah, I feel the same, but he just never even went for it, and it has not hindered him at all. He's just been a monster. No Bruce split. This is pretty aggressive.
Yeah.
But I guess no Exo. Shivas does get delivered as we...
No tier 1s or tier 2s. He has the cheese.
Mega Shard.
Okay, Snowball, and he's got a blink, right? Not going to be able to get it out, though.
Why'd he last him?
For funsies?
Oh, yeah. I respect that.
He's got 50 seconds. It's a low cooldown.
Dude, I just want to see what 33 builds next.
You are infatuated with 33's item build.
I know I could not predict it. If you gave me 30 guesses.
Uh-huh.
Behold! Every coin helps.
Honestly, I wouldn't mind Bloodthorn since he has this Orchid. It does a decent amount of damage, even if it's just the sniper hitting the target, and there's no Dispel on the puck still. If you catch Yatoro with this Orchid, I mean, he's just gone. Maybe that is an argument not to get it though. Like maybe the Orchid is still enough.
Yeah, I don't feel like there is that. I feel like the Orchid versus the Bloodthorn, there isn't that much of a difference here.
I mean, honestly, if you think about what's happening in these fights, Liquid need a way to keep the sniper away from the Death Prophet. Right?
Yeah.
That's their biggest problem. DP BKBs, take some weird angle on a coiled sniper or whatever, and then that fight's over because you cannot kill the Death Prophet.
Got him again.
Found him. So what do you do in this situation? You got to fight it out.
He
gun to gun.
stands and fights, stands his ground, but it's not good enough.
Yeah, that was pitiful.
Pathetic.
You need a bigger gun. But again, how do you itemize on Liquid to help your sniper? You have
Tempt and a Shackle World returns the favor.
I'll show you how it's done.
How you doing, bud? Coming back down from the Yules, rolls it up. Does he have a chance to be able to get off the Rolling Thunder? He does. So with the buyback coming in from the Rubik, things are a little weird. 33 is just going to TP out. A little bit of a close call there, but...
It's a sniperless fight. Insania bought back for it. That's just a bit of a wasted buy, because I don't think you're ever turning that fight around. You cannot win a fight in this game without Sniper.
Well, the good thing for Liquid is Roshan isn't up yet, so they couldn't use the Exorcism to immediately claim it.
Good bait. Good bait. Conceptual bait.
Pure luck.
Pure luck. About it. And they're going to smoke right back in.
Yeah, they don't know it's not up. They don't know that Team Spirit is not inside the pit right now. They lose Mickey just like that. And another time where 33 has his primal split, but really can't put it to use.
I mean, the sniper's still dead. That's the thing.
Okay, so what does Team Liquid in general, maybe the Brewmaster, but just in general, what can they build to either threaten the Death Prophet or protect the sniper?
That's the thing. They have Force Staffs. They have Glimmers on their supports. They just have to be in a good formation.
So you think their problem is positioning, not items?
Yeah, I think so. I think they're getting too over anxious on 33 going in, and like 33's going in, he's orchiding some puck, he's killing a Wind Ranger, and the supports, everybody's going in with him, and they're, oh yeah, let's kill him. And then meanwhile, Collapse is just like walking in the back door of your house, yo, what's up? And he just kills your carry on the couch. I mean, you just can't get too over anxious. Another DD for Laurel. I don't know.
Tag team makes short work of this Roshan. Team Liquid is just outside of the pit, but they won't get here in time.
33,
Aegis Aghanim Scepter Cheese already picked up. 33's in deep, and he gets bursted down.
No, Cheese. So does Yatoro.
That's true. 1-for-1 trade-off here.
He died so fast.
He did, man.
He got double crit or something? Like,
where did all that damage come from?
I think he got double crit by the sniper. He doesn't even have a crit. He got double MKB proc.
Yeah.
Double Maelstrom as well. Well, fight continues.
Pushing back, Laurel can't get close to the sniper. Now Hurricane Pike pushes Collapse back a little bit farther, hit him with the Shivas while Boxy's trying to get away.
He's got the high ground.
He does have the high ground, and Team Spirit do not want to challenge that.
Radiant's middle tower
What can you do against Sniper with the high ground? Nothing. Yatoro did not take that Aegis, did not take that Cheese, pays the price. But he has 2 other carries in this game, so it doesn't matter.
Lotus Orb, nice pickup here from Maposhka. We'll see if he's able to put it to use to stop Boxy's initiation. Nice blink. Gleipnir, shackle shot it, but Mickey hits the chain stun. That is not quite enough. Somebody finish him off. Okay. They didn't actually, okay, they got him on the respawn.
This is a good formation for Liquid.
Laurel immediately pops BKB, but look at that sniper damage, man. It demolished him. Eats the cheese. 33. Can it get off the primal split? There's just too much damage, too many disables. And now Collapse once again finds his mark. The coil snaps on Nisha. He's desperately trying to get himself away. He's got the grenade. Can he push himself over the cliff away? Once again, the 4-step puts him into the enemy.
The kick.
The axeless kick.
There's just not enough 4-steps in the world. The hero's way too fast. Death Prof with all this MS is almost 500. Collapse just running him down. Like a dog to a bone. He gnaws on his corpse. 6-1 and 13.
Yeah, what happened if they didn't have any gap close? Collapse has just been able to man up against this sniper, it seems like, without much of a problem.
Yeah, I don't know, man. He just made this hero look like trash. you just walk at him. There's also no BKB Pierce on the side of Liquid.
Yeah.
Like, it's something that hurts him a lot, because when Collapse pops, he just has free reign. He's way too tanky. And not getting Brew Split off there, that was like the nail in the coffin.
Yeah.
And that might be a very different fight if you get that Brew Split. You can toss this DP, you can create more space for the sniper, control some heroes with Dispels. None of that happens if you just get bursted.
I mean, as you said, it was pretty dream setup. Sniper sitting on a high ground.
Yes. That's about as good as it's going to get.
Heroes sitting in front.
Like, they had the right formation. They had the utility to bail him out. But then again, one more thing goes wrong, your Brew dies before split, and then the whole system crashes down.
21,000 net worth lead for Team Spirit. Well in the driver's seat. And probably not going to be giving that up anytime soon. They will have the kind of problem where this time around it's a little bit harder to go high ground against Team Liquid when they're alive, right? Sniper plus Batrider.
I don't know, man. I think Collapse is just going to go.
Yeah.
It's going to hit 25. He's just going to go.
The nice neutral item pickup for Yatoro. He got that Ancient Guardian. So 50 damage on his Aghanim Scepter when he just drops it on somebody. Any bonus damage is going to do a lot, but if they push into the high ground, he can just jump into that Ancient Radius, get an extra 50 damage, drop the coil on somebody.
And he just picked up his Parasma, so that's when the damage really gets out of control.
Yeah. All the Maelstrom procs getting amped up even more.
And he got an Ags even, so that's why his net worth is so damn high right now.
Yeah, got it from the last Roshan.
Yeah, he has Ag, Shard, plus, I mean, this is where Pucks is fully online.
You're not really missing anything. You can slot one more thing in, you finish your Mjolnir, but he's going to shred some kids out here. Who is standing against this coil? I don't see it. You don't really have anything. I guess Satanic for Nisha, that's your last hope and prayer here.
Yeah.
Divine Rapier, yeah. I mean, there's nothing else to go in this game. Divine and pray. Spray and pray.
The new 33's next item would be nothing.
I saw him debating Refresher.
Yeah, he's been sitting on the same 3 to 4K gold for like 10 minutes now.
Oh, well. They haven't won a team fight for 10 minutes. It's rough out there, man. You go back for the wand?
On who?
On the brew. You went back for a wand.
Oh, he had a dust there before,
yeah, he
right?
had dust and Lotus. I do not think he had that wand. But maybe I'm just losing my mind.
Those things are not mutually exclusive. Definitely have been losing your mind.
Well, level 25 and Mjolnir for Yatoro, so
Dire are scanning.
if he wasn't dealing the deeps before, he is surely dealing them now.
And another reason why Satanic is really the only option for this sniper. If he gets coiled, he just kind of has to stand and fight.
I just don't see him killing all 3 of these cores. I see him killing like 1.5 out of 3.
Yeah.
The core they really need to kill, though, is this Death Prophet. And that has been... I think that's the hardest core to kill. Unfortunately.
Sitting at 3,300 HP with 36 armor.
Yeah, he's got Trickster Cloak on top of it.
Has, yeah,
Reeves armor.
57% magic resistance.
It's brutal.
69% physical resistance. Nice. 17% evasion.
Nice.
20 HP regen per second, and just going for it.
This is the best fight for Liquid positioning-wise.
And once again, Nisha's sitting in the front here. His team is not creating the space for him.
Yeah, so that's what a 30k gold lead looks like. You can just walk high ground and then go goodbye.
The fight really doesn't matter from here because Liquid cast all the spells you want. You're probably not killing anything without your only damage deal.
Yeah, Yatoro's just showing
Yatoro knows it too. He's gonna keep going here. They try to go for the punish off of the buyback. It doesn't happen. 33 is gonna be losing all of his pandas, and if he doesn't, he just comes back to an instant death anyway.
This one got out of control somewhere around that like 25, 30 minute mark. Honestly, that second Roche, you get it on the sniper, but honestly, I don't know what you're supposed to do with that Aegis. I don't think you have the lead you need at that point to assert the sniper going high ground. Even in best case scenario, at that point in the game, if your sniper get that Aegis, goes high ground, you take a Rax. Does that change this game? I don't think so. I think you need a 10k gold lead at that point.
Yeah.
And where does that come from? I don't really know. You're not going to win your safe lane with Rubik Pango versus Death Prophet. I assure you. You're just not going to win it. At best, you draw, but you're not winning it versus DP. And the top lane's goddamn undying. So I don't know. I think they tried to get you with this gotcha sniper pick versus the puck. If they get that, then I can see you build this 10k gold lead. It's very obvious where that comes from. This puck is not going to exist. And then you walk them over on the map. But Team Spirit say, hey, Yatoro can also play mid in the safe lane.
Yatoro can also play carry puck, maybe. All right, that's going to close out the series. Team Spirit 2-0 over Team Liquid.
You'd be better off making a list of the things that Yatoro can't do, because that would be a much shorter list than what this man is capable of, as he is able to bring Team Spirit to a 2-0 victory over Team Liquid in this day number 1 of the group stage, and do it off the back of a carry puck. Hell of a performance. This man continues to impress, Purge, just when I think that the bar could not get raised any higher.
He did pretty good. His net worth was amazing in the late game, obviously. But I think Team Liquid did a great job up until the 25-minute mark when Team Spirit started just pulling ahead in net worth. I think it was
They just had like more damage dealers on the Team Spirit side. Liquid, it's all about like Sniper has to be alive, not disabled right-clicking, then he's a monster. But if it became Team Spirit jumping on and running at Sniper, the whole fight was like, let's see how many Force Staffs Nisha can use to maybe not die. And a lot of the times, if he dies, it's like, okay, the fight's over. So I feel like it was a little bit, Team Spirit's always like the godly teamfight team. And if they know that the Sniper's the problem and they keep running at him like that, then it just made the fights more straightforward. I
honestly felt like this Tusk was surprisingly really useful.
Yeah.
I know that the Axless kick, as the guys were calling it, was very funny, but I just thought it was so good. Like, they had so many ways. The DP is literally just running at Sniper, and if that was the only person you had running at Sniper, then you're in trouble. But instead, you had Tusk is going to get on top of them. So you've got Snowball to close the gap. I thought and the Puck as well, of course. So I thought they had lots of answers to the biggest problem. A problem so big, I don't think I've ever seen a draft go this way.
Where everyone just rearranges their lanes
like,
and
you know what,
heroes.
Yatoria, you're going to play Puck, and we'll figure this out. Like, I've never seen that before. I thought that was really, really good. So it was a great game to watch, and a great cast as well, as usual.
Yeah, I think the Tusk was also justified by what I had asked to Kezo at the end, which was why put the Wind Ranger mid as opposed to like the Death Prophet.
Right.
And it was because a Wind Ranger plus a Tusk rotation can actually kill the Sniper.
Yeah.
Which they attempted many times, and Liquid was ready for it, but at the end of the day, your Sniper is still dying.
Yes.
Yeah, you got some return kills, but Sniper keeps dying.
It was a problem. I mean, certainly one of the questions the guys were asking was, you know, if Sniper's on high ground, what can you do? But they kept catching them with that chase that they had. They could never fall back to that high ground position and just hunker down and shoot people. Sniper's just getting run at. He's got to constantly reposition. It was a big problem.
And in the meantime, you've got Mickey playing a Pangolier, which is a strong hero, but like it doesn't do a ton of single target damage. So he can't really like beat up Death Prophet too bad. And even if you're hitting him with your ulti, Death Prophet's still dealing damage. He's got Spirit Siphon on somebody, and his ghosts are flying around, and eventually he's going to continue casting spells. So it's like killing the Death Prophet felt difficult. Their other core was a Brewmaster, tons of great utility, great team fight. 3-3 played well. He bought the fast Orchid, which helped them get kills.
Yeah.
But like they didn't have another carry source. So I almost wonder if he needed to get a faster Radiance instead, maybe, so that he could give some damage potential in the fights. Maybe? I'm not sure.
Avery did seem incredulous that 33 bought an Orchid.
It was weird, but they did just buff it. It's like a 3,300 gold item. It's really cheap. I mean, that item used to be over 4,000 gold, so he got it really fast. It's great against Puck. It gave him Sustain, which is a little bit of the other Sustain options. The Veil, for example, only gives you like 4 regen now. Well, the Cornucopia alone gives you 5 regen, so it's like maybe this is a cool build to shift it into. So I think they had single target damage issues. They couldn't kill Collapse, or if they did, it was difficult. And all of this, again, depended on Sniper attacking that guy and not having to worry about running away in that exact moment. But the Tusk made it hard, and the other divers, and I don't know, Team Spirit's just good. They keep drafting really cool lineups.
You know what's funny? It kind of reminded me, Neil, of in both cases when we saw in the earlier game with Maureen's Monkey King, and in this game with the Sniper, you want someone like a Puck in both instances would have been good at just keeping the enemy team in one place.
Right.
Just, you guys stay here, I'm going to Dream Core you, and it's going to give my damage dealing core the chance to get some, because we saw a lot of times like, oh, he's almost got him. These heroes have got either too much escape, or the team's helping them out to escape. Like DP could just run away. We saw that a couple of times. DP just runs away. Sniper's almost got her. Knock away there. Windrunner almost got her. She got away. Like, there isn't that holding force, something like a Puck or something.
Or any of these Blink Stunners.
Something like that, yeah.
They all seem to be out of vogue, but we'll see if this tournament starts to reestablish a new meta. At least the offlaner itemization has now been varied. We've saw a wide variety of things over the course of just our shift, from Dagon Rubik to Orchid Brewmaster. It's not just Shivas every single time.
It's not. It still does pop up quite a lot.
Not as much, though.
Not as much. You can't. Rushing it might not make as much sense as getting other things. The variety is good, though, because that was the biggest complaint of the last week. It was like every single game, you go Veil, you go Vlad's, you go Shiva's, like those 3 items, you go Mage Slayer, and this really was like a nice little item patch to make players make some different decisions. So we'll see if that sticks or if there becomes a new ideal item. But for now, at least today, a lot more variety.
Well, we may be able to get some professional insight as to the state of the patch and the state of the tournament, because we've got perhaps an interview ready with a Team Spirit player, as I do believe we'll have Mira for our interview, the winner of this series against Team Liquid. Mira, how's it going? How'd you feel about that most recent patch that just dropped? You wanted more, you wanted less, or you liked it?
I think it's good. Like it's good enough because it's nerfed this Mage Slayer, this Doom is got a good nerf, and others like Lion. Like I played this hero, but I don't like play it, so like it's nice they nerf it. So I like don't have to. And yeah, basically patch is good. So like I'm glad to play Dota now. No like imbalanced things now. Yeah.
You like playing Tusk though. You feel like this hero has been. I haven't really seen it be too popular at that Dota tournament, but you thought it was good in this scenario.
Yes, like in this game they had like Rubik and first pick like Panda, so it's good enough like versus these two. You don't want to pick Tiny and you need some melee hero, and Tusk is pretty good with his impact. Yeah.
Right on.
It's good.
I'm curious about your dynamic with your team. I saw that you guys put up a video on your YouTube of everyone playing Overcooked except for you. Yeah. Why weren't you invited to the Overcooked party?
Because I don't cook, like never. Like it's my rule, so I can just like, get the delivery like of the food, but I never cook by myself.
You don't even, not even like a sandwich or something. You just don't cook anything.
No, never.
Well, then, what is your favorite cuisine? What do you order out the most?
I think it's like Italian. It's pasta, pizza, and something like this. Lasagna. Feel like this the most.
You save most of your cooking for in the game because I see you cook in Dota all the time. And I've got some more specialized Dota questions for you because I got Kezu who might have something to pick your brain with.
Hey Mira, I have a question about the first game. So you were playing Phoenix, and it's about the Roche fight where I feel like you guys came back in the game. So Meposhka was like hiding on the north side of the Roche, right? And he stomped Mickey during his troll ult. Do you remember this sequence?
Yeah.
What is the communication like before this fight? Is it basically Meposhka like, okay guys, I'm gonna chill here. If something cool happens, we will take the fight? Or is this like how much is this planned as opposed to just opportunity that comes up?
Like if I remember this, this troll had no BKB, so like we decided that like when we have we go straight to Roche, and Miposhka just was making sure they don't take it for free, and was just set up and fight for us. And when we see that like they're hitting it, we just like go guys, go, we can kill them all.
Okay, that sounds simple. And then I have one more. I think in Bepum Dacha, well, first of all, I'm a fan of your team. You guys looked a little bit disappointing, I would say, at the Bepum tournament. What is like the main thing or the biggest thing you guys have been working on since your loss to now at DreamLeague?
I think the biggest thing that we cannot like be lazy, and we cannot like afford ourselves some like spaces like in our preparation. We need to still work hard. Like we won some tournaments last year, but I think we still need to work so hard to win, and we need to like just repeat like small things that we were doing previous season. Because like at the start we just didn't we didn't like take enough effort to win. We like were a bit lazy. So now we will, I think, do better.
All right, sounds good. Well, you guys look good. That's all from me.
It's a terrifying thought to think that last year was you guys being lazy, winning a DreamLeague, a Riyadh, and a TI, but can't wait to see what Spirit are capable of at full power. Mira, thank you very much for the interview, and looking forward to how your team does for the rest of this tournament.
Thank you. Bye.
See you later. Yeah, if they were taking it easy early on, then one can only imagine what the rest of the year will be looking like. Maybe more Spirit dominance, I wouldn't be surprised, because they're the best team in the world, right?
Neil, did you hear what he said? He said, we won some tournaments.
Some tournaments.
But, as in, like, it wasn't good. It's like,
there's a couple $1 million.
You won TI a second time. Like, come on.
Just a couple casual tournaments.
You gotta stay hungry. Can't get complacent.
I'm always hungry, and yet I am complacent. Crazy.
You're a paradox.
But not a winner. And that's the difference. Team Spirit, honestly, I love that. We won very casual. He wasn't even boasting. We won some tournaments last year, but I quite like that. Just forget about last year. We won the two biggest tournaments last year. Forget about that. We're going to move on.
Yeah.
That's how you stay good. And I mean, they look pretty bloody good today.
I feel like that's actually been a pattern for that team uniquely. A lot of teams win TI and they rest on their laurels. But I feel like Team Spirit hasn't done that consistently. Like they've been always humble after their win. And when he talked about eating out, I was like, he's got the money. He's going to be okay.
He's getting those pastas delivered.
I feel like the other thing with Dota as well, like he's kind of saying that when they're lazy, that's like why they lost a few games. Like Dota is so competitive that if you just chill for 2 weeks, some random ass team, they're going to come up, bam, and you're going to lose at least one game, maybe the whole series. So Dota is it's a bit toxic in that way of how much you just have to grind on grind on grind. Some dude takes a vacation.
Crazy, right?
Yeah, I'm glad I'm here.
In the pre-show, Ted, you were saying that like Spirit at its peak is like about as far away as you can get from like the average team's performance.
I think so, yeah.
And yet even them just lighting off the gas for a little bit, all of a sudden they're struggling.
It's like, I'm not a Formula One fan, but I suppose it'd be like when you're stopping in to change your tires, you're going to lose a bunch of, all the other cars are going to catch up. Now you're out there on your wet tires and maybe it's not raining, Neil. And then you got to stop in again and change other tires. Any F1 fans, I'm sorry. I thought that was a reasonable analogy.
I missed a lot.
Pit stops, changing fuel and tires.
What's a wet tire?
When it's raining, you have different tires.
Oh, okay.
Different grip or whatever it's
What's
about,
a tire, Ted?
What is a tire?
What is a tire?
Things that you wear, clothes.
Okay.
A tire.
I hate it when my clothes get wet.
You look great.
I didn't follow this tire analogy of being...
That's okay. Just follow the Dota is all I need you to do, Kazu.
Thank you.
As we take a look at today's results, at least on our main stream, we started things off with BetBoom team getting a 2-0 against Game and Gladiators, followed up with Spirit splitting a series against Tundra Esports, and then Falcons splitting a series against OG, and you just witnessed Spirit getting a 2-0 over Liquid.
The Game and Gladiators are changed into the wet tires.
That must be it.
That's where they're getting 2-0.
On the Ember stream, we had OG get a 2-0 against G2IG. Team Secret split series against Extreme Gaming. Azure Ray split series against Game and Gladiators. And Tundra got 2-0'd by Extreme. On the Storm stream, we had Falcon split against Azure Ray. Shopify Rebellion split against Aurora. Heroic South America getting a 2-0 against G2IG. And then currently in progress is the Secret versus Shopify Rebellion series. Currently 1-0 for Shopify.
God damn. G2IG. So they got... Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Got
Neil.
bodied? Is that what you're going to
Twice.
Yeah.
They're, not looking good. Earth stream, Mr. Neil, what do we have here?
Virtus Pro.
Virtus Pro against Heroic. A 2-0 for VP. And then a 1 win gets 1 win against Team Liquid. I get to make that joke first. BetBoom team got a 1-1 split against VP. And then this 1-win Aurora series was apparently quite exciting at the end. And we had a base race. So this is the end of game number 1, 68 minutes into the game. We've got Phantom Lancer, a TA, a Nature's Prophet, a Gyro, and a Mars on 1 win, and an Aegis and a 20k net worth advantage for them.
Look at that dragon.
You get to keep it.
Look at that dragon.
You get
Look
to
at
keep
that
it
dragon.
all year.
Okay, so they're
Can I pet that
X-marking...
dragon?
No, you get to keep it for good, right?
You have to keep it for good. That's right. Not even all year.
Do I have to buy it?
Wait, you can keep it forever now?
You keep it forever now. They changed it.
Do I have to buy it?
Good
Or do I
change.
get
It's
it?
in the box.
It was on the patch.
The Dragon's Horde. The
I've been playing
X-Marks
Balatro. I haven't
Oh, I see.
Oh!
I
into
was
the
wondering.
Terrorblade.
I was like, where did this Viper go before? I thought they like switched the clips. No, he's being X-comboed.
Wait, but how is he TPing?
Radiant
oh,
is
he
not-
refreshes the TP.
Oh my god.
He TPs
No,
again.
what happened? What happened to his TP?
He got canceled.
It doesn't matter, it's Viper Shard.
Viper's
No way.
really good at
The
killing
glyph
Billy.
is up, though. They're committing.
Oh, he's trying to die to go back to defend.
1 win, getting
Oh,
the,
he feared
the
them.
fear.
Oh, he went for it.
Did they get it? They got it.
Yeah,
They
he did.
got it.
Wow.
That was
That's
game 1 of Aurora versus 1 win on the Earth stream, I believe. Series is still going on.
That was at 68 minutes, too.
Yeah, game 2's in progress.
In progress right now. Nailbiter.
Boom.
Could be a base race, who knows?
You never know.
Yeah.
The joy of Dota.
Ted, have you talked about your Mega Creep idea?
No, I haven't.
let's
Can I-
go.
This
No,
is
no,
a
no,
good
no, no, no.
opportunity. Do
Save
we know
it.
have time?
It is not
I
a
will
good
stay.
opportunity.
All right.
We will get your thoughts on the meta later.
This is a good idea.
Yeah, I know. Meanwhile, Group A results as we wrap up most of day number 1 as VP, BetBoom team, and OG leading the charts at 3-1. And yes, Kezu, as you were saying, G2IG kind of got rocked today.
Wow, they're bodied for sure. I mean, Avery was not messing around when he said Jack can only take down one team. 0-4. Condolences to them.
We'll see if they can make a comeback. It's a long group stage 1, a lot of BO2s. Meanwhile, in Group B, topping the charts is Team Spirit, who did split against Tundra, and Extreme Gaming. And at the bottom, Team Liquid and Tundra.
Oola.
All right, Liquid lost to Team Spirit. There's nothing to be ashamed about there.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
They had like relatively competitive games. They
That's
just
true.
lost.
And then I think their other series was against Tundra? No. Who was their other series against?
1 win.
Oh, yeah.
Where they got 1 win.
It's never going to get old. Well,
I
friends.
played the other side of the joke, sorry.
Any closing thoughts on day number 1? Ted?
Great to be back at a Dream League. Some really good games. I really enjoyed it. It's great to see all you guys again. I like the changes we've made. I think it's really interesting.
I sat in 3 different chairs today.
I sat on 1, 2, 3. Yes,
Oh,
also
you-
3.
you also
You
went,
sat on that one, so that's...
I did.
Oh, that's 3. This is different. So
Yeah.
yes, 3. And
This
I
is
will
all
get a go
yours.
on that one as well at some point, I'm sure. So
It'll be nice. It's nice over there.
I
And
can't wait.
Kezu, our technical analyst.
It was good. I only had apparently 2 different chairs, not 3 like you guys.
Not good.
Probably because I'm more important and I have to, make space for other people as much.
They just keep, they try to
Checks
keep
out.
you off
That
camera a
checks
little
out.
bit longer.
Shut up, Purge. Anyway, moving on. Neil, what about you?
Moving on, let me tell you what games you should be excited about tomorrow, because I know you're always chomping at the bit to talk about stuff with your technical analyst role.
Camping.
So let's take a look at tomorrow's schedule on the main stream. These are the 4 series that you will see on this stream, ESL_Dota 2. We're going to start things off with Gaimin versus OG, then Spirit versus Extreme. Our shift will take on Falcons versus G2IG, and we will close out the night with Extreme versus Liquid.
I like these games, Neil.
Do you?
3 of them are going to be very competitive, and the 4th could be spicy.
Oh, yeah?
Is Falcons versus G2 the spicy one?
I think so. Like, are they going to get? I mean, it's like the best team that just won the previous tournament versus the team that's
0-4.
been disappointing since they got founded as a team. So
That series is not so spicy for me. I'm scared for G2IG. I know we're only 1 day in.
We're only 1 day
I'm
in.
just saying, you go 0-4 and then your second day is not great too. You are not happy at all. No.
Oh, that
Okay.
was good.
That's not easy.
They will get a good night's rest, and hopefully all of you will as well, because that's it for day number 1. I hope you've been enjoying the show, and we'll see you tomorrow for more Dream League Season 22.
Love has a way of seeing through all of your wants and the shadow of doubt. So just get dressed and know for sure I'm on my way to take you out. And I know where you are, so look sharp, 'cause here I come, I'm close. So get ready and watch out, 'cause here I come. Where you are, so look sharp, 'cause here I come, time's up. Better be ready, can't stop me now, no, 'cause here I come, here I come, here I come. I'm so alive, I can still fly, I can still fly away, yeah. You lift me so high, you got me so high, you got me so high today, and I'm higher. We can set the night on fire, burning up these wings of desire. You know how to take me You lift me so high, you got me so high, you got me so high today, and I'm higher. We can set the night on fire, burning up these wings of desire. You know how to take me
You broke this heart of stone. I always hoped that I would find you. Now the emptiness is gone, and the winds of change have almost blown through. You're right where you belong. So grateful you're beside me, always and forever. Just you and me from the stars, always and forever. saw the storm. I always knew that I would find you. You're right where you belong. So grateful you're beside me, always and forever. Just you and me from the stars, always and forever. You'll always be forever in my You should see my baby, she's spanking new. And she never says no, she's can do. Got a smile that shines like rubies and pearls. And I love that little robo girl. Well, she knows how to do that bump and grind. With four on the floor, she'll blow your mind. She's got rosy cheeks and strawberry curls. That's my sexy little robo girl. When I kiss her heated lips, she purrs like a kitten and truts her lips. Says your wish is my command, telling me to love her like a real man. With the high-speed motors in overdrive, I've never felt a lover who's more alive. And my head gets spinning like a tilt-a-whirl with my kinky little robo girl. When she puts her squeeze on me, it's enough to drive me to my knees. She don't need no diamond ring. All she ever wants is the real thing. Working all day in the rat race, dreaming of her eyes and perfect face. When I'm home at night, all is right with the world. Since I found my little robo girl. When I'm home at night, all is right with the world. Heaven sent you down to